Welcome to Latin America International Championships. This is the first 2024 season international event, bringing together trainers from around the globe. Trainers are showing up to see friends, trade cards, train Pokémon, and play side events, while others are here to make history as a top Pokémon competitor. The International Championship started in 2017, bringing together global competitors and showcasing top-tier matches. Last year, JW Naldo became a hometown hero from Brazil, taking home the Pokémon Go LAIC 2023 Championship.
Como falei, consegui atingir objetivo que eu queria. Mostrar primeiramente para o mundo que o Brasil é uma região muito forte, para dar mais oportunidade a nossos jogadores.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in São Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away, and that is it!
Tort Recleb added LAIC to his championship belt, completing his collection of international titles with the LAIC 2023 Pokemon TCG Championship.
It means a lot to finally be back on top. The LAIC was the missing piece.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe.
But we haven't had a VG LAIC champion since playing on the Nintendo DS back in the 2020 season with James Pack.
Last year, you came here and took the runner-up title, and this year you leave as the champion.
It feels amazing. This was a great tournament to end off, especially since it's the last big major for the Nintendo 3DS.
He will be forever known as the last international champion in the DS era.
Who will come out on top at this event is anyone's guess, as our trainers all compete to rise and become an international champion.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. What a victory!
Can he get one more counter? And he does!
He's just retreating into Oricorio and passing again. Ryan draws for turn and draws the boss's orders in order to bring up the Mew.
This can give it up, except the Hydro Pump to follow it up. He's gonna get the knockout.
Ice Spinner into the Dragonite, 4 times super effective.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans from around the globe. Welcome to Day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon Latin America International Championships.
We are in for another fantastic day of Pokemon competition, and we are just as excited as you are to get things started today. I'm Lou Josh Cromie.
And I am Pablo Mesa. We're part of the caster team to guide you through the tournament and all the top competitors playing today.
Yesterday was filled with many victories and many upsets, and today is tracking to show more amazing Pokemon action from the Pokemon video game, Pokemon trading card game, and Pokemon Go.
Trainers Gustavo Wada, Natalie Miller, and Ian Robin Pokemon TCG are looking to make their mark and into top cots.
And in the Pokemon video game, James Beck, Paul Ruiz, and Hugo Nascimento are all looking likely to advance into the top 8 later this evening, and they will be trying their best to get into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Whilst in Pokemon Go, Nighttime Clasher, Warjeff, and Sardiar are our top players expected to make it all the way, but they will have to be on top of their game to fight off the rest of their competitive trainers.
Will any of these trainers survive the day and make it into Championship Sunday tomorrow? Or will a new face carve out their mark here in São Paulo?
It's still anyone's tournament, and championship points will be on everyone's mind as they try to make it as far as they can to be in the running for Worlds taking place in Honolulu, Hawaii next year.
Now, a big thank you to all of the staff, judges, production crew, and unsung heroes who are behind the scenes and are crucial to making this event a roaring success.
Now, let's find out who will be crowned the LAIC 2024 champions by the end of this weekend. Trainers, are you ready? Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much for that, Pablo and Lou. It is almost time to get our day 2 here at the Latin America International Championships 2024 started. I'm very excited. I'm Shea Burton and I'm joined by Amy. Amy, how are we this morning?
We are doing just fantastic. I'm so pleased to be back for another hot day of Pokemon TCG here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, quite honestly, you know, these international championships are massive events. They're a real big part of the Pokemon calendar, whether that's TCG, VGC, or Go. And obviously this is our first one here, and I think we have another 2 more coming up. So here we go, here we are, November the 17th through 19th in Sao Paulo. And then we've got one a little bit closer to home for us in London, the EUIC, the European International Championships. And then we've got a new city hosting the NAIC, the North American International Championships, over there in June. And then the figurehead of our season, the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And look at that view.
Beautiful.
Look at that. Oh my goodness, I'm very excited about going there. What about yourself, mate?
I can just imagine all of our trainers lining up for the hall already, ready to kick it back with a fantastic day of Pokemon TCG before joining us on the beach, right?
Yeah, can't argue that. Pokemon and Pokemon on the beach. Doesn't get much better than that, honestly. So I'm very excited. And look at all these lovely venues and lots of opportunities to earn a lot of prizes. Speaking of prizes, though, what are our players playing for here? Well, if you want to get to Honolulu, you're going to need some of these championship points. That does depend on what region you're in, as to how many you need. As you can see there on the right, if you're from North America and you're a master, you'll need 600 championship points. If you're from Europe, you need 500. If you're from Latin America, you need 250. Oceania, 300. And then the African and Middle East, you will need 250. However, the players this weekend are playing for 500 CP if you win. Second place gets 400, third and fourth gets 220. And as you can see, it moves down there. What do you think about that, Amy?
Well, let's not forget that it's incredibly important that we've had some changes this season, and they're very exciting. First place at this event will receive an automatic invite to the World Championships, regardless of how many points they have. Now, these points are still important if they are going for any travel award or stipends, which are available if you are doing exceptionally well in your region. So there is everything to play for. The points are still on the line, but first place will be getting that guaranteed invite, which is brand new to this season. I think it's so well deserved. Winning one of these events at the caliber and with the amount of players here, and the standard of play is so high that, you know, they deserve it. They deserve that auto invite.
Yeah, the internationals, like you said, get massive amount of CP, really helping out stipends. But you know what else that internationals give out now for this season is a lot of cash money. Look at this. So if you come first and you're in the Masters division, you will have $25,000 put in your bank account. Man, look at that, lovely. As well as 216 boosters as well. If you get second, 15,000. Third and fourth is a very respectable 10K.
Absolutely.
Look at that, top 8, 7,000. And look at that, it's just, honestly, it just, even top 64 now gets 2,000. Tell you what, the first EUIC, I was getting a bit close to that top 64. And I wish I would have had 2K back then. And then even for the juniors and seniors as well, that's starting off at $7,000 there. And I think
could you imagine being that young? Could you imagine when you were a junior? £7,000. I'd have been happy with 7 at that age. Get myself an ice cream, you know, like that is incredible amount of money, and they deserve it. They've worked so hard.
And one thing I love about this season with this increased monetary pricing is that, you know, it really rewards, you know, players that consistently place, right? So there's a lot of Australian players who we might be seeing later, who are traveling all around the world, goes like the American regionals, a lot of the European regionals, and they're making a good amount of money doing so.
Yeah, you know, like it's not easy to do, but if you are a consistently fantastic player, you can just kind of make playing Pokemon your living. You can do this. You don't need to do much else, right?
Could you imagine that? How you earn your money by playing Pokemon cards? Well, that is fantastic. But you know, this is our first international event of the season here at LAIC. So I'm gonna pass it to Parshay, who's done a quick video running you through how these internationals work, their tournament structure, and what you can expect to see.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from all around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss rounds and Top Cup matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2 Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination Top Cup bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday for the title of Latin America International Champion. Who is taking home the title of Latin America International Champion? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, thank you for that, Parshay. I hope you now know how these internationals work. So the first thing I want to look at now, before we get to our feature match, is the standings. And look, you know what the standing? Look how many high placements we have. So many people with 7 wins, so many people with 8 wins. And we even have our first seed there, Valdez, undefeated, as well as our second seed as well, that 801 record. How good is that?
Incredible, fantastic results from the players already so far. And, you know, just off this top 16 list, I'm sure there'll be many more on some really fantastic points who are going to be looking to make their stand today.
Yeah, so now we have a quick look at their standings. How about we look at some of the other notable players that might not be in this top 16, but deserve to have a look. And look at this list!
Whoa. Oh
my goodness gracious me, there's a whole lot of top players there. You know, ones that jump out at me. We've got Gustavo Wilder at the top, Natalie Miller, James Cox, John Eng, Cyrus Davis, Banks Pitt. Honestly, there's too many. Everyone on this list is really good. I was going to read them all out.
Calvin, Xander, Ian, Owen Cammerman. Wowza, we have a star-studded Day 2.
So speaking of a star-studded Day 2, I think we're going to have a look at our predictions next, actually, and see how we're doing. So starting off with yourself, AV Zorobox. Now, I'm going to be honest, I had a quick look through Day 2. I'm not sure if I saw any Zorobox, unfortunately.
You know what? Someone had to go for the rogue pick. Look, come on. You went for what I would have chosen with Gardevoir, and then I probably would have gone Roaring Moon as well, but I decided, you know what, no, I'm gonna believe you.
So I went and picked Mew VMAX, and I have seen a couple of them. My main pick was Gardevoir. You know, I was on the stage with a big paper saying Gardevoir will win. I'm sticking with my gun, and a lot of the top tables were Gardevoir, so hopefully my prediction is going well. Pablo with the Roaring Moon and Iron Hand. Roaring Moon had a few placements there in Day 2. And Jeremy with the Toad School and the Radiant Greninja. Now, there is at least one player playing an Arceus deck that has that Toad School. So Jeremy's picks are still live.
Yeah, there are still plenty to play for. I think we've got most of everyone else's picks in the top here today, but that's not to be said that there aren't some other rogue decks bouncing around.
Speaking about bouncing around, we actually have some giveaways live right now. So have a quick look at these. So if you want to get your hands on one of these Iron Valiant EX, which you did see on stream, do extremely well, and there are some in Day 2, get yourself onto TCG Live and use that code PARADOXLAIC and get yourself one of those special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX, quite honestly, and start placing some counters with Tachyon bits. However, if you do play VGC, we also have a Dragapult giveaway courtesy of Alex Gomez there. Look at that Dragapult. Now watch this Dragapult absolutely send this what's the Pokemon's name there? What's he called again?
What, Amoonguss?
Amoonguss! I don't know how I forgot that then. Yeah, send that Amoonguss straight back to his Pokeball. So if you do play VGC, make sure you use that code there, LAIC Platinum Base, with a few numbers replacing the letters. But you do have to be at a certain part of the story to do that. So make sure you have progressed a little bit through there as well.
I can't believe you forgot Amoongus.
Bad,
I hear he's a pretty fun guy.
I'm too used to Brute Bonnet, that's why. I'm too used to Brute Bonnet. Got myself a little bit of slack there, go on.
Oh man. Yeah, and we've got the beautiful giveaways on Twitch as well. You can earn drops just by watching the broadcast today. So make sure that you're keeping an eye out because you can get some Pokemon TCG Live and Pokemon Go drops.
Yeah, so make sure you get involved there, because who doesn't like free stuff as well? Make sure to get involved at the socials as well. I've got plenty of them. We will have segments we go through, you know, you guys tweets at home, or make sure you follow, you know, the Instagram, the Facebook, the you know, the YouTube, and and the Twitter as well. And if you're going to tweet about the event, use hashtag #PlayPokemon or hashtag PokemonLAIC.
Yeah, because then we might be able to chat about them.
Will be right here, and we get to talk about them as well. And make sure to follow the channels there, Twitch and YouTube. But I do think our first match is ready to get kicked off, so I think we're going to throw it down to the table.
Let's go for it. I'm ready to rumble for the day. The energy is high in the hall and on the caster desk. Let's see if the players can bring it to us too.
Oh, I'm fairly certain they will, and I think it's going to be a good match for my prediction as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to spoil it too much until we get down there, but what I can say is old Bert's prediction is doing quite well.
Yes, it does seem. I think I'm sure that we'll have some graphics later in the day to show what our percentiles of day 2 are looking like between each deck. But as you can see right now, Gardevoir certainly taking us for a shining arcana of our own. We've got Jeremy Gibson and Natalie Miller both playing the Psychic Wonder itself. Both of their lists are different, however, so we'll see how this plays out. The Gardevoir Mirror is a very different play to the way that Gardevoir usually is beginning their match. Gardevoir Mirror is very much focused on the single prize attackers at the beginning and then building up to the larger attackers at the end of the match, making sure that you're taking as many KOs with the single prize attackers as you can in the early game, and making sure that you're limiting your opponent's Ralts and Curlier usage.
Speaking of Ralts and Curlier, both players have prized at Curlier. Jeremy has prized one copy of Mirage Depth, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then one copy of Shining Arcana, and Natalie has prized one copy of Avery and a Ralt as well. But we have a star-studded matchup here. Natalie Miller playing out the Oceania region Players Cup champion and Brisbane champion, as well as 2 regional top 4, so no strangers at the top stage. And then Jeremy Gibson as well. Quite honestly, his accomplishments go very, he has a big long list at their multiple top 64s, top 32s. Hasn't quite got the top 8 yet. Maybe this could be the first event to do it. I tell you what, if your first top 8 is going to be an international, that's a very good one in my opinion.
Especially since there are so many more players than when Jeremy first started playing in 2010. Think about how many more Pokemon fans and fantastic Pokemon players we've got. It's very clear that Jeremy's skills have also aged incredibly well.
Yeah, so this is going to be star-studded, and in case you haven't realised, it will be the Gardevoir Mirror, so my prediction doing quite well. The top tables are studded with Gardevoir, but here we go, Jeremy kicking off our Swiss round 10 here at the Latin America International Championships 2024. And he starts off with a nest ball, and he's going to start doing some prize checking and see what he has to work with.
Yeah, it's going to be really important, especially in the mirror, to make sure that you know exactly which attackers you have available to you. Because if you don't have enough Ralts to keep you going, knowing that Natalie is going to be able to use her own Pokemon, her single prize attackers, to take out their Ralts and Curlier, then it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, you are correct. You have to really make sure you are meticulous with what you have and what you use. And it's worth noting that a lot of the Gardevoir lists we saw yesterday, a lot of them actually cut that Cresselia, but both players here opted to keep it. And I know that's a card you use a lot in the Gardevoir Mirror. You know, that Moonglow reverse there lets you move damage counters from all your Pokemon and then place it onto any one of your opponent's Pokemon, so you can start to load up your all your attackers without having damage on them, while removing stuff like Mew and Ralts as well. As Jeremy does Nestbart, the Raging Greninja, with that concealed cards ability, let you discard energy from your hand and then draw 2 cards.
Yeah, the Cresselia is really great in the mirror, and I think since we clearly had a really high percentage of Gardevoir in this tournament, it's very likely that a lot of Gardevoir mirror matches have happened throughout day 1, and no doubt day 2, I imagine this won't be the last. So maybe it's telling that we've had a lot of Cresselia lists do really well. It's very important that they get that out early to start dealing damage and start knocking out those Ralts and Curlier on the opposing side.
Well, now here's an interesting scenario. Jeremy hasn't got any other ball search apart from this Fog Crystal, and actually doesn't play that Celebrations View that Natalie has led with. So normally this might have been a turn where you would attach to the active, you'd Fog Crystal out of Mew, and then go for Mysterious Tail to try and find a Battle VIP pass. But Jeremy doesn't actually play it, so he's just going to be forced to settle with 1 Ralts, which could, well, 1 Ralts on the bench and 1 in the active, and that will be his turn 1. Over to Natalie. Starts turn off with a Worker, not something you really want to utilize turn 1, but let's see what we have there in the hand. I don't see a Battle VIP pass.
But Natalie does have the Mew, so unlike Jeremy, Natalie is running the more, what I would call traditional version of Gardevoir with the 4 Battle VIP pass. It's really unusual to not run these at this stage, but honestly, I can absolutely appreciate why Jeremy's decided that actually the card that only lets you play it on turn 1 maybe isn't worth it for the consistency of the late game. But Natalie does get that Battle VIP pass. Again, we get to check the deck for anything that might be lost in the prizes. There's already 1 Ralts in Natalie's hand. It looks pretty good to me so far, Shay. I think she does seem to have a slightly better hand than Jeremy right now.
Yeah, I think so. All you want to do is try and flood as many Ralts as possible, and Battle VIP Pass is very good at that. And that's actually one thing we've only just realised. Jeremy isn't playing any Battle VIP Pass. He's gone for a Battle VIP-less version, as it were. There are no VIPs apparently in Jeremy's deck. So that's really interesting. You know, it's a style that was popularised by Luke Morza. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting because if you can sort of get into the game without the Battle VIP Pass, you can now have a lot more options. But, you know, it can be tough to get in the game without them. As you can see, Jeremy having to start the game with only 2 Ralts. So I'm really intrigued to see how this pans out, especially in a mirror scenario.
Yeah, I'd be quite worried if I was Jeremy right now. 1 Ralts is still plenty, though, as long as you get 1 Gardevoir EX into play so that you can start with Screamtail or Cresselia. You know, it's still pretty okay. Natalie can't run away with this crazy train quite yet.
Yeah. Gardevoir traditionally is not a deck that has any turn 2 pressure, so, well, I mean, it can, but it's very hard. But to be fair, Natalie Miller only has 2 Ralts herself, so let's see what Jeremy can do. Starts off the turn there with a concealed cards, does find himself, I think it was it a Curlier, I believe? Yeah, the Refinement Curlier, fantastic card for the archetype, which lets you discard a card from your hand to draw 2, as he discards the Zacian V to draw 2 cards.
Looks like we're going heavy on the Curliers, which again is perfectly valid. It's a shame that Jeremy wasn't able to get the crazy turn 2 KO, as some Gardevoir lists get lucky enough with their rare candies to achieve, but again, not having that Mew to search for the rare candies from the top 6 of the deck, you know, that's it. I think Jeremy's probably very used to having to go the long way around.
Yeah. I think that's a concession that the no VIP list have, is that they say, well, if I'm not digging for Battle VIP past turn 1, I don't realistically need Mysterious Tail as often, so that's why we see that as a concession as well. As Jeremy does have another level ball now, so now has 2 Curlier and a 3rd Ralt in play. It's not too bad if we are going to see an energy attachment to the active, and I think that might be it. There's no supporter in the hand. We've used concealed cards, you both have refinements. I think it might just be a pass over. All right, let's see if Natalie Miller can, you know, can Natalie get the turn 2?
Yeah, there's a high possibility because, again, Natalie does run the Mew, so being able to find rare candy might be slightly easier, but it's never guaranteed. Once in a Blue Moon Glow reverse, we do see that people just cannot find their rare candies.
And we do see Natalie evolve a Curlier, use a refinement, discarding a Lost Vacuum, and we also see Mysterious Tail being used as well. I see a level ball. I see an ultra ball as well. Don't see a rare candy. debating whether to take the Super, but yeah, looks like going to go for the Ultra Ball and potentially immediately play it. On a play level ball first while attaching an energy to the bench Rolts, and let's see what this grabs.
Yeah, the level balls are fantastic in God of War. You get to search a deck for a Pokemon with 90 HP or less, so you can take evolution Pokemon, you can take the Curliers, but unfortunately we are not able to get any God of Wars, but Screamtail is still an option.
Speaking of options, we are going to see the Mirage deck being utilized here for Natalie, letting her grab one Refinement Curlier and popping it straight into play. That Mirage deck, such a good attack. I mean, it lets you get up to 3 Curlier, to be honest, but Natalie opting for the 1. As we do go back over to Jeremy. So use a concealed cards, and now going to use a refinement. Needs to try and find a supporter card. I mean, does have a lot of dig, but hasn't quite found that yet. We do see a worker, probably not the one you want, but it might be the only option you have.
Yeah, Worker obviously is in the deck for countering cards such as Path to the Peak, but in the mirror, good old Worker is putting in that work by drawing 3 cards, and that is all. But still, you know, really respectable. God of War has a lot of natural card draw through the Curliers and the refinements.
Now, I've just saw, Jeremy just refined into Ultra Ball and Rare Candy. So there is a world in which we could see some damage counters flying here. I actually think Jeremy might even have the God of EX in hand already. So there are, yeah, he does. So there are some options here. There is plenty Psychic Energy in Jeremy's discard pile. So Psychic Embrace will be able to attach as many of them as you like from your discard pile to your Psychic Pokemon, but you have to put 2 damage counters on for each energy. As we do see the Screamtail, the new addition from the Paradox Rift set for God of War, that Roaring Scream, doing 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. This works fantastically with God of War EX's Psychic Embrace, effectively making each energy attached via Psychic Embrace give you 40 damage to play with. Yeah,
Screamtail certainly makes a ruckus in the deck. It's incredibly good in the mirror, so I'm not surprised to see it being benched at this stage. But Natalie has a really solid board. Screamtail can only do so much when there are so many Curliers and Rolts dancing around the board.
As we do see the God of EX come into play, we see a Psychic Embrace to the active. That's why that Curly has 2 damage counters on. It's going to pay retreat, 2 energies attached to the Screamtail via Psychic Embrace, so 4 damage counters on it, which means there's an 80 damage attack to the bench Curlier for a KO. And Jeremy Gibson takes our first prize card here in our Day 2 at Latin America International Championship.
Here we go. We're rocking and rolling. However, Natalie now has their reversal energy live. So although Jeremy did take the first KO, there is no doubt that Natalie could bring this back.
Oh, and if anyone can, Natalie Miller is high up on that list. And she'll be doing everything she can to start. Oh, as we do see the Cresselia. Now, this is a really interesting card in the mirror, as we do see a Rare Candy into a Shining Arcana God of War as well. So it's got an Iono and a basic energy. So another fantastic attacker, that God of War, as we do see Manaphy come down as well. Manaphy obviously now will prevent any Screamtail attacking her bench, because that Wave Veil ability stops all damage done to your bench Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, so that's going to be really helpful. However, it doesn't get around the Cresselia. No. As Moonglow Reverse is moving damage counters, not directly placing them. We see the first Iono. Here we go. Jeremy only gets 5 cards. Natalie will get her full 6. There we go. And let's see how the hand's shaped up.
So Natalie did play a counter character to bring up the Refinement Curlier as well. So we might see the Miracle Force. Not attack you here too often, but that is God of EX's attack. Does 190 damage and recovers from all special conditions. Now, we did see the Electro deck on stream yesterday, so maybe there's a little use case for that. But most likely, it's normally just a nice 190 damage. I like this play from Natalie, removing the draw power, because God of War loves to refine and you know, use concealed cards. You just want to try and remove all those options so those Ionos can start to stick and limit Jeremy's options.
Yeah, Natalie's made a really clever play there, playing the God of War EX as an attacker. 310 HP is incredibly difficult to hit, especially in the early game where Jeremy hasn't had many opportunities to discard too much energy. Jeremy is going ahead and making sure that they're doing their best to get rid of some of the energy nice and early, though. But a couple are, of course, stuck on Screamtail for the moment, but that's still a really good chunk of energy in the discard pile. So there is a possibility, there is a world where Jeremy could potentially knock out this EX.
I mean, it could happen, but now that the bench is full, we'd have to see some like collapsed stadium and some like lost vacuum maybe. So I think what we are going to see is some Moonglow reverse here, as we see Psychic Embrace start to spread this energy out, putting 2 damage counters on all the Pokemon. Bear in mind, Screamtail has 4 on it already. So we are going to see the pay retreat there. And the Moonglow reverse, if I had to guess, will be placing damage on, I reckon, that there. As it, that's exactly what we see. The Moonglow reverse onto the Curlier. And Jeremy Gibson takes his second prize card.
Yeah, launching themselves into the lead there by taking out, again, more of Natalie's draw power. But Natalie does have some natural draw power on the board still with Shining Arcana and potentially Mew if it were to see some play in the active spot. Okay, over to Natalie's turn.
As he starts off the turn there with Shining Arcana, we see the Avery.
Ooh, Avery, okay.
Avery. Now, this is actually one of the main reasons why I picked Gardevoir as my deck to do well. Avery forces your opponent to discard down till they have 3 bench Pokemon. And that, when used in combination with Screamtail, basically might put Jeremy down to a 2-card bench that's going to have 4 damage counters on it. Now, that Screamtail, there is no Manaphy for Jeremy, so this Screamtail has full access to attack whatever it likes. And if I had to guess, it would probably be on that Curlier right there.
Yeah, this could have Jeremy running away with their own Screamtail between their legs on this one, because there is going to be a very thin board state in comparison to their previous turns very soon.
As we do see that roaring scream into that Curlier as it's sent to the discard pile. And Natalie Miller evens up the prizes, but look at Jeremy's board. It's starting to look very thin. Only a Ralts, a Cresselia, and a Gardevoir EX. Let's see what Jeremy can do to try and get back in this game. Does have a few energy in the discard pile, so I'm sure mounting a comeback won't be too hard, but does have a few hoops to jump through.
Yeah, they've got to repopulate that board as quickly as possible to make sure that they have options going forward, because Gardevoir EX is essential to keeping up with the pace of Natalie at this stage. And if Natalie finds a way to KO that Gardevoir EX and there isn't any room for a replacement or an attacker off the back of that, Jeremy's going to have a lot of footwork to do.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario that Natalie presents here, as Jeremy Gibson does Super Rod in Ralts and the Curlier, and then level ball out Ralts immediately. Is that Jeremy kind of has to deal with the Screamtail, kind of has to find Manaphy, but kind of wants to take more prize cards if possible, and can't do all of them at the same time. So Jeremy can only do, one of those things, and giving Natalie free reign to just carry on doing what she wants. As we do see an Iono being played, we're setting both players' hands down to 4. Let's see what Jeremy has, as we do see a refinement to boost that hand back up by 2. As we do see Professor Churro and an Artisan. Artisan could be useful to get out under the Ralts.
Professor Churro is a really interesting card in this matchup because it's very relevant, I feel. Being able to take one of your Pokemon in play and, pop it back into your hand, or discarding the attached cards, you get to discard energy that might be stuck on a Pokemon. If Natalie manages to damage, let's say the Gardevoir EX but not quite KO it, Churro comes in to save the day.
Yeah, and that is a one strong play that Gardevoir players love to do, is removing damage either via Collapse Stadium or via that Professor Churro. And obviously Professor Churro has a lot of use in the sort of Snorlax stall archetype. As we do see Natalie Miller started her turn off there with a Mysterious Tail, as we did see the Moonglow reverse KO, the active Screamtail there from Jeremy as he takes his 3rd prize card. That Mysterious Tail is going to target a Fog Crystal, which is immediately going to get played to find Natalie's own Cresselia. So we're going to see Moonglow reverse is going all over the shop.
Indeed, we're going to be able to see that, but also notably in this matchup, Luna Blast is also a pretty acceptable use of Cresselia. Doing 110 damage, it can KO a Ralts, a Curlier, or, a Screamtail. So there's decent flexibility there, because the only limitation of Moonglow Reverse is the fact that you have to have plenty of Psychic-type Pokemon to attach those energy to get the damage on, as Natalie won't be able to use Psychic Embrace onto a Manaphy.
That is very true. As we did see Natalie play an Avery, there was no Pokemon for Jeremy to discard, so that was just a draw free, and then we saw a level ball as well. As we do see Shining Arcana. See, look how fast Natalie's hand has just accelerated. From a, bear in mind, she was Iona to 4. Now, look how many cards that is. That is, what is that, 10 maybe? As we do see the Cresselia come down and the Ralts as well. So let's see what Natalie chooses to do here.
She really is shining as bright as those Arcana right now, really showing the ferocity of God of War. Although it may start slow, it can really bring the power late game.
Wow, as we do see the Moonglow reverse there, KOing Jeremy's benched Curlier. And again, Jeremy's left with this sort of desolate board, hasn't really got a lot going on. But as long as you have that God of War EX in play, you can at least attach those energies wherever you like. And I guess Jeremy does have the prize advantage in the sense that, you know, he will take a prize and Nat will take a prize. If it carries on at that pace, Jeremy will win.
Yeah, Jeremy is absolutely not over yet. There is still plenty to do, and God of War has so many attackers and a lot of, like, you know, a lot of them being basic Pokemon. They can jump out of the deck quite suddenly, and as long as God of War EX is there to support them, then there's all to play for still.
Yeah, as we do see Jeremy targeting a Curlier from an Ultra Ball, I should say. And the problem is, though, these Curliers, they're just going to get, well, Natalie's going to try her hardest just to immediately hunt them, whether it's via a Scream Tail, whether it's via Moonglow Reverse. Now, the problem is with Moonglow Reverse, though, the more you use it, the harder it is to keep using it. Because those energies are attached, and when they're attached, you can't accelerate them from the discard part. As we do see that refinement being used there from Jeremy, drawing 2 cards.
I think that's a really solid point, Shay, is that I think Natalie is now out of energy in the discard pile. So there is limitations in that too, where Jeremy seems to have really gone to town with getting all of that energy into the discard pile, and Natalie hasn't managed so far. And sometimes that's just the fallback of God of War Mirror in some instances. If one player manages to get lots of energy into the discard pile early game and the other is, you know, taking their time a little, it can get dicey.
Speaking of dicey, Jeremy goes down to 2 prize cards left, attacking with the God of War EX via that Miracle Force. It actually puts Natalie in an interesting position. Because if she wants to KO this God of War, it'll most likely have to be with a 2 prize that actually doesn't play Luxurious Cape, so Scream Tail can't get there. And then Jeremy just has to respond on that to win. So it's going to be an interesting position if Natalie actually does start the turn there with the concealed cards. It's going to discard a Psychic Energy and draw 2. Gets a Rare Candy and a Super Rod.
Yeah, getting more energy into that discard pile is going to be essential to keeping up with Jeremy at this stage. Although Natalie's done a really fantastic job of limiting Jeremy's board, there's still so much to do. And that's the thing. A God of War just has so many actions. It's not a bad thing, but it does take a long time sometimes to get to the outcome that is desired. Now, there we go. Natalie is going ahead and attaching a Reversal Energy, which is live at the moment as she is behind on prize cards currently. And going for another Refinement Curlier. Like, Natalie's deck is getting pretty thin at this stage, which isn't a bad thing for God of War. You want to be able to get the cards that you need late game, even if your opponent manages to stifle your board slightly.
I guess there is a world in which that benched God of War that's just received the Reversal Energy can actually take the KO on that God of War EX. We would need some more energy. I can't quite see how many are in Natalie's discard pile, but I think we're going to need a couple more. Guys, we do see some attached already. So we are going to see 2 more hit the discard pile. But I think the way she's playing, this confidence, this speed, I would imagine there's enough energy there. And it looks like there is. So we're going to see a big shining Brain Force. There we go. Brain Wave, I should say, for a big KO. Natalie Miller going down to 1 prize card, Amy. And what can Jeremy, look at Jeremy's board state. What can he do?
It's not looking great. We had some big brainwave strats there from Natalie, and now Jeremy only has 1 Curlier and a Cresselia. Jeremy's going to need to evolve this Curlier into a God of War EX if possible. They're going for the Fog Crystal, going to thin their deck a little bit to make sure that they can get what they need. There is another God of War EX in the deck. However, there is no energy for them to discard off this Refinement. They are done. So they can get a basic Pokemon, but I don't know if it's worth it at this point unless they are going to Refinement in a way to thin the deck. Jeremy's going to be looking for an attacker. I'm not sure which route they can go with at this stage because I don't think Zacian V is in the deck.
Yeah, well, I don't think I saw it. Maybe it's in the prior card. We do see the Ultra Ball here. So let's have another look. We do see Luminion. Is it going to be like an Iono and Prey? Iono to 1, KO Natalie's Shining Arcana, only giving her access to Greninja and Refinement, and I think that's all Jeremy can do. Does Iono himself to 2 and still has Refinement left?
Okay, so there's still plenty of card draw. That Luminion might let Gardevoir off the fishing hook on this occasion, but we'll have to see. Or it looks like we might be having a chat with the judges, maybe.
I think it might have been something to do with the Iono. I think it's something to do with the hand, I think.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I'm not 100% sure, but I feel as if that's where the play has stopped. Obviously, Iono forces both players to shuffle their hand and put it to the bottom of the deck, and they draw 1 card for each prize card they have remaining. So that would give Natalie a 1-card hand, and that would give Jeremy a 2-card hand. And it's actually one of the backbones of the Gardevoir deck, and that's what, because you are a combat deck with Gardevoir, right? You're most likely going to go behind a few prizes, so while you can reset your hand to 6, you can also start limiting your opponent down to 4, maybe 3, or in this case, 2 and 1.
Yeah, I think that's one of the beauties of Gardevoir, really, is being able to have that control in the late game as well, because if you are Ionoing yourself to 1 or 2, you've still got, if you manage your board well, you'll still have card draw, so you'll be able to Greninja, you'll be able to Shining Arcana, you'll be able to Refinement, and boom, you've got a big hand again. And it didn't matter that you had to Iono yourself down to 1, because it impacts your opponent at that stage more than you. And I think, you know, Natalie benefits from that here because she has the stronger kind of board presence, but Jeremy really needed to attempt to draw more cards just to keep going.
Yeah, Jeremy does need to find a lot of stuff there. He needs to find a minimum Gardevoir EX so you can start trying to attack with that, or at least start getting some energy into play. With Natalie being at 1 prize card, you want to try and stick the most HP in the active, and I think at this point the Gardevoir EX would be that. But then while Natalie has all these energy in the discard pile, it could be fairly easy for her to reload with her own Zation or something along those lines. So, yeah, it could get out of hand a little bit quick. So it looks like they're consulting the discard pile there. So yeah, it's interesting to see. What's your thoughts on the non-battle VIP pass version of Gardevoir, AB? It's something that's come up recently. Have you had a chance to play it, or what's your thoughts on it?
I haven't played it. I'm a really big fan of the Mysterious Tail Mew personally. However, I do completely understand why Battle VIP Pass is such a debated Pokemon card in the TCG right now, although it's incredibly great if you get it early game. If you don't, it just clogs your deck and you're unable to use it for the rest. And four cards? That's huge in a 60-card deck, right? That's an entire different line of Pokemon. That's an entire different line of consistency factors. Though those 4 cards could be something so much more spectacular or important than simply a card that's destined for the discard pile.
Yeah, it sort of lets you have that. It lets you sort of play extra consistency cards, like, you know, Jeremy looks like playing 4 copies of Level Ball, 4 copies of Ultra Ball. You know, these are cards that you tend to, you know, Ultra Ball can be as low as 2 in Gardevoir EX decks normally, and that Ultra Ball is actually be a little bit more aggressive, makes that turn 2 Gardevoir EX much more easier. If you use Ultra Ball, pluck it out, rare candy, and then lets you open the door to cards like we said, 1 Professor's Research, not a card you typically always see in Gardevoir decks, or Professor's Churro as well. Which now Professor Churro is really good against the Snorlax school deck, which I don't think we managed to get on stream yet, but that deck can be terrifying, so being able to Professor Churro out of that block can be nice.
I've always been really cautious of using Luminion in Gardevoir. Although you can get it off the bench using Collapse Stadium, there is no way to consistently make sure you get the Collapse Stadium in your hand. There's no Stadium searching format, right? So I think I really like the Professor Churro in that list for the Luminion as well, just being able to go, okay, Luminion's going to grab me my supporter. If all else fails, I can Churro this next turn after getting the supporter I actually want. So there's a bit of flexibility with our fishy friend there, being able to kind of not worry too much about it. Yeah, you're probably going to be leaving it on the field for at least 1 turn, because I imagine you're not going to put a... Okay, no, actually, I don't know. How desperate are we to thin a deck, Shay? Would we Luminion to get a Professor Churro to pick it back up again?
I'm sure there's been scenarios where that was the optimal play, if I'm honest. The Pokemon trading card game can lead to some interesting things. So it looks like our play has resumed. Not 100% sure as to what happened, but it looks like everything's carrying on like normal, so let's get back involved. So Still Jeremy's turn. He's fired off the Iono. Looks like the refinement may have been used, or maybe not. I'm not 100% sure. But looks like it's still Jeremy's turn, though, definitely for the most part, as both players just consult their discard pile, trying to work out, what options they have available. And it looks like Jeremy... Yeah, it looks like the refinement has been used, sorry. We both check the discard pile.
Oh my goodness.
These late game scenarios, especially in the day 2, is so important. Especially for a deck like Garda, we have to try and work out everything. Right? How many energies do they have? How many switch outs do they have? How many supporter outs do they have? How many counter catches do they have? Right? You really need to keep track of that. As Jeremy does have a Gardevoir EX, we're going to see 2 uses of Psychic Embrace, and we are going to see a Miracle Force, I imagine, for the KO.
Yep, and that puts Jeremy back down to 1 prize card as well. As long as Natalie can respond and KO this Gardevoir EX, then I believe that might wrap up our first game.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to come down to the wire here, because Natalie, let's say 1 more prize card, right? But we'll need to find some form of Gust or try and find a Zacian V or something like this, just to even take a prize card, as Jeremy does have the counter catcher, removing some more draw power and KOing that Curlier.
But have they left it a bit dangerous, leaving Gardevoir with all of that energy? I don't quite know how much it's attacking for right now, because obviously the reversal isn't live. So although it was able to earlier in the game, reversal energy currently is counting as 1 colorless energy, which does not help Gardevoir's attack cost at all.
Screamtail in deck? Oh, I thought that Artisan might have found Screamtail, and that might have got you there. But you're right. Now that reversal energy is not live, all those energies stuck on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir means they can't be used somewhere else. And we're going to see another Iono being fired off. Iono to 1. Oh my goodness! We see the Shining Arcana. We see an energy. That could get attached. We're going to see it get discarded by a concealed card.
Perfect. There's another energy, I think. Oh,
so it looks like 2.
That's 2. I think Natalie needs 1 more.
So yeah, 1 more, and then the Psychic Embrace times 2 would get you to that magic number for the KO. And Natalie Miller takes game 1 here in our round 10 of the Latin International Championships 2024.
Natalie showed us just how magical Gardevoir can be, but honestly, both players played exceptionally. The Gardevoir Mirror is a very unusual matchup. It plays very differently to how Gardevoir would usually like to manage their board. So let's have a look at the replay and see exactly what happened.
Yeah, so Jeremy, not playing the Battle VIP pass, had to try and find as many level ball and fog crystal as possible. Unfortunately, could only get 2 volts down. Natalie actually only got 2 volts down herself, but did get to use that Mirage Step to keep in the game. Jeremy, give all credit to him, started off the game really well, got that Screamtail off, and did everything he realistically could in the best of scenarios for him. But Natalie, I feel, took the aggression early. That Miracle Force carriage really hammered Jeremy's Courier, removed all those draw options. And then that sort of mid to late game, we started to see the sort of Cresselia war, where Moonglow reverse everywhere, there's Moonglow everywhere, left, right, and center across the table. And then Natalie again just swinging left, right, and center. We do see that clutch Avery, and that right there, I think, might have closed the door, just removing all the options there for Jeremy.
I think that may have been the turning point of the match. That's when Natalie had full control over Jeremy's board, and she kept on top of it. She managed her resources so well to make sure that she was preventing Jeremy from getting the board state back up to the glory it once was.
Yeah, and that's the main reason why I picked Gardevoir as my pick, because that Avery, Avery Screamtail is just really strong, especially when used in combination with Screamtail or Cresselia as well. Look at the prize cards: Radiant Greninja and a Volts prize for Natalie, Avery, Countercatcher, Curlier, and 1 Gardevoir EX for Jeremy. So a lot of Pokemon in the prizes there for Jeremy. Not really what you want to see.
And Jeremy's 1 of Avery as well in the prize cards, so they can't give Natalie a taste of their own medicine.
At least for now. At least for now. As Jeremy does start off his turn with a level ball there, we're going to search out a Ralts. Look at that for a camera angle.
That was a great shot.
That's nice. As we do see the memory skip Ralts coming down, actually, as Jeremy will consult his deck and try and work out what exactly are in the prize card. He's probably going to work out quite quick. Oh, that's a lot of Pokemon.
How are we thinking about memory skip in this matchup, Shay?
I mean, it can be used. You can sort of, like we saw the Gardevoir EX. attack a lot. Memory skip can prevent your opponent from using, well, one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attack. They can't use it. So in theory, you could memory skip Gardevoir X's only attack there being Miracle Force. But to be honest, because Gardevoir can just retreat so easily, it's not too hard to just retreat into another attacker. However, memory skip can be really good against like Terra, Charizard EX, and anything like this.
And here we go in with the first level ball. So Natalie gets to search their deck, try and figure out what is in her prize cards, and see what the best course of action is. As we saw last game, starting with 2 Rolts is plenty for either of these players. But is Natalie going to be able to maybe grab a Mew? I think, yeah, there we go. It's a very typical play too for the Mew variant, is grabbing it early on, attaching to Rolts, retreating into the Mew, and hunting for more Pokemon search.
Yeah, that's the aim of the game, just try and get as much as possible. As we do see the Mysterious Tail Mew come down when it's in the active position and lets you look at the top 6 cards of your deck and grab an item. We really want to see Battle VIP pass here. Are we going to see it? Hey, there it was, number 5, I think.
Wanted.
Wow.
Beautiful, and that's why I like the Mew. And as always, that's always the linear turn 1 for the Mew variant, the Mysterious Tail Mew variant of this deck is always, can I get it into the active? I will do anything in my power to get this Mysterious Tail Mew into the active so I can get those Battle VIP pass. Using a VIP pass is much better than having to refinement it later.
Exactly. As we do see that Battle VIP pass and then concluding the turn there finale, so 3 Volts in play. As Jeremy kicks off the turn with a Worker again, does find a level ball, so we could find another Volt, we could find a Curlier. It looks like Jeremy will be utilizing the Curlier and going to use Mirage Step to get himself back in the game. And that's what that Mirage Step is so good for. Have you had a slightly slow start? Don't worry about it. Here's some Curlier. And Jeremy saying, hold on a second, Natalie. You have had a good start, but I'm going to have a good one as well. Obviously, can't take all 3 Curlier, because one of them is prized.
Yeah, but through the woods, the Mirage Stepping Curliers come onto the bench, and we move on to Natalie's turn. Going straight in with a level ball after a refinement for more Curlier action. These ballerinas are dancing around the stage so elegantly that Natalie is absolutely shining.
As we do see the level ball there as well. And yeah, this is an exciting game. Both players are drawing pretty well. Both players have set up. There will be no one player didn't set up business here today, as we are going to see the second refinement being used, discarding an Artisan. Draw 2 cards, where that's a Rare Candy and a Gardevoir Brainwave.
The
shiny Ultra Ball. Wait, is the EX in hand?
Yes!
It is! Oh!
Oh my goodness gracious.
Got so excited there. And we're going to see the turn 2 Miracle Force for KO. That reversal energy does still count as a colorless if it's attached to a Rulebox Pokemon, I should say.
Yeah.
So the Miracle Force coming in there. And wow, I love it when Gardevoir does turn 2 KOs. To be fair though, if I'm playing against Gardevoir and they start doing turn 2 attacks, I'm thinking, hold on a sec, this ain't fair. You shouldn't be attacking the turn 3 or 4. But what's all this turn 2 business?
I'd say that feels a bit giraffe-rigged.
As Jeremy does kick off the turn, promotes the Scream Tail. I mean, to be fair, a perfectly fine response here is to just, roaring Scream into one of those benched Curlier. Natalie hasn't managed to find or develop, I should say, a Manaphy. So we could sort of see this early aggression start to get slowed by just removing the draw power for Natalie.
Yeah, that could be really integral. Natalie getting that first attack, putting on the pressure, really does make Jeremy sweat. We're going to have to see some really fast plays now to be able to catch up, because otherwise Natalie could steamroller away with this.
It's very certainly possible. And as a professor's research, that could be one of the cards that you can afford to play if you're not playing 4 Battle VIP Pass. Not a card you see terribly often in Gardevoir, but it does give you some explosive turn potential. And let's see what we have here. So we see a couple energy, we see some Ultra Balls, we see a Nest Ball, 1 basic Psychic as well. That Nest Ball is being played. Look at this over the shoulder angle. This is so good. It almost feels like you're the one playing, right?
I don't think I'm good enough to play like that though, Shay. Come on.
That's the only way I'll be getting to day 2 of an international.
We're going to live vicariously through Jeremy and Natalie.
Exactly. As Jeremy does do a concealed cards draws too, we are going to see a refinement as well. I'm going to discard an Ultra Ball. Going to draw Collapsed and Iona. We are going to see an evolution into the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and that ability immediately getting used. Look at that hand. That's like, easy, what, 10 cards if I had to guess? Could be more.
Crazy. It's like a Lost Box hand, but we've got a Gardevoir mirror. What's going on?
It is. All the options. How many energy in that discard pile, though? I'd like to say
Jeremy's got quite a lot, whereas Natalie is still on the thin pickings again this game. So Jeremy's no battle VIP pass build seems to be more reliably managing to get energy into the discard on this occasion. Of course, it could not be very consistent in that, but we are seeing him manage really quite well.
Whoa.
Now, I have to point out, and I'm going to see after this one, I'm wrong, I'm immediately wrong. Shining Arcanas, we hadn't seen many energy attached through those this best of 3, but...
Hold on a sec, are we going to see a KO here? I think the reverse energy live, I think that's enough energy from the discard pile. Oh my goodness, Jeremy! So much damage!
Wow, the confidence that came. Natalie was like, okay, Bet, can you knock out this Gardevoir? Because she's pretty big. And Jeremy went, yes, I can.
Wow, that Brainwave coming in super clutch there. Now you're going to try our best to stabilize, though. Just start off the turn with a Super Rod and going to refine an energy to draw 2 cards. This is what they were. I think Iona and a Worker, I'd like to say.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh,
ooh, here comes the collapse.
The stadium has collapsed. Which Pokemon's going to jump to safety? It's Rolls jumping into the discard pile.
That collapse stage forcing both players to discard until they have 4 bench Pokemon. Obviously, Natalie didn't have a full bench, so he doesn't worry about it. But Jeremy did have 5, so have to discard 1 Rolls. And we see an Iona being played as well to reset players' hands, and then Natalie does do another refinement and then a Shining Arcana as well.
All both to hand, so again, no lucky energy draws off that Shining Arcana for Natalie. But we still have Mew, so let's draw 6 off the top and see if there are any items. Counter Capture, not bad right now to maybe give Jeremy a little bit of a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential. I'm not sure exactly how many energy Natalie has in the discard pile. I think this Gardevoir is kind of the threat in the actors. You kind of have to deal with that. But let's see. We just have the Gardevoir EX. We are going to see an attack. We are going to see the Cresselia come down.
Ooh,
so
Moonglow reversing. Okay, I like this play.
So we did see 1 energy get attached to the active, which immediately got discarded. That's how that Mew got out the active. And then we're going to see some energy spread out, and it looks like we're going to see a Moonglow reverse into the active. We're going to counter catch up the Raging Greninja. I love this play.
Oh, this is beautiful, especially with Jeremy's slightly limited hand right now. And what card draw options has Jeremy got?
Exactly what? Exactly, not a lot. Only has 1 copy of Shining Arcana, at least right now, so...
Unfortunately for Natalie, Jeremy does have Energy and Fog Crystal in hand, so I don't think it's going to be too troublesome for them to move that Greninja out of the active on this occasion. That was double Iono off the Shining Arcana, though.
How much time is left?
And in case you don't know at home why bringing that Radio Greninja in the active can be troublesome for Gardevoir, because Gardevoir cannot use Psychic Embrace to a non-psychic type. So that means if that Radio Greninja needs to move out the active, it would need to be from a manual attachment or that Professor's Churro scenario, which Jeremy does have in his deck as well. But lucky for Jeremy, he does have a basic Psychic Energy in hand, and as a Fog Crystal, has multiple ways to find that Psychic Energy and get back involved. As that Fog Crystal does find a Cresselia, so we are going to see some more Moonglow reverse.
Yeah, I also like this play for many reasons, but regardless of if Jeremy had the energy or not, he does have to use his attach for turn on the Greninja, which does limit how many he can attach from discard pile, but also how much damage he's forced to put on his other Pokemon through Psychic Embrace, right?
Yes. So we want to see an Iono resetting both players' hand down to 4. We're going to see a Concealed card, discard energy, draw 2. We see Collapse, and there's that Professor Churro, actually.
There he is.
We haven't seen it being used yet, but it could come up. Letting you put a Pokemon in play back into your hand and discard all cards attached to it. Would have been good in this scenario. Would have been good in this scenario. There it is.
Super Rodding back Luminion, Zacian, and a Curlier there back into the deck. Really great. Got 2 support Pokemon and a really heavy hitting attacker. Jeremy's got plenty of energy in the discard pile to make Zacian really do its thing.
We do see the Power Pad being used. We're going to shuffle in that 1 copy of Professor's Research and the Worker as well. So Jeremy going to have some nice resources to use in that late game, as we did see the Luminion get shuffled as well. So any of those supporters can be plucked out at some point, as long as the stadium gets replaced, of course. As we do see the Cresselia hit the active via the Radiant Greninja's retreat, Psychic Embrace spreading 3 energy. So that gives you 80 damage to play with, and that will KO the Manaphy.
We'll say goodbye to Manaphy, but maybe that gives Natalie some more firepower in a strange way, because there are more psychic types populating the board now, and so Moonglow Reverser might have some more power and pack more of a punch. But again, it depends, can Natalie get more into the discard pile? If they can't get more energy into the discard pile, then the slim pickings.
Well, there's a lot of energy in that hand right now, but doesn't have a refinement, only has the Shining Arcana, so it looks like we are going to see a Fog Crystal searching out for a Rocks, but I think you're correct. I don't see a lot of ways to discard energy in the hand, at least from what I've seen. So was there?
I mean, retreating the Cresselia would grant Natalie 1 extra in the discard pile, so there's a possibility of maybe using Screamtail. I don't know if there's any in the discard pile currently, though. Yeah, okay, cool.
There's 2.
Ah, called it, Shay. Called it.
There's 2, so that'll give you an 80 damage snipe, which is perfect at KOing Coda, which isn't actually in play. So...
No, sadly not.
Oh, that's a concession, yeah, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Screamtail for 80 doesn't quite get you anywhere, unfortunately. So, yeah, so Natalie going to quickly concede that game. Going to go to a game 3, and let's see what happens here.
That's the thing with God of War Mirror Match. It is really back and forth. Both decks doing their best to limit each other's card draw, but also they're able to take those really frustrating little KOs on really important Pokemon, because God of War needs all of the support it can get to be able to keep up in the game.
Yeah, and I think we sort of just see, as strong as a deck as God of War is, you need to get energy in the discard pile. You cannot operate. Even we saw the early game tempos, I'm sure we'll get to quick, via that turn 2 Miracle Force. It doesn't matter if you can't follow up with a lot of energy in the discard pile to attach later on. As here we do see that turn, where that turn 2 Miracle Force did come out, and it was very impressive, but Jamie said, hold on a sec, it's fine. You want to do some turn 2 shenanigans? Let me do some shenanigans of my own. As that big Shining Arcana God of War came out of nowhere and said, hold on a sec, see you later. And then Natalie was forced to scramble a little bit. And while Natalie did stay in the game, unfortunately, not having energy in the discard pile did come back.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether in this instance Natalie is able to more consistently get those energy into the discard pile, because I think that's what really stifled their flow on this one and what possibly caused that concession.
Yeah, I think you're correct. We do see that concession there, trying to have as much time for a game 3 as possible, because wins are what you need now in day 2. You know, ties are okay. Looking at prize cards there, 1 copy reversal, 1 Guard of War for Jeremy, and then 1 Cody and 2 Battle VIP pass actually for Natalie. And let's see if she can actually find one of her 2 copies of Battle VIP pass as we get kicked off of our game 3, Swiss round 10 at the Latin International Championships 2024. Now, bear in mind what players are playing for here. As many wins as possible gets them into top 8, and the top 8 is where that real big cash money prizes, as well as that CP starts to come in effect.
I think Natalie's already assessed, you know, that they might struggle to get set up if they have a lack of the IP pass. So Artisan has gone down, and we see our first Ralts on Natalie's field for the game. However, of course, the Artisan is going to help Jeremy set up, and oh my goodness, that is just an attached pass from Natalie onto Jeremy's turn with 1 Ralts in the active already, and a Nest Ball for presumably a second or maybe a Radiant Greninja to start putting those discarded Psychic Energy into play so that Jeremy has some longevity of game.
Yeah, so while Natalie might have had the most explosive of start, it is still down to Jeremy to sort of capitalise here, as he does play the Nest Ball. Looks like going to target that Radiant Greninja by the looks of it. Obviously going to do a prize check as well. That's what you do on your first deck search of the game. It's sort of traditionally when you sort of look through your deck, work out what's in the prize card, so you don't start to try and make plays that you otherwise can't. Because I've done that before. I've done that before a couple of times myself. Making plays for cards that aren't in the deck makes me sad.
And we don't want any of that in day 2. We want everyone to be trying their hardest and not have any frowns until the very final matches. But even then, I would hope that everyone be absolutely ecstatic for those who do fantastically in day 2. But there are plenty of competitors here, plenty of spicy decks. Believe you me, there is no lack of rogue goodness to go on today. So don't forget to stick around for the whole day today, because we might be starting with some truly meta champions and some star-studded names. We also have some fantastically interesting builds of decks coming up very soon as well.
So we are going to see that memory skip being used. Love that from the Rolts. I imagine that Jeremy will be stopping the Cresselia through the Moonglow reverse. So that Cresselia cannot use Moonglow reverse. Natalie does start her turn off there by level boiling out for a Rolts, and looks like going to do a Artisan search as well. Oh no, so Artisan for a Rolts and then level board for this Mirage Step Curlier. And that Mirage Step Curlier is going to have to do a lot of work here, try and get Natalie back in this game.
Yeah, it's such a shame that Natalie can't take advantage of the fact that there is a Rolts in the active and only one Rolts on the bench. But again, the Mirage Step is so important for being able to get her board set up, because without that, the game is just going to come to a standstill.
Yeah, it's almost a necessity at this point for Natalie just to get in the game. As Jeremy does start off the turn by evolving his own Mirage Step, actually, but he's stepping all over the shop, and does evolve into Refinement Curlier on the bench there as well. So plenty of options for Jeremy as well. As we are just going to see that Mirage Step being used and try and get as many Curlier as possible. That Mirage Step lets you search your deck for up to 3 Curlier and pop them straight onto your bench.
Obviously, we see that Jeremy already has 2 in place, so it's going to be a maximum of 2 more. And they go ahead and bench those. It's an incredible amount of card draw. Let's think about it. We've got Radiant Greninja for 2, and then 3 more Curlier for 2, respectively, each, and a draw for turn. Jeremy's really put themselves in a really demanding position there, but Natalie is no short of draw Pokemon either.
So Natalie started off the turn there with an Artisan to grab the Manaphy, and then use an Avery, forcing Jeremy to discard the Greninja. Then use a Refinement, and then use a Shining Arcana as well. So speaking of draw power, Natalie must have seen what's that, 6, 7 cards this turn so far. As we do see another Refinement being used as well. Natalie is off to the races. Let's see. We're going to have to see an EX at some point. I do see one actually. It's in the active. We might be seeing that early Miracle Force here again from Natalie. Oh no, we're going to see a Moonglow reverse, I should say.
It might not even be Moonglow, it might just go for the Lunar Blast, but no, going for the Moonglow, making sure we're getting those other Pokemon set up, ready for future turns. Why not? And going for one of the Curlier, yeah, one of the draw support Curlier instead of bothering with the Mirage Step in the active, makes sense.
And let's see what Jeremy opts to do here. Going to start the turn off with that Artisan, letting you search your deck for a Pokemon without a rule box and put it straight onto your bench. And we're going to see the Cresselia again. Now, these Cresselia's in the head-to-head in the active, but they don't want to hit the active. They always sit in the bench, and what a great card for the Gardevoir Archetype. Normally being used against Lost Box, but can be perfectly great against anything that's got low HP. As Jeremy does play an Ultra Ball, and looks like it's going to search for, he's going to his own Gardevoir EX as it hits the field.
There we go, that's what we want to see, and now both boards are starting to look rather similar, but that's exactly what we're going to expect in the Gardevoir mirror, but it still means that their wit and fantastically intelligent plays are going to be what win one of these 2 this game if we don't go to time.
As we do see that Iona being played there from Jeremy, resetting his hand to 6, and Natalie's down to 5. And we do see a Refinement as well. Jeremy actually does have a counter catcher now as well. So we'll be able to, if he chooses to, bring up a new, different Pokemon into Natalie's active. And looks like is debating whether to, refine away an Artisan. A lot of options here for Jeremy. Only has 2 energy in the discard pile though. We'll be able to attach one to the active and then pay retreat to get that one on the active as well into the discard pile. So that's a total of 3. So that's 3 energy to play with there for Moonglow reverse. That's an 80 damage to the bench to KO that Curlier.
There we go. We're seeing the very much to and fro. They are taking each other's turns and making it their own. We're seeing Gardevoir do what Gardevoir does best in the mirror and make sure that they are suppressing each other's card draw potential.
And let's see what Natalie does here. Opens up the turn with a level ball, going to grab that Scream Tail. This is what I love about the Gardevoir mirror. So many different aspects. We're seeing Cresselia being used. The Scream Tail comes in for like a more aggressive style of Curlier, as we do see Natalie now do a Shining Arcana. And it's like maybe debating if to attach one of those energies. I'm guessing there's an energy there. Nope, okay, they're two Ultra Ball. Ignore me. And we do see that Ultra Ball being played. Let's see what this search is for. Another Shining Arcana. So we could see a rare candy being used here. Honestly, this deck is such poetry, isn't it? You've got the Curlier. Yeah, you've got two different good Curlier in this deck. You've got two different Gardevoir. Honestly, the deck is, I think, poetry in motion when it gets to work. And we see another Shining Arcana as well.
More card draws. Screamtail, Iono. These guys are playing at quite the ferocious pace as well at the moment, both wanting to finish this game, because once we get to turns, we'll get 3 turns, 2 turns each, and then that will be all she wrote. So hopefully these players can take some more prize cards before that eventuality. They're both clearly wanting to, and I love that. I love to see that.
Yeah, I love to see it as well, as we do see Psychic Embrace attaching 2 engines to the Screamtail. That means Roaring Scream can place 8 damage counters, or does 8 damage anywhere, KOing that Curlier as Natalie takes her second prize card.
More Curliers going to the discard pile. Yeah. We've had plenty today, and I'm sure there'll be many more. The poor dears are getting targeted down before they can become big, powerful Gardevoirs.
I was about to say, before that Super Rod, you could say that Jeremy's discard pile was very refined.
Hey.
Let's go. Not as good as yours, but it's not bad. Not bad. He does Super Rod in, was that the Greninja and 2 Curlier as well, so that discard pile isn't very refined anymore. And let's see what Jeremy can do. As time does tick down, getting towards 2 minutes, 10 seconds. So we have to keep that in mind. As we do see a refinement, discarding the Power Pad, draw 2, Counter Catcher, which is currently live for Jeremy, and the Psychic Energy.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what Jeremy would want to target down at this point. The ideal Pokemon probably being the Gardevoir EX, but do they have the potential? Do they have enough setup? I don't think they do. I don't think there's enough energy in play right now for Jeremy in the discard pile or on their Pokemon to be able to take such a gigantic KO, but I think it's the only one that would be worth maybe using a Counter Catcher on at this stage.
Yeah, the interesting thing is because Gardevoir is so well hitting the bench, although I guess Natalie does have a Manaphy in play, actually. I was going to say you can access the bench via your Screamtail anyway, but Natalie is not allowing that. As we do see concealed cards drawing into a Shining Arcana Gardevoir and that Zacian V as well. Shining Arcana being used, going to find an Avery, and there it is!
Here we go!
And as I mentioned, Manaphy preventing Natalie's bench from taking damage. That's no longer an option, so Jeremy could go Screamtail and start to access the bench. Is that what we're going to see? We're going to see a Curlier for refinement.
Yep, Curlier's first of all, but yes, like we said earlier, Roaring Scream is one of the only attacks in this deck that's relevant for the Manaphy. However, it's an incredibly relevant one. You essentially deny your opponent an extra single prize attacker by benching a Manaphy because they won't be able to use their Screamtail, forcing them to use maybe a 2-prizer, and that can get pretty scary.
So we are going to see some Psychic Embrace. So the way this energy has been spread out, I would imagine a Moonglow reverse is happening, and it's just going to target the active Screamtail. And Natalie immediately starts the turn with double Shining Arcana. That's +4 cards into the hand, no energy attachments. On a bench, a Rolt, and we do see a prize card being taken for Jeremy, going down to 4. And on Artisan activation, they're going to grab the Celebrations Mew. And it looks like the time is on 3 seconds. We're at confirmation, but it looks like time, in theory, if the clock is correct, should have been called now, but we're at confirmation. As we do see a boss's orders.
Oh, here we go.
Psychic Energy attached. And I think time would have just been called there, as we had both players agree.
Yes, both players appreciating that neither of them will be able to take enough prize cards to close out that game, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that can be the problem with Gardevoir. The games can go long, both trying to set up. So if both players win a game, chance of a game 3 can be quite low. But what a first game that was, though. I was so impressed because we saw turn 2s, we saw evolutions, we saw massive damage. Wow, still a very fun round, and both of these players can still definitely make their way into the top 8.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one of them do so. Both incredibly impressive players. Fantastic mirror match, really truly showing that these two are quite evenly matched at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic. And I thought that was a real good showing of the non-VIP version of Gardevoir, because it's a deck that, to be honest, I needed a bit of convincing on, but Jeremy did perfectly well. As we're going to see the replay here, obviously there will be no battle VIP pass play for Jeremy. Both players, Natalie and Jeremy, making good use of that Mirage depth, and then we sort of got into the Cresselia wars, as it were. Damage counters flying everywhere.
Yeah, and the Screamtails doing their bit as well, yelling at the bench, going, no, please, leave me alone. Get out of here, Curlia. We're done with you, please. Managing to limit your opponent's draw in the mirror is really important, right? Because if someone runs out of speed, if someone kind of slows down even for a second, that can totally turn the tables.
Yeah, you are correct. We do see the Moonglow reverse, and I feel as if we had more time, maybe we would have got a good conclusion. I've been really intrigued to see how that panned out, but unfortunately time was something to keep an eye on as that round ends in a tie.
Indeed, our first tie of the day. Will we see a win this time? Ties, like you said, aren't the best, but they're better than a loss. We do get 1 match point each. For those who are new to competitive play, when you win a match, you get 3 match points. If you lose, sadly, you get 0. But if you tie, both players get 1 each.
Yeah, and then when you're trying to make your way into that top 8 placement, you just need as many match points as possible, which is why you saw both players playing an extremely high pace of play towards the end, because they really wanted to try and get that 3. But exactly, you would take that 1 as well.
Yeah, so a tie, like we said, is better than nothing. However, we did see the pace of play was crazy towards the end there, as you say, both players wanting to try and close out a game. But God of War decks are slightly notoriously slow because they do take a few turns to get set up because of the nature of the deck needing to evolve using rare candy and sometimes even slowly evolve. 2 slightly slower decks against one another, it can be difficult to close out 3 games in 50 minutes.
It can. So what's your thoughts then on the VIP-less version of God of War? Have you been convinced? Do you think it's got legs, or what's your thoughts?
I'm not sure. I think in this mirror match it was really clear that you didn't need the really strong kind of board setup, but I fear that in other matchups it's going to be really important to get lots of Curlia or Rolls on the bench early, and if you don't achieve that because you don't have the Battle VIP pass, it's just be a bit too scary to me. I think I would still want the full back of my Battle VIP passes to make sure I get set up.
Yeah, I guess it makes that Mirage step very important, which we did see being used in that game. As it did say just there on the bottom that they were that game ended in a tie, that mirror match. I'm still being very confident about my pick, though. I'll be honest. Yeah? I'm feeling very excited for my pick. That was a good showing there for God of War. Hopefully we continue our march to top 8.
Absolutely. How do we think God of War is going to do going into other matchups without those VIP passes? What do you think?
That's interesting. You know, versus other decks, I feel as if you can almost get away with playing the no VIP if you can capitalize by using your Mirage deck, right? You almost like you can sort of get back in the game that way. But it does put a lot of pressure on it. I think that's why we see the list that's playing 4 Ultra Ball, because it just means you have to find that Curlia turn 2. You haven't got a choice about it.
No.
So I haven't really seen it a lot into other decks, but I imagine, if it carries on like that, you can sort of get in the game and it gives you more resources to use, like that sort of Professor's Children or that 1 copy of Professor's Research you can use to great effect as well. I
think the thing that concerns me is if I'm having to use my Ball Search for Luminion, let's say, Manaphy, let's say, because if I'm playing against Chen Pao, and they've got a really strong board presence, they've managed to put the Greninja down, and what if let's say I've started Screamtail, and then I'm forced to get a Manaphy to protect my Rolls that I need to put down, but what if I'm out of Ball Search then?
Yeah.
What then? If I don't have Mew, like Celebration's Mew, to put in the active to try and gain me more draw support, I really fear for those strong Radiant Greninja decks that can take 2 KOs on the bench. That just worries me too much, and I feel like for me, I'm not confident enough to go in without my Battle VIP passes. They're too much of a comfort at this point.
No, it's hard to play without Battle VIP pass, right? So we saw in that round, Moonglow Reverse was placing 2 damage counters, and we saw Screamtail placing damage counters. If you want to play some damage counters at home on TCG Live, We have a giveaway for that. Now, sure, it won't be using Cresselia or Screentel, but you can use this special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX. Look at that gorgeous card. I'm a big fan. That Tachyon bits, when you move that Iron Valiant EX to the active, you can place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that can cause havoc against Gardevoir, against Chien-Pao decks, Lost Box decks. So if you want to sort of have your own fun at placing damage counters in fun ways, make sure to use that code there, Paradox LAIC, on Pokemon TCG Live. You only get 1 per account, and you have to use that code before the 27th of November. So don't leave it too long, because there is a maximum limit as well. But
and don't forget, we did see Iron Valiant make a mess of Chien-Pao yesterday, so if you'd like to go and see for yourself exactly how powerful this card can be, I recommend going and hopping over at some point to yesterday's cast. Don't go anywhere for now, but you have plenty to watch, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, so make sure you get involved with that if you want an Iron Valiant. I know I want it. I'm sure when we get up and load up my own TCG Live, get my own special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX. But I think we're going to have a quick break now while we get our next round ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon.
Jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Americhan. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémons de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então eu acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. O meu Pokémon favorito do Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Americhan, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémon é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TCG Latin American Championships. How are we doing today, Shay? How do we feel after a bit of a rest after that chaotic game?
I feel fantastic. I got to see my caster picks doing extremely well. I actually got a little surprise for you, by the way. So we've talked a lot about my caster picks. Your caster pick was Zoroark box, right?
Yeah.
So I was walking around the venue earlier, and I thought I'd get you a scissor, which was one of your picks. So there you go.
My goodness,
you can have that.
Him. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love him so much. Thank you. Oh, I'm going to play him, and I can't even read it. I love him. Thank you, Shay.
That's okay.
I wish I could give you a hug, but I'd knock your mic.
I'm not sure if we're going to get to see a scissor again on stream, so we get to see this one instead.
Thank you. Oh, well, I tell you what, though. I think we are going to be seeing some grass types soon, so maybe that will appease me a little bit.
Okay, well, and why do you think we're going to see some grass types? What would have to happen? What have you got planned?
Well, I just have to wait and find out.
Okay, little surprise for you guys at home.
But what do you guys think? If you were to see a grass type on stream right now, what would it be?
What would it be? Get involved in the chat now. So we've given you a hint. You are going to see a grass type in this next round that we've got on stream. Let us know what you think it is, because I guarantee you ain't going to get it right.
I don't think you're going to get it right. I don't think you got this.
No.
I didn't even write any puns for this one. We're gonna have to freestyle this.
We'll both be freestyling this round, and let's see who can come up with a better freestyle. You've been coming up with some blinders, to be fair. Though,
there's been some on-the-go ones that I'm really proud of actually this weekend.
So it looks like, you definitely have. So it looks like our players are getting ready, very close to set it up. So I think we're gonna cut down to the stage now.
Yay!
And get our next round. Here we go.
Back on into, what are we on, round 11?
Yeah, round 11.
Oh my goodness, that doesn't seem real, does it? I can't believe how much time flies when we're having fun. He's got the, they've got the Pikachu floppy deck box. I love that. It's official Pokemon Center merchandise from Japan. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's a little bit, what the cutest little things. You just want to squeeze its cheeks.
I like the little the ears, to be fair. I love that.
That is very cute. Oh, both players looking ready. Looks like we've had a mulligan. There's a dice sitting on top of the table.
Yeah, it looks that way. So this is your last chance, chat. Get your guesses in for what grass type one of our players are playing there, because, like I said, I'm not convinced you're going to get it right, but I've been intrigued to see what your guesses are. I'll give you another hint, actually.
Oh.
It's an attacker. It is an attacker. It is in this deck to attack. It's not going to sit on the bench or use an ability.
Okay, that rules out Radiant Serena, so it's not going to be that. So
rules out Cherrim.
Yeah. You played Cherrim.
I love a bit of Cherrim.
Yeah, you played Cherrim for a little bit there, didn't you?
Yeah, a bit of Cherrim. That was my jam.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Spoilerino! So who guessed Superior V-Star? Who guessed that then? Be honest.
It wasn't me, I tell you.
So yeah, we got Douglas there on the left playing that Arceus V-Star box. I mean, there is a lot of stuff in that deck which we'll get to, but the Superior V-Star there as well, who is no stranger to the LAIC, because in LAIC 2019, got a top 128. But he will be facing Duncan, who's playing Mew. So coming after my heart there, that Mew deck. So that's going to make it very interesting. It's almost like a very old matchup you'd see, right? Mew into Arceus. So I'm excited to see how this pans out. Let's look at these prize cards then. So Duncan has prized a Box of Disaster, a Boss's Orders, a Cram, and one Path. And then Douglas there has prized an Arc V-Star. Well, two Arc V-Stars actually, sorry, a Bidoof as well.
Word,
Keep an eye on that.
Bad luck. Thankfully, they do play 3, but it is a bit crucial for this kind of box style deck, obviously one of my favorite styles, to get your consistency Pokemon out into play. And for Douglas here, that is that Arceus V-Star and the Bibarel.
Yeah, so let's have a little talker then about why this is an Arc box deck. What is in Douglas's deck to make this a box? Well, there is a 1/1 guarantee in a V-Star, so we have to keep an eye on that. We want to know how strong Lost Impact can be. There is a Mew EX as well, so it is possible to attack with that under the right scenarios, with that genome hacking. There's obviously the 1/1 superior V-Star there as well. Mostly there for its last hyping, that Regal Blender is 190, I believe. And if you also see the card that Duncan has to worry about, that one copy of Drapion.
Yes, always very terrifying to the Mew VMAX player. Although they have Box of Disaster, it is not a box deck in its own right. Starting off with Douglas's turn, looks like we are going in heavy with some ball search there. Straight into the deck, and thankfully for Douglas, they did begin with their Arceus V. Arceus V does have decent attacks that can be utilized early on. However, we are ultimately wanting to get into that V-Star, which could be troublesome. So Douglas is going to be spending a little while here checking on where on earth their V-Stars have got to.
Yeah, it's going to put a lot of pressure on finding Ultra Ball, right? Because now you sort of really have limited options into drawing into the Arceus V-Star. As Douglas does have an Ultra Ball in hand, actually, so might have a get-out-of-jail-free card there. But I tell you what, if you're Douglas and you're staring across from a Genesect, you have no clue, you know, is there going to be a Meloetta barreling down on me turn 1, right? You know, which would be terrifying. But luckily for Douglas, he doesn't, Duncan, I should say, is playing a DTE version of Mew, so there will be no turn 1 pressure.
No, thankfully there are no Meloettas to help out these breakdance and Genesects. Not on this occasion, but, you know, Douglas doesn't know that.
Wow, we're seeing the Ultra Balls being played here. So this is going to have to target an Arc V-Star, surely, unless you're going to rely on your restart. But I guess actually, because Douglas isn't to know that this isn't a fusion, you kind of have to put down two Arc Vs, because if you wasn't and then you got hit by a Meloetta, you now have no Arc V in play to evolve into. The cameraman getting a nice shot at that deck box for you there, did you hear?
Yeah.
How happy you got.
Oh, so cute. It really took me by surprise. They did that on purpose, I swear. They let Amy think this is cute.
So
we are going for Mew's ability there. An empty hand, but drawing 3. We've got a double turbo and then just a Lost City. But the Lost City is going down, okay.
But you kind of have to put it down so you can try and draw more off that restart ability. Right over to Duncan, who starts off the turn with a Nest Ball and going to have his own time to prize check here as well. Now, the 4DTE version is more streamlined in the sense that your turn 1s are just focused on getting as many Mew Vs and as many Genesect as possible. You haven't got to worry about trying to weave in Meloetta or anything like this. Oh, and Duncan does play the full art Mew. That's my favourite one right there.
That is
the colours.
That is some boss Mew. That is a beautiful art. There's so many different arts of this Mew, but they all impress.
Yeah, I mean, that Crown Zenith one to the left there, I think is gorgeous as well. Look at the colours again. Oh, I love a better Mew VMAX me. Anyway, back over to Duncan. So what is in that hand, actually? I see a switch. I see a path. I don't actually see... Oh, we see some Judge. Okay.
Justified gloves. It's unfortunately not relevant in this matchup, but I've seen a lot more Mew players playing it this weekend, and I can definitely justify why. With so much Charizard and Roaring Moon running around rampant.
Yeah, well, I guess in this matchup, actually, it means that if Douglas was going to attack with a Drapion, it does mean that you won't need to find a power tablet to KO the Drapion. You can just use a Justified Gloves, which could be easier because you can just leave it attached and then not have to worry about it ever again. Now, Justified Gloves do an extra 30 to your dark types that you hit into. And looking at Duncan there, going to get 2 Mew Vs as well, so 3 Mew Vs in totality. Going to Lost Vacuum away that Lost City, and then going to start the turn off there with a Fusion Strike system for 4 new cards. Going to find a DTE, a Forest Seal Stone, and was that a switch as well? So a ton of other cards, a lot to go off, and a Chromatic as well. And let's see what he chooses to do. Does attach that energy there, and just debating on what to do. Probably don't. I don't think you can do anything else there apart from attach that Forest Seal Stone. Maybe you could use that to find a Battle VIP pass. And they are going to see that Cram. In case you don't know, discard the item. If you flip a coin, if head, you get to search any card from your deck. Whoa, off the tip. Excited there, Duncan. Here we go again.
Oh, no.
Probably going to have to use that Star Alchemy now for a Battle VIP pass to get some more Genesects into play.
Yeah, Genesect has the most fantastic ability in the Pokemon TCG. in a while, in my opinion. I think it's absolutely ferocious. Being able to control your card draw like that is essential. So they've gone ahead and used an early Forest Sealstone. It's never really what Mew wants to be using a Forest Sealstone for, but it's a nice get-out clause in case of this scenario.
Yeah.
And luckily, we got 2 more Genesect out, so Duncan can consistently draw up to 6 cards in their hand multiple times in their turn. They've got an empty hand right now, so we get the full 6.
Yep. Great feeling as a Mew. He does find a battle VIP plus 10, unfortunately. And we're going to see it get crammed away immediately, though. Duncan! Yay! There you go. Law of averages. You know, 50-50. So over two flips, one of them goes in your favor. Now, I'm intrigued to see what this targets, because Duncan doesn't know that Douglas plays Drapion. It's not something, I mean, it's something you can see in Arc decks, but it's not like, you know,
it's not typical, is it?
Yeah, it's not typical. So I'm intrigued to see what that targets. And then what Duncan chooses to leave in the active as well, because if he leaves a DTA in the active, that could be disastrous.
It could, so there we go. We're just going for the 1.
And then, yeah, you're always going to end the turn by retreating, preserving your DT. Now, are we going to see that path to the peak come down? We are. Now, this could be interesting. Oh, no, Douglas actually did have the Arc V-Star, but can't use Starbirth now.
Oh, I wonder whether it might have been great to have held on to that Lost City just a little while longer.
Well, he got judged though, right? So, yeah.
But at least it would still be in deck, I suppose.
I guess you can still evolve and attach it to the active. That's interesting. And then gonna potentially play that boss to try and stall.
Ah, there we go. Genesect are slightly notoriously difficult to retreat. They have 2 retreat cost, and Duncan is going to need to find a switch option or a double turbo energy, but maybe that feels a bit wasteful.
Well, it's interesting. Duncan's got a few options. There's an escape rope as well, which he opts to play. So that's basically saying that Duncan is essentially going to take 2 prize cards. It's actually risky, because if you promote the Arc V-Star, it's harder for Duncan to KO, but then you sort of give up your only attacker. So I think, yeah, you kind of have to give up the Mew EX there. We see 2 Mews staring down each other. So one of them's got a little bit more HP and can do a lot more damage.
Quite a lot more HP. Oh my goodness gracious. Poor Mew. Off they go. They said there could only be 1. And one of Douglas's Pokemon goes to the discard pile to kick this round 11 off, with Duncan taking 2 prize cards.
Yeah, we see that judge path from Duncan at least immediately sticking, but Douglas can at least use Trinity Nova now, 200 damage, or be 180 after that DTE, and lets you attach 3 basic energies from your deck and attach them to your V Pokemon in any way you like. Now, I've been intrigued to see where these go, I should say. Does it go on a Giratina V? Does it go on the other Arc V? And it looks like we're going to see a Psychic and a Grass onto Giratina V, and then 1 Psychic onto the Arc V as well. So you can sort of try and hedge your bets and attack with no matter what Duncan chooses to do. Now, I wonder if Duncan, does actually top deck the Lost Vacuum there, so it can opt to remove this path to the peak and draw some cards, or he can just choose to keep up this path lock. What do you think you would do?
I think I would leave the path for now. I think you've achieved what you need to for the moment, and I don't think it's worth getting rid. But then I am on the desk, and Duncan is down here playing, and they're going, no.
So perfectly timed.
They're going, no. No, I need to draw some more cards, which is, again, perfectly reasonable. I just think Duncan was in a really strong spot there and could have potentially left it so that Douglas absolutely was unable to Starbirth once again. But with Mew's draw power, I think there's a high possibility of them getting another one down.
So there's a world. Duncan's already played 1 power tablet. Only needs to find 2 more damage modifiers to actually KO this Arc V-Star. So I kind of like the getting rid of the path to the peak. You can sort of say, right, I've denied your Starbirth now. So now I'm going to deny your Starbirth just by KOing your Arc V-Star. That seems to be the play. And if you can re-establish path to the peak lock as well, that would be the icing on the cake, as it were. So now Duncan can start to fusion system for a full 6 again. We're looking for damage modifiers here. There's path to the peak, Featherball, Judge, Palpad, There's 1 modifier!
Ooh,
we're getting close! We're getting close!
And Choice Belt obviously only works on V Pokemon, so these are all valid targets, but not throughout the tournament will they have found a kind of exclusive use for Choice Belt in every matchup. But this one, nah, this matchup is free game. We can use our Choice Belts. We don't have to attach them to something silly just to get them out of our hand.
You do see that feather ball now being played. Lets you search your deck for any Pokemon with a free retreat cost and put it in your hand. In this deck, that targets all the Move V and all the Move V Max as well. So let's see what Duncan chooses to take. Could actually opt to just take a V Max and Evolve. That will deny any Psychic Leap now, so that's something to keep in mind. There will be no Psychic Leap options, at least for now. But I think when you're trying to search for that one modifier to potentially close this game out early, that might be the way to go. As Duncan also plays a Power Pad to shuffle in. Looks like going to be Roxanne and a Judge, or just a Roxanne, I should say.
I think going aggressive here is the way to go.
Yeah.
You've limited your opponent's board state down to 3 Pokemon. Yeah, they have energy, but neither are fully evolved. A little bit of a fumble there, but not one that we can't pick up and get on with. The judges seem okay.
Yeah, the judges seem okay with that.
Yeah, we're all right. It happens. We all get a bit fumbly and sweaty during these tournaments when there's so much pressure. But yeah, I think going aggressive here is the right call personally. A Psychic Leap isn't going to KO any of Douglas's Pokemon, so I don't know if it's worth considering when Duncan's in such a strong spot. However, Duncan is obviously none the wiser that there is a Drapion lurking.
And that is lurking, as we do see another Fusion Strike system. Show us the modifier. The last card! Oh, so now with those 3 modifiers, 2 power tablets, and that choice belt, that means that benched Mew V Max and reestablishes Path Lock as a Judge as well.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, Duncan!
That is the play for a Mew V Max deck, right? We want to see Judge, Path, Disruption, and no abilities for you, sir.
Wow, okay, this has potentially be a very strong turn. If Douglas doesn't draw much off this Judge, this game could start to get out of hand. And let's see what Duncan can draw here as well. Anything you draw here is just icing on the cake, really.
Let's have a look.
Douglas hasn't drawn much.
That doesn't look fantastic. Ideally, what Douglas was looking for, some out to that path to the peak, and maybe even just a Drapion just to be able to catch back up again.
Yes, we are going to see the Techno Blast for KO with the 2 power tablets and the choice belt. There's exactly 280, and it looks like Douglas, I should say, sorry, has a Nest Ball, so could have got the... Wait, you can go Nest Ball and then Lost Vacuum away the path to the peak, and Drapion can come down for the KO here. Is that what he's going to choose to do?
Possibly. The double turbo energy does kind of infer that that's going to happen because they're able to get that free retreat. Oh, is that a Squavit? They're going to go for this. They're going to go for the Nestash. No.
I guess the problem with using the Drapion here is that...
Oh, that's our Squavit with Nestash. Look at it with his little berries. Once your turn, during your turn, you can shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of your deck and draw 1.
Yeah, draw 1. I guess the sort of issue with going for the Drapion here is that Duncan's only on 2 prize cards. So all he has to do is just KO that Drapion to win. And while that Drapion is so strong, so that Wild Style means it can attack for 1 less colorless energy for each Fusion Strike, Rapid Strike, or Single Strike Pokemon your opponent has in play. And that Dynamic Tail does 190 damage, which with weakness KOs a UV Max for no energy. Whoa!
Oh, so there we go. Unfortunately, yes, there was no way around it. Not being able to close out the game when Duncan was already on 2 prize cards left. And yeah, I totally agree that this was unfortunately the way to go with that. Move on to the next game. Give us plenty of time to try and close out a best of 3.
And yeah, there we just see that age-old re-equalizer of Judge and Path to the Peak. Judge limiting your opponent's options and Path to the Peak, just turning off all those rulebox abilities, denying that star birth there for Douglas, and meaning basically saying you're not going to get involved in the game. I'm just going to keep swinging for KOs over and over and over again. And Duncan is currently 1 game up here in the Swiss round 11.
Yeah, we'll see whether Douglas has held their cards close enough to their chest to keep the secrets of their box-style deck alive enough, because maybe that element of surprise could throw Duncan off this time. I think keeping that Drapion secret is really huge. It didn't hit the discard pile. They didn't search for it. It wasn't prized, but they chose to keep it a secret, knowing that it wasn't going their way, and revealing a Squavit instead maybe is just the better way to go about it, or maybe even failing that search would have been okay as well, if they were deciding whether to scoop it up.
We do see here a quick replay there. We saw the turn 1 there from Duncan being able to flood the board. We saw that sort of that defense boss was always trying to stall Duncan, but Duncan was having none of it. Immediately found an escape rope, took 2 prize cards, then was to immediately eject that Arc V-Star with a combination of 3 damage modifiers. As we are going to see, it was this turn here when Duncan even managed to weave in a Judge and a Path to the Peak as well, just for good measure. And yeah, there we go, see the 3 damage modifiers, taking damage up to 280. And that was pretty much all she wrote after that. I mean, sure, the Screwbit Nestash might have been able to get a supporter, but unfortunately, it did not. And Douglas is going to have to be shuffling up here for game 2.
Yeah, haste makes waste. Douglas knew that it wasn't going to continue to go their way, and Duncan had unfortunately done Mew things and got all set up far too quickly.
So it looks like players are setting up here. Look at the prize cards again. Douglas only prizes 1 Arc V-Star. Duncan has prized 2 copies of Judge and 1 copy of Forest Silstone, 1 Cram, a Path, and Battle VIP pass. So I think the prize advantage there probably goes to Douglas. And let's see what Douglas can do to start this game. Has led that 1 copy of Scrover, has an Arc V on the bench as well. Benches Bidoof as well. Who needs a Battle VIP pass, eh? Even has a 2nd Arc V as well if he chooses to place it into play.
I like to see the Bidoof this time, being able to get consistent hands, I think will help a lot. And again, it's something we didn't see last game. I think it's definitely easy to infer that you have Bibarel in the deck if the Squabbit shows its sweet little face. Those chubby cheeks are hiding no secrets.
Sweet little face. Look at the production stuff. Put it up there for you as well. Sweet.
Look at the innocence. Look at him.
Well, we saw the Screwbit Barrel combo come in clutch in some past regionals, right?
Yeah.
I think it was responsible for a regional victory. So
it's a fantastic combination, being able to put the cards that you don't want directly to the bottom of your deck, draw 1, and then continue drawing up to 5, potentially even after having played that 1 card. So it really gives the deck a lot more maneuverability.
Oh, are we seeing the turn 1 Nestash?
Yeah, I think because they want to use restart for Mew, maybe. So a Nestash and then restart to be able to grab different cards.
Was the hand that bad, though? Because now this restart, this has to be a good 3 cards from staying in the game. And he got the Bibarel, though.
The Bibarel.
Wow. I tell you what, Douglas is a risk taker. I would not have done that, but he finds himself in round 11 in day 2 of International. And I'm sat here talking about it. So
Shay, I got to disagree with you. I would have done that. I think that's a great idea. At the end of the day, even if the hand was bad, they can still Nestash again and restart on the next turn. So you're actually drawing more like kind of 7 or 8 cards rather than just the 3. I think I like that move. I liked it. I like the way that Mew moves.
I was literally just about to say that, and you beat me to it. Well done.
I nicked your line. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we are. So we have a nest ball there for Duncan. Going to get a Duncan, I should say, and a feather ball. So that's going to grab a Genesect and a Mew V as well. That nice full art one as well. And then Justified Gloves. Doesn't know. That's not going to be super relevant. So you're going to Ultra Ball that away in combination with Boss's orders. And that's probably going to find another Genesect if I had to guess. And let's see what Duncan chooses.
Let's have a look and see. Having a bit of a laugh. See.
It's going to be a nice fusion strike system for 5, I think, at least.
I think
right?
you're right.
5.
Yeah. And honestly, we saw last game that those sorts of card draw moments were just huge. They just got him everything he needed to get set up so consistently and continue to just put the pressure on Douglas.
Now, one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on here is that Duncan managed to fill his bench without having to use Battle VIP pass. That means they're all still in the deck, so he might draw into them now at an inopportune moment. Does have a cram. We're going to have to get rid of a switch for this. Big dice roll here. Look at this. Look at this camera angle for that. Oh, my goodness. And it was a... Wow, look at the zoom as well. Woo! These cameramen have been so good today. Let's go. And yesterday as well.
Oh, they know where to put the drama on. It's on those coin flips, because really that's the only thing that can leave Mew in a bit of a sticky situation. But even then, if you've got Genesix on the board, who cares? Because you're going to be able to draw loads of cards.
This is true, but Duncan might be saying, hold on, let me do the old Judge Path combination again.
Because we got 2 Mew VMAX in hand right now, and does Duncan really want that?
I mean, I couldn't actually see what he took there, but yeah, you probably would have to try and draw a little bit more. So I wouldn't actually mind a Judge here, sort of limit your opponent. But again, you did just see your opponent go Nest Dash plus Restart, so it was a Path to the Peak. So we're going to draw 2 cards there off the Fusion Strike system. Escape Rope and a Cram. You might want to hold on to that Cram.
Cram-o-matic.
You might want to hold on to that so you can have an out to the path if you choose to put it down. Let's see if Duncan does choose to put it down. Might actually want to just hold since you haven't got a guaranteed stadium out.
I think I like the just taking your time with Mew here. Like you said last time, moving that Mew with the energy back onto the bench to protect it and then taking it easy. They are going for the path. Ooh, I like the aggressive play. They're saying, I don't think you have a B-barrel. I think you're going to need to use restart again. But Douglas proves them wrong, and here's a B-barrel load of fun.
So here we're going to see Industrious incisors for 4. Oh, no, it's going to be 5. No, it will still be 4. After the nest, dash draws 1. Path to the peak, can't play that. Industrious is a big Industrious. Would he find a stadium out, though?
No.
Does not.
No, 2 stadiums, but the wrong stadium.
The wrong stadium.
We don't want that.
And I guess that's an interesting scenario as we do see that Superior V for the first time. Look at that attack name, Noble Light.
Beautiful.
But I think, is that going to have to be a pass? It is. Discrover has to stay in the active, and Duncan now has a turn to try and increase the tempo. Could go after that Arc V-Star, but I think the turn's going to start off with that Cram to try and replace that stadium.
Like the Mew VMAX cram-o-maticing away a Palpad. Will we get results? No!
Oh, it was a 3. Now this is what I was worried about, putting the path down. Now you can't really do a great deal apart from just swinging to the active. Not the greatest.
No, taking 1 prize card on the Squavit kind of skews the prize trade for Duncan. Duncan's going to be wanting to take 3 sets of 2 prizes, whereas Douglas is obviously going to try their best to go for 2 larger knockouts and take 3 prizes and then a second set of 3 prizes, especially where Duncan doesn't really play any single prize options. The best prize map to go for Douglas is 2 Mew VMAX win the game.
Yeah, you are correct. So there's 2 shot. One of you do see the Superior come down. I guess it makes sense if you are going to go for Trinity Nova this turn, you want something to attach them to.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, Superior's attacks aren't awful. They're not great into Mew, but 190, what does that kill, Shay? What does that kill, Shay?
That kills Genesect, well, that does.
Yeah.
Well, Genesect resists grass, actually, so it doesn't.
Oh, no, you're quite right. It's metal, which does resist grass. I always forget the resistance is very unusual. We haven't had grass in the meta in a long time, right?
No, you are correct. Has been pretty underrepresented. There we go. We got there eventually.
There we are. Yeah,
we got there eventually.
We got that. And there's the Giratina V hitting the bench as well. Douglas has showing the full breadth of their box deck, but it's again minus the Drapion, keeping that secret still.
Yes, he definitely can't put it down while part of the peak is in play. Now, Douglas did draw into a Raihan. So that would be a Garagel free card at some point. Opts not to play it this turn. They're just going to Trinity Nova into the active. 180 damage, and then gets to attach some energy. But it's going to go on that Giratina V and maybe 1 on the Superior V as well. Or
yeah, I quite like this play, actually, thinking about it. So if Duncan were to want to Psychic Leap, they're not going to take a KO unless they kind of do quite a lot of steps. Maybe they're going to need to get the barrel into the active and then use some modifiers. So is it worth Psychic Leaping? Probably not, but then it leaves them open to the Drapion, right?
Yeah, Psychic Leap would be what, Boss Barrel and then what, 3 power tablets? Couldn't even be choice, but it has to be power tablets.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be an option.
No, I think it's too many moving parts, like too much to expect. It's not impossible, but it's a lot to expect.
We are going to see the escape rope being played now. This is interesting. What is Douglas going to promote? Any one of those Pokemon can be KO'd, to be honest with you.
I think it's Mew. I think maybe Mew would be my choice.
Yeah. Well, the
Arceus or Mew, I think. I think you've got to protect your heavier attackers, right? Although then again, Superior is not as good as Arceus V-Star in an attack, so I'm not sure. That's a really tough decision.
As Douglas does go for the Arceus. And do see that Judge. That's what I was worried about, actually, for Douglas. Holding that Raihan now could be in a spot of bother. He's at the mercy of Judge, you know, in a bit of a court of law here. To see who the Judge favors, as it were. Duncan still kind of needs to find a power tablet or some modifier, actually, to KO this Arceus V-Star in the active. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Or could actually retreat back into the Mew VMAX. I think I had a choice put on it. It does, but then that Mew VMAX has taken damage, so that could be KO'd as well.
Yeah, I believe it's an Arceus V in the active, though, Shay. I think the V-Star's now on the bench due to the escape rope, so a little bit less for Mew to have to do to take a 2-prize KO this turn.
I think do still need a damage modifier to hit 220, as we do see that
Yeah,
power
there
tablet
it
being played.
goes.
And I like this though, because that means you can keep your damage UV on the VMAX, I should say, on the bench. As we do see that Techno Blast by a Cross Fusion Strike. And let's see how the judge has treated Douglas, as Duncan goes out to 3 prize cards. What has he got in his hand?
Ooh, that doesn't look too shabby, you know. Still no path out, but an Iono. We've got the Bibarel still in play. I think we've got some okay feeling card draw there, attaching to the Giratina V, giving it its 3rd energy, so it can attack now, but it isn't quite big enough. We probably want it to be a V-Star, right?
Yeah, we need the V-Star really at some point. We're seeing Avery. Oh, Avery is so good against
and
Mew.
a vacuum as well, but they do have a damaged Mew, so do they want to leave that and not Avery yet?
That is true, actually. That is true.
Because
Let's
they
see.
can't Psychic Leap.
Well, we are going to see the Starbirth being used. That's the first time we've seen it, actually, in this best of 3. Starbirth letting you grab any 2 cards from your deck and put them into your hand.
Yeah, so finally we see the Stellar Starbirth, showing that Arceus is indeed the legendary Pokemon and can go into the deck and grab 2 cards. And the lovely part about this, you also don't have to show your opponent, because you're allowed to take whatever you want as long as you take 2 cards. That's all you have to prove to them. So again, we get some secrets.
Opting to actually Ultra Ball away the Avery and Iona, so Avery isn't going to be on Douglas's game plan, at least for now. I think we are going to see a boss's orders, as that was one of the Starbirth targets. Probably going to try and remove that bench Mew VMAX. And do you know what that means? Once that Mew VMAX is gone, Drapion comes in to clean this game up.
That's the thing. So although Douglas is looking like they're in a bit of a fishy situation, actually this is beautiful. Yes, yes, that's what we like to see. They're going to bring it back, baby. Getting a KO on the Mew VMAX with still the secret knowledge of knowing that they can possibly take another one as long as Path eventually comes back out of play.
Yeah, it's a real interesting scenario there to place the path to the peak. Then you now make your own Drapion harder. Like, if Duncan doesn't replace that path, you can't Drapion. And there is a world in which Duncan can still take KOs even under path. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
I'm kind of liking the bluff of the path, going, I don't have a Drapion. No, it's not. It's not there. Not at all. I promise. And actually, they have I think it's worked.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's worked because
It did.
Duncan has now put their own path into the Lost Zone. There are 3 paths to the peaks of the Lost Zones. 3.
You
and
can
so
say that path to the peak is rather hard to walk up right now.
it really is. And so Duncan has put themselves in a situation where they may not be able to get another path to the peak into play, leaving Douglas wide open for that Drapion attack.
There is a world, though, where Duncan can put his own path to the peak back down, though. So
Hey,
not quite out the woods yet, as it were, or not quite off the peak.
If they can find one, that's the thing. 2 of their own are in the Lost Zone. There's a lot of card draw still to go, only 1 Mew VMAX in play, so yep, going for the next Mew V to allow themselves to draw more cards off those Genesects.
So let's see what Duncan chooses to do there as Douglas just consults the discard pile. Yeah, you are correct. Douglas has managed to hide that Drapion. I mean, it could be an educated guess from Duncan, but the problem, well, I said a problem, a downside to playing 4 DTE Mew into the Fusion is you haven't got a choice, realistically, about playing around Drapion. You have to attack the 3 prize Pokemon unless you use Psychic Leap. So you kind of, or your only defense is just try and leave Path to the Peak in play as much, because Path to the Peak would turn off that Wild Style ability, making it so where Drapion needs 4 energy to attack, which makes it a lot less likely. As we do see a Fusion Strike system, Boss's orders. Oh, goodness, we don't want to see that.
And that's a really clogged hand right now.
It is.
Duncan can't play any of those cards. They can play 1 supporter, and that is it. No, leave him alone. Okay, all right, no, it's all right. They went for the Mew. They changed their mind.
But this is what I said earlier about how he managed to fill his bench without playing Battle VIP Pass. They will come into the hand eventually, as he has 2 in the hand now. I've played a lot of Mew. I know how this works. As we are going to see a Fusion Strike system for 1. Now, as we see the boss's orders onto the Mew EX, let's see what this Genesect's going to do for Duncan.
Please be playable.
Needs to be
playable.
It was a path to the peak! Oh my goodness gracious.
That was unbelievably lucky.
But now Duncan might not put that down. He doesn't know about the Drapion.
No, he doesn't. He's none the wiser. And I think the bluff from Douglas was, he bluffed it.
Yeah.
He bluffed it successfully. He doesn't know. Oh my goodness gracious. gracious.
He can't find the Drapion though. Look at that hand.
Oh no.
He hasn't got access to it.
But he's got Bibarel.
But he's got 4 cards and he's going to have to attach an energy and then draw 2 of this Industrious inside. It's going to be a very important 2. How well trained is this Bibarel? Lost Cities!
Oh, and that's Duncan's final path to the peak. So maybe that's why they decided to keep it, because the other one, the last one, is in the prize cards.
So we do see the Lost City come down. But we know that Duncan has another boss's orders in hand. We know that. So I'm fairly certain if there is no Hannah shot, which we know there isn't, Duncan just has to boss it. Oh, wait, we'll have to actually switch around to reset that Techno Blast, actually. So not quite out of the woods yet. But
Not out of the woods. And also, I mean, they've got to either switch around or make a new Mew VMAX, so going for the power tablet, and they still have that really clogged hand.
they do have the Forest Hill Stone. V-Star hasn't been used yet, so just going to have to V-Star for an escape rope or a switch.
Here come the puzzle pieces. Do they have any Judge left, or like Roxanne? Maybe it's worth refreshing their hand.
No, I think they just play the switch card, or they retreat switch card back into the Mew V, boss anything with that power tablet, the barrel or Superior, and that should wrap it up. So now we're going to see the switch card retreat, switch card back in to reset the Techno Blast.
Here we go.
Boss's order's going to rear his head.
Oh no!
And that is the game.
Oh.
And there we go, Mew VMAX doing Mew VMAX things as Duncan Crowley wins our Swiss round 11, taking himself to a very nice record. And commiseration to Douglas there. I feel as if he played it really well.
He did fantastic, but unfortunately, Duncan just had all of the Mews to, you know, pull off that fantastic win. We didn't see the Drapion, unfortunately, so we did get away with it.
See, I can see Duncan says he likes the way he moves as well, the way those Mews were maneuvering around. What a game, though. Quite honestly, as Duncan Crowley is our winner with that 4 DTE Mew. And you know what? I feel like talking about Gardevoir being one of my picks, actually. Do you know what my other pick was? Mew VMAX. So, Mew VMAX, yeah, it's looking all right for me so far. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it's been pretty well on stream so far.
Shay, gosh, honestly, I think, yes, your caster pick is looking incredibly strong. Up until now, for sure, and I really do hope that these players continue to do well today. It was still very likely we could see them in the top cut of this tournament. As of round 11, here we go. 8, oh, well, that would be 9-1-1. What a record.
9-1-1, the march towards top 8. Bear in mind, it's Duncan's first time at LAIC, and he's doing a fantastic job, putting himself in a fantastic position. As we do see the replay here going over to Douglas's turn 2, I believe this was, and he didn't quite draw the cards he needed, and Duncan was quick to capitalize. We do see that Cram, I think this was a tails. This was a 3, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
there it was. But it didn't matter. Duncan will still be able to take the prize cards and apply that pressure. Douglas, you know, did stabilize, and did get out the Arc V-Star eventually, but you could argue it's a little bit too late, and Mew VMAX just loves 2 prize attacking deck, because Mew VMAX has no problems swinging, taking 2 prize cards at a time. And as part of the peaks managed to just delay the inevitable, really, and Duncan was able to just fire them off. Douglas got very close, though. If he was able to find Drapion V on this next turn after concluding this Trinity Nova KO, he actually would have won, and we were going to a game 3. But unfortunately, he couldn't find the Drapion. Duncan was just reducing their hand size all the time, and that clutch, very clutch there, Fusion Strike system closed out the game.
It did. Yep, and that's the beauty of Mew, right? So consistent, so sleek. Every movement seems so agile and defined. Really a truly masterful deck, and I can definitely see why it is our current world champion deck.
That's a good point. It's the world champion deck.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that's going to slow down Mew, quite honestly, is rotation. It's how many Mew counters have we seen? The very first one was My Chenna. That gets played in your deck, funnily enough, doesn't it? Yeah. Then we had Darkrai V-Star in that same set.
Yep,
Then we had a Hisuian Samurott as well. Then we had Klefki, I think. Was that the next one? No, Drapion was the next one.
I think was next.
You could argue is the best one.
Yeah.
Then we had Klefki Key.
Yeah.
Then we had Spirit Tomb as well. That's six hard count. Look, you can't even count that on one hand. We need two hands. We need two hands. We need two hands for that. Oh my goodness.
Technically, there are two Moltres, right? There's the single prizer and there's the V as well.
Yeah.
So there's two. So it's seven.
Outrageous.
And still Mew prevails.
Yeah, it's just that, especially in the DTE Mew, a lot different to the Fusion, but it's just that, always saying card games, the equalizer is if your opponent can't play the game, it doesn't matter if they have the options.
Yeah.
They won't be able to do it. We saw Judge Path. That simple Judge Path can swing games and turn otherwise unfavorable matchups into favorables or losses into wins.
It can, and I think that's one of the most beautiful card combinations right now, is just, okay, can you respond to this? And then your opponent's put in a sticky situation like, oh, okay, the turn I had planned is now completely different, and now I got to play differently. And if they can't bring themselves back from the path and just hand disruption combination, that can really spell doom.
Yeah, it just makes your opponent answer questions, right? If playing the Fusion Mew build, you're saying, right, I'm taking a 2 prize KO turn 1, can you now keep up with this prize base? If you're playing the 4 DTE version, you're basically saying, I'm going to be super aggressive, I'm going to limit your hand size down to 4, and I'm going to return off all your toolbox Pokemon abilities. Can you deal with that? And if you answer no to those questions too often, it just left shrugging on your shoulders.
Unfortunately, and that's not what we want to be doing. We want to be playing some cardboard.
Yeah, but I want to give you a massive shout out to Douglas, though.
Oh, they did
bringing
fantastic.
The spice. Like I said, how many of you guys predicted Superior V-Star as that grass type?
And look at their record. Like 8 wins. 8. That's incredible. Just to be able to you know, pilot a deck like that to 8 wins is absolutely beautiful. I just can't think of anything better. It's exactly the style of deck that I enjoy, being able to kind of jump surprises out at your opponent and go, can you deal with this one? And they're like, oh, I'm not sure. But sadly, Duncan was able to deal with everything that was thrown at them this time.
So speaking of Duncan, we're going to get to hear from him now in our winners interview. First time LAIC attendee.
Thank you, casters. I am Jeremy Jalen here with our winner for round 11, Duncan Crowley. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good.
Now, you're playing Mew VMAX, and it's a pretty simple kind of double turbo, judge, path build. What made you decide to play that deck for this event?
Well, I've been playing this deck since Portland Regionals, and, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm not too scared of Charizard. I faced 5 Charizard in Sacramento Regionals, and I went positive against them then, so I really wasn't that concerned, and I've gone positive against Charizard in this regional. So, yeah, I just feel like it's a deck that I know how to sequence. I'm not going to make any mistakes, and sometimes you win because you play really well and you get the first KO, you know, go first, but a lot of times you win just because your opponent's deck is inconsistent, and even if you're having kind of a weird game, you can still pull it out because of that.
Yeah, that game 1 was a little bit scary. You had just the Mew and the Genesect, and then you played the Judge, hoping to hit off the Judge. You ended up getting the 4 Seal Stone, you missed the Crampomatic, but you were able to 4 Seal Stone for the Battle VIP Pass, and then from there, it was just smooth sailing. Has that pretty much been how it's gone throughout today? You're, what, 9-1-1 now?
Yeah, today is, previous round I faced Rapid Strike and Teleon without any counters, so that was just smooth sailing, but I've had a lot of games where things were kind of weird, and just having a judge path to stop my opponent, even if I only had maybe 1 Mew VMAX in play with, you know, a Genesect and a Mew, I was able to get those KOs and then just slowly progress my board state to get the win.
Now, I'm a fan of Judge Path myself. One of the best combos in the game, I think, but have you faced any Roaring Moon this weekend? I know we've seen some Excelgor to try to tech for that matchup. How has that matchup been for you?
I've not faced any Roaring Moon. I did play the Justified Gloves. It's like an okay way to not require an additional counter, and good against Charizard as well, but no, I've not faced it.
Are you kind of scared of that matchup, or is there any other matchup you're kind of like not wanting to face going forward?
Charizard is much more scary than Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is just an inconsistent deck. You play Path turn 1, half the time they don't have it, and you just immediately win. So.
All right. Any shout-outs or anything?
Yeah, I just want to shout out everyone in Sacramento area, all my locals, and also to Pablo Meza for inspiring me to play this deck.
Hey, Pablo's a good guy. I don't know about that, but all right. That does it for round 11. Go ahead and go back to the casters.
All right, we just heard there the shout out to Pablo Meza, obviously getting top 4 EUIC, I believe, with the 4 DTE version of Mew, and obviously one of the lovely casters here commentating this event as well.
Absolutely one of our faves, as always. And yeah, look at that. Shay's predictions open day 2 at LAIC this year. Shay is absolutely going for it. So although they may have not been the inspiration for the deck, they definitely believe in them.
I'm feeling very excited about my predictions, because when we did, what was the last we did? Lil?
Yeah.
My 2 predictions were Mew VMAX and Avery, and the deck that won, funnily enough, was a Mew VMAX deck that had an Avery. So now I want to try and keep up my momentum with my picks.
You're getting too good at this.
So I'm feeling. So we're probably not going to see a Mew VMAX deck that has Gardevoir in it as well. That's not going to happen. But what I really want to see is one of them.
One of the two.
One of the two
in the finals minimum, right?
And so far, keep the fingers crossed. Pray to Arceus that it continues this way. That they keep doing well.
I really do like playing Gardevoir as well, so I'm a big fan. But I've got to say that I'm a potential Mew convert after seeing that Aselgor Mew list yesterday. I really enjoyed watching that play, and I think I'll be giving that a go myself.
Okay, well, we saw a lot of decks being played in day 1. So I think let's have a little bit look at the day 1 metagame that we have here. So there's my pick, just immediately, you know, only number 1. But then one interesting thing, Duncan actually mentioned in an interview that Charizard EX was a deck that he wants to try and bob and weave, and for good reason if you're playing Mew. But well, how do you feel about Charizard for this event?
I think Charizard's a really strong pick for this event. It's got such dramatic HP at 330, and there aren't many prominent grass-type decks in the meta or in the tournament at all, and grass types are the only kind of big counter to Charizard EX, right? And Roaring Moon. So you think, why haven't I seen so many grass types? Well, actually, we've seen a few lists pop them in here and there, scatter them around, but realistically, you know, it's difficult to get something as consistent, and Charizard is just so fast. I don't think that there are many grass types that would be able to keep up with its pure ferocity and infernal rain.
Yeah, and that's why we saw, you know, Douglas playing a superior V-Star. I'm guessing it is for that reason. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Charizard do well. It's actually a deck that, you know, has a really good Mew matchup and has an okay Gardevoir matchup as well. And then at Chen Power, we saw that being played as well. Azul was playing that. I think he is in day 2, I believe. So, got to keep an eye out on that. And then we have the Lost Zone Giratina, a deck that we know can do really, really well. And it does gain that counter catcher. So we have to keep an eye on that. And then we've got the Roaring Moon. I did see a couple actually in day 2, and then Miraidon rounding off. But this is, while it's all well and good looking at the day 1 breakdown, let's see how that converts into day 2. I actually haven't seen these stats either. So let's hopefully have a look at this. And oh, my deck's still there! 24%. And look, Mew VMAX. Now this is actually a really interesting point. Irrespective of that it's still my pick, right? But Mew VMAX wasn't even on the last graph. No. It wasn't a top 5 deck. And so the conversion to not even be top 5 to now be the 5th most popular deck in day 2 speaks volumes to how it's really well positioned for this event.
Really does, and you know, when a deck has a conversion rate like that into day 2, absolutely phenomenal. But I do really think that what we've discussed before yesterday on the cast is that playing a deck that's tried and tested, you know the matchups, you know how to play it, you know it back to front, everyone else knows it back to front. It has its advantages and disadvantages, but ultimately I think, especially looking at this day 2, we are seeing very clearly that knowing your stuff and having that practice under your belt is king.
Yeah. You are. This is what I was saying. I think yesterday was about our cards predictions. From what I've noticed, when it comes to a new format, if there's not an obvious best deck, like this time last year, Lugia V-Star was the objective best deck.
Yes.
In a new format, at least for the first event, it always tends to be older decks that have gotten better. So let's look at these. Gardevoir EX gains Avery. Well, it doesn't gain Avery, but it gains Screamtail and it gains Countercatcher. Lost Zone Giratina gains Countercatcher as well. Charizard can play the Evolution package if it wants TM. Chien-Pao can gains the Iron Hands. Mew VMAX, just that's a bit of an anomaly, Mew VMAX. I don't think it really gains a lot. And then the Miraidon EX as well. I believe that's Miraidon. I might have the wrong pictures there, but it's Miraidon there at 7.5%. That gains Iron Hands as well. There actually isn't a brand new deck here represented in this, top 6 decks here.
No, but there are elements that were necessary for them to get here from the newer sets. You know, Earthen Vessel's a really strong card as well that's going to be prominent in a lot of these, especially in things like Chien-Pao and Lost Zone decks. You know, that's really going to increase the consistency for them and is very likely why they got up here. But let's have a look at that Gardevoir one more time, because I just want to 33 decks out of 134. That's crazy. Almost the just over 100 mark, like the 34, with like 1 out of having that be the Gardevoir players alone. Now, I think there's a combination of this. Not only is it an incredible deck, and it clearly is incredibly strong, I also just think it's really fun to play. And at the end of the day, we are playing a fun card game. We're playing a game, and I think that if you find a deck that you gel with because you're having fun, there is volumes in that.
Yeah, I mean, I was interviewing Jesper Eriksson yesterday, actually, and I actually asked that question, you know, coming into a new meta, do you think it's better for players to play a deck they know, or to try and break the meta and play something new? And he said for like 99% of players, all you want to do is just play a deck that you know, that you're comfortable with, because then you know all the plays, right? Like, for example, I haven't played a lot of Giratina, so if I was to try and rock up to an event and play Giratina, I promise you it wouldn't go well. But I have played a lot more Chien-Pao Mew VMAX, so I'll be more likely to do well, even if it's not, let's say, the best call for the event. A deck that you can pilot to like 90 to 100% accuracy compared to a deck that might be positioned better, where you're playing to like 75% efficiency, you will always probably do better with the deck that you know inside and out.
I think it's clear that we can't get too excited about the new decks and the new cards. But one thing we can get excited about is all of our giveaways this weekend.
Let's go, free stuff.
Let's have a look at our VGC giveaway right now. You can go ahead and grab yourself Alex Gomez-Berna's Dragapult. You can redeem 1 per account via mystery gift in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet using code on the screen by the 20th of November.
Yeah, and here we're going to see it eject this Amoonguss from the battlefield. I know Amoonguss is a very bulky Pokemon. It's not easy to do to sort of get rid of it. What's that, like 95% of that HP? So if you want to be able to dominate your friends in the VGC, then maybe you should try and get your hands on that Dragapult. It's free, but you do have to make sure you are at a certain point of the game, so you will have to progress a little bit through the game before you can receive that. But as long as you are, use that code LAIC. Random Ace has a few letters to replace some numbers there. No, a few numbers to replace some letters, I should say. And you can get yourself Alex Gomez Dragapult.
Yeah, let's have a little look at some of your tweets from
this week
here we go. Well, went 5-4 at LAIC to get top 512 and plus 60 points in the bag. This pushes me halfway over to the point of World's 350 out of 600.
Wow.
It was so nice meeting so many new people this weekend. Julia, you absolutely smashed it. I'm so proud of you, and you have a beautiful deck. Look at all those shiny cards. I love the Professor Stamp,
Judges, I was gonna see if you
and the
noticed
secret art. Iron Hands, look how beautiful it is. You did absolutely fantastic. We're so proud of you.
Yeah, you know, massive shout out there, you know, going 5-4, getting some points. 60 points for 5-4, by the way. That is incredible. Yeah, these internationals are so good for giving out that CP. And like they said, they're going 350, halfway towards that invite. And you're only at your first international of the season. So, Julia, you know what? I think the season's looking good for you. I hope you keep up this fantastic play. Love the deck choice as well, and I'm glad it treated you well.
We're going to see you at Hawaii, right? We're going to see you in Honolulu? I hope so. Very much on the way there. Oh, that's a beautiful... Oh, my goodness!
What am I looking at here?
Look at this, William! Wow. Thank you, Graffiti Games, for a fun Pokemon TCG night as we watch Pokemon LAIC on the television. Super proud of my Mewtwo deck. I love the look of this deck. Mewtwo EX with Clefable. I can just out of the corner of my eye see a little Alt-Art Mew EX there as well, with Xatu, which was in the pre-releases. And don't forget that there are pre-release based side events at these events as well. So if you ever want to come and play, you can do. You don't need to be the most competitive person in the world.
Yeah, shout out to that Terra Mewtwo. It's actually quite, I think, underrated. If you're a psychic that wants to hit for lightning weakness, it's actually, you know, possible to use that Terra Lightning Mewtwo EX. I think it is like, what, 10 plus 30 for each psychic energy you have in play. So you can start hit like Lugia, for example, for weakness very easily. And those R2 is a very underrated form of energy acceleration, letting you attach a psychic energy from your hand and then draw 2 cards as well. So shout out to William there with a spicy deck. I'm glad you're having fun, and I'm glad you're having fun watching the LAIC stream as well.
Oh my goodness. Incredible. After 7 years without playing a big event, I placed 876th out of 1,263 at hashtag Pokemon LAIC. One on happiness and friendship. That's what we're talking about, Dufto.
That's what it's all about. What is the Pokemon about? What is it about really? It's about community and having fun. So I tell you what, Poke-Dufo, if you won on happiness and friendship, it sounds like to me you had the best kind of event there, my friend. So I'm glad after 7 years that you're getting back involved. Love to see that. And hopefully you've been bitten by that competitive bug. And hopefully we see you at more events soon. Loving that pose as well.
Again. Yes, traveling around Japan.
Oh, yes.
Wow, while watching LAIC on my laptop and playing the vintage Pokemon TCG game on Game Boy, which you can get on your Nintendo Switch now, which I'm really excited to pick up and play because I've actually never completed it. And did you know there's a gym leader called Amy in that game?
Is there?
She's a water type gym leader. Yeah, how crazy is that? So there's even lots more new characters to explore in the Pokemon trading card game on Game Boy. Thank you so much, Kashvinda.
Yeah, massive shout out to Kashvinda, playing all the way out there in Singapore. Been there myself, fantastic community out there, regional champion, and had to qualify for the last World Champion, or the London World Championship, I should say, no, the Japan World Championship, I should say, via the Pokemon Company invite, which is can be traditionally a lot harder, but Kashvinda did that. Fantastic member of the community and a stand-up gentleman as well.
That's amazing. Oh, Eric's back! Thank you for tweeting again, Eric. Ready for another awesome day of making new friends. Day 2, we're ready for this. That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully we'll get to catch up with you soon, Eric. I hope you're having the most fantastic day with your friends.
Yeah, look at that. And it's sunny Sao Paulo, and you're having, like, it doesn't get much, at least for me, right? Sun, friends, Pokemon. Come on. Doesn't get much better than that, honestly, and you get that here at LAIC. So I'm glad, Eric, that you're having a fun day too as well. And it's still a 3rd day of competition because we are at an international as well.
Yeah, we get 3 whole days of action-packed fun. There's nowhere to go but here, whether you're watching from home or you're at the event. We have so much more in store for you guys.
Yeah, and it's entertaining. We're only at round 2 here today. Don't forget, at the end of the day, we'll have some top cut games. I've got some top 8 and some top 4 action coming soon as well. So, and as we saw right at the start of the day, we looked at some of the prizes. That's where the big prizes started. Not only packs, but we're talking about some money too.
Oh yeah, we have increased pricing in not only points, but also monetary pricing and physical booster boxes as well this year. And first place, let's not forget, first place of this event gets a guaranteed invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu.
Yeah. If you win, you get on that plane and you'll go into Hawaii. So make sure to get involved. One thing I really love about the international, as you saw on our first tweet there, I should say, is that because the CP pricing goes down lower, go down to top 512.
Yeah.
You only have to go 5-4. So that means you only realistically have to win just over half of your games. Very achievable. So as long as you're at home practicing, get involved in local league practice, I promise you, you can do it. If I can do it, I promise you at home, you can do it. Make sure you get involved with the socials down there. Use the hashtag Pokemon LAIC, hashtag play Pokemon. You've got yourself on Twitter there. You've got YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Come on, that's pretty impressive there, doing it all like that, right?
Yeah. Use our hashtag PlayPokemon to get involved so that we can also read your tweets and see your lovely photos. Yes. Whether you're at the event or you're at home enjoying the event or on the go.
Yeah.
On the train enjoying the event, please let us know what you think.
Yeah, shout out like Cash Binder there was watching Pokemon TCG while playing Pokemon TCG whilst been on a train. So if you want to get involved,
can't get much better than that, right?
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, especially you get the channels down there to keep watching on Twitch and YouTube. Get involved in the chat if you're on Twitch as well. And yeah, if you're going to tweet, make sure to use the hashtag PokemonLIC or hashtag PlayPokemon. And there's every chance that your tweet will be here on this screen and we get to read it out and react to it as well.
It's always lovely to see how the community's doing, whether in or out of the event. It's just so wholesome to see everyone making friends and being just the fantastic community that we all grow to love.
Exactly that. I also want to dial back to our first tweet because we saw there was a professor program judges. I want to give a massive shout out here while we can to all the professors, all the staff. You know, it's because it's not even just production staff. You've got judges, you've got security, you've got catering, you've got people that work at the hive, you've got people that handle the match slips. There's so many staff that go into making these events possible, and without them, well, we wouldn't be here. The players wouldn't be here. You know, we'd all be playing it on the Switch as Cash Binder was. So massive shout out to all the staff because without them, these events wouldn't be possible. So make sure we all are thankful to them. I mean, you're a judge yourself, right? You run local events.
Yes, I run local events back in the UK. It's always so much fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's one of the most joyous things to be able to bring this community together and play Pokemon together. And I love putting on unusual formats. I love playing a lot of the formats that you have at these events as well. So in the side events, some of my favorites are the Ditto Draft. I love me a little Ditto Draft. If you don't know any of the rules to any of these, you can look them up in the alternative formats section of the Pokemon website. I also love me some GLC, popularized by a very fantastic player, Andrew Mahone.
Yep.
And I also very much love me a pick-a-pack.
Oh, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut to a quick break and you guys can go home, look up those alternative formats, and by the time you've read up on them, we'll have the action right back. So don't go anywhere. Quick break.
Good morning, Sao Paulo, and welcome to the LAIC. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Meza, and we have just seen our first 2 rounds of day 2 action here, and we got plenty more to come. Are you excited, Pablo?
I am very excited. The first God of War mirror match, I feel like mirror matches are definitely underrated. It was a very exciting one with God of War back and forth. Did end in a tie, unfortunately, but it was very close, yeah, and both players were very proactive in playing as fast as they could without being a little careless or whatnot. So I really enjoyed that match, and then I feel like Shay really got it right this time. Saw Mew win the previous round, and God of War is dominating the tournament today. So yeah, and I'm pretty happy to see Mew VMAX as well, and especially the shout out I got. That was very nice of Duncan.
Yeah, it is Gardevoir and Mew's day. Psychic Pokemon are ruling this tournament so far. There's quite a few Mew up in the top tables as well, so yeah, we'll probably see a few more as we continue on, but we're definitely going to see a few more Gardevoir. It seems like every table is Gardevoir paired with something else or a mirror match.
Yeah, for sure, and it's really surprising, right? We just got a brand new featured basic dark type Pokemon, which hits both of these decks for weakness, and they are still up there. They're like, nope, I don't mind. Yeah, you knock me out, I'll knock you out in return, and more efficiently as well. So really impressed by the psychic type Pokemon.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our predictions. I don't want to, but we're gonna have to here.
Yep.
We're both doing pretty bad. Amy, she tried.
Amy participated. Yeah. Shay really got it right. You also participated.
Yeah.
So you get your participation award. Yeah. Roaring Moon, there's a few in day 2, definitely nowhere
really
near the top. I feel like Iron Hands is doing something though. Like we have a few Chen Baos, it is there. I witnessed in round 8 yesterday, Rob used Iron Hands like masterfully to finish a game which was looking very dire for him. So I was really impressed by that, and I feel like I have a glimmer of hope, right? Maybe not with Roaring Moon anymore, but Iron Hands, I'm feeling it.
Yeah, Jianpao has a lot of good matchups still left in the field. It really helps against those Charizard EX decks, and we've seen a few of those pairings each and every round, and we're like, all right, well, maybe we'll get it eventually.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of exciting matches coming up as well. We are heading into round 12, so still 4 more to go. Yeah, nothing has been decided. Plenty of players still have a lot of chances to make these predictions come true, but I'm really doubting there's a single Toadstool in day 2, Jeremy.
Oh, I know. I'm very sad. It's one of my favorite pet decks right now, and maybe in Poland it'll
maybe
show up.
Yeah.
There is a few Lost Zone box as well, kind of hiding out around the mid-tier, like top 16-ish. If they end up pulling a run through, that can happen, and that's good for my Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, for sure. And there is a Lost Box that also has both Roaring Moon and Iron Hands in the same deck. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're still in the running. They definitely have no margin for error anymore. They need to win the next 4 rounds if they want to have a chance at top 8, because these tournaments are just getting so big, right? So getting all the way to top 8 really requires like a flawless day 2 pretty much.
Especially if you're coming in at 6-2-1, 19 match points. That's the minimum required to make day 2. And you're battling against a lot of other people that are going to be right above you. And we actually saw a lot of intentional draws on round 9 yesterday.
Yeah, we did. And that's where you have to measure, right? Like, do I want to secure the championship points? Do I want to play it out, even though I risk not even participating in day 2, but I can get closer to making it all the way. I feel like with the bigger prize pool that we have this year, and the fact that there's so much to play for at international championships, there's money pricing all the way to top 64, I believe, and so many championship points. And it also feels special, you know, like I'm sure a lot of players just made their first day 2, right, ever. So there's also something very special about that, and no one's gonna fault you if you decide to ID the last round to make sure that you get to play more Pokemon the next day.
Yeah, you don't want to travel halfway across the country for half of these players just to not play Pokemon.
Yeah, certainly, and there's also travel awards and stipends to factor in. So I do feel like there's merit to playing it out, trying to go all the way, and there's also merit to guaranteeing your spot in day 2, even though you're gonna be running uphill in order to get to that top 8. There's a chance, right? There's always a chance.
We've seen it plenty of times before in regionals and past ICs. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated standings entering into this round of 12 here. And Caleb Rogerson sitting at the top, first seed, 28 match points, along with a couple others, and there's just a lot of Gardevoir up in this graphic.
Yeah, I know. Thales, Andrade, Benjamin, Ferrell. I'm pretty sure the top 3 might be Gardevoirs. There might be a Charizard there. Then we have Douglas, we have Adam Hawkins, we have Wellington, Aaron Valiant we saw yesterday. Then we also have Duncan, Michael Bergerac, Jeremy Gomila, Gabriel Veloso, Natalie Miller, after tying on stream, managing to win the next round to have that top 8 spot possibility.
Yeah, and there is a couple interesting decks still out there in the field. Maybe we'll see a Snorlax, maybe we'll see the Lost Zone, Iron Hands, Roaring Moon, as we've seen before. So there's still hope. It's very diverse meta, but Gardevoir is still just, it seems like it's going to be on top for a while.
Indeed, and Gardevoir is definitely, like, it's not like a region decided to default to Gardevoir. Yeah, in this top 16 we have representation from all different regions. Most are, or the majority are LATAM, but we have a bunch of NA, we have Europe, we have Oceania, so they all came, like, it feels like the whole world came to an agreement to be like, you know what, Gardevoir is still pretty darn good.
It's still pretty darn good indeed. Well, I believe our players are ready down at the stage. Let's go ahead and get down there and start our round 12.
We are ready for this round 12 match as we get closer to that top 8. I feel like making top 8 at the first IC of the season with the new prizes is going to feel really good as we have our matchup. Lost Zone Giratina V-Star against Gardevoir EX. How do you feel about this matchup, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You still have the power of Sableye, Lost Mine to be able to pick apart Gardevoir's bench, but there is no Jirachi in Kieran's deck. So that could come up big here. One of the big cards out of Paradox Rift to kind of stymie Sableye's overwhelming power of the format.
Indeed, Jirachi pretty key to stop that Sableye. I do feel like Gardevoir has been able to beat Lost Box Space decks or Sableye before Jirachi existed, right? However, Sableye now has a new tool to play with, which is Counter Catcher. There's a really cool play that Giratina decks can do where they can go Counter Catcher a fresh Shining Arcana Gardevoir, place the 12 damage counters on it, and therefore you cannot attach enough energy through Psychic Embrace to attack or even retreat the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. So that is something that we could see this matchup in order to try and stall out Kieran and make sure that you get 2 turns of Lost Mine without giving up a prize card, which can be pretty devastating at that point.
And both Angel and Kieran are 8-1 and 2, so they are sitting at 26 match points. Typically in regionals, we've seen a lot of players, and it's come down to 35 is usually either the bubble or just in. Do you feel like we're going to kind of see that same match points? There's been a lot of ties as well.
There have been a lot of ties, and in terms of comparing the amount of players that we've had to the regionals that we've been seeing, we are on the, I feel like, average size in terms of 35 match points being safe enough. So I would imagine 35 would be safe, but in reality, like, it all depends on the ties. There's so many things that can change as we move along this round, and I'm pretty happy to see these 2 names. Kieran has been making a name for himself for a long time now and has been on a pretty consistent streak and really modernizing that Chin Pao list, taking it to a top 32 World Championship finish, and now looking for that top 8, which I believe he got top 8 at the previous LAIC. So it would be really impressive to have that back-to-back. And then Angel, also a really good player from LATAM, played a lot during the online era, and now he's here showing that he can also do it with the cards.
Taking a look at the prize cards, 2 Paths of the Peak, that's going to be one of the big cards in the matchup for Angel there. And Kieran didn't seem too bad for those prizes. Does have the Professor Turo scenario in the prize though.
Yeah, the Professor Turo could come into play as it's a way to heal, right? Any leftover damage that Sableye places, or if you attack with Giratina, with Gardevoir EX, when there's no Giratina V-Star threat of getting return KO'd, you can essentially absorb a hit through that and then pick it up. You can also collapse Stadium in a way, so a lot's gonna come down to how well can Kieran manage his bench and the damage or the targets that Sableye can have, and then also the disruption, which, as you very well mentioned, with 2 Paths to the Peaks being prized, is gonna be less detrimental for Kieran. But we'll have to see. Sometimes 1 path is enough, right? You only need 1 path plus Roxanne to slow down opponents. And if Angel figures out that 2 of his paths are in the prize cards, he might choose to save them.
Angel starting off with a Battle VIP pass with a Sableye in the active spot. And his fun fact was he prized 4 Comfey in a game this weekend.
That is incredible. I don't think I've ever prized 4 of any card. Like, I don't recall doing that in 20 years of playing. Prizing 4 copies of a card you play, that's incredible.
That's worse odds than a shiny legendary.
That is worse odds than a shiny legendary. But yeah, we keep coming back to that. You know what's also pretty low odds? Starting Battle VIP Pass when you only play 3. And he'll only play 3 Battle VIP Pass in his list, which is generally very surprising to me.
Yeah, either it's the one with combination of Irida or Arven in those type of decks,
yeah,
or just the full 4. Interesting to see. Cutting corners a little bit, fitting some tech cards that we kind of want to see, and wow, starting 2 of them.
Starting 2 of those 3 Battle VIP Pass. Speaking of shiny Pokemon, this is the equivalent of a shiny Pokemon in the TCG. Now, yeah, I mean, having 1 copy in your deck when you play a direct search card for them can be pretty good. You can also maybe argue 2 so that if you don't prize 1 too often and you still have access to that, and then you want to maximize your chances otherwise with 4. But 3 feels like that awkward number, but we did see Cyrus Davis take down NAIC with 3 Battle VIP Pass as well, so maybe there's something there, but I don't know. I'm a big fan of 4.
I mean, it's working out fine for Angel there. No way to get Comfey in the active spot, though. No energy, no switch cards, so no flower selectings to start the game off. And that's got to be good news for Kieran there.
I also don't see any Chorus Experiment in Angel's hand, so despite the explosiveness of the double Battle VIP Pass, if he doesn't top deck something good next turn, we might see another pass, as Kieran's deck probably not going to be offensive this turn or maybe even the next. Going to take this time to check his prizes and make sure he has a good enough setup, with Manaphy being one of the key cards, as with these Giratina decks, you never know whether they're playing 1, 2, or 3 water energies and how easy they can accomplish the water shuriken attack.
Yeah, I always like to refer back to Kyle Sablehouse saying hydrated or dehydrated Giratina. And this is a hydrated for sure.
Yep.
They pack their waters and ready for anything.
Indeed, and I feel like it's always good to at least play one. That way you always keep your opponent second guessing themselves. Yeah, like you keep them on their toes, and they always dedicate that spot to the Manaphy if they can, and therefore their bench is not as ideal as they would like it to be. Because Manaphy is good in its own regard, but if you can have an extra Ralts, right, you'd rather do that, or an extra attacker, Cresselia, Mew for setup. Any of those usually tend to be preferred than Manaphy. Manaphy is a card that you feel like, well, I guess I have to, but you don't always want it there.
And Kieran is playing a lot of extra Pokemon in this Gardevoir list. Has the Screamtail, has the Cresselia, but also has the Zacian V and a Lumineon V.
Indeed, so really maximizing his options and also the consistency of the deck, right? In terms of supporters, he's only running 1 copy of Avery, only running 1 copy of Worker, 1 copy of Research, so choosing to have that variety. And if you want to play the Avery when it's going to be its most destructive, right, there's a very specific timing for it, and with Lumineon, you can guarantee it. But bench space is at a premium, right? You can't have Lumineon, you can't have Manaphy, you can't have Greninja. Then where do you fit your Ralts?
And speaking of Avery, Kieran has that Avery here, and Angel is forced to get rid of a Comfey. So already down a Comfey without even using Flower Selecting here.
Very bad top deck for Angel, though. A Giratina V-Star, still no energy, still no switch cards, still no escape ropes, no nothing. Angel is running a little bit on the lower side, 13 energy as opposed to 14, which is usually the standard we see with Giratina V-Star decks. 5 switching out, not counting the jet energies in terms of trainers, so unfortunately just a bench Giratina and pass for Angel. I would have loved to see him play the Nest Ball he's holding in his hand, now that the Avery is gone as well, to just bench a double Giratina or that extra Comfey that he lost off the Avery, just to thin your deck that 1 extra card. You never know how much 1 little bit of extra percentage can help you really get out of this horrible situation that he's in.
Kieran looking through the deck with this Nest Ball, opts to grab the Cresselia. You saw him pull to the Professor Research to the front, I think maybe in prep of an Ultra Ball for Lumineon V, but Lumineon is prized. So it's looking like he might be forced to Iono here to try to get that Mirage Step off. Just because the hand does not have another energy, so no way to get out of the active spot. Oh no, Lumineon's in the hand.
Yeah, Lumineon's in the hand indeed. I didn't want to steal over you. Lumineon's there, does have the Research, does have the Mirage Step Kirlia ready to go. So looking for an energy to be able to retreat the Greninja, but also hoping to not draw any Kirlias. If you draw 1, you're like fine, right? Because then you already have a Ralt you can evolve, and if you can bench another Ralt, the end result is the same. But you're actually hoping to not draw Kirlias here.
7 cards off this Professor's Research. I don't see any Kirlia.
No Kirlia and plenty of energy, yeah. Now the next debate is, do you concealed cards, get extra resources into your hand, and risk drawing the Cresselia, the other Kirlias, or do you take a chill for a turn and then go big with
I like waiting.
I like waiting too, yeah.
Get those guaranteed Kirlia in play. You're only able to get 2 with the bench space here, but I think that's all that was in there.
Yeah, 1 Kirlia was indeed prized, so almost ideal setup. And if you get to this point as Guardy, and your opponent, your Lost Box opponent, is not able to get even a single card in the Lost Zone, you're feeling really, really good about this. Finally an energy though.
Now here's the debate though. Do you conceal cards with the energy to try to find some more, or just retreat and use your 1 Flower Selecting? You see the same amount of cards, but you get more cards with the concealed cards.
You get to keep more cards with the concealed cards, but you also get to advance your Lost Zone with the Comfey. So I would favor the Comfey just a little bit more, as if you use concealed cards and you get 2 non-playable cards, no more energy, no more switching cards, no Colress, then you're still at 0. And at the end of the day, you really need to get cards into your Lost Zone for this deck to work. Unfortunately for Angel though, Nest Ball and Jet Energy, not super useful.
I think with Jet Energies as well, it might be a little better option to conceal cards the water away, and then drawing the Jet Energy equals 2 flower selecting, but able to find a switch card off of that concealed card. So with 2 flower selectings down, able to get a couple cards in the Lost Zone, but still nothing going on Angel's side of the board.
Oh, choosing to also keep the Bosses Orders in his hand, the only playable supporter that he had, but Kieran sitting very happy here. When you're up against Lost Box, you always assume you're going to be down 1 or 2 prizes before you're even attacking. Now, the one thing about Kieran's bench, though, is there's no space for Mana Fee. So if Angel at some point was able to get like a crazy turn here going and was able to snipe 2 Kirlias with Radiant Greninja, that could allow him to make a sort of comeback. And I guess it's early to speak of a comeback when both players are at 6 and 6 prizes. But based on how the rhythm of the matchup tends to go, Kieran would have fully expected to be down at least 1 prize card by this point.
Ultra Ball here discarding Scream Tail and a Waltz. Most likely going to search for a Gardevoir here. Able to evolve that active, and that way you just get more draw power. Maybe hit a couple energies off that Shining Arcana.
Maybe hit. That would be pretty lucky, I would say, but there's always a chance. I've definitely pulled that off myself. Like, you use Shining Arcana with 0 expectations, and then you're just like, oh, will. Here we go.
Now, opting to evolve the Refinement Kirlia on the bench.
I like that. I feel like we're going to see a Gardevoir EX in the active spot. Attacking with Gardevoir EX this turn feels really, really safe. Your opponent has 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Will only have 1 Comfey in play if you knock this out. So in order for them to get to 7 cards and threaten you with a Giratina V-Star attack, probably not going to happen. Almost 0 chance of that happening as we see that Gardevoir EX attacking. And with only 2 damage counters, even if they hit you for 280 damage, you get to survive with 10 HP left, and then you get to Professor Turo or Collapse Stadium. Both cards are in the prize cards, however, but Kieran, with Angel's super slow start, feeling pretty good here.
Yeah, even using that reversal energy, saying, yeah, I'm going to be up in prizes, at least 2 of them by next turn. So this isn't really going to do me much good. Might as well get out of the way, use the energy. And Iono is the draw here, I believe, for Angel. Maybe it was the Comfey, but
finally finds a Colress experiment, so we'll be able to get to 5. Like I said, probably 0 chance of getting to 7, and this is sometimes a problem with Colress. You find 5 really good cards, therefore, what do you actually get rid of? The counter catcher is important for later in the game. You want to follow Colress to this one you just had, and Mirage Gates is what you're going to use to power up that Giratina V-Star.
Nest Ball was the easy choice there.
Yep, Nest Ball was the easy choice, but this decision, I feel like I would lean towards the Mirage Gate. The other big cards are very important, and I think realistically, if Angel continues to fall far behind, the Roxanne plus Sableye plus a Path to a Peak right here could be the most important thing to work for him. So if he's going to make any sort of comeback, despite this game still being in the early stages, that's probably how he's going to be able to accomplish it.
And still no switch outs here, and that is just due to the fact that there's only 5 in the entire deck to go along with Jet Energy. No energy to attach for the turn, and this has been a start that Angel has not wanted to see. This is almost like present for Comfey. You're just not even really able to flower select it.
Indeed. Yeah, I think one small issue that Kieran could face eventually in this matchup is whenever the Giratina V-Star ends up attacking, because Kieran will be ahead in prize cards, getting enough energy to knock out that Giratina V-Star with your ideal attacker, which is Shining Arcana Gardevoir, will not be as simple, right? Getting 8 energies when you don't have access to reversal energy can sometimes be a little tricky. There is the possibility of Scream Tail with the Luxurious. No, there's no Luxurious.
Oh wow, okay.
Cape in the list. So yeah, getting to a big enough number is very reliant on the reversal energy, which right now Kieran cannot access. So getting a manual attachment on the Gardevoir could actually be very, very important, just so that you're able to guarantee you get to that 300 damage threshold.
Now, Fog Crystal here from Kieran, able to grab a Psychic Energy, and already has used Refinement and Shining Arcana for the turn.
Shining Arcana for a few extra cards, Rainic Greninja as well for extra draw. Interesting to see how Kieran is left-handed, I believe. That's why we see the decks in that spot. Like, I was a little confused right there by what was happening, but yeah, I'm glad he's able to adapt that way in the stream table.
Listen, Pablo, left-handed people are people too.
Of course, I'm very happy. I'm very happy that, because I feel like we've had instances where
very awkward to play.
Yeah, where it's awkward, and like the prizes sometimes like are in difficult spots or not the usual spots, and so it's very nice to see this fluidity, between both players.
Ultra Ball discarding Manaphy and the Ralts. Might as well. This has not been a setup for Radiant Greninja and its Moonlight Shuriken, so by the time that even gets ready to go, you're probably going to have an entire bench full of just Gardevoir.
Yeah, now Kieran, of course, going to be ahead by an extra prize card, making sure that, I mean, now the Manaphy is no longer important, I want to say, because there aren't actually two targets for Radiant Greninja, which is pretty good. Like I mentioned, yeah, you don't want to bench Manaphy if you don't need to, and now that all the Pokemon have so much HP, there's definitely no point to the Manaphy.
This is the last Comfey for Angel here without the use of a Super Rod. Two have been knocked out, and then an Avery discarded the other one turn one.
Just did not working.
Angel has the Colress's Experiment here to start things off, and again, just looking at 5 great cards here. Not really wanting to get rid of much of any of them. Having to get rid of Colress's Experiment and Iono.
Yeah, it's not nice when you get all these useful cards into the Lost Zone, but I really think Angel's best opportunity is to be able to bring one of the Shiny Arcanas, Gardevoir, on the bench with that Counter Catcher. Yeah, Kieran does play copies of Counter Catcher as well, 2 of them in fact, same as Angel, but it's only Angel that's going to be the one to use them this game.
And with that Flower selecting, there's now 8 in the Lost Zone. Not going to be enough for that Lost Mine, and might have to settle for something like that Cramorant or just attacking with the Giratina V-Star. But again, if you're attacking with Giratina, you're losing a lot of energies.
You are losing a lot of energies. However, I do like this. I mean, Angel doesn't know this, but he has to expect that there's some sort of Collapse Stadium or Turo in the list. Sometimes there's only one of those. Usually there's always Collapse Stadium. But fortunately for Kieran, I believe they're still in the prize cards. Therefore, that Gardevoir EX sitting at 10 HP could also be a target for Counter Catcher when it eventually retreats, or sets up a Sableye play very, very nicely.
Well, it looks like with the double Mirage Gate here, Radiant Greninja is getting powered up, but only having one really good target in that Kirlia on the bench. It's going to be forced to put 90 on something else, maybe that Lumineon, maybe a Gardevoir.
Eyeing up the Path to a Peak in Angel's hand, eyeing up the Counter Catcher as well, so I'll be interested to see if he decides to go with those or decides to keep them for next turn. Now, important to check your opponent's outs, your opponent discards, how many energy are available still to see the effectiveness of the Counter Catcher. I would really want him to save that for a Roxanne play, and with 2 Path to a Peaks priced as well, at least save the Path to a Peak.
Well, there is the Counter Catcher on the Gardevoir. Brings it to the active. No energy there, and I think we're going to probably see a Path to the Peak here right before the Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, there's a Path to the Peak, so if you knock out the Kirlia, then you might be able to access the other one, but if Kieran immediately counters this, I don't think Angel's Roxanne will be as effective as he would like it to be.
Yeah, and there's already a worker in the hand for Kieran, that powerful supporter, able to discard a Stadium and then draw 3 cards.
Yep, I really like those 2 attacks, those 2 targets, because the Gardevoir now cannot get enough energy attached in order to attack super easily, right? And if you do attach 2 energies plus the 1 for turn, then that leaves it in prime Sableye territory. But I don't know what Angel can pull off here. If that path to the peak gets countered, Roxanne will just not be as effective as he would like it to be. There's an Iono though.
The one prize card he pulled, Path to the Peak.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Fantastic
So
then.
having access to Roxanne and Path to the Peak next turn, as long as there's not something like an Iono from Kieran here, could be very beneficial in trying to get Angel back in this game.
Yeah, did find that energy from the Shining Arcana, which is fantastic, as it will allow him to potentially retreat or attack, but by doing less self-damage. Right now, it's all about Kieran conserving the least amount of damage possible on his side of the field to make Sableye the least effective, and try and somehow not or get rid of that Luminion from the board, which I believe he might be grabbing the Collapse Stadium in this upcoming turn.
Artisan will be the stadium choice to bump that Path to the Peak. So now rule box abilities are available to Kieran again, and we see that Cresselia being benched with its Moonglow reverse. This has been an all-star in Gardevoir's time against Lost Zone Box.
Yeah, we finally see the Iono as well, which paired with the Cresselia, probably targeting down this Sableye or even the Comfey, as Angel is still at 8 cards in the Lost Zone. If you knock out the Comfey, you're saying, Angel, either you call res or you're not going to be able to use Sableye next turn. So both of those potential targets, you also get to heal your Gardevoir a little bit and take it out of range of Sableye as much as possible. So the Cresselia, a very powerful card here.
Now 4 cards off the Iono for Kieran, 5 for Angel. Attached for the turn on that Gardevoir in the axe spot. So now we can see retreat.
Yep, the retreat with no self-damage. That's pretty big. You also see a little bit of deck thinning by Kieran. Very important to do. And one thing that I want to note as well is we're 20 minutes into this round.
Yep.
And we're still at 4 and 5 prizes each. So Angel will need to pull off a really big comeback here, as if we get a similar game 2, I don't think we're seeing a game 3, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to finish 3 full games in this matchup, especially with how things have gone so slow for both of these players in the early game. Now, there's a couple extra energy Psychic Embrace onto that Gardevoir on the bench, so now an attacker is lined up just in case another Path to the Peak comes down.
Yeah, 2 attackers even, with the Gardevoir and the Shining Arcana Gardevoir both ready. Having this energy, this extra energy without the damage on the Shining Arcana Gardevoir also means that Kieran will have an easier time knocking out a full HP Giratina Beastar as well, which is pretty important. So the Cresselia having that double purpose. You get a prize card, but you also get to heal the damage from a preemptively attached energy, and therefore you're now more likely to be able to pull off a Giratina Beastar knockout. And taking down the Comfey means getting to 10 cards into Lost Zone could be very tricky for Angel now.
Now Kieran did find that Collapse Stadium from the prize cards, so has the technology to be able to just get rid of a heavily damaged Gardevoir EX or that Luminion V that's sitting on the bench that's always a liability. Gonna have to try to find it again though, but there's no Roxanne in the hand. It's just on the bottom of the deck thanks to that Iono last turn.
Yeah, the second copy of Iono and the Roxanne at the bottom of the deck. 1 Comfey available for Angel, but 1 Comfey gets us to 9. So lead with the concealed cards, does find that Path to a Peak though.
Now one thing I would have loved to see is the use of the Artisan just to shuffle the deck, because you're trying to find that Roxanne Path combo yet again. Was able to find the Path to the Peak, but has the escape rope here to bring up either the Cramorant or the Comfey, depending on what Kieran decides.
The Roxanne Path combo is definitely less effective if you're not using Sableye, which even with this flower selecting, Angel is still 1 card short, and this is where this little bit of extra damage could be less than ideal for Kieran. He preemptively powered up his Pokemon. However, now that Gardevoir is in prime range for this Cramorant, so that could be something that Kieran starts to regret a little bit for doing so preemptively.
Mirage Gate here for Angel is eyeing down just the Psychic Energy in the deck. No other basic energy to combo with that. This is the 4th Mirage Gate, I believe. 1 in the Lost Zone, 2 were played the last couple turns. So no more energy acceleration here. Opts to put it on the Radiant Ninja instead of that Giratina V-Star.
Through this Comfey, we're going to get to 9 cards in the Lost Zone. But a big problem for Angel is that the Cresselia is still very much alive. And that means if this Cresselia takes down the Comfey once again, how can Angel possibly get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone without using Colress? And if you're using Colress, then there's no Roxanne path available or Iono path available until a turn afterwards. And with Kieran going down to 2 prizes then, a boss KO could finish the game.
Moonlight Shuriken does take out that Gardevoir on the bench and 90 damage on the active Gardevoir, so just 10 HP left, but it is fully powered up to take a knockout on something like that Radiant Greninja, and still has the option to retreat and Moonglow reverse like you were saying. No path to the peak in play, so it's gonna have to navigate these last couple turns here.
And still things are very heavily in favor of Kieran. Has pretty much ideal board. Would love to see a Ralts benched. Not this turn though, probably next, because if you bench a Ralts, you're opening up yourself for 2 prizes, and I guess that's what we might see. So now there are 2 prizes easily attainable by Angel, but if Kieran uses the Cresselia to eliminate the Comfey, then I believe that would be all 4 Comfeys in the discard pile for Angel. How do you get to that 10th card? There's no Lost Vacuum or anything like that to get to 10 without using Comfey.
Yeah, the Lost Vacuum card we usually see in those kind of turbo versions of Lost Box, or just most Lost Box in general. It really helps boost your advantage in turn 2, turn 3 to get to those numbers that you need. Here we see a few Psychic Embraces, 1 on the active Cresselia, 1 on the Ralts that was just benched, and 1 on that Gardevoir EX. So now able to move 80 damage counters, or 8 damage counters to take a knockout on something like that Sableye or Comfey, like you were saying.
All those energies stacked to this Gardevoir EX could also be problematic in case you have to deal with a late game Giratina V-Star at some point. But Cresselia, I really think we're going to see a Comfey target here with that extra energy, which I'm not sure I agree once again, because now the Cresselia is in range of the Cramorant. So those preemptive energy attachments, which are sometimes very justified, I think are opening up a few possibilities for Angel that he would rather not allow him to have.
And it looks like Kieran is eyeing down, taking a knockout on that Sableye on the bench, fearing Lost Mine, but this is where I like looking at your opponent's resources, seeing what they have left, and seeing that would be the last Comfey, and not really much advantage in trying to play a Colress when you need to play something like a Roxanne, or a Boss's Orders even.
Now, no second Sableye available for Angel, though it might be stuck.
It's in the hand.
Oh, it's in the hand. There you go. Never mind. Second Sableye available.
We each get 1.
It's going to be much easier to find a second Sableye for Lost Box decks than a 5th Comfey, right? Because that will require Super Rod. So I'm not sure I'm too happy. There is no Psychic Energy left in Angel's hand to be able to utilize Sableye just now, but if you don't have this Comfey, then you can't even get to 10 cards.
Flower selecting Giratina V-Star goes to Lost Zone. Now there's 10, but no way, like you were saying, to use that Lost Mine with Sableye. No Psychic Energy to use Star Requiem with something with that counter catcher. Just no supporters in general other than a Boss's Orders. Concealed cards, the Jet Energy away, finds another Jet and Roxanne.
There we go, part of the combo. Now we have counter catcher, we have Switch card, we have the Sableye, and we have the Path to a Peak. We are just missing the Psychic. I don't recall seeing one in the deck.
There's no Psychic in the deck, there's just the Super Rod. So even if Angel draws the Super Rod, won't be able to search out the Psychic because all 4 Mirage Gate are gone.
Okay, you can still take a chill turn though. Like, you can still counter catcher something like the Greninja or even the Shining Arcana Gardevoir perhaps. You can even take a knockout on the active with your Cramorant and do the Roxanne play as well with the path, as I think that's what we're gonna see.
This is gonna be a big swing turn for Angel if it sticks. Roxanne path, such a good combo. Kieran does have 2 outs to this path to the peak still, or 3 outs of the Worker, Lost Vacuum, and the Collapsed Stadium left.
Now, one big problem for Angel is certainly that this Gardevoir EX right here is already preemptively powered up, right? That's going to be Kieran's only attacker if he's not able to find another Stadium card. And because Angel can't use Sableye this turn to get 2 prize cards, such as the Gardevoir on the bench and the Ralt, even if you V-Star knock out the Gardevoir EX with your Giratina the turn after, that's not going to be enough. But if you're going to make a comeback, this is definitely the way to do it, as we do find the Super Rod to put back 3 Psychic Energies.
We've missed you. Let's go back in the deck.
Now, also has the follow-up Iono, so not the ideal turn for Angel, but the second best choice. And now Kieran's going to have to rely big time on the Shiny Arcana. Very smartly held on to the Collapse Stadium last turn, which he was tempted to play. But as long as he can find that, which is not at the bottom of the deck either, because the cards did get shuffled due to Roxanne, we might be... Oh, and found the Worker. Wow. And the Lost Vacuum. All right.
Shiny Arcana here. Do we find the Collapse Stadium as well? Just the full gambit?
That would actually be really bad for Kieran, as I think we're going to have an Iono coming up next turn for Angel, so that would be less than ideal for him if he finds it off this Worker as well. Or it chooses not to, all right.
No, Ultra Ball will go in the loss zone, but I believe this should be game here. Boss's Orders brings up that Giratina V. You can retreat, attach all the energies of the Zacian V, take the knockout, and Kieran Farah goes up 1-0 in round 12 here.
Finding all the right combination of cards off of that Roxanne to 2, along with the Shining Arcana. So in a world where Sableye had been able to KO that Shining Arcana, maybe we might have seen something different, right? But with no Psychic Energy available in the deck, it was quite literally impossible, as I feel like we were out of Mirage Gates at that point.
Yeah, it's an awkward start after that double battle VIP pass from Angel. Kieran has that Avery to get rid of a Comfey, and then just decides, yeah, I'm going to go all in Mirage Step after that Professor's Research. And just the order of discards for Angel, unable to really find much. Finally found a Colress's Experiment, but it was a few turns too late in seeing just 5 beautiful cards that you don't want to get rid of. Meanwhile, Kieran putting in work with an early Gardevoir EX, taking a couple prizes on Comfey, and just really slowing down the setup from this Lost Zone Giratina.
Very slow start for Angel, which ended up being costly, but he made the best out of it, right? He almost got close to a game-winning situation. Probably still needed 2 turns to go where Kieran would have whiffed a little bit, but he made all the right moves. And I guess when he knew he had 0 hope left, that's when he conceded. I don't know if you want to concede a little bit earlier when things are just not looking great, when you're definitely not attacking with Sableye that previous turn. Perhaps save a couple extra minutes as well, but now we see Angel choosing to go first and playing really, really fast.
And this start is already so much better. Getting rid of a Colress's Experiment off of that Flower Selecting, already having one in hand, but Jet Energy will allow this Comfey to Flower Selecting yet again. Eyeing down a Mirage Gate Boss's Orders, though. Gets rid of maybe the Mirage Gate. No, goes with the Boss's Orders. So 2 supporters in the Lost Zone now, but has the 3rd Comfey. This is one of my favorite combos in any Lost Zone deck that plays Jet Energy. Just 1 Jet Energy turns into 3 Flower Selectings.
Indeed, that always feels fantastic. However, what doesn't feel fantastic are 3 supporters in the Lost Zone on your first turn. You're playing 9 total, and a third of them are already in the Lost Zone. And if you see your opponent Lost Zone a Colress on turn 1, that's usually a good indicator that they're already holding one of those. So that makes an Iono even better. 1 Colress in the Lost Zone, the other at the bottom of the deck. Your opponent being able to Colress, not super likely at that point.
And here we see Ultra Ball for Lumineon go ahead and grab that Iono. A little bit of shortcutting here, but Luminous Sign able to do just that. And it's even worse than you were saying, Pablo. There's 1 Colress's Experiment in the Lost Zone, 1 in the prize cards, and 2 in the hand. That means both the Colress's Experiment that are left for Angel are going to be going to the bottom of the deck.
Dang, that's definitely going to be really, really bad. I saw 1. I did not catch the second one.
It was that last Flower Selecting with the Iono. He was like, I have to take the Colress's Experiment.
There's the Iono getting played, so it's going to be a immediate nest balls to shuffle up the deck, which is great. And Angel did get 3 cards in the lost zone immediately, right? So at least we're going to see some Cramorant aggression. And if Manaphy is the Pokemon that gets knocked out, that's going to be very important because that makes a Radiant Greninja a much bigger threat in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it forces Kieran to find the Super Rods early and try to get that Manaphy back in the deck if possible. But able to find a Ralts and a level ball off this Iono. It was kind of a little awkward Iono, not having any Ralts available before it. Kieran able to at least come out on top a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, off of a fresh 6 new cards, you have so many outs to finding those Ralts, which I think is important. But this Cramorant KO onto the Manaphy could be really big in dictating the next few turns, right? Angel, with no Colress available, this turn most likely will be able to still get quite a few cards in Lost Zone, will be able to get close to 7 so that this turn we take down the Manaphy, and that's when Radiant Greninja can have a party.
Am I invited to the party?
Yes, you are, Jeremy. Okay. You are a VIP guest of honor at the party.
Nice. That's my prediction coming in clutch. Flower selecting, getting rid of a path to the peak. That's also pretty important, just with a path being prized. And another flower selecting, getting rid of a Mirage Gate.
Difficult choices for Angel here, but with the cards that he has kept so far in his hand, I do believe he's eyeing up the Greninja play. Is really digging for that Colress, but another Mirage Gate found at the top.
Having to get rid of Jet Energy here. Not really having a switch out. He's going to have to attach to the active to retreat, maybe concealed cards. Have we seen that yet?
We have not seen concealed cards, and yeah, I was not a fan of that last switch card into the Comfey for another Flower Select, because now pulling off the Greninja play does have 2 Mirage Gates in hand, but utilizing both when you've already lost on 1 feels really, really awkward.
Iono here from Kieran yet again. Brand new hand of 5 for Angel, hand of 6 for Kieran. Having that Mirage Step in the active spot is pretty stellar though, but do we see a Psychic Energy? We do.
We do see Psychic Energy. We also see Ultra Ball and Super Rod, so that Manaphy that is sleeping in the discard pile could actually come back into the match this turn. That would mean 1 less Kirlia in play from the Mirage Step, but when Greninja is such a looming threat, I think you might be forced to.
Well, it seems like Kieran thinks
disagrees,
otherwise.
Yeah, Kieran disagrees.
And I think if you get the full 3 Kirlia here, it's definitely appealing.
Yep.
And Angel has gone through a couple of water energies. Those Mirage Gates that were all in hand are at the bottom of the deck now.
So Kieran doesn't know it, but his Ionos have been extra effective. 1 Colress has finally been found and played, but no shuffling of the deck has occurred or will be occurring in the nearby future. Therefore, it's going to be really difficult for Angel to pull off the Greninja play. And like, this would be the prime opportunity to do so. Being able to take down 2 of these Kirlias would be really, really ideal. But even if you draw a nest ball, you're still not shuffling the deck because your bench is full. And now, what an awkward choice.
Switch card the Cramorant to the bench and sees a Water Energy Super Rod. That's just another awkward flower selecting here from Angel.
Yeah, the flowers being given to Angel have not been very pretty, I want to say.
Wow. Wow.
All right, so
attached to the active, retreat, just like the normal way you usually do. Path to the peak, and Cramorant will spit innocently yet again to take a knockout. Angel down to 4 prize cards now.
Both players playing at a very good pace. Angel with that urgency to try and win this game, but he's down so many resources, Jeremy. I don't know how easily he can pull this off, whilst Kieran is down 2 prizes, right? Which is what you normally expect with Cardi. Now you have a full bench of Refinement Kirlias. You have your active Ralts, probably becoming a Gardevoir EX to then retreat, or even the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. You have the Cresselia option as well, potentially to start demolishing Angel's bench, and Cramorant not really threatening you. So I think even though Kieran is down 2 prizes, his chances of winning are still very good. And all the resources gone for Angel could make it very difficult for him to be able to pull off this late game.
Off the first refinement, Lost Vacuum was found for Kieran, so that's a way to get rid of that Path to the Peak and utilize Gardevoir EX if he wants to. Going to start with another refinement though here, why not? Just get yourself more options for this Ultra Ball discard.
Do you see the Professor Turo? Probably a card you want to keep somewhat available in the near future. Now, Shiny Arcana will provide an extra couple of cards in order to... I think Kieran has a difficult time right now figuring out what to discard off the Ultra Ball and what to Lost Zone off the Lost Vacuum. And once you Lost Zone the Path to the Peak, you're also putting your opponent at 10 cards in the Lost Zone as well. That's one of the benefits of your Stadium getting Lost Zone. It's like, sure, it got countered, but I also benefit from it. So you getting your opponent to utilize or to activate their Sableye, that's usually not what you want to do.
Nestball does find the Cresselia, so I think we know the route that Kieran is attempting to take here. Level Ball discarded to that third refinement. What do we find here? Zacian and another Waltz. It's not really going to help.
Still no easy decision for Kieran on what to discard or Lost Zone. Hasn't played a supporter yet, but the only option is Iono realistically, and that's going to be useful after, right? It doesn't help him with his current decision. You can also risk the Iono and then hope you draw a Stadium, but if you don't, then you're not attacking. So I don't think that's a risk you can actually take. So difficult turn for Kieran, where speaking of resources, yeah, this is one where he loses a lot, and his bench will likely still contain a Kirlia and a Ralts, which are ripe for picking for Moonlight Shuriken.
And now gets rid of the Professor Turo scenario with the Lost Vacuum. Does that mean we're going to see the Iono this turn?
I would imagine so, yeah. On with the Suprod. Wonder if the Manaphy is getting put back. I feel like it's a little too late for it.
Yeah, and I think Kieran agrees. Opting to shuffle back that Kirlia, Zacian, and Ralts. Has the Pal Pad to put two Ionos back as well. Now the deck is fully stocked. Iono here. Gonna draw Kieran a brand new hand of 6, put Angel down to 4.
And Hill not getting to keep any of their resources after he chooses his flowers. They're getting taken away. Now, this also, I don't think gets Angel any closer to the Mirage Case because they're still at the bottom. The deck was not shuffled the previous turn. However, we do find one and a Colress and a Nestball for Sableye, so something was going to happen. This was the way to go.
Second Shining Arcana found for Kieran here, so a couple more cards added to the hand. Finds a counter catcher.
That second Shining Arcana is actually huge because now there's no more targets. There's no 2 targets available for Radiant Greninja. Now you can only take down 1. And if you Sableye, you're also potentially only targeting down the Cresselia and going boss KO on the Gardevoir EX. Maybe that's Angel's best and ideal play because Kieran's only response in order to try and get a one-shot would be to rare candy the Ralts, which is easier said than done, right?
Yeah, especially with the hand that Kieran's staring at right now. Does use the Moonglow Reverse to take the knockout on the Comfey on the bench. And that opens up Nestball for Angel here.
Probably going to see a Sableye off of this, if there is any.
There is one in there.
There is. Yep, there we go. He skipped over it so quickly. I was like, wait, did I see that wrong?
Sableye does hit the bench. There's a couple Psychic Energies still left in the deck, so Mirage Gate could come in handy for Angel. You still have that Closest Experiment. Going to start things off with that first. Might as well get as much information as possible. Looking like Giratina V-Star and Battle VIP Pass going to Lost Zone.
Yeah, finally a slightly kinder decision for Angel. However, the decision on what to do this turn is definitely not kind. You cannot expose your Giratina V-Star to take a single prize card knockout on the Cresselia, especially when you don't have a backup Giratina V-Star. You also cannot afford to not attack this turn. You have to at least damage the Cresselia with your active Cramorant, but then that feels pretty underwhelming. That probably means the Cresselia is going to be used once again. And if you commit your Sableye to knocking out the Cresselia, there's no damage left over on your opponent's side of the board to be able to continue or get to that multiple prize turn.
After the Super Rod Mirage Gate is going to find an energy to retreat the active, and then maybe a Psychic or Grass to go on top or on that Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, you could see that happening for sure. That Shining Arcana, that Shining Arcana that was found after the Iono was really big. Otherwise, Angel had a pretty nice 2 prize turn set up with the Greninja potentially, and then a boss KO with the V-Star on the Gardevoir. And Kieran would have had a lot more urgency in this upcoming turn to be able to deal with that Giratina V-Star. However, as it stands, 1-for-1 with Sableye, that's always a fine choice.
And now this is a big Lost Mine play. Do you take the knockout on the active, or do you knock out the Ralts and spread a little bit of damage? If you do, Moonglow Reverse is going to heal off at least 20.
I feel like doing anything other than KOing the Cresselia is not to my liking. Obviously, Angel differs from that and chooses to go after the Gardevoir. However, if you leave the Cresselia alive, then that means you essentially use Lost Mine for 10 damage counters instead of 12 if Kieran decides to use it again, and that's never a good thing, right? Sometimes the 12 damage counters feel like it's not enough. 10 certainly isn't, and with the preemptive energy attached to the Gardevoir, there isn't a play where you can go counter catcher a Gardevoir and try to trap that with the Roxanne and not let it retreat. So difficult decision. We'll see what Angel has planned here by putting those 12 damage counters on the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
The Shining Arcana is going to attach a Psychic Energy to the Lumineon V here, and then collapse Stadium to get rid of it, put it in the discard. So
very nice. Not a straightforward decision for Angel. Those Comfies, of course, act as a way to advance your deck, see more cards, and you get rid of one. Cresselia snipes the other potentially. That could be problematic. And now we see an Avery as well.
This means Cramorant's going to the discard along with that Comfey. 3 cards to Kieran's hand. Has a Kirlia to evolve that Ralts. It also has Rare Candy Ultra Ball.
Choosing not to evolve into Gardevoir, into the other Gardevoir EX just yet. Will self-damage a little bit, and spreading out your energies is where Giratina V-Star might be safe next turn to do a sort of play. Maybe that's what Angel is trying to plan here, not taking knockouts, encouraging the Cresselia use to target down the Sableye, and then all of a sudden you respond with a knockout, a big knockout on the Gardevoir EX, and you might be able to slow down Kieran a little bit. And with 5 minutes on the clock, definitely no game 3, but I feel like we could see a conclusion to this game, Jeremy.
Oh, definitely. Both of these players have been playing at a pretty good pace, and they know what's at stake. Already having tied twice this weekend. There's a counter catcher on the Radiant Greninja here. And Moonglow Reverse taking the knockout on that Sableye, so Radiant Greninja in the active does have an energy to retreat, but that hand is not doing much here. I guess you can power up a Sableye if there's a Psychic left in the deck.
Very surprised, honestly, at that use of the counter catcher. It does prevent the Comfey from coming up and giving Angel an extra card, but I feel like Angel getting an extra card is way less valuable than you having the resource of the counter catcher. Kieran does play 2 copies along with a boss's orders, but if you're potentially planning to win this game, or at least if the Giratina V-Star goes down at some point, that's a big threat gone.
And with the Mirage Gate played here, just charges up the Radiant Greninja. So we're going to see a Moonlight Shuriken, no Manaphy on the bench for Kieran. So you will be able to take the knockout on the Kirlia and that Shining Arcana Gardevoir that's already damaged on the bench. Angel has a Manaphy of his own. Try to prevent maybe some Scream Tail shenanigans later on. And now down to 2 prize cards. That's just 1 Star Requiem on that Gardevoir EX.
Not only preventing Screamtail, also you are leaving a Radiant Greninja in the active spot. So even though there's only 1 target for Moonlight Shuriken, you never know where a Mew EX could come in, right? Now, if there is a Mew EX, then a boss KO on the Giratina V-Star could be impactful. The free bench space, the freed up bench space for Angel now means there's a second Giratina V hitting play, and if Angel can find the combination of Mirage Gate and Boss's Orders, we could see him win this game too.
That'd definitely be beneficial for Angel there. Kieran starting off his turn with a level ball, finds a Ralts. Just thinning the deck out as much as you can. You've got quite a grip of cards.
Yeah, now, do think we're definitely going to see another Moonclaw reverse to knock out the Comfey. Or, I guess, we could see a knockout on the Giratina V-Star to put Kieran down to 2 cards. It doesn't change what Angel needs to win the game, but with one Giratina V-Star Lost Zone and the other, in the discard pile, maybe getting that Giratina V-Star combination will be really, really difficult. And with 4 cards in hand and no counter catcher available, it's actually not looking very likely that Angel can pull off this humongous combo. And this is where the early game choices, the Boss's Orders, the Mirage Gate hitting the Lost Zone, which we did just see Kieran take note of, right, could come into play and make it very difficult for Angel to close out this game.
Well, there is a retreat of that Cresselia to the Gardevoir, fully powered up with enough to take the knockout on this Giratina V-Star. Going to play a card to just thin the hand down a little bit in preparation of something like Roxanne or Iono.
Now, benching the Sashen B, there's no difference between the Sashen or the Gardevoir getting KO'd by the Giratina V-Star attack, so no threat in doing that. Chooses not to bench the Greninja, which I think I wouldn't mind seeing with no counter catcher play available this upcoming turn. But Angel, can he close the game out here, Jeremy?
Well, Flower selecting, gets rid of counter catcher. That's not really going to help. Jet Energy is a way to just dig further. Super Odd found.
Super Odd found. Switch card in hand, but no Boss's Orders, no Mirage Gate, and no Giratina V-Star. Is there even a Mirage Gate left? I'm not sure.
There's at least one.
There's at least one? Because there were 2 played already. There was one in Lost One, I'm pretty sure. So I think there's only 1 left.
Yeah. It's at least one.
That is at least one. That is correct, for sure.
Technically correct. The best kind of correct.
All right, so we do see the Super Odd putting back resources, probably in preparation for this Colress, but can Angel even find a knockout this turn? Did he put the Cramorant back? I did not notice if he did.
It was a very fast Super Rod.
Well, we do see Sableye. That could be the attacker of choice for next turn. I think no matter what, you definitely want to try and get rid of the Shiny Arcana in the active spot in order to make sure that,
switch card to the Radiant Greninja, and that we're going to see an Iono here. Both players going to 2 cards now, and Angel needs a Psychic Energy to Lost Mind to take a knockout.
That gets a knockout, but how do you close out the game? And no Psychic Energies found.
Giratina V-Star was found. But a simple Boss's Orders from Kieran would be able to seal up this match. It looks like time has been called as well.
Yep.
So Angel is turn 0, and then we're going to have +3 turns. Kieran keeps looking at the cards, hoping they'll change. Is that a Boss's Orders?
I think he has
Oh my gosh.
Orders. Yeah, so Boss does require 1 more energy, and that's it to knock out the Giratina V-Star.
Oh, no, it was a Super Rod worker.
All
and
right.
Iono.
So it does have Shiny Carna. Maybe the Bosses was discarded earlier of an Ultra Ball somehow. I guess we're about to find out. Luminion is in the discard pile, so cannot Ultra Ball for it to find the Boss's Orders. We can Super Rod it back, and then use Shiny Arcana. That means there are 2 outs to the Boss's Order to win this game. And Kieran definitely wants to win this game right here, because if he's not able to and gives another turn to Angel, like, Kieran could even choose not to attack if he whiffs here, because then that way he doesn't activate the counter catcher for Angel, meaning it's easier to pull off this combination of cards, right? It's much harder to find Giratina V-Star enough at the Mirage Gate and the Boss's Orders if you can only play Boss's Orders as a supporter for turn, rather than finding Giratina V-Star and Mirage Gate if you can Colress or if you can Roxanne.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow. Luminion found Boss's Orders, and there is the game. Kieran Farah now 9-1-2, won our round 12 here and is looking to hopefully close it out and make top 8 yet again at LAIC.
Yet again, back-to-back top 8s for Kieran are a possibility. 29 match points. If 35 is secure, then he needs to win 2 out of the next 3 rounds, which is a tall order, right? It's difficult to pull off that. However, you have a little margin for error, right? Only 66% of your rounds are needed. And I'm sure there will be players who still need to win 100% of the rounds left in order to make top 8. So I like where Kieran is sitting.
And this was the start of game 2, a pretty stellar turn 1, getting 3 in the Lost Zone. Cramorant able to take a knockout on the Pokemon, and then just finding the closest experiments, but the Iono pushing him to the bottom of the deck. Kieran was able to grab that Mirage Step and avoid a Moonlight Shuriken from Angel there, and basically get fully set up thanks to these refinements, both of the Shining Arcana Gardevoirs, and being able to really put in work with that Cresselia yet again. Moonglow Reverse is one of the best attacks against a lot of single prize decks like these Lost Zones.
Indeed, and this is why I love Cresselia. I feel like Jirachi came out and people are like, yes, now I finally have this anti-Sableye card. However, Cresselia is that anti-Sableye card. It's not like Gardevoir was auto-losing or had a horrible matchup against Lost Box decks before Jirachi came out. So Kieran showing how you don't need Jirachi now, and he'll definitely not playing the Turbo Lost Box deck, therefore Sableye is a slightly later threat than normally against those sort of decks, but still, I don't think Jirachi is needed. I think Jirachi was very good for when it came out in Japan. However, now that we have the Ancient and Future Pokemon, it's just a little too late for Jirachi to really be that end-all be-all for Lost Box anymore.
Yeah, at least with us, we've seen it attack more times than its abilities being useful.
It's attacked more times than it has stopped damage counters from being placed, and Kieran just won without needing Jirachi against that Sableye threat. Turns out if your Pokemon have high enough HP to survive, right, which is the case for Charizard decks, and I've seen a lot of Charizard decide to play Jirachi, I don't think you need it. I'd rather have a second Manaphy, honestly, because to prevent the canceling Cologne plays, to prevent pricing issues, I would even prefer a second Manaphy in Gardevoir, and that's my personal choice, right? But I would prefer a second Manaphy over Jirachi at this point in the metagame. Maybe if something comes out that makes Lost Box super crazy again and super, super powerful, top tier, perhaps you consider it, but I don't think we're getting that.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our Day 2 metagame and see how the conversion rates for a lot of these decks, and no surprise at all, Gardevoir EX sitting up at the top, 24.6% of this Day 2, and we'll be seeing it again and again. It has been destroying a lot of the field out there.
Gardevoir indeed completely dominating the field. However, just as I was saying that Lost Box was not that big of a threat anymore, if we combine Lost Zone Giratina V-Star, the number 2 deck, with the other Lost Zone Box decks, we have close to Gardevoir's numbers, right? So Lost Box still very much alive. However, do you need Jirachi? I don't know. And then we have Charizard, which faltered a little bit from its presence in Day 1, but still very much in the running and still at the top tables.
And Champao really farming those Charizards at the top tables as well. Mew VMAX still sticking around there. We saw it win on stream last round, and there's still a few players that are pretty high up there in match points, hoping to seal up a top 8 in these next coming rounds. And it's a pretty good mix of decks that we have here.
It's a pretty good mix of decks. It's also the same mix of decks. Where are my Paradox Rift Pokemon? Yeah, maybe we see Iron Hands in Chien-Pao EX decks, but there's a card that is in at least 5 and possibly all 6 decks in this graphic right now from Paradox Rift that is not a Pokemon. Can you tell me what card that is?
Well, it's the best card in Paradox Rift,
Paulo.
It is Counter Catcher.
Yep, Gardevoir utilizing Counter Catcher, so is Lost Zone Giratina, Charizard, Chien-Pao. and Lost on Box, and I feel like there's even merit to playing a counter-catcher copy in new VMAX decks, especially now that they're diversifying and using more single-prize attackers like Excelgor, and we also have Meloetta, so now you can actually disrupt and cost potentially with Iona or Roxanne, or even Judge. You can even less a Sparkle and cost, which is something that usually you would never expect. So even a simple Cramorant KO could actually lead to a counter-catcher play. Falling a little behind, there's definitely more merit now to the Psychic Leap plays as well. You give up 2 prizes instead of 3 somehow. You don't do enough damage to KO something, you suddenly took a KO, and then all of a sudden counter-catcher is active. You control the prize trade. Counter-catcher, the most impactful card from Paradox Rift.
Yeah, it is. It's still the very first tournament for Paradox Rift, so we still have some time to kind of work things out. Maybe we'll see them in future tournaments, but that's not all we're going to see in the future. There is the Pokemon Art Illustration Contest. I want to remind you all, if you're a great artist, if you're an artist like me or some of our casters, you know we're terrible, except for Skarsing. He's amazing. Yeah, I'm trying to get him to submit to this contest.
Has he not submitted yet? Like, why would you
He's
not?
been working.
No, that's fair, that's fair. We have been keeping busy, right? But yeah, this illustration contest, it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. The art, I feel like with all the illustration rares that we've been getting lately, like, you can be a part of that. That's incredible.
Yeah, my dream was always to get a deck printed from the World Championships.
Mine too.
This is a close second. Just being able to create your own card out of these Pokemon there, and you gotta get them submitted by the end of January next year. Few places of the countries able to submit in that contest, and honestly, you gotta do it. There's no possibility of winning if you don't submit something.
Exactly. No more procrastination. If you were thinking about it, we are telling you, go ahead and submit your illustration.
Yeah, you love to see that contest back again. I love it every time, and getting to see a lot of my friends' artworks and stuff, even if they don't make it past the next round, there's a bunch of talent within the Pokemon community.
For sure, for sure. Like, if you follow social media, there's so much Pokemon, like talented artists out there. So definitely, if you can, if you are from one of the participating countries, you really should.
And speaking of social media, be sure to use the hashtag PokemonLAIC and tweet at us about all of the things you've been enjoying about this weekend. What decks you think will make top 8? Who do you think will win the event? And your own artwork, of course. We have our own Joe Brown from yesterday, our artist, drawing Koraidon. Love it, love to see it.
Yeah, very interesting, like abstract art sort of thing he had going with the Koraidon. Yeah, I mean, we all have our own style, right? Very nice to see.
Yeah, and then be sure to follow us on YouTube, Twitch, Pokemon TCG, so you can get all of the notifications and times when we go live for these tournaments. We're competing against all these other games, you know. VGC has been up there at the tip top for a while now, but y'all have been putting in a ton of work this weekend. We have been showing up and showing out in the Twitch and YouTube community.
Yeah, the ancient and future Pokemon have definitely brought us to a whole new level, and that's all thanks to you. So keep tuning in and tell all your friends to tune in. Really have a good thing going here.
Yeah, we got giveaways, Twitch drops. It's a whole plethora of exciting things that you can do while you're watching us talk about this silly card game.
And you get to watch these pretty faces from time to time, so it's a win-win for everyone, right?
Yeah, win-win. That's what these players are trying to do in these next few rounds to lock up that top 8.
Few more rounds to go. Still no defined. I don't think there's anyone 100% in just yet, but we are getting there. We are getting there to see the first top 8 of the first International Championship of the 2024 season. And as we've said, it feels like we've had so many regionals already. Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're still a third of the way into this season.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster of a season so far. Tons of emotions, tons of just amazing plays throughout all these streams, and actually having to include the European region now is just so awesome to see, and have their own official stream as well. Shay and Amy coming down here. It's been amazing having them here. It's really just, Pokemon's never gonna be smaller than this. It's always gonna get bigger now.
It continues to prove that we're getting bigger and bigger. I see it a lot at my locals. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen so many League Cups and League Challenges happening all over Mexico. It's been incredible to see the growth of the game and the growth of my local scene, just in Mexico City, but all over the country. Yeah, and I've been able to travel to play in League Cups outside of Mexico City, which before, if we got like 4 or 5 League Cups in Mexico City and maybe 1 or 2 in some other places, that was a lot. Now there's tournaments every single weekend. If you want to play Pokemon every day, you can.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's a great game. Well, we have our round 13 coming up shortly, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have more winners.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotongen is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now,
Arcanine's gonna
I don't think that KOs Gastron survives. That means
just a sliver of HP.
It's a little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Angelia Amogus, that's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your seniors division world champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下第几票赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Here in the beautiful city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, the largest city in Brazil, and it has been a wonderful weekend so far. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Meza. We just finished our round 12, where we saw Kieran Farah win with Gardevoir, and it has been, we've been saying that a lot, just Gardevoir winning.
Gardevoir winning is definitely the theme of this weekend. So much Gardevoir, all of them being played by really good players, and them doing pretty well. Now, Gardevoir has been out for a while. Will this be the most dominant performance since Gardevoir came out? Like in terms of numbers, in terms of miniature, and in terms of top 8 presence? I want to say yes.
Yeah, at least in the few regionals we've had before this international championship, Gardevoir has kind of underperformed. It hasn't really made top 8 very much. Maybe one has snuck in there. And
no wins.
No wins. The last win it really had was Henry Brand in Milwaukee last year?
Season, yeah. So what changed? What has changed? Obsidian Flames brought technically a brand new threat in Charizard EX, right? Now Paradox Rift brought not 1, not 2, but 3 threats in Iron Hands, Iron Valiant, and Roaring Moon. Yet here we are, still playing Gardevoir EX, and now more than ever. Is Screamtail that good, Jeremy?
I honestly think so. Just, it's the one thing Gardevoir is really missing, the ability to be able to attack the bench, and in combination with a supporter that we've had for a while now in Avery, just being able to make your opponent force those difficult decisions.
Yeah, for sure. And now, let's think about what makes a deck powerful or good. You can one-kill whatever is in front of you. Check. You have unlimited energy attachments. Check. You have bench damage. Check. You have disruption. Check. It's only missing ability denial. That's like the one key piece it's missing. And I would not fault players if they decide to play one copy of Path to Peak for mirror matches. It's generally not a bad idea.
Yeah, and that's honestly where we're going to maybe see it evolve. We've seen a deck like Mew VMAX, for example.
Exactly.
It's been out for forever now, it seems. Just evolved through the metagame, ended up playing some of its counters like Path to the Peak, and now it's pretty much a staple in the deck. And Gardevoir has been kind of going through that motion too. We saw 4 Refinement Corellia for forever, and then all of a sudden, everyone's like, well, why aren't we playing this Mirage deck? Water Duplicates was so good with Frogadier, so we might as well get that in there. And we've seen it time and time again on stream, where Mirage Step happens and you get those 3 Refinement Corellia, it's very hard for you to lose.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you go from a very underwhelming setup, you have 2 lone Ralts, not much to do, and then all of a sudden you're fully set up and you have 5 Gardevoir lines in play out of the blue, which is really, really powerful. Yeah, I do think Mirage Step is a card that we all missed initially, and now I don't understand how we ever played Gardevoir before that.
Yeah, it's night and day, and the fact that you have Reversal Energy being so powerful with that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, boosting its damage with just that 1 energy to 150 damage, able to take out a lot of those single prize decks, those Lost Zone decks, and it turns a lot of your bad matchups into matchups where, well, yeah, I'm slower than you, but I'm going to be able to hit those big numbers when I need to, and then now you have the option of Counter Catcher and Screamtail, sometimes Luxurious Cape, and it's very, very powerful.
Yeah, we were promised comeback mechanics, right? Now Gardevoir is using all of them. Counter Catcher, Reversal Energy, and Iono, and that's your reward, right? You spend a couple of turns, like, even gasping for air, trying to get your setup, and once you do, all of a sudden you can do whatever you want. So many extra cards each turn. You can disrupt your opponent. You can take down their threat wherever it is. You can even heal your board with Cresselia. So incredibly powerful deck. And I guess that's the answer I was looking for. It's just every new set has brought a new tool for Gardevoir to become that much more powerful.
Yeah, usually it's a new counter for Mew VMAX.
Yep.
Now it's a new tool for Gardevoir. Maybe next set is when we're going to have more ability denial or something like that. So snuck into Gardevoir there and makes it even better. Someone at TPCI and TPC really love this Gardevoir line.
Certainly.
It seems like it's one of those Pokemon where every card that's been released for it is somewhat useful.
Yeah, for sure. And Gardevoir throughout the ages has had like really powerful cards. The first Gardevoir ever released was World Champion.
Oh, all right.
And now we have the latest Gardevoir almost becoming World Champion as well. So Gardevoir has been, and it has been Gardevoir GX was World Champion as well. The Diamond and Pearl Gardevoir, Secret Wonders Gardevoir was World Champion as well. So you want to win, play Gardevoir. And like, don't even think about it too deeply. Just choose Gardevoir as your deck, you're bound to win.
Taking a look at all our players here in the venue. We have somehow even more people, but that's because juniors and seniors actually started today for the Pokemon TCG. It's going to be exciting to see those finalists on Championship Sunday as well. I always love to feature those juniors and seniors matches when we're able to.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I know they love the opportunity, right? I coach quite a few kids, and they're all like with that dream, you know, like they always tell me, like, my dream is to get to that stage and be live streamed. And Internationals is where we get to do that, which is really cool. And I am generally always impressed by how well they play. Not just the finalists, like most kids, I think, can easily give a lot, if not most, masters a run for their money.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I'm very scared of a lot of those juniors and seniors. They put in a ton of work, and they have a lot more time to play too.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have more time to practice and whatnot. And I remember I had a season, like 2016-2017 season, where I lost to like at least 10 different seniors that had just aged up to masters. Like, I would see them, I'm like, I would ask them, did you just age up to masters? And they would say yes, and I knew I was in for a difficult time. I just could not beat it, like any 16-year-old or 15-year-old. They had an auto win against me. I just could not handle them.
It's the old age for sure.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and head down to the table. We have our round of 13 match ready for all y'all. They're getting set up here, and it's going to be a pretty great one for you. It's Anil Saini up against Grant Shen, and it is going to be Miraidon up against Chien-Pao, and we're going to see how both of these players will navigate this matchup.
Chien-Pao, or as some would call it, Blue Miraidon, right? So
yeah.
We have big focus on basic Pokemon knocking out each other. Both decks feature essentially two-price attackers. Radiant Greninja will only be useful if Anil decides to bench 2 Mareeps. Otherwise, it's not going to be super impactful. The Excalibur is also not a big deal. Now, one play available for Grant here, as he is running the Iron Hands EX, is picking up on Luminion V or Squawkabilly EX, which Anil does play 2 copies of and probably relies on a lot. That's a 3-price turn and a 2-for-3 prize exchange, so that could be a way we're expecting Excalibur to set up just a little bit slower than Raiden. That's a way you can compensate, but wow, Jeremy, look at those prizes.
4 supporters in the prizes for Anil there, and he does not play very many. 2 out of the 3 Arven, and both the boss's orders, so you're going to have to start pretty fast and try to get those prize cards into the hand as quick as possible if you're going to want to have a good late game here. Meanwhile, Grant, Energy, Earthen Vessel, nothing too bad. Now, both of these players, I think it's going to be the first time we've seen it. They're both playing Iron Hands EX.
They're both playing Iron Hands EX. Finally, the card I chose will surely show up. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. And none of an attacker for either player, that's for sure. Anil will have a slightly harder time setting that up, as we do see both players shake hands and getting ready to get this match started.
Now, Anil said he's been playing for 15 years, so one of the old heads, and Grant, he likes to call himself CEO Pao.
CEO Pao, yeah, I mean, he has been having incredible results, right? He got top 8, top 16, top 16.
Yep.
No, top 8, top 16, top 8, back to back at regionals, and trying for the top 8 spot here at LAIC.
Now just waiting on both the players. Timer is running, so maybe a little disconnect there, but they are ready to go. It'll be interesting to see who goes first. Grant is going first, has double battle VIP pass in hand, just throws him on the table. There's that handshake. Oh, Grant. I've been there before.
Yeah, double battle VIP pass feels incredible with such a deck like Excalibur. Now, I wonder who won the coin flip, and if it was Anil, if he chose to go first, or, I mean, if he chose to go second, because Miraidon is one of those decks that can attack on turn 1, thanks to those electric generators. There was one prize that's not too bad. Now, there are 18 Lightning Energy, Jeremy.
Wow. Okay, we're almost back to the 20-20-20 deck split.
Yeah, that very basic learning curve where you start with 20-20-20 splits, but we're almost back there. And with 18 Lightning Energy, I generally would love to know the exact odds of hitting your first electric generator with no energy prize and no energy in hand. It's gotta be close to, like, for 1 energy, close to 100%. Looking at the top 5 cards, maybe 80%. Maybe I exaggerated, but really high.
I don't know if it was me playing there, I'd be 100% all the time. But it's definitely one of those cards that makes or breaks this Miraidon deck in that electric generator. Meanwhile, Grant didn't even get the full 4 Pokemon off Battle VIP Pass, just got 2 Frigibacks, and that Radiant Greninja had the energy with concealed cards, and then finds 2 more with Shivery Chill. And this is the turn 1 setup that you like to see, especially when you can't use your Iridas.
Now, I'm pretty sure that energy was for their retreat, and now we're going to see the concealed cards. I wonder what else is in Grant's hand. Must be a couple Bidoof already. Yep, there we go. Because, like, having 2 Battle VIP passes and not using them to the full effect, there's always going to be a really good reason. Now, attachment has been made, a bunch of energy in Grant's hand, but along with an Iridas, so can't ask for much more.
An energy drawn for Anil here, so discards 2 of them with Ultra Ball. We'll be able to find Miraidon EX, and with Miraidon EX, its ability Tandem Unit will be able to search your deck for 2 lightning Pokemon and put them into play. Now, granted, there is still the option to get something like Squawkabilly and be able to use Squawk and Seize this turn. It's one of the few ways to get that Squawkabilly in this deck. But Miraidon seems like the choice, especially with an electric generator in hand.
With an electric generator, and also another very interesting inclusion, the Peony. Peony will allow Anil to find a Nest Ball to get that Squawkabilly, get a hand refresher, and even find potentially a second electric generator.
And one interesting inclusion in the list too is 2 Battle VIP Pass. I guess that is the result of the Peony to be able to search it out, and how effective getting that Squawkabilly EX in play on that turn 1.
Yeah, Battle VIP Pass, definitely not a card you would ever expect to see in Miraidon. I would even argue Nest Balls are probably better, but Anil sitting here at 28 match points, very close to top 8 at LAIC, and I'm sure he has had plenty of use from that Battle VIP Pass.
And with Miraidon and its tandem unit, you can go ahead and fetch another Miraidon EX and then use that tandem unit yet again. It's basically a built-in Battle VIP Pass, and there we go. The first electric generator finds 2 lightning energy. There's the handshake, and we're going to be seeing that a lot this game, I know.
That's the third handshake we've seen in the last 5 minutes, so that's going to be happening a lot. Now, the one big card Anil needs now is a switching card. Very smartly discarding the Mareep. That way you don't have two prizes available for Radiant Greninja to pick off. And we're going to see Beach Court is a target that can be grabbed by Peony. Now has a guaranteed turn 1 knockout with Miraidon onto that Qianpao. So dream start for Anil, and being rewarded by his deck choices, right? Battle VIP Pass, fetches a Squawkabilly, will get a full fresh of 6 new cards to play with. Squawkabilly is a potential liability, as mentioned, for Iron Hands with that lightning weakness, but getting 2 prizes on your first turn of the game, pretty fantastic.
Even finding an Ultra Ball for a Flaffy on the following turn to start using Dynamotor. Having that Bravery Charm as well, which is a big card in this matchup. It pushes Miraidon EX out of an extra energy for that Qianpao to attack with.
Indeed, now needing 5 energies to be KO'd with Qianpao, as we see the Greninja come up. Does have free retreat guaranteed. All the other Pokemon could evolve and eventually not have free retreat of that Beach card, so very smart choice by Grant, as we're going to see the second best card from Paradox Rift.
Earthen Vessel, being able to discard a card in your hand to search for 2 basic energy cards and put them in your hand. This is very beneficial, especially in this Qianpao deck, not only because it combos very well with Shivery Chill to grab as much energy out of the deck as possible, but to find that one of basic lightning energy when you want to attack with Iron Hands EX.
Now, Iron Hands, a fantastic option for Grant, as he is behind at this point in time, but Grant can control when there are 2 prize Pokemon in play and when there aren't. And now one path Grant has, even though Radiant Greninja can only take down the single Mareep that is down here, that's 1 prize card. Then you utilize Iron Hands at the end of the game to knock out this Squawkabilly. That's 4 prizes. So if Grant is able to weave in a 2-prize knockout on the active Miraidon at some point, then that's how you can compensate for the fact that your opponent got that turn 1 KO. And I think that's what we're going to see, Jeremy.
Yep, Irida finding Rare Candy Baxcalibur, the classic play for this deck. 3 energy on that Radiant Greninja in the active spot, so Moonlight Shuriken will be the attack to use this turn. And like you said, taking the knockout on Mareep. You can also place 90 on that Miraidon EX in the active to soften it up for your Qianpao later.
Indeed. And I really think, this game will be dictated by my predicted card. We are going to see Iron Hands. Nope, the other one. The other one. The better one.
The better one. Hisuian Heavy Ball played for Grant here. It's a card that allows you to look at your prize cards and put a basic Pokemon into your hand and replace it with that Hisuian Heavy Ball. And there we see that second Bidoof. And B-Barrel is one of those cards in this deck that is very underrated. I know in playing, a lot of people tend to gravitate towards taking the knockout on that B-Barrel just because a lot of the times this deck doesn't play many draw supporters.
Indeed, V-Barrel is definitely the card that facilitates the whole game for Excalibur. It finds you the extra cards that you can discard to get the superior energy retrieval effect. It facilitates the Ultra Ball discards. It gets you closer to the Irida to set up your Excalibur. I feel like I tried playing V-Barrel before with a 1-1 line, and now I wish I had the space for a 3-3 line, just because people do tend to go after it, right? So setting up a second one can also be pretty important.
And after the Industrious Incisors, Grant is debating about this Pokestop here. Pokestop is one of the most risky stadiums we've had in a while. Discarding the top 3, you get any items to your hand, discard the rest, but opting not to use it. Just using that Moonlight Shuriken, knockout on the Mareep, 90 on that Raikou, which does make it an Iron Hands EX target as well.
It does indeed, and perfect play by Grant. Not having a 2-price Pokemon right here in this spot means Anil can only take 1 prize card with what we has in play, right? So we might actually see Iron Hands. If Iron Hands gets powered up this turn, that could be pretty impactful, and that would definitely make Grant take a turn in his plans. However, as long as Iron Hands doesn't show up for Anil this turn, which with 1 electric generator gone and 1 in the prize cards, you need to hit 2 electric generators this exact turn. And with Luminion now sitting on the bench, no space for Iron Hands, maximum 1 prize for Anil. Grant has set himself up for success to be able to deal with the Squawk or with the Luminion or on the Raikou. Now, the 90 damage on the Raikou, which is the most likely attacker next turn, or the easiest attacker for Anil, is also pretty smart, because then you need the least amount of resources for that Raikou.
And now energy for the turn, I believe. No, it was Raihan. So Raihan able to charge up Raichu with an energy and then search your deck for any card. And it was found off the Luminous Sign with that Luminion. And we're going to see Arvin here for possibly next turn. No, we're going Electric Generator right now.
After Anil's incredible start, this second turn is very underwhelming. If Anil does not hit at least 1 energy off of this Electric Generator, then his board will not be looking too great. Actually, maybe we won't even play it. You never want to get rid of resources with the Raichu. There's the Electric Generator, getting that right and repowered up. Only 1 hit off of that, but even though you play 18 energy, right, there's quite a few now outside of the deck.
Yeah, only getting the 1 is going to have to discard 2 to take the knockout on the Radiant Greninja here. 130 HP, and Raichu V only does 60 times for each discard. So discarding both off the active, it's gonna be pretty okay, especially because Grant most likely will be trying to take a knockout on the active. Looking through the deck, there's just the counter catcher. There's no cross switcher or boss's orders.
Yeah, now only 2 copies of Qianbao EX, which just got benched, so that's perfect for Grant. Does have the superior energy retrieval as well, so that Raichu very likely going down this turn. Grant will be at 3 prizes, even if Anil finds the KO on the Qianbao, which is very likely after such an explosive turn. It's gonna come down to the Iron Hands taking down one of the 3 targets for Grant with that counter catcher. So the best card from Paradox Rift combining with the best Pokemon from Paradox Rift. Do we agree that Iron Hands is the best Pokemon, or is it someone else? Is it Screamtail?
I think it's Screamtail, honestly.
Could be,
I mean,
could be.
At least with the way this tournament has progressed, we'll have to see how these last few rounds and top 8 shape up. But Pokestop finally used does find superior energy retrieval for Grant. It's going to be very useful for the following turn, especially with that Iron Hands EX already in hand. And with the 1 played from before, 4 energy on that Qianbao EX, 1 on the active, so you can retreat. And already having the knockout here, it's just an embarrassment of riches. Double B-Barrel, already used Industrious Incisors once. Might not even be able to use the second one because there's so many cards in Grant's hand.
And fortunate for him, Anil does not play any way to attack the hand. There's no Judges, there's no Roxanne, and there's no Iono in there, which means Grant, I'm pretty sure, just has game in hand as long as the counter catcher is available, which I'm fairly sure it is.
Super Rod will shuffle back in 1 Water Energy and a Radiant Greninja. Oh, 2 Water Energy. There we go. That way you can Shivery Chill those back into your hand once you retreat. Nest Ball. Go ahead and grab that Radiant Greninja yet again, and this has been one stellar turn from Grant. No wonder he calls himself the CEO Pal.
I love that nickname. And yeah, fantastic turn for Grant. Has the knockout and also has even more thinning of that energy. All of the moves he's doing, all these little things are just extra percentages he's giving himself in case of an Iono, or in case of a Judge, or in case of RX hand. In case his hand gets attacked, he knows the exact combo he needs to find. He also knows he has exactly 1 turn to find it. And even that preemptive attachment to the Radiant Greninja to make sure that you can retreat into the Iron Hand CX is gonna be pretty impactful. But I'm pretty sure Anil has to do something big this turn, and I don't know if there's anything he can do. That Force Seal Stone, if he could find an Iono, that would maybe help Anil get to a point where Grant cannot pull off the Iron Hands play. But with no Iono in the list, I don't know what he can do at this point.
Yeah, reach into the sideboard maybe and grab that Iono.
Pretty sure that's not allowed. However, it is a possibility, right? What the end result of that, you don't want to get disqualified, so don't do that.
Well, there is the tandem unit. Search for the Raikou V. Arvin will find Electric Generator, possibly, and a tool to go along with it if there's one available. Does not look like it, but the riding is pretty much on the wall. Both of these players are tied 3-3 prizes, but like you were saying, there's pretty much checkmate in hand for Grant as long as that countercatcher is in the deck, thanks to that Irida.
So now the big question is, which Pokemon is Grant going to choose to KO? Will it be the Squawk? Will it be the Luminion? Or will it be the Raikou? Take your pick. If you're watching at home, let us know which Pokemon do you think will be the one to go down.
I like targeting the Raikou. You already damaged it. You put effort into trying to take that knockout.
I like the no mercy knockout on Luminion. I like just hitting for weakness. See the immediate Irida, immediate counter catcher. We're gonna bench the Iron Hands.
Oh, Squawkabilly, we were both wrong.
Dang.
Squawkabilly EX in the active. Iron Hands EX benched. Retreats. Superior Energy Retrieval will grab 3 water and that lightning energy from the discard. And I have been waiting to say this for a while. I'm still mad at Shay, but amp you very much for 3 prizes. And Grant up 1-0 against Anil in this round 13.
That's okay. You get the award for saying it first today.
Yeah, okay.
The first ever day 2 amp you very much award goes to Jeremy Jalen. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There we go.
I'll
All
take
right.
it.
So after your Chenpao goes down on turn 1, that's not a great feeling, but Grant was never unfazed by that. Right?
Oh, not at all.
That was really well done, really well planned, and it certainly helps when you start Double Battle VIP Pass to be able to immediately respond. Grant did not falter, and Anil with no way to disrupt Grant's hand. I want to give a big advantage to Grant at this point. You get a stable start, you're flying high against Miraidon. So interesting game we saw with the high count of energy really factoring in for that explosive start.
Yeah, you had the Squawkabilly to be able to draw a fresh hand of 6, not even have to discard anything, but the bench was pretty full of cards that just weren't really doing much here, not really having the bench space to play that Iron Hands EX of Anil's own, and being forced to attack with a Raichu V here to take a knockout on just a Radiant Greninja. So 1 prize, and Grant able to respond with a pretty big Chenpao, taking that knockout, going down to 3 prizes himself. And from there, the writing was on the wall. There's too much liability on Anil's bench, and having everything in hand to put together that amp you very much combo.
That lightning weakness really paying off for Iron Hands, and I really think this is the best use for Iron Hands. Yeah, it's not as a turn 2 super oppressive attacker as we were all expecting. It's just not easy to power up, right? Even with 18 energy, it's not going to be easy to get out on turn 1, and I think that's something that if Anil sees a single prize Pokemon up front and chose to go second, I think he really needs to emphasize that Iron Hands as much as possible. And I'm generally also surprised that there's only 2 Boss's Orders. Anil's ideal turn would have been to go Boss KO the Excalibur instead of attacking with Raichu, but his hand was so underwhelming he wasn't able to. And anytime you're behind against Miraidon, against Excalibur, you want to take down that Excalibur. That's the most difficult piece for them to continually reset up. And if they already have 2 of them, then go after the Beaverl. But you want to try and combine that, either that turn or the next, with some sort of hand disruption, which Anil unfortunately doesn't have access to in this game.
It's going to be interesting again to see who chooses to go first, who chooses to go second here for Anil. Looking at the prize cards, Beach Court and Switch, along with the 1-1 Flaffy line, and then Alpha Ball and Miraidon. Meanwhile, Grant, couple energies, that lightning energy, very important.
Indeed, we saw Grant take 3 prizes to close out the game with Iron Hands. That lightning energy could be that 3rd prize card that is not taken yet. If we see anything sort of similar, and we did just see Grant shake his head in disappointment, so I don't know what he was going for here. He might not be happy that the lightning energy is not available.
Especially when you see your opponent start that Squawkabilly EX in the active spot. That's just a free 3 prizes if you have that lightning energy available to you and your setup. But starting off with the Nest Ball, has a Bidoof in the active spot, finds that Frigibax, was eyeing down that Radiant Greninja. We'll have to see if he has access to another search. No, couple Irida in hand, so this hand would have been amazing going second.
Indeed, and now Anil with only 2 Battle VIP passes in his deck is holding 1. So now we've seen double Battle VIP pass with 3 in the deck, single Battle VIP pass with 2 in the deck. I feel like I need to reevaluate my deck building and give more chances to these wonky counts and maybe cut a few corners, because it ends up working out. We see it time and time and again.
Listen, the less Battle VIP pass you have in your deck, the less you draw them later on off of an Iono to 1.
That's true. I mean, we're just gonna turn the other way when we figure out that we also draw them less.
No, yeah.
But sure, glass half full, right? You gotta be a glass half full kind of person.
Grant taking notes of the prize cards with that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
The lightning energy will get shuffled, so could end up in a worse place or could end up in a better place. We're about to see.
Oh, perfect.
There we go. It's at the very bottom. I think the most perilous card now could be the Rare Candy in case Grant needs to spend too many resources, but the double Bidoof being down is really, really good for Grant.
And having Irida in hand for the following turn, along with a Rare Candy, that means as long as that Frigibax is around the following turn, we will see a Baxcalibur from Grant. Doesn't have any route for Qian Pao. And there we go. Anil having that Battle VIP pass, starting with Squawkabilly. We're going to see a pretty explosive turn here.
We certainly are, with Miraidon filling up the bench. We even have the Force Seal Stone to make sure we have everything we need or anything that we're missing. So I think Anil's best play here is to go use Boss's Orders to chase down this Frigibax. Yeah, you knock that out, you're guaranteed that Grant will not have a response for at least the next turn. You're also able to do that probably with your Raikou very easily, already holding the Boss's Orders, right? So really, really powerful setup here, and with 18 energy in the deck, you're really fancying your chances of hitting 1, right? Doesn't even need both.
Yeah.
Only needs 1, already has the Beach Court Free Retreat, already has the boss in hand as well, so could even save the Forest Seal Stone. And now the dream is if you amp you very much that Frigibax this turn.
Yeah, that would be the dream. Thinning out the deck a little bit with Tandem Unit, finds a Mareep and that Iron Hands EX. And there we see the Boss's Orders. Now, we're going to see an attachment. Do you attach to the Raikou just so you can kind of almost guarantee that you get it off the thing? But no, just discarding it with the Squawkabilly. But this is also drawing more energies.
Yeah, with so many energies available in your deck, you're definitely going to draw 1, you know? So with that in mind, I don't think you ever like need to attach. If you find an electric generator, I squandered there for a bit. If you find an electric generator of that squawk, you search for another one, and you're very close to the amp you very much. You need to hit 2 and 1 in order to pull it off, along with your energy attachment. But if you commit the energy to Raikou immediately, you're forcing yourself to find 2 energies in each electric generator, if you even find one. Now that we only have one, definitely gonna go up into that Raikou, and we see 4 energies.
You can only attach 2 of them.
Only attach 2 though.
I still think with the way the hand has worked out, no, we're gonna attach to the Iron Hands EX. We're gonna have an arm press available for the knockout here. Not gonna be able to take an extra prize card, but that's gonna be on the following turn, especially with Grant not having an extra Frigirbacks on the bench.
And even the Bravery Charm for good measure. I feel like I would have held on to that one. You definitely don't need it this upcoming turn, right? You're not threatened at all, and you might need it at a different Pokemon. But looking really good so far for Anil. The Dream Start threatening Ampu very much. You also get another award, Jeremy, the first ever arm press of day 2 in the history of Pokemon trading card game.
It's not as fun, not as fun. I want extra prize cards taken. Irida for Grant here is going to find Ultra Ball and a Frigibax. Ultra Ball is going to most likely be used to find something like a B-Barrel to try to draw a couple more cards. I guess you can also have access just to Ultra Ball for another Frigibax, but you're discarding a lot of resources here. Look at the hand. Rare Candy is going to be the discard. There's 1 in the prize cards. You were saying that early. That means 1 left in the deck for Grant right now.
I've been channeling my inner Alakazam for this round, trying to predict the future, and here we are. 1 Rare Candy prize, 1 Rare Candy the discard ball. That means essentially 1 Excalibur before Grant manages to take any prize card. So if Anil is able to find the second boss's orders, which is now much more difficult, right? There's only 2 in the list. 1 has already been played. The Force Seal Stone has been utilized, so no access to an easy boss's orders, right? To chase down the Excalibur, which could play into Grant's favor. And I think as Grant, you're always evaluating the risk of discarding the Rare Candy. It's definitely a conscious decision that he has made at this point, so I don't fault him for it. It's risky, but sometimes you just have to take the risky route, and it's either it works out and I win, or it didn't work out and it was going to be very difficult anyways if I made any other decision.
Listen, Pablo, if you keep guessing all these stuff right, I'm going to run out of spoons.
See, that's the thing though. I am not guessing, Charles. I am calculating.
So with Grant here, Bidoof goes to the bench thanks to that Beach Court, and Qian Pao into the active spot. Grabs a couple energies. Earthen Vessel grabs a couple more. Nest Ball will find that Radiant Greninja. And we're going to see a concealed cards here for Grant to draw 2 more cards. And just hope that this Frigibax stays in play. There's a Battle VIP Pass. That's not really going to do anything. Pokestop. And we're going to spin the wheel. No!
Found the Frigibax, just not how you want it. And so only 1 Frigibax. And now Anil probably cannot find a boss's orders this turn, but is holding the perfect combination of Escape Rope plus Beach Court. I really would love to have seen the Escape Rope be played first. That way you don't give your opponent the information that, hey, you know what, I have free retreat, so whatever you promote will definitely be going down to amp you very much. So not giving your opponent that little piece of information might attract them to doing a different play than the best possible play. But now that they have full information, now Grant chooses the correct choice. And I'm sure he would have made it regardless, right? But it's a good thing to not do. Do not give your opponent any information that you don't need to by playing the cards in the right order.
Fleet-footed off the Raikou now that it is in the active spot. Did find an Arven for Anil, and Arven finds that electric generator. Generator will hopefully power up something like that Raikou or Miraidon EX on the bench, especially with the 4 energies already on the Iron Hands EX. And there we go, 2 again. 18 energy, pretty good.
Pretty good. No handshake this time, though. Maybe Grant not as amused anymore, being a little behind this time around and getting amped you very much. Right here, the double attachment on the Miraidon, having that ready to deal with the Qian Pao, which is exactly what Grant was hoping would get attacked this turn in order to prevent Anil from taking a prize card. Now, Grant does have a possibility to still win this game, absolutely, but it's a tall order at this point in time. So we'll have to see what he ends up doing this turn. And if he does end up losing, I'm really intrigued by what Grant will choose to do. Will he choose to go second, or will he choose to go first?
Yeah, it's going to be a big decision, and it's always scary when you're facing down a Miraidon EX. They're able to get that turn one attack so often. It's rough. And we saw it here, Anil opting to go second and getting that arm press and then that ampu very much turn after turn. And Grant still struggling here. I don't know. There is an Irida. Okay, so you can Ultra Ball for the Baxcalibur. Irida, get the rare candy. Maybe Ultra Ball for... No, yeah. There's the Bidoof is gone, so no extra one.
Yeah, I do think Grant has like enough to respond here, take down this Iron Hands, but there's already a Miraidon staring you down. So I think Grant's best bet at this point is for Anil to not be able to power up another threat. I think that's like the big thing that Grant might be counting on. Electric Drainers hitting for 2 is fantastic, but the one big card Anil was missing last turn was the Flaffy, to be able to get a little bit of extra energy attachment, make sure that something else is powered up. But Grant has an opening for sure, but not a very good one.
And with Anil's hand, it was a little lackluster, but thanks to those few prize cards, finds an Ultra Ball. So Ultra Ball can go ahead and grab that Lumineon V and get a supporter rolling for the next turn. So sitting a little bit more comfortable here, especially in this game too. A ton of energy getting brought down thanks to that Baxcalibur, and there we see the Industrious Incisors finds a couple Super Rod.
Yeah, Super Rod being pretty key. Also, the Pokestop, which could find an S-Ball, and if Grant manages to bench another Frigibax, that would actually really change his board presence right here. However, no Nest Ball, 2 Pokemon, and another Pokestop hitting the discard. And with that Ultra Ball you were mentioning, I think Anil has a very clear path of Ultra Ball Dominion, knock out your opponent's only Baxcalibur, leave them with 1 energy in play. That doesn't mean anything for you in terms of threats.
Super Rod is played, going to shuffle back a couple Frigibacks and Baxcalibur most likely. But Grant is definitely on the back foot here. Is going to be able to take 2 prize cards on that Iron Hands EX. But Anil already having a Lightning in hand. That is just enough to be able to power up that Miraidon EX and take the knockout.
Now, even in a dream scenario where there was a Frigibax right here, right? The rare candy is still in the prizes, and I'm not sure Grant will be able to access that this turn. And therefore, yeah, it's at the very top. So, I mean, Anil doesn't know that, right? Doesn't know. All he sees is 2 rare candies in the discard pile. There's always going to be a third one. But I think you still go after Baxcalibur, even if there is a Frigibax. But now that there isn't, I would love to see this Ultra Ball into Luminion, into Boss's Orders to knock out the Baxcalibur.
Tandem Unit is going to take a look at the deck and see the resources available for Anil here. And eyeing down something like a Raikou V, just thin the deck out a little bit more. There's also the option of Pokestop to try and hit some item cards, but I feel like Pokestop is going to be more beneficial after you get that Lumineon V and that Boss's Orders out of the deck.
Certainly. Now, Anil, I'm not sure if he top decked the Beach Court. I feel like he already had it, but he didn't top deck either Beach Court or Switch. However, not choosing to go for the Luminion boss play on the single Baxcalibur available for Grant. So that energy attachment for Flaffy will be good, right? Will allow Anil to set up a backup attacker. However, that backup attacker won't be able to take down the upcoming Chen Pao, because as long as Grant doesn't fill up his bench, he's going to be fine. So I don't like this play by Anil. I think whenever your opponent only has 1 Baxcalibur in play and they don't have enough energies, or a lot of them, just go after it. Yeah. If you have the opportunity, go after it. You're never going to be punished by doing that.
Taking a look at Grant's hand here. There's another Super Rod being played.
Did top deck a Frigibax, which is good news-ish.
Now, I guess the only thing is, was the Lumineon V prized?
It was not.
No?
It was there. Luminion was there. Boss was there. He was able to check. through the Miraidon. I'm 99% sure I saw the blue Pokemon in there. So now Grant knocks out this Miraidon. What does Anil do? As long as Grant doesn't fill up his bench, there's no way for Anil to take 2 prize cards, and his hand is not great. If you have an escape rope, sure, right? That's how you can make sure that you have the win with the Raikou. But at this point in time, Anil does not have the possibility to take his last prize card next turn.
And wow, a big Iono here, putting Anil down to 1 card. Grant is going to draw 4 and then be able to take this knockout. So a big swing of things, finds an energy, and it makes you wonder, was there access to even another Miraidon EX to try to charge that up? Because that is the easy way to take a knockout on Qianpao.
So I think there is. There might be. There's 2. Well, there's only 2 in the list. So a lot of corners being caught by Anil in order to fit those 18 lightning energy, right? He did get 1 now. The Iono is less bad when you consider the fact that Anil is now closer to the boss's orders than he was before, and also closer to the escape rope than he was before. Grant doesn't know that. Grant only sees 3 cards versus 1. That's the right decision, right? So that could be Anil's saving grace. That Iono could actually help Anil win this game. He also has Pokestop potentially to find that escape rope as a last resort. However, Grant, I think a window just opened for Grant to be able to close out this game.
Superior Energy Retrieval here. Had the option to Ultra Ball, maybe put down that Iron Hands EX, another Pokemon to take a hit off of that escape rope. But Industrious Incisors draws 2, doesn't really find much anything, and here we're gonna see the knockout.
4 energies, 2 prizes taken. Both players 1 prize away from winning this game. And
wow,
was that the boss?
I think so, but and with the Dynamotor has the attachment return. Boss's orders off the top.
The Iono, I think he might have still been able to find it. There's still minion. See, like he might have been still able to find it off of the fleet-footed, right? But the Iono got Anil closer to the game-winning card. So actually, you welcome the Iono when your hand is so bad. You're just getting closer to your potential outs.
And just like that, Iron Hands EX putting in work for both players. We're now going to a game 3 here in round 13. And Grant's start wasn't very good. Had a much better hand going second with 2 Irida, and prizing in Rare Candy and that Lightning Energy meant the options were limited. And that turn 1 arm press and this Ultra Ball discarding a Rare Candy as well just put a lot of pressure on that lone Baxcalibur.
Yeah, gave Anil an opening to take it down. Chose not to do it, however, and was not punished for it. That Iono giving Anil the game-winning card, which was going to be reached thanks to fleet-footed, which sometimes drawing 1 extra card can be enough to win you a game at the highest level that we are watching right here.
And that's why we're hammering down the importance of resource management, playing to your outs, deck thinning, and just try to give yourself the best odds to take down a game when it's as close as this. And Grant doing everything possible trying to come back in this game, but with the 1 energy in hand, drawing the boss's orders, that seals it up, and we are going to a game 3 in this very exciting matchup between Miraidon and Blue Miraidon.
Indeed, the battle of the Miraidons of different colors. Yeah, I feel like one comes from the snowy region, the other is from the big city, right?
Yeah.
Full of electricity. And really good matchup here. Who's going first, Jeremy? As Qianpao, who goes first? I feel like they do.
Yeah, you always force Qianpao to go first, even though that means Grant has the opportunity to get a Baxcalibur in play as soon as possible. Gonna have to rely off his concealed cards. Rare Candy, Water Energy, no way to get a Frigibax. And oh, there is a Nest Ball. Okay.
There is a way to get Frigibax. Indeed. So Grant chose to go first. Yeah, like going opposite to what we were thinking. He must have played this matchup many more times than you and I, and chooses to go first. So that is a risk, right? You don't always start double battle VIP pass that you get to throw to your opponent as he did in game 1. We see only a single nest ball, and Anil's deck is built to have that explosiveness. It definitely whittles down in power, right, as the game advances. Miraidon has very explosive turn 1s, decent turn 2s, and then after that, you're kind of in top deck mode a lot of the time, right? Or having follow-ups can be difficult. However, with Grant's very underwhelming start, that might just be enough, as it was in the previous game.
And depending on if Grant has another basic Pokemon that gives an out to Escape Rope, to be able to take an easy knockout with something like a Raikou V. And just a pass of the turn, so not having much. Ultra Ball is going to start things for Anil here, discarding 2 Lightning Energy. There's 2 more in hand, and then, what, 4 in the prize cards?
4 in the prize cards. And this is something that JW was talking about when choosing to play Miraidon. You generally, like, we're seeing Grant's deck just not fully work in 2 of these 3 games, whereas Anil doesn't need much to get going, right? His deck is built to hit those electric generators on average very well, and is holding the Peony in hand along with a boss, right? So with the Peony, finding a single escape rope gets the knockout on the lone Frigibax and will put Grant Shen in a very bad situation.
Double tandem unit. Now the bench is almost full. Iron Hands EX joins Raikou V and those 2 Miraidon EX. Electric Generator is going to be a pretty big one here. Only 10 outs left, and of course, 2 Lightning Energy. Iron Hands EX, too good.
I generally think there's a very high chance we see at turn 1 amp you very much. Not even like reconsidering. We're definitely going to see an arm press, right? But I'm pretty sure this Peony gets another generator and the escape rope. Or
escape rope, battle VIP pass, go ahead and get that Squawkabilly EX. You'll find the generator after those 6 cards.
That seems less all-in-ish, as I was trying to go for. Yeah, it gives you a chance to find it. If you don't find it, you still get the arm press. Actually, now there's no more chance of the turn 1 amp you very much, because the escape rope does need to be played. Still pretty good. Yeah, fantastic.
And there was another electric generator found off those 6 cards of the Squawk and Seas from that Squawkabilly EX. Go ahead and attach that Forest Seal Stone to the Raikou V to save it for later. And there's another arm press, taking the knockout on the Frigibax, leaving Grant with just a Radiant Greninja in hand and draws a Manaphy for the turn. That would have been a great out to that escape rope the previous turn.
Yeah, any other basic Pokemon, especially a Chimpa, would have been fantastic. That way, I mean, Anil probably would have powered up the Rhydon in that situation, still managed to get 2 prizes, but yeah, any other basic Pokemon would have been really good for Grant, and I really wish we could ask him why he chose to go first against Rhydon when if you go second between your 4 Iridan, your 4 Battle VIP Pass, it's like you have 8 outs to a very powerful start, and as we saw from game 1, if your opponent gets 2 prizes on the first turn, that's completely okay.
Yeah, it turns on your counter catcher for the end game scenario that you're trying to reach.
Yeah, you've seen your opponent rely heavily, very heavily on Squawkabilly to set up, not afraid to bench that Luminion either, so I feel like game 3 could have played out pretty similar had Grant gotten a better start, of course, or quite simply chosen to go second.
Now, with the hand here, concealed cards, does find a Frigibax off those 2 cards, along with an Ultra Ball. And then with the Nest Ball found off the Irida, we'll be able to grab a second one. So, as long as everything's shaping out to be, there is that Rare Candy Baxcalibur in hand. So, Grant will have access to it next turn.
Now, Anil holding both the Forest Seal Stone possibility and the second Escape Rope copy in hand. So, Ampu very much a very big threat if another 2-prize Pokemon is not benched this upcoming turn. Also held to a good amount of resources with Electric Generator, Energy Attachment, Stadium. So Anil can pretty much target or can take 2 prizes regardless of what is in the active, as long as the Electric Generator hits for 2, right? So really good spot if you're Anil here. Grant is really going to struggle to win this one.
Yeah, and of course, I believe there's the second escape rope in Anil's hand, so you can just escape rope, retreat, and amp you very much to take 2 prizes off the bench as well if you don't hit that electric generator. There's the beach court in hand to go along with it.
Yeah.
And now playing the escape rope before that beach court, Grant brings up that Frigibax. Fleet-footed, an extra card, always great to see then. Wow.
It's a boss's orders as well, so saving the boss's orders right now means if the Baxcalibur hits play, now you can easily target it even without benching the Luminion. But setting up a Fluffy here, very important, because all your eggs are in the Iron Hands basket, and you really need to spread your resources a little bit more right now.
Does find Ultra Ball and that Bravery Charm off of the Arvin, and we're going to see Ultra Ball discard Battle VIP Pass and Luminion V. Go ahead and find that Flaffy, like you were saying. Dynamotor is such a powerful ability in this deck to be able to give you a little assurance if you don't hit those electric generators.
Now, I love how Anil hesitated a little bit to discard the Luminion V, and that will give Grant a false sense of security that, okay, my opponent already discarded 1 boss's orders. I've only seen 2 so far in the 3 games that we've played, so very difficult for him to find the next boss's orders. Unfortunately for him, the boss's orders is the last card in Anil's hand, so Anil sitting in a fantastic spot, hitting 2 more energy.
That's how you like to draw it up. That's why you play 18 energy in this Miraidon EX deck, and it's all trying to power up that Iron Hands EX as fast as possible. This is what we've been waiting for, Pablo.
This is what we've been waiting for. Amp you very much. Iron Hands EX showing its true power right here. What a fantastic card we are seeing. The best Pokemon in Paradox Rift, and the most hyped card, I guess, living up to its name, honestly.
At least for this round.
At least for this round.
It is very well positioned against a lot of the single prize decks, even Gardevoir. It has somehow turned Miraidon into kind of an even matchup against Gardevoir most of the time now.
Certainly. Now, Grant against the ropes here can maybe find knockout on the active, but you can see from his demeanor, right? He's struggling to figure out exactly how to win this game. There's already a threat powered up. You can go after the Fluffy, but then you can only do so with Greninja. That just hands 2 more prizes to the Iron Hands EX. What can Grant Shen do in this spot to come back from this? I mean, I guess one way you could do it is you counter catcher the Fluffy, bring that up to the active spot, and then start using Moonlight Shuriken like a crazy person.
Just turn after turn, 90-90, 90-90, 90-90.
I don't see any other way, because now that Anil is down to escape ropes, the beach court does not help Fluffy, and there's no energy there, and there's a 3-card hand. I really think that's the only play you have here, because if you just slam the Qianpao into the Iron Hands, sure, that's great, but then Anil comes up with a Miraidon, knocks you right back, and is 1 prize away. And I think if that happens, Anil has to factor in the possibility of counter catcher onto Fluffy. I would love to see Dynamotor onto itself.
And there's also the potential of using that boss's orders to bring up that Baxcalibur and take the knockout with something like that Miraidon, and that would just leave Grant with no energy in play.
Yeah, but Anil is also holding the boss's orders. That's why the urgency for the counter catcher play this turn, but I don't even see it in Grant's hand. There's a Greninja, though. We have a start, and
there is the counter catcher.
Oh, there is the counter catcher. There we go. I didn't. It's blingy, so that's why I didn't. I don't recognize the blingy cards. They're all golden and beautiful, but they all blend with each other. There we go.
Counter catcher Fluffy. I think Grant must have heard you, because we're gonna start throwing those shuriken like crazy.
Yeah, Moonlight Shuriken. We might see multiple Moonlight Shurikens, and Anil at this point does have energy left in the deck, which is good news for him. Also has the one-off copy of Switch. That is a card that would immediately allow Anil to get out of this sticky situation, and it's not in the hand though.
But we do have Forest Seal Stone.
Forest Seal Stone.
Searching for that beautiful Heart Gold Soul Silver Switch. My favorite art personally, and this is bad news bears for Grant here.
This is such bad news. We could see Switch plus Boss's Orders on the Excalibur, and I think that would settle this. I don't see, I mean, do you arm press, do you amp you very much? Anil playing around the play. Anil, I wish he was more aggressive against the Excalibur. He's just gonna take the, I want to say, a little greedy 2 prizes. At this point, it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
you already
At this point, probably doesn't matter. I want to play it 100% safe if I'm Anil here.
Yeah, this opens you up to getting Iono'd to 1, but you already have the Miraidon EX powered up, and if Grant just attacks with anything in his deck, it's going to get knocked out by that Miraidon.
Yep. No second copy of Counter Catcher, so we cannot bring up the Fluffy once again. Iron Hands does survive
that is
turn,
true, yeah.
But it cannot survive 2, right? And we also know Anil is holding that Boss's Orders. Grant probably goes for the Iono this turn, so the Boss's Orders will be at the very bottom of the deck. But nothing can stop Anil from attacking twice over the course of 2 turns and winning this game, even if time gets cold. And Anil will definitely get 2 turns to figure this out.
6 cards off the Iono for Grant, 1 for Anil. Tosses the nest ball down. Gonna search the deck, make sure you have the resources available. And here we see the Iron Bundle, a card that's not often seen, but Hyper Blower. Once during your turn, you can, if this Pokemon's on your bench, you can discard it and force your opponent to switch their active Pokemon. It is reminiscent of the old Pokemon Circulator card that we had, where it saw some fringe play.
Yeah, certainly. Being able to force your opponent to switch, like depending on what they have on their bench, can be as good as a Boss's Order sometimes. So very good merit for a Pokemon that's searchable by Irida, right? Which is fantastic. You get Nest Ball for it as well. Having that effect can sometimes be very, very powerful depending on what your opponent has. Now, we do see the Pokestop. I feel like Grant's out is once again trying to do the Greninja play this turn and hoping Anil does not have a single energy to retreat. It's a big ask, but I don't see any other way. Choosing not to attack prevents you from losing, right? But you're also not applying any pressure and you're not getting any closer to winning either.
Not at all. Shivery Chill finds just 1 water energy left in the deck. It means the rest of Grant's hand isn't really going to be doing too much. You got the Earthen Vessel, and you got Ultra Ball, you got Rare Candy. That's a lot of stuff that you don't really want to see. And time seems to have been called here, so as long as it's all accurate, Grant is turn 0, and we're going to have +3 turns.
The turn 1 being Anil needs to find that energy though, which does have in his hand. Iron Hands cannot be KO'd this turn, however. So Grant will survive this turn. The question is, what can Grant promote next turn to prevent Anil from winning this match and squeaking out a point? Yeah, which is, now we've switched gears, right?
Yep.
Grant trying not to lose, Anil trying to finish the game and choosing, he had Beach Court and Energy. I really like the Beach Court play here because with that energy, in case your opponent does play a second Counter Catcher to bring up any of your Pokemon, you have that to retreat, even the Fluffy. But the Beach Court does not help Fluffy retreat.
Dynamotor here charging up what looks like Miraidon EX is going to be the option.
This will be turn 1.
And arm press for 160 damage on the opposing Iron Hands EX. Feels like a sumo match here. Both of these Pokemon trying to just push each other out of the way.
What is Grant's plan here? What is he aiming to do this turn? I'm not seeing anything in the list that could conceivably prevent Anil from declaring an attack and winning next turn. I really, like I said, I really wish I could ask him why he chose to go first rather, and what is he planning in this last turn? The CEO of Chien Pao.
I think you're just playing out the rest of the turn. You're going to lose next turn anyway, so might as well. There's no second Iron Hands EX in Grant's list compared to Anil's. And the writing is pretty much on the wall. We'll get 5 cards off Industrious Incisors. But like you said, nothing's really going to change. There's that Miraidon EX on the bench, ready to take a knockout on anything Grant promotes.
Yeah, no penny to heal up this Iron Hands and re-promote it fully fresh. I think that's it. Yep, there we go.
Anil Sani able to take down Qianpao with Miraidon, and moving forward needs, what, one more win to potentially lock up the top 8, or we're sitting at, what, 28 match points, so maybe a win and a tie.
A win and a tie would do it in theory, right? I don't want anyone to say, well, Pablo told me that 35 was safe. No. Yeah, with so many players, so many ties as well, you never know exactly how many. The more points you have, the more likely it is that you'll make it, right? So just aim to win the next one, figure it out later what happens in the last one, but still plenty to play for here after we saw Anil's very explosive start.
Yeah, having that escape rope to bring up that lone Ridgebacks, take the knockout with arm press, just puts Grant an extra turn behind, and that means Amphi very much is going to wreak havoc. Even Electric Generator here, powering up that Miraidon EX, always gave Anil a second attacker to take down pretty much anything in Grant's deck. And that's due to the fact that these lists aren't really running something like Bravery Charm anymore.
Indeed, Bravery Charm not an inclusion, meaning Grant's Pokemon were very easy for Anil to take down, and we saw Amphi very much over and over and how impactful it was. That threat, you lead with Arm Press, you follow up with Amphi very much. Even in a duel of Iron Hands EX, the Lightning, the yellow Miraidon ended up on top, and the blue Miraidon was defeated.
Yeah, defeated in a pretty decisive fashion in that game 3, and it really all comes down to Grant choosing to go first.
Yeah, I really think I was very perplexed by that decision. In my testing, I've been just choosing to go second, even against an unknown opponent, because if you let Roaring Moon go first, if you let Miraidon go first, that can definitely be very problematic, right? You get whatever you started with, you have to survive the incoming turn 1 attack, which is very likely. The decks are built to be able to do that, especially Anil's deck with 18 Lightning Energy. I had not seen that many in a Miraidon. I had seen 15. Never 16, never 17, never 18.
Yeah, think about all the cards that are in Anil's deck to make that turn 1 happen. 18 Lightning Energy, your 2 Squawkabilly EX, your 2 Battle VIP Pass, you got Peony, Arvin. It really is the Beach Courts, the 2 Forest Sealstone. This deck is built to get that turn 1 attack going second, and you have to realize, like, just maybe it's okay to take an extra turn off to guarantee that Baxcalibur.
Yeah, really not bothering with the late game, right? No paths, no judges, not even an Iono in there, which I feel like one Iono would be fantastic, but no, Anil just wants to win the game really quickly, and what we did see in the 3 games was his deck work and execute flawlessly, right? Because that's what Miraidon does, but if you don't get double battle VIP pass with Qianpao, you falter in the beginning, and when you're up against a deck that pressures you from the very first turn, that can be very problematic. And I feel like it wasn't the matchup. The matchup on paper should be heavily favored towards Baxcalibur because it has the better attackers. It can decide how many prizes the Miraidon player gets. However, that's not how it works out on paper, because Miraidon just got to do what it wants to do, and Grant was never able to stabilize in Game 2 and Game 3.
All right, well, we have our winner interview ready, so let's go ahead and take it down to the stage.
Welcome, everybody. I am here with our feature match winner, Anil. How are you feeling?
Good. It was a fun game against my buddy Jishan. Felt bad that second game, kind of taking out his basics like that, but no, it was fun. It's fun to be up here as always.
Absolutely. Have you been finding the double iron hands are becoming in ultra handy?
You could say that. Yeah, it's my build is designed basically to get it out every game. I would say about 50 to 60% of the time I get a turn 1, which is kind of insane. My deck is literally 1/3 energies, so there's a lot of clunk, but I didn't hit the clunk, and that's what matters, I guess.
Absolutely. You've been doing spectacularly today, and I'm really glad to see that although you're running loads of energy, the clock just isn't there. How did you go about testing for this new format?
It was tough. We tried a lot of archetypes, tried a lot of different things. Obviously, like, it's a very blind format. The set's really impactful, so you don't know what's going to win. I went back to something that my buddy put me on. He put me on Miraidon. He said, hey, you should give it a shot. Not his build. It's a totally random build I found online, but I tweaked it, and I liked it, and it's working.
There we go. Sometimes that's all you need, is to find something you enjoy playing, and I hope that you continue to do absolutely spectacularly throughout today and hopefully tomorrow. So yeah, congratulations once again. Have you got any shout outs while you're here to anyone who helped you get this far?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out my sponsor, Banana Games. Love them. Manta Trading, all my boys there. My buddy Dino, who came with me on this trip, even though he's not playing Pokemon. Crazy. Yeah, shout out to all of them. I appreciate all my friends and family. Thank you so much. It's been fun.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. We're going to throw it back to the studio now. But thank you so much for joining us. And Anil, we wish you the best of luck going forward. See you guys soon. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Amy. Great to hear from Anil there. And our round 14 is coming up very soon. But we have a few giveaways that we want to remind you about for this weekend. We have that special illustration, rare Iron Valiant EX. Use that code ParadoxLAIC. We have the Dragapult from Alex's team from NAIC last year for VGC. And then there is a ton of Twitch drops and stuff for Pokemon Go as well. Code is a little different for the Dragapult there, LA1CPHAN T0M4CE. LAIC Phantom Menace, basically.
Phantom Ace, I figured it out.
Ace.
Phantom Ace, yeah, it's spelled with numbers, but you can get your own Dragapult. That was the NAC winner, and if you're watching, make sure you activate the drops. You watch and learn, you watch and earn, and also watch and learn. If you're watching us on Pokemon TCG, you get Pokemon TCG Live stuff, and if you're watching on Pokemon Go, you get a few gifts, a few rare candies, a few TMs, really good things to have.
It is all great, and it really does help out the viewership too. Keeps you all sticking around watching this glorious action that we have here for y'all this weekend. It has been a pretty great introduction to Paradox Rift format with this LAIC, and we just saw Iron Hands EX finally show up and show out, taking down Chien Pao with Miraidon, and it was a pretty back and forth each game with that Iron Hands, at least for the first two. And that game 3, a ton of work. Grant not able to really take a prize.
Yeah, Iron Hands definitely was the star of this past round. Pretty fantastic Pokemon to utilize for both players, right? They both executed perfectly their strategy for Iron Hands, but turns out 18 energies is the way to go in order to get it fully functional as soon as possible.
Now this is the last 2 rounds of Swiss we have coming up, so this is where a lot of our win-ins will take place. Our top 8 is starting to take its shape, and we might eventually see how these decks will do going down all the way to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
A lot of exciting matches coming up. Those win-ins, right? Guaranteeing your spot in top 8. This is the highest level of play we're gonna see, the biggest stakes we're gonna get in the Swiss rounds as we head into the top 8. Make sure you're tuned in, because it's about to get even better than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, get all your friends watching, get everyone you know. This is where it's starting to get to the nitty-gritty here, and these players have a ton of money on the line. They have a ton of pride, packs, championship points, and that elusive international championship title.
Along with an invite, to Hawaii. I think that's also a big draw, right? The invite to Worlds this season, a few more championship points required for every region, right? Or win a regional, or be a finalist at NIC. It's been a while since those have been awarded, like directly, and I'm sure a lot of players are eyeing that up right here.
All right, And don't forget to follow the channel here on Twitch and YouTube so you can be notified for all of the times we're live. And with that, we are done for right now, but when we come back from break, Shay and Amy will bring you round 14 action, so don't go anywhere.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well. I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Latin America International Championship stream. We're getting ready for our next round. Players are shuffling up, so we'll get down to the action as soon as possible. You're joined by myself, Shay, and Amy. Amy, how are we after watching that intense round just gone?
Oh, absolutely enthralled. We can't be mad at some good iron hands. I hope that you all enjoyed that at home. The games went from small to large, so quick. The prize cards were all over the place. You look away for a second and you miss the action, so don't go anywhere and keep your eyes glued, my friends.
That's literally, I turned around, looked back, I was like, oh, all of a sudden, Iron Hand's taking 3 prize cards, could take a bit out of hand. We definitely didn't steal that from you earlier. So, but yeah, moving forward now, I think we have a potential winning in scenario for our players here. Winning, if one of our players wins this round, they are almost guaranteed a place in top 8, or at least can continue to fight for that spot, which is where that big prize starts to come into play, right?
The pressure is on, and I think we're starting to feel it in the hall as well. The cheering from the crowd for various games is starting to get louder and louder as everybody gets hyped for the next game.
And this is where it starts to get serious. You have to start, you know, trying to compress those emotions, just try and take each game at a time. Because like I said, we saw earlier, the prizing that these internationals give is honestly absurd. And you know, if you can just win this next one, potentially you can draw, and then your last one, then you're in the top 8. And at that point, it's anyone's game. It's just elimination, just keep winning, and you get those massive prizes.
We started with over 1,000 masters, and we are slicing it down to just the best of the best here today. And we're firing on all cylinders towards that top 8. So don't go anywhere, because we've got so much action left to give and so many fantastic decks yet to show. And this next round is absolutely no short of that exact action you're looking for.
Yeah, this next round, I don't want to spoil it, but it's going to be a very interesting matchup. You would think initially that one deck is favored, but the other player does play something that could, you know, turn the tide a little bit. So this is what we like to see, these sort of chess matches, right? As we get towards these late game, late event scenarios, I should say, where every card matters, every top deck matters, every card and tech card even can matter as well.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see when those are coming into play, exactly when the matchup that you're expecting comes your way.
And speaking of the matchup, here it is. We have Iron Valiant EX partnered with Entei, which we saw used to great effect in day 1, piloted by Noah. And then on our left, we have Jeremy, who's piloting Gardevoir EX.
Once again, but no fear, my friends. This Gardevoir has something spicy tucked away. We're not gonna spoil it for you. We're gonna wait and see what unfolds, but it's gonna be very interesting to see how they deal with each other's tactics. You might think, oh, I am Valiant, easy peasy. They're gonna make mincemeat of those rolls, but no, my friend, it may not be the case. So please stick around and see whether I am Valiant can repeat what happened to poor Chen Pao earlier in the day.
And yeah, Jeremy is a fantastic player, has a long limitless page with a lot of accomplishments on it, has won regionals top 8 already, and plenty of top 64s and stuff like this, and also owns 100 pairs of shoes.
More than I hear.
I've been trying to see what he has there. And speaking of prize cards, let's have a little look. Noya has prized the Squawker Billy. Got to keep an eye on that. 2 copies of Nest Ball, Forest Seal Stone, and Switch Card. And for Jeremy, the prize card's not looking too impactful. Artisan and 2 copies of Psychic Energy might be the most impactful things there.
Yeah, this is Noah's first LAIC, so we'll have to see whether they can take it all the way on the first try.
Yeah, I mean, that would be what an accomplishment, right? And Noah has had a 2nd place regionals finish at Fort Wayne earlier this year. So again, no stranger to these high stakes scenarios. Maybe he wants to try to add an international finish to his impressive Pokemon resume.
Quick quiz time for you guys in the chat. What Pokemon plushie is that on the stage? Can't quite see right now, and it's...
Oh!
We'll have to reveal it in a bit, but I know what it is. But yeah, get your guesses in the chat. Okay, Noah's going first, starting strong with an Iron Valiant EX and a Battle VIP pass.
Yes, in case you don't know, that Iron Valiant, that is really strong ability, that Tachyon bit. When the Iron Valiant moves into the active position, you can place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that's going to be really strong when used in combination with Medicham V. However, we do see a slight counter for Jeremy that does play that 1 copy of Jirachi.
Jirachi's going to be pulling a Stellar Veil over its opponent's eyes to prevent the effects of attack. So what kind of effects might we be looking at today?
Well, normally that Jirachi is used as a defense for Sablei's Lost Mine, because it would prevent Sableye from placing damage counters on your bench Pokemon. However, it does actually stop Medicham V, as we just see getting on the left-hand side there, because that Yoga Loop does place 2 damage counters, and if it knocks something out, you can actually steal another turn. But Jirachi would stop you from placing those damage counters on the bench Pokemon. So Medicham V is going to be a non-factor while Jirachi is in play, as we do see the first use of Tachyon Bits, putting 2 damage counters on the active Jirachi.
Oh no! Shay!
Oh goodness.
Is Jeremy going No, they're not going to. I was going to say, is Jeremy even going to get a turn? There is a world.
It would have been possible.
No,
yeah.
it might still be. We've still got a fleet-footed. There is a potential here that Jeremy has done a rather accidental oversight and not thought about the Iron Valiant. We are in a very large habit right now of not putting another Pokemon down. They got away with it. They got away with it. Jeremy is allowed to turn.
Could you imagine losing a game on stream before you've even had a chance to play a card? If we saw 4 uses of Tachyon Bits there, that could have been the case. Jeremy does get a turn now, and does get to start the turn off with placing the Artisan down, which will let you grab a Pokemon from your deck that hasn't got a rule box and put it onto your bench. Jeremy does start the turn off with an Iono. Going to give him a fresh hand of 6, and let's see what he draws. We're going to want to see some Battle VIP pass, some Level Ball, some Fog Crystal, anything like this, and ideally get that Jirachi out of the active as well.
Yeah, well, the Jirachi might not last long in this game, so I think Yoga Loop might be able to do some scary things. And unfortunately for Jeremy, I don't really know what their possible game plan here is, but they've currently benched a 60 HP Ralt, and that's really scary against I'm Valiant, but let's have a look. They do have more options. Then again, maybe playing this Ralt in an attempt to evolve it faster, just so that it does see play. Otherwise, you've got to kind of avoid playing it at all. So I understand the logic behind Jeremy's choice there.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jeremy benches the 60 HP Ralt. You would imagine Noah would like to try and target that down via Tachyon Bits, but then you also want to try and get rid of that Jirachi so you can start to open up your Yoga Loop. So I guess it gives Noah a couple options, and Jeremy wants to try and spread the damage out there if possible. Jeremy also does play a Level Ball to grab a 70 HP Ralt, and it looks like since this is his first deck search, can work out what he has in the prize cards, so he doesn't make any plays for cards that aren't available to him.
Yeah, it's going to be important to manage resources when Iron Valiant's Tachyon Bits does make a huge impact due to low HP basic Pokemon in the beginning. If Jeremy can get past that Veil, though, and this is a really fantastic start in achieving that, 3 Ralts on the board will hopefully guarantee Jeremy at least 1 Gardevoir, and at least 1 Gardevoir EX plus some attackers might be enough to see them through.
Yeah, when we saw the Entei Iron Valiant deck on stream day 1, it didn't allow Jared to evolve at all. There was not a single evolution done that round. So I wonder if Noya can try and keep up that performance.
Yeah, there is a high possibility with that really early start placing the 4 damage counters on Jirachi. It might.
Oh, goodness. As the turn gets passed over to Noah, I see a lot. I see a switch, first of all. So Tachyon Bits, Jirachi's on 60. I saw Jet Energy. I saw even more switch cards, Amy. I think we're going to see a mid-turn KO here. We see a free retreat due to that future booster capsule. And there's the Jirachi gone. That means Medicham is now a potential threat. Forest Hill Stone on the Entei. That Entei with the energy.
Nice,
This could start to get out of hand.
Good idea. Still lots of switching options, still more search for basics. Wow, even the Jet Energy is there this turn. We've got the double, is that a, double turbo energy on the Entei. So Entei cannot attack right now, but we can still use fleet-footed on the one on the bench.
Yeah, we can. We are going to see Professor's Research. And there's actually a little sneaky card there, viewers, I want to draw your attention to. That little TM Evolution card. I did get discarded. Something we could see in games 2 and 3. Actually, it gives the Pokemon it's attached to a 1 energy, colorless energy attack, which de-evolves all your opponents' evolved Pokemon and puts the highest stage back into their hand. So if you spread enough damage onto a Pokemon to where when it de-evolves it, it's got more damage on than the basic or stage 1. it will get KO'd.
I think that's one of the really scary parts about Taki and Bits, right? So if Noah can remember which God of War, let's say, they've put damage counters on. If they've put 60 on the 60 HP and then de-evolve all of Jeremy's Pokemon, they can take quite a few KOs in one go. And here we go, passing over Jeremy's turn as one Ralts goes down.
Yes, we do see that Burning Wonder carrying the active Ralts, and let's see what Jeremy can do. We'll probably want to use Mirage Step here, I would imagine, to try and get as many Curlier into play as possible. We do see a Super Rod going to get back that Jirachi, and I wonder if we're going to see it immediately hit the playing surface by some sort of, you know, a level ball or anything like this, because the deck is very vulnerable. Because even if you were to do Mirage Step, right, they only have 80 HP. That's not a great that's not a great number when your opponent has 3 Iron Valiant in play. Looks like we're going to see an Iono that's going to reset both players' hands. As Noah will only get 4, and Jeremy will get the full 6.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jeremy does play Collapse Stadium. So there is a potential they could bench lock Noah. If they can't take a KO here, they could say, actually, no, you're not going to put that down, though. Put that away. We're not going to be playing with fire that easily. Okay, there we are. Nice concealed cards, finally starting to get some energy into the discard pile so that we can utilize God of War EX, the first Curlier.
We are going to see a refinement, discarding the energy, drawing into the Psych Energy, and the Jirachi, funnily enough, so that's a good find. So now Jeremy can play that level ball to go find, I would imagine, the Mirage Step Curlier. As we do see, it looks like being taken there, so you can start to get more Curlier into play, and hopefully, you know, if Noah feels nice, maybe Jeremy will be able to potentially get a guard of out at some point, but he's going to try his hardest to stop that happening.
Yeah, weirdly, TMD Evolution works in a way that it will de-evolve your Pokemon to the most current next stage down.
Yes, only removes one stage.
Yeah, meaning that if you rare Candy into a Gardevoir, you are in more danger because your Gardevoir will turn straight back into a Ralts rather than a Curlier, leaving on even fewer HP. So it is almost worth Jeremy going the slow road on this one.
Let's see what Noah does now. It is his turn. He's going to start off the turn with a Chorus Experiment. And you look at the top 5 cards, you lost zone 2 and keep 3. And that Medicham is actually in that 5. So we're probably going to have to see that get taken as one Bravery Charm does get sent to the lost zone. Oh, maybe considering with the Jirachi out, we're maybe going to get use of Medicham. But it looks like Noah is going to keep it. I think you want to keep it just in case.
Yeah, I think so too. But they are, lost vacuuming away. Yeah, the Forest Stillstone just using up more cards in their hand. Don't want to waste. And there we go. Another one onto the NTV that has the energy. It's not a great looking hand, to be honest. Like, the Medicham is nice, but otherwise I'd say that's safe to kind of research later. But for now, going for the easy KO on the Curlier. How much energy we got? 4 so far? That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Not bad. 4 when using combination with Reversal Energy. Could be fine, though.
Yeah.
Let's see what Jeremy can do here. Does have 3 Curlier in play. And there's a Reversal Energy in hand, actually, funnily enough. So let's see what Jeremy can do. We can maybe try and work out that Noah might not have the greatest of hands. He didn't really do much last turn. And let's see if Jeremy can capitalize and try and get back in this game. Because he's currently 3 prize cards down. So the window of opportunity is getting smaller. We'll have to start to take prize cards real soon.
Yeah, Noah's really quite ahead here, and all of their Pokemon have quite tremendous HP totals. So we're not looking at, you know, Cresselia isn't going to be able to take a knockout. Screamtail without a cape, not able to take a knockout. Screamtail with a cape might be able to take a knockout, but with the added danger of having 2 prize cards taken due to the luxurious cape. Because Screamtail with a cape is worth more prize cards.
Well, I guess the good thing about Luxurious Cape is that it does have to be knocked out from damage from an attack.
Yeah,
so if Noah was to KO it via Tachyon bits, you wouldn't actually get the extra prize card. So worth keeping an eye on that. We are going to see some more refinements being used. We're going to see a refinement on the active as well. Let's see what we saw. I saw a counter catcher, I believe, and a roll. I don't see a Gardevoir EX yet, but I do see an Ultra Ball, so there's a way to get there. And now that Jeremy has bench locked himself, we're not going to see the Scream Tail or anything like that come down. So whatever Jeremy wants to attack with will have to be with something that's in play.
Yeah, and there aren't a lot of options right now. Gardevoir can't attack with 2 of their currently benched Pokemon, and they're going to need something bigger than a Curlier to deal with this Entei.
Yeah, Entei is a big Pokemon for a basic. 230 HP, isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon, so it will require some investment. And this is where Iron Valiant can really feast on Gardevoir. And this is that Gardevoir has to damage itself, right, to get energy in play. And Iron Valiant, mid-turn placing damage, could just be real back-breaking, as it were. As we do see an Ultra Ball being played there for Jeremy, taking a Gardevoir EX. It looks like it's going to evolve into the active.
Yeah, that Entei is looking dangerous. It looks like they don't have much of a choice but to put some of the energy on the Gardevoir, putting 60 damage count, 6 damage counters, 60 damage on the Gardevoir itself. Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting.
But choosing to bring forward the Entei V with no damage counters on as of yet because they aren't able to take a KO, limiting Noah's ability to take a return knockout on the Gardevoir because they must move this Entei or somehow get it some energy, but I'm not sure that's possible while it's in the active.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting plays. We saw the Gardevoir EX use the Miracle Force. We do see an escape rope being used from Sawyer. Has used fleet-footed. Going to go into an escape rope, and let's see what Jeremy will promote. Actually, a tough decision. Whatever gets promoted, there's a good chance of getting KO'd. We are going to see a Radiant Greninja getting promoted there, as we do see the Iron Valiant with the Future Booster Capsule. So that means you will have a free retreat cost on the Pokemon it's attached to. So we are going to see a Tachyon Big's activation, I would imagine. Placing 2 damage counters again, going after that Jirachi. No, wants to use that Medicham and start using that Yoga Loop.
I think keeping your options open is incredibly valid right now. They've gone ahead and benched it, show that it's the threat of the day. Again, with that Yoga Loop allowing you to place 2 damage counters. And if you knock out the Pokemon you are targeting this way, you get to take an extra turn. You even get to draw an extra card for turn. It's crazy.
As we do see Noah's support for the turn was the Professor's research, I believe, has 7 new trader cards. We're going to see a retreat now into another Iron Valiant. So Tachyon Bits activation again. That's 4 damage counts on that Jirachi. Let's see what Noah can do.
Switch card, we're going again. Jirachi has 70 HP, so it's not going to be over yet if they did choose the Iron Valiant. But they went with the Entei for the fleet-footed, drawing 1 card. This is a really difficult deck to get the numbers right, and we saw that yesterday as well. Making sure that you bide your time when necessary and only take the KOs when you need to.
This is looking quite dicey for Jeremy. Has yet to take a single prize card. Noah has just slowly been working his way through this game. He's currently at 4 prize cards taken. So Jeremy's going to have to do something and do something quick if he wants to try and win this game. We'll start the turn off there with a refinement discarding a level ball. During Battle VIP pass and celebration, I can tell you now that celebrations move will not be getting played.
Yeah, Jeremy's going to need to refine their play to make sure that they're able to maybe swing this back, but I'm not certain they're going to be able to in time. Noah has kind of placed the puzzle pieces there to be put together for next turn. I respect Jeremy for playing this out. I wonder if he'll be able to get very far, though.
Yeah, we do see a second refinement being used and a Shining Arcana activation. And we do see a Fog Crystal going to target a basic Psychic Energy. You can take a basic Psychic Pokemon or a basic Psychic Energy. Jeremy opting to take the Psychic Energy here. I'm just trying to think. We did see the Luxurious Cape being drawn into via refinement, I believe. And that's interesting. You could maybe put that on the Gardevoir and start swinging with Brainwave for that extra HP. You could put it on the Jirachi to make sure that it isn't going to get KO'd anytime soon via Tachyon Bits at the very least. It's a really interesting card. Gives the Pokemon it's attached to an extra 100 HP if it's a non-rule box Pokemon.
I've had a fun thought, Shay.
What's that?
What about if Jeremy were to use Cresselia or Scream Tail now on the damaged Entei V on the bench and counter catches something forward that's more awkward to retreat?
That could work. That Medicham would be great for that. Moonglow Reverse letting you access the bench. Here we do see a lost Vacuum. And so we want to target maybe the magma base in this, as the forest stone has been used, so maybe just trying to limit. Oh, we do see a luxurious cape being sent to the loss zone.
I think it's possibly too risky at this stage. No, only needs to take 2 more prize cards, and they can knock out that damaged Gardevoir with damage from an Entei potentially. So I think maybe it's just too scary at this time.
Do you see the reversal energy getting attached as well? Since Jeremy is behind on prize cards, that currently counts for 3 psychic energy whilst it's attached to that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. We do see a pay retreat on the Gardevoir EX, and let's see what Jeremy promotes. If I had to guess, probably, yep, that reversal energy. Gardevoir is going to consult the discard pile, and we might see some psychic embrace attachments to that Gardevoir to attack with Brainwave.
Yeah, again, like we saw in the match yesterday, Jeremy's going to be wanting to check that Noah, if Noah's out of switching options, they can very happily presume that Noah's going to have possibly a 4 of each type of switching option that he has in his deck. Okay, they've gone for the counter capture. They have gone ahead and brought forward the Medicham V. So I think just dealing with the problem in the moment, and Medicham is also weak to Psychic, so that 150 damage actually does 300 without having to attach any more energy to the Gardevoir via Psychic Embrace, which is really crucial because Gardevoir damaging itself when Tachyon Bits is around, scary stuff. Scary stuff.
Yeah, speaking of Tachyon Bits, Noah has used 1 Tachyon Bits activation always at Jirachi. It's on 60 HP, living on a prayer, as it were.
It's so close. If Noah takes the knockout on the Jirachi here, that's probably game. If Entei can now take a KO. The boss, there it is.
Yep.
There it is.
So, yeah.
Oh my goodness, it was really tough for Jeremy to get any prize cards there.
Yeah, so just so we do see the boss's orders that would go into any 1 prize Pokemon, and the Combat Blaze, not the Combat Blaze, the Burning Rondo, I should say, would take the KO, and Noah takes our game 1 here. Wow, again, Iron Valiant proving to be very impressive. Poetry in motion, as it were, as it just feasts on these low HP Pokemon.
Yeah.
And you have to imagine Noah must be very happy right now.
Yeah, unfortunately on that occasion, poor Gardevoir went down in flames as we saw the pure terror that can be Iron Valiant in its steely nature can go on in pretty tough. And we were really worried at the beginning here when we were seeing that there was a potential that Jeremy wouldn't even get a go at all.
Yeah, it's just an outrageous sport to think about. You can lose before you've even had a chance to play a card, and there's only 1 or 2 Tachyon Bits activation from doing that. And as we look at this replay, you can just see it was always Noah's game to lose. It was always applying the pressure. Entei was just chipping in 1 prize card here. Iron Valiant was just chipping another prize card there. And all of a sudden, it got to the point where Noah had taken 4 prizes and Jeremy hadn't taken any. In fact, did Jeremy even take a prize? Oh, no, he didn't. The Medicham,
yeah, there
right?
were 2 prize cards taken in the end from Jeremy, but unfortunately wasn't able to bring things back fast enough as Noah had already planted the seeds, scattered those Tachyon Bits in just the right places. They were able to take that mid-turn KO on another single prizer and then boss a Gardevoir with much less HP than its EX friends.
Yeah, that was Jeremy's only time he took prizes cards there, KOing that Medicham, but Noah was quick to seal the deal there. Tachyon Bits and then boss's orders into the Burning Rondo to close that game out.
Burning Rondo did a yeehaw, and off we go. Next game, let's see if Jeremy can do anything this time to prevent Noah from going ham with those Tachyon Bits. I think one thing that Jeremy certainly will have learned is don't put 1 basic down at the beginning if possible. Especially, could you imagine if Jeremy had opened with that 60 HP roll?
Yeah,
like that's
60 HP rolls, which is currently in his hand. I think that it might have to lead it.
Shay, no. No, oh no.
But at least I would imagine he's going. Whoa, hold the phone! Hold everyone! Wow, that is what? 2 Rolts and 2 Curlier in the prize cards there.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Noah has prized 2 copies of Magma Basin as well, so that's something I have to keep an eye on. But yeah, it looks like as we get our game started, and it looks like Jeremy has led that 60 HP Rolts and has put down the Greninja.
Yeah, Jeremy's going first, so they're not in risk as long as they got 1 extra basic down of Tachyon Bits taking the early lead. So we are okay. However, Jeremy is about to find out what the prize card situation is. They're going in with the Battle VIP pass, which admittedly is a great start. However, if Noah kind of takes the read off of this, if Noah clocks that Jeremy hardly has any Ralts available, if they really go hard on making sure that the Ralts stay out of play, like Jirachi is the least of their worries, you know?
Yeah, it's really hard because when you try and picture Gardevoir's route to win against this deck, I think it is going to realistically rely on Jirachi, as we see, but also that Mirage Step, and that not being an option is going to be real back-breaking, I would imagine. Because that Mirage Step let you just get some Curlier into play, and then you just cross your fingers that at least some of them can survive.
Can survive it, but even if you just benched loads of Ralts, right? If you battle VIP pass and you just go Ralts, 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 like there is a very slim chance that Noah will be able to respond. I will admit that it's difficult then because you do need to try and get the Gardevoirs evolved as soon as possible, but then you don't want to be technical machine de-evolutioned for KO. It's a very difficult matchup for Gardevoir to usually traverse. Jirachi makes it a little bit more bearable by preventing the yoga loop, but we can wish upon as many stars as we like, but this rough setup isn't going to save us. Jirachi, please.
Yeah, I mean, is that the wish Pokemon there, as you can see, and Jeremy will be wishing for better fortune, at least in this game too. And let's go kick it over to Noah. There has led the Iron Baron, does have a Battle VIP pass and a Nest Ball.
Oh my goodness. I wonder what their switching options are like. Did you get a look at the hand properly, Shay?
I did not. Noah is off to the race. It's almost like he's in fast forward the way he's speeding for that deck. Love to see it. And let's see what he targets. Dude, it actually looks like we're going to see an Entei and an Iron Valiant. And I really love the Entei in here because realistically, when you're weaving in this extra 40 to 80 damage once per turn, or per turn I should say, the Burning Rondo's fine. As long as the Burning Rondo can take a prize card every turn, Iron Valiant can take a prize card every turn. All of a sudden, you're winning in 3 turns.
I tell you what was really fun about Entei as well is that we've seen Suicune V be really good in the meta.
Yeah.
We've seen Raikou V be really great in the meta. And now it's finally Entei's time to shine. And I think the reason that people have shied away from Entei in the past is because, yes, it does the same thing as its water and lightning type variants. However, Entei has 3 retreat cost.
Yeah.
And that is really significant. But Noah doesn't mind.
No,
because Noah's playing so many switching options specifically for the Iron Valiant that it matters not.
As we do see Noah playing the Chorus Experiment, they've got a Lost Zone, an Entei V, and a Bravery Charm to keep Medicham, Radiant Charizard, and a basic Fire. We do see an energy attachment to the Axis. We aren't going to see that Jet Energy being used. We do see a Nest Ball. Now this could find another Entei, could find another Iron Valiant. The result is going to be for the Entei, and that makes a lot of sense.
Looks like it. I think Noah's very aware that they need to build a strong board, and that's more important to them right now. They can take KOs later. They're not in any particular rush. They can de-evolve things. They can do the Tachyon bits later. Right now, I think having a strong board presence seems more important, and I think I'm having that confirmed by the consideration of this Medicham.
Now, there is one offense that Jeremy can do. He does play 2 copies of Avery, and I feel as if that could be very strong against Noah's deck. Hasn't had a chance to find it or play it, though. And that's what Jeremy does, is he kicks over to him. Just start to turn off there with a Concealed Cast, discarding a Psychic Energy to draw 2 more. We do see a rare Candy, actually. Do we see any... Oh, yeah, we do see a Gardevoir EX in play as well.
Ooh.
We could see the turn 2 Miracle Force here. Could be
Yeah,
possible.
but you can see, again, that they're considering not. They've gone for it. They've gone for it. We love it, Jeremy. He's on it.
Yeah, look at that. Turn 2 Miracle Force once again.
It does 190 damage, so it is going to leave that Entei still in the active and still just highly damaged. But we did think about it last game where there is a potential that he can take it out later.
Oh my goodness, I've just realised something.
Go
if
ahead.
Noah can do 1 Tachyon bits into the active, he has the de-evolution TM in his hand already. He can immediately de-evolve that Gardevoir EX and KO it.
That's why I thought Jeremy might hold back, because he did see the de-evolution TM hit the discard pile last game. But I don't think Jeremy had any other particular choice.
No, yeah, I don't think there was anything else you could do. We do see energy onto the active. Does he have? I don't think he has any switch. Oh, does have a jet energy actually.
There's a jet energy, but then no way to retreat
Oh,
the
okay.
next thing.
Not quite going to go for that yet. We are going to see.
But it's an option later.
Yeah.
Again, Noah doesn't need to rush this. They can take out this Rolls. It's chill. It's okay. And if, in fact, it takes away the potential of Jeremy having a larger attacker.
Any reload. I think you are correct there. Just we're going to force Jeremy into only having one God of War.
Yeah.
Let's see what's in the hand. We do see an Artisan, so that can. At the least find one more Rolls. We do see concealed cards being used.
Are there any more?
Oh, true. Prize 2.
I don't think there are any more.
Oh, wow. We're probably going to see
I
that
think
here.
Noah is really pushing Jeremy into a corner here.
Yeah, because
Look
2
at
are
those.
prized, and the curtain, the Mirage Step as well. It's been a good turn for it. So this is going to have to find a Scream Tail then, and
I
Jeremy
think, the look on
realising,
Jeremy's face for us is very telling. Noah is able to successfully corner Jeremy a little bit there, and taking the Scream Tail might be a tell, which is frustrating.
Yeah,
Noah might be able to clock here that actually there are no more ults, and if Noah can now keep on top of this scenario with the Gardevoir and take a KO by de-evolving it, oh my word.
Yes, we are just going to see a Miracle Force into the active, so can Noah piece together this turn? I think needs to find a switching card, I think. Doesn't actually have one in hand, funnily enough. Doesn't have a supporter either, actually. We are going to see a Lost Vacuum. Going to get rid of that Artisan just to make sure there is no recovery for poor Jeremy there. And let's see. We are going to see a Jet Energy. So there's activation of Tachyon Bit. So can just attach that TM de-evolution. And we might see it being used here.
Oh, the Iron Valiant now has access to another attack via the Technical Machine de-evolution, which will allow them to de-evolve each of your opponent's evolved Pokemon by one
we
stage.
go. The Gardevoir has been de-evolved, leaving 60 damage on the Rolts. So they both get sent to the discard pile, and Noah takes one prize card. And look at Jeremy's board, Amy. What can he do?
Jeremy's going to have to hope that they are able to get a recovery item at this stage. They're going to need to draw into a Super Rod to recur the Pokemon that are already in the discard pile, because they're going to be unable to take a prize card.
I think realistically, I mean, that would be ideal, right? Finding the Super Rod to get back on the Rolts, but it's going to be a tall order here. You know, Noah's already taken 2 prize cards, and as soon as you put down the Rolts, it can just immediately get targeted down. The only saving grace is that there is at least the Jirachi that will stop any Yoga Loop. But let's see.
It'll stop Noah running away with it, that's for certain, but...
Oh, and he took the Mirage Step out the prize cards as well.
But he's had to say goodbye because the urgency of getting the other Pokemon back and just protecting his assets that he's got right now is more important.
So let's see what Jeremy can do. I haven't had a chance to consult the hand. I don't think there was a Super Rod in there. I did see an Iono, so we could Iono.
I suppose just thinning the deck as much as he can, and then Iono is possibly the plan. Or just taking the Manaphy so that it goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah,
he doesn't need it, right? So even if he doesn't bench the Manaphy, which is probably too dangerous because of Tachyon Bits, but... Ionoing it to the bottom of the deck so that it's definitely not something that he can draw. Wait, oh no,
we're going to see the Super
Energy.
Rod. We see an Ultra Ball. Oh no, that's it.
No.
Iono to 4, that was it. No Rolts will be coming down now. We're going to see is it a Bite? I believe that one energy attack for 30 damage. Slap, I should say.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to see that one. Screamtail slapping instead of screaming.
Now, there's actually an interesting interaction here. If you was to Tachyon Bits, as we do see Noah play the Chorus Experiment, if you were to Tachyon Bits to Screamtail, you actually make the Screamtail been able to
more
attack.
Powerful.
Yes. Something going to have to keep an eye on there, as we do see Noah choosing to Lost Zone, 1 copy of Switch and a DTE. Noah's hand is rather large. Does have some Switch cards, I can see them. Does have a Forest Seal Stone as well. Oh my goodness. So we are going to see that Forest Seal Stone activation start Alchemy, letting you grab any card from your hand, from the deck I should say. We're going to grab that Magma Basin, so that means you can activate that, switch card the Iron Valiant out of the active, and then we're going to see a KO on this Screamtail.
Oh my goodness. Noah's just lava pluming with these Entei now, taking out knockout after knockout. I think this may be all she wrote. Oh, okay. Going in for a Tachyon Bits, I imagine, first on the Jirachi, would you say?
Yeah, probably, just so you can start trying to work that down. Does it have another way to get out? Yeah, it does have another switch. Okay, that makes sense.
The nice thing, because Noah didn't use many switch items in the early game, he's got them all now. So, you know, This is one of those decks that doesn't need to go fast.
No.
It's happy to go fast in the late game with Entei, but in the early game, it's okay. It's chill. It's nice. So you can take your time.
So we do see that Burning Rondo taking a carry there on that Scream Tail. Over to Jeremy, so I'm going to conceal cards. Needs to find a Super Rod. Oh, well, there is the Super Rod, funnily enough. So
is it too late though, Shay? What do you think?
I mean, it's getting dicey. The sad thing is because you prized 2 of the 70 HP, you're being forced to put maybe the 60 HP one down at some point. Now, Jeremy does have an Ultra Ball, so can actually fish out one of those Rolts at the bare minimum. Can fire off an Iono as well. But what do you discard here? All those cards are helpful.
They're all good. They're all good cards. The Clap Stadium would help to stop Noah from building a more sufficient bench, but I suppose Noah isn't going to be bench locked by it, so it's probably the Clap Stadium and then the probably the boss, because the counter catcher is still useful because it's still live and it's an item, not a supporter. So this means that Jeremy can use the counter catcher as a stall method, possibly. But they can also then Iono for a fresh hand and to Iono Noah down to 3.
So yeah, we do see that counter catcher into the Iron Valiant, and as we do see the Ultra Ball going to grab that Rolls on the back of the Super Rod.
Oh, yeah.
They're just going to move that Ultra Ball there to the discard pile, and we do see the Iono.
Yeah, there we go.
4 cards, lower down to 3. As we do see that Avery, could have been nice, but oh no, there's no other Rolls there, Amy.
No, they needed to be able to bench a Rolls. There's no way
it's
to
going to be a pass, actually. Noah starts his
Oh.
turn with a Nest Ball that could find Iron Valiant. Oh no, we're going to see... yeah, so we're going to play the Nest Ball. So Iron up maybe the Radiant Charizard there.
Oh my gosh, I honestly think that might just be a deck then. I don't know. I'm not sure. Because Charizard's retreat cost, attack cost isn't being reduced currently by Excited Heart by very much. However, Noah can kind of slow attach from the discard pile. There's no rush.
Uh-oh, we're going to see Tachyon Bits onto that Jirachi. This could start to get out of hand. We see a switch card into the Entei. We're going to see a Professor's Research as well, the empty hand Professor's Research off the Iono to 3. Let's see what Noah can manufacture here. Does have another switching card there. Has a Forest Sealstone onto the Charizard. A lot of options. Even has a Jet Energy as well, so there's plenty of ways, as we do see the Magma Basin activation onto the Radiant Charizard. Let you grab a Fire Energy from your discard pile and put 2 damage counters on the bench Fire Energy, the bench Fire Pokemon you attach it to, I should say.
Attaching for hand to Iron Valiant there, using the Fleet Footed to draw 1 card, attaching the Future Booster to one of their Iron Valiant, and I think that might be an attack now. Yep, taking out the Radiant Greninja. Whoo, this Entei's bringing the heat.
Yeah, it's bringing heat. It's getting hot in here. And I think Noah has almost set up a checkmate scenario, right? In the fact that Burning Rondo can KO whatever's in the active, and he has enough switch cards and 3 retreats where he can just KO this Jirachi via 2 uses of Iron Valiant's Tachyon Bit. So Jeremy will need to rare candy, I would imagine, this Rolts to try and stay in this game, and ideally it would have to be into an EX. Does have the Avery though. Could play the Avery. Would
No, it's only going to have to discard one.
We only get rid of the Radiant Charizard in that scenario, right? So
yeah.
As we are going to see the Iono, I like that actually.
Yeah, I like that too.
Just going to reduce Noah's hand size down to 2 and hope that Noah cannot close the game out next turn. Let's see what Jeremy has drawn. It's not like too much. When attaching energy to the active Fog Crystal, I'd imagine this will probably find a Rolts. I would imagine. It has to be the 60 HP one as well. Although at this point, the Jirachi only has 40. There are prize cards to be had.
There are, and it's all going to rely on whether Jeremy can make a Pokemon large enough to stand in the active and stand guard to their smaller HP friends on the bench.
You do see the teleportation bursts from Rolts as Noah drew a Professor's Research off that Iono to 2.
Oh,
I see a switch card. I see escape rope. Do you know what that means, Amy? Tachyon Bits will be used. Tachyon Bits into the active.
And
Free retreat. Tachyon Bits into the active. That's a mid-turn KO. Noah goes down to 1 prize card.
There it is.
Burning Rondo closes the game out as Noah takes a very impressive 2-0 victory here at the Latin International Championships 2024, Iron Valiant continues its crusade of dominance here.
Entei risen from the burning tower to bring us the heat. We're seeing it today, folks. It's such a shame to see it happen again, but now once again, nothing was able to keep up with Iron Valiant switching in and out of the active to take KOs before their opponent is able to do anything.
Honestly, so impressive seeing that deck in action, and we know Entei Valiant loves to feast on these lower HP Pokemon, but he does so in such an efficient and terrifying fashion. Like, you know,
you've got the best of everything, right?
Yeah, Jeremy didn't really have much better time. We can see his earliest turn 1 here, starting off with some Chorus Experiment. And then Jeremy, did have that rare can, did actually say, you know what, my only defense is to have a turn, a real early Gardevoir. And Noah said, hold on, let me just put 6 damage counters onto that eventually, and I'll de-evolve it. How's about that? As we do see here, the TM de-evolution for 1 energy, de-evolving all your opponent's Pokemon. And there it goes, whoopsie daisy, to the discard pile you go. And I think from there, Jeremy was just fighting to stay alive, I think.
So Gardevoir just got defeated by its future variant.
What an interaction that is.
Is it, are we saying that maybe this is the way that it gets steamrolled in this competition? Maybe your Gardevoir prediction, Shay, might be in danger to the Iron Valiant, the Gallade Gardevoir kind of crossover future Pokemon. Maybe that's going to be what takes the biscuit after all.
Maybe. I mean, when you see it being played this well, and I just love seeing it in action, right? Because the Iron Valiant just tries to take mid-turn KOs, and the Entei just takes a KO. And all of a sudden, you're taking 2 prize cards every turn, and then you can just weave in these mid-turn KOs, as we did see there. We saw the switch cards, we saw the KO onto the active, and then we saw the escape rope, making sure that Entei can KO anything.
Handshake. It was so impressive to see it dance throughout the game and put those damage counters exactly where they needed to be. There was absolutely no doubt that both players knew what they were doing, but unfortunately, Noah took the win by just suffocating their opponent, not allowing them to do anything.
Yeah, I think suffocation is a great way of putting it out. You immediately from turn 1, you are under pressure, and Gardevoir is not a fast deck. I mean, sure, you can get the turn 2 rare candy Miracle Force for 190, but in this day and age, 190 isn't the greatest number. Doesn't care an Entei, doesn't care an Iron Valiant. And then you can just say, right, all right, fair enough. You got your 310 HP Pokemon. That's fine. I'll tell you what hasn't got a lot of HP. That Rolt's underneath. So let me just put 6 there and just whoop the Gardevoir back. And the little Rolt's there like, what's happened here? I weren't expecting this.
I'm back. Why?
Wait, what? I'm not used to this. And then it gets sent to the discard pile. Quite honestly, that deck is terrifying for me.
It really is. I feel like it really encapsulates the 2 different strategies, but merges them so well. You've got this damage counter placing slow and steady with the ferocity of Entei to close out big KOs. And so you've got almost Brains and Brawn coming together.
Yeah, and it just filters in that extra damage when we need it, and then you can just close big KOs with the Burning Rondo. And Fleet Footed helps out by drawing cards. Like I said, you've got so many switching options, you can just maneuver that Entei in and around as we need to. But I believe Noah is ready for a winner's interview. I'd love to hear from him, how he built his deck and why. So let's kick it over to our interview.
Thank you very much. I am here with Noah. Congratulations on your win, sitting at 34 match points, very close to top 8. How do you feel about your chances? You just beat Gardevoir, and there's a lot of Gardevoir out there.
I think it's pretty good. Gardevoir's a pretty decent matchup in my opinion. Jirachi makes it a little weird because I can't Yoga Loop things, but that's only on basics, so if they ever do too much damage to their Shining Arcana, I can always clean it up later.
And do the matchup against Gardevoir usually play out so cleanly? Like, it felt like you breezed through those 2 games, a little bit complicated at times, but it felt like you were always in control.
It can depend. Game 2, he definitely had a little bit of a struggle, and game 1, it really depends on their Ionos. If their Ionos stick at least 1 turn, I definitely don't think I can really respond that well, because then they just get ahead on the prize trade. But if I can draw out of those, I should be favored in my opinion.
Okay, that makes sense. And now, from the rest of the field, I'm sure you're aware of what else is out there. Are there any players or any matchups that you're not really looking forward to going up against?
I really don't like the Mew matchup. It's still kind of winnable. It just depends on if I can draw my bosses or get the turn 1 knockout. And then Zard is a okay matchup. It's still possible with Devo and how well I do turn 1, going second or first, whichever. But if they get enough Zards out, I definitely can't really do much in that matchup.
Okay. And now, tell us a little bit about your history at ICs. Is this your first time you're so close to top 8? Have you top 8'd before? Tell the viewers a little bit more about yourself, Noah.
I haven't really done that well at ICs or Nationals in general. This is actually my second day 2 at those. And my first one was with Malmar, like 2019. And I ID'd my last round to a friend of mine, hoping he would make top 8, which he did. But I bubbled out, unfortunately. But only one of the people with my record made it. But still hoping to make top 8 here, though, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think 35 match points looks like it's safe. Definitely need to check those pairings to really figure it out. So yeah, congratulations once again. Thanks so much for your time, and I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Casters, back to you.
Wow, so I'm so glad hearing there from Noah. After hearing that he ID'd at a previous international to get his friend in the top 8, but actually pushed himself out. So maybe this will be his time. And I tell you what, if he keeps hitting those lower HP Pokemon, like he said Chien-Pao seems like a good matchup. He said with the Devolution, TM Charizard is winnable. And obviously we saw the utter destruction that it is upon Gardevoir. This could be Noah's event. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. There are a lot of decks right now that have done really well. When we were looking at our day 2 graphic earlier, lots of those decks have to evolve. They have low HP Pokemon. We had, what was it? Gardevoir. We also had Chien-Pao. We had, like you said, Charizard. What else?
Lost are still cutting about as well.
Even Miraidon, right? Yeah. Miraidon was on our graphic. It has Mareeps and Flappies, which don't have loads of HP. So there's still so many options to think about. Miraidon also typically has large bench presence. So then the Entei's hitting for more. I'm struggling to see like any particularly bad matchups for this. That did really well in day 2. I think the bad matchups for Iron Valiant look more like Roaring Moon.
Roaring Moon, Mew VMAX, he said, could be a traditionally hard matchup. But even in those matchups, you still can hit for weakness on the Genesect and just try and take 3 Genesect KOs before they KO you.
Quite right. So I think, anything with large HP Pokemon exclusively.
Yeah, and I guess the real weakness, well, I said a real weakness, the sort of Achilles heel for the deck is, as Noah said there, if those Ionos stick, it can get a little bit out of hand. There is no draw option in the deck, there is no barrel, there is no refinement.
You get your 1 fleet-footed a turn.
You get your 1 bit, and if you're lucky, you might get 2.
Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Noah does. I mean, if he keeps hitting those lower HP matchups, I wouldn't be surprised to see it do really well.
Yep, I'm really rooting for Noah because I think it was a really fun game, and it seems like they've been having a good time playing it as well. You can tell they're really excited to be here.
Yeah, and I'm sure as he starts knocking on the door of that top 8, that's where it starts to get a little bit nervous. Have to try and, control your nerves and keep that aberration to the side and just take it 1 game at a time. But maximum commiserations there to Jeremy. I think did play really well. Game 2 had some very unfortunate prize cards, and Game 1 tried his very best, but unfortunately did just falter to the Iron Valiant.
Indeed. However, Shay, I hear a little birdie tells me that the people may not have been satisfied yesterday with our showdown results.
Really?
So I believe that there is another activity for us. It's a little bit different from yesterday. We're going to get some Pokédex entries, and we have to try and guess which Pokemon they are.
Okay.
Let's reel back the rivalry because we're going back in for a slightly different quiz. It imbues its fists with the power of the range that it kept hidden in its heart. Opponents struck by these imbued fists will be shattered to their core.
That could be a load of Pokemon,
The range that it kept hidden in its heart.
I'm going to go with the first Pokemon that popped into my... So I have my answer already, I think. I'm going to lock it in. I'm not going to overthink it. What are you thinking? And let's give some time for the chat as well. You guys get involved. Get involved in the chat. I want to see you have your guess. And guess before we do, you can't just copy ours.
The power of the range that it kept hidden in its heart. I think I know it.
Ooh, should we go at the same time again? I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, let's do it. You ready?
Okay, I'll count us in. 3, 2, 1. Annihilate. Hey! Let's go!
He's so angry, and yeah, I thought that those kind of like ghost type vibes are coming through. Yeah, I like it.
Oh, when he evolved because you're so angry, right? So I just heard rage and I thought it's got to be that educated guess. Right. The forces of lightning from the force of lightning and wind, it creates energy to give nutrients to the soil to make the land abundant.
Forces of lightning and wind.
It creates energy to give. There's like 3 different things going on there, right? Lightning, flying, electric type, flying type, ground type.
Grass.
Grass even. Wow, that's a tough one. You get what we're thinking. You get involved down there in the chat.
That's tough. The forces of lightning and wind create energy to give nutrients to the soil and make the land abundant.
Great. Okay, I think I know my guess, but I'm not particularly confident, I'll be honest.
I am very not confident, but I'm going to go with something.
Okay, right. Chat, are you ready? Good. All right, are we ready? Okay, right. 3, 2, 1. Thunderous.
Oh,
it's close!
Really close.
Wait, Landorus takes energy from lightning? Oh, goodness gracious me.
I went for a tree Pokemon, thinking like, trees get struck by lightning sometimes and move in the wind. But yeah, I get it. But I think we were both thrown off by the lightning.
Yeah, I mean, I said Thunderous, right? I was on the right line.
We got distracted. Did you guys get it, or did you get mixed up with lightning or maybe wind?
Yeah, I guess it's an interesting run. Right, okay.
Well, we both got that one wrong, so we're 1-1.
We did. They normally inhabit rocky seashores, but in times of continuous rain, they can sometimes be found in the mountains far from the sea. Golly, wow.
Did you like my interpretive dance for that one?
Okay. I have a theory. Okay. Do I just commit to the first Pokemon I think of? That's the question. You guys get involved as well in the chat as well. Come on. Keep score.
Okay, I think I'm going to go with something. It's unusual, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay. I think mine's just like out there pick as well. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Right. 3, 2, 1. Crabrawler. Oh, that's news Pokemon!
I thought Gastrodon, but then I was like, no, you don't see Gastrodon in mountains. That never happens.
I've never seen a Gastrodon in the mountains.
Me either. That's why I thought it would be like a slightly more rocky Pokemon. I thought Corsola as well, maybe.
Yeah,
rock water type, but I wasn't thinking ground.
See, I thought in the Sun and Moon games, you can see Crabrawler up towards the mountains. Well, that's where you see Crabominable. So I thought, okay, you have to see it in the rocky shore. Okay.
We're going to be in trouble with Lou now.
Yeah, we are going to be in trouble with Lou. Oh my goodness gracious me. Yeah, don't tell her, chat.
It's dangerous for this Pokemon to travel alone. They line up in groups of 3 or 4 and help each other as they walk around the wetlands.
Interesting. I've got an idea. It's like a meta pick, man. I thought I'm going to get in groups of 3 or 4.
Yeah.
It can't be the Pokemon I'm thinking of then, because, yeah, wow. This is actually tough. Get involved there in the chat.
Like this
is like the most broad one. I haven't got a lot to work with here.
Okay, no, me either, but I'm gonna go with a cutie this time.
Okay. It's between 2 for me.
Alright. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, right. 3, 2, 1. Forlinks! No!
Yay!
Goodness, great, outrageous!
Wooper!
Did you say Paldean? No?
Well, I mean, it's the same.
Did you say Paldean?
Do I get a point? Chat, what do you think? Do I get a point for Wooper?
Do you get a point for that?
Do I get a point for Wooper?
Because that right there is a Paldean.
I get a point. Production say I get a point.
She gets a point. Production, who's team you on here? Golly. Fair enough, to be fair. If you don't get that point, we might just get a 1 between us. Paldean, that's what a get. Congratulations, that right there. That was a good guess.
I thought it would be dangerous. They're only squishy.
Its entire body is made up of a single organ that generates electrical energy. This Pokemon is capable of creating all of Galar's electric. I know this one.
Galar.
No, I know this one.
You know this
I could say it right now.
Don't.
I'm not gonna. Because you have to guess first.
Yeah, chat, you guys get guessing. Its entire body is made up of a single organ that generates electricity. This Pokemon is capable of generating all of Galar's electricity.
Oh, wait, it's Galar. Oh, hold on. Wait,
yes,
it's not
Galar.
what I'm thinking of then.
No, Galar.
Electric energy. Galar. I was
You were confident on Belly Bolt, weren't you?
Yes.
Yes. No, not Paldea. Galar.
A single electric organ.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Galar. Oh, maybe I know.
I don't think I know. I'm actually.
I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with.
I can't think of any electric Galar Pokemon.
I'm gonna go with the one that I've thought of that I think this might be.
I'm gonna lose. Right, I actually haven't got a clue, so I'm gonna. Right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Belly Bolt. Belly Bolt.
Oh, Regieleki. I think we need to put our VGC hats on.
Yeah, these are clearly VGC stuff.
These are competitive VGC Pokemon. We need to put our VGC hats on.
Regieleki. Yeah, it was in Galar, to be fair. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought
there we go.
Toxtricity because, like.
Yeah, that's a good guess. That's a good guess.
I thought maybe.
Yeah.
That was wrong.
It scatters poisonous spores and throws powerful punches, while its foe is hampered by inhaled spores.
I know it.
Do ya?
This is one of my favorite Pokemon, I think. I think this is actually one of my favorites.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to use that intel to try and educate my guess.
If I'm wrong, I'll have a little cry because this should be its Dex entry.
I think I know. Educated guess. You guys get involved in the chat. Give you a few seconds. All right. Should we go then? Do you want to count us down this time?
Yeah, we're going to go 3, 2, 1.
Breloom. Okay. Surely. Okay. Why did the one I get right? You have to get right as well. Goodness.
It's like the only fighting type I like because it's a grass type as well.
Only fighting Goodness
I'm not a big fighting type fan. I like
me.
grass.
Breloom's a cool Pokemon.
Breloom's
It's a very
great.
cool Pokemon.
I love it.
I've got the Technician
Look
ability.
at it, mushroom.
Got the Poison Heal ability.
Yes.
Got the Sub Dynamic
Mark
Punch there. Not the
Focus
Punch. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, so good.
What a Pokemon.
So good.
Respectable
Love him.
Pokemon right there.
Respect that.
Love
We
that.
respect you, VGC guys.
Yeah. To avoid being attacked, it does nothing but mimic a tree. It hides from water and flees from rain. Well, you guys get involved in the chat. I think that's a fairly simple one, unless it's a trick one. I think I know this one.
I mean, it's a trick Pokemon, so maybe it's a trick question.
Mimics the tree. Okay, give you guys some seconds.
Give him a
little second.
A little bit of time.
Okay. Do you think we're ready?
I think I'm ready.
Yep. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Sudowoodo!
Yeah! Let's go.
They could have got us and done Bonsly, to be fair.
That would have been outrageous. That would have been, what a trick that would have been. Yeah. Let's go on Sudowoodo. What about Pokemon Gold and Silver?
Yeah, all the way back to Gold and Silver, and then in the Heart Gold, Soul Silver remake.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver remake, one of my favourites.
And Crystal, that's my favourite game of all time.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Love it.
I always like it in X and Y, where if you encounter a horde of Trevenant, there'll be one Sudowoodo in the back. I'm just like, love that. Love that. Okay.
That was a good touch.
Its flickering spores lure in prey and put them to sleep.
Oh, I know.
Once this Pokemon has prey snoozing, it drains away their vitality with its fingertip. That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
Flickering spores. I have an educated guess. What do you guys think, chat? Make sure you get involved there. I want to see if you guys are clever. Well, clearly more clever than me. I don't think I've scored a lot.
Yeah.
So Amy, you think you know this one then, do you?
I do, but I will admit that its name is eluding me. It's pre-evolution I've got, and then I'm like, the evolution
Oh, you think it could be a pre-evolution as well?
No. It's the evolution, I'm certain, but I remember I've got the name of the pre-evolution, but for some reason the evolution is
I might be able to get around. I'm gonna count us down quick then. Okay. Right.
Hold again.
I'm gonna have to count us down. 3, 2, 1. Shinotic.
Yeah, I was gonna go Morlul.
Yes! Morlul is the basic. Yep.
I was like, it's Morlul's big friend, but I couldn't remember.
Morlul's big friend.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Right, I needed that to get back involved.
Yeah,
the score, I haven't been keeping track, but I think.
I knew it. Creepy fingers. But it does have creepy fingers.
It was the sport that gave it away, to be honest.
Yeah,
That's
right?
the only reason I got that.
Yeah,
That's
same.
The only reason.
Yeah. 3 horns that extend from its back attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns.
Extend from its beak.
Oh, beak. 3 horns. The 3 horns that extend from its beak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns.
3
3
horns.
Oh, I think I know it.
No, you don't. Please don't.
But I think I do.
Does he have? I don't think he has 3 horns on the beak. You guys have a guess? While you're guessing, I'm gonna think a little bit more. Horns on the beak.
Yeah, horns on beak.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go with what the initial Pokemon that popped into my head, and I hope that's correct.
Yeah? Are we ready?
Okay. Yeah, we're ready. Go on, get the countdown then.
All right, go on then.
No,
3,
yeah, go on.
2, 1.
Two
Slitherwing.
Oh, that's a good one, production staff. That's a good one. You've done us dirty there. You picked one that said beak, but you didn't even pick a flying type. I see what you're doing. Okay, like that is it.
Those
Okay.
horns. Chat, are those horns? I don't think they're horns. I don't think that should contest as a horn. That's
Doesn't
not
a horn have to come from like here?
Right? That's its beak. That's just
That's
part
coming
of its
down here. If I had spikes here, I don't know if I call that a horn.
Next time
Just
you grow
saying.
a beard, I'm going to be like, nice horn.
Yeah, nice horn apparently. I got 2 nice horns, right?
2 nice horns.
All right then.
There
okay.
you go. Sorted. Right. Shay had a horn trim for this event.
Yeah. Are there any more? I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
if it comes, we know what this is going to be. But they feel bad now because they gave us the trick one earlier. They're going to be, well, have this one then.
Like, you know what? We'll
that'll
give
keep
them
you
an
quiet.
easy one.
That'll keep you quiet. Let's read it out anyway. If it comes across a Survivor, its fur bristles and it assumes its battle pose. Its sharp claws are its best weapon.
Yeah.
Go ahead and chat. You have a little go just in case.
Go on.
But I'm fairly certain we know this one.
I think we know this one. There is
As
an
soon as I saw-
age-old rivalry
There
between
is.
2 Pokemon.
There is.
The production team say, have you ever seen a rhino? That's definitely a horn and it's not from up there. But I mean, like, no, but that's on its nose.
Yeah,
That's
well,
still different. It's
That's
not
like
its
the furthest
beakless
point
mouth.
away. Come on now.
Nah, come on, buddies.
Okay.
Nah.
Right. Well, let's get this one out of the way then.
All right, let's go for it.
3, 2, 1.
Zangoose.
Zangoose.
There he is.
Speaking of the X and Y horde battles, I love it how depending on which one you have,
Yeah.
you'll like 5 Survivor, 1 Zangoose, and the Survivors start attacking the Zangoose.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm going there too.
Oh yeah, very funny, very funny.
Oh, incredible.
If it hears festive music, it begins moving in rhythm to amplify its power. Festive? Festive.
It's me.
Oh, yeah,
Amplify my power with festive music, yeah. I think I know this one, but I'm not 100% sure.
I have an educated guess.
I'm going to go with my instinct.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
Yeah.
Go on,
Ready?
chat. You get involved.
Yeah, you guys have some things. There's a lot of Pokemon.
There's a lot of Pokemon.
that are like musically kind of.
Implied. You know,
Yeah,
a little bit of a boogie.
We'll have a bit of a big way. You guys wait. We'll do some. We're gonna amplify our power.
Yeah, I'm getting powerful right now. You ain't ready for this power, let me tell you. Oh, baby, it's lucky I'm casting and not playing this weekend with this power. Oh, my goodness. I'll be on Championship Sunday one way or another. Okay.
I think we're ready.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Right, 3, 2, 1.
Ludicolo!
Ludicolo! Yeah! Let's go, baby.
We love that. They dance.
We're putting pictures of rhinos on the chat, I don't care. Empoleon does not have horns.
It doesn't have horns
It
and
doesn't.
we're sticking to it.
I'm not having it.
No.
I'm
We
not
should get
having
a
that.
poll in chat. If we can get a poll
Can
in
we get
chat.
a poll in chat?
Right.
Put it to chat. Let chat
Put
decide.
it to chat. Let chat decide.
Put it to chat decide.
Does Empoleon have horns? Yes, no.
Oh, goodness. When a storm approaches, this Pokemon gets restless. Once it hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy.
Full-on rowdy.
It gets restless as well.
Yeah.
Here's a storm.
When a storm approaches, it gets restless. Once it hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy. Oh.
I haven't got a Scoobies for this one.
No, I'm a little bit.
I've not got. Chat, give me some thinking time. You guys have some. You guys have your.
It's a rowdy Pokemon.
Yeah, rowdy.
Rowdy.
And doesn't like storms
It's
either.
a great. No, that's a great word. To be fair.
It is a good word, actually. Full on rowdy as well, and all using combination.
Yeah,
That really paints a
full-on
picture,
rowdy.
right, of this Pokemon is not having a happy, fun time when the storm comes.
No, I don't like it.
It's restless. Once it hear the sound of thunder. I haven't got a clue. One Pokemon popped in my head. Doesn't strike me as particularly rowdy, though.
That's the thing. Like every Pokemon that I'm thinking of, I'm like, that's not rowdy.
No.
I'm gonna go with just an
You've got
instinct.
something? You've got something?
Yeah, I've
okay,
got
I'm going to go with my instinct. But
all right.
I'm
Let's go
100%
for
sure
it
it's
then.
not correct. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Kilowatt Trail.
Elekid!
Elekid gets rowdy. You're telling me that little fella down there, he gets rowdy? What's he going to do? A little bit of this? Oh, my goodness. I tell you
He's
what.
got a good attack stat in VGC, to be fair.
He has a little cup. One thing I do like, the Paradox Rift Elekid's actually a really cool card, which you could have seen in the Iron Valiant deck, actually. It's got 3 retreat cost, number 1. And for no energy, you can do a 30 damage any way you like. So it's actually a playable card. So check your bulk. That Elekid could come up at some point in an Iron Valiant deck. Maybe we should go find Noah from earlier and be like, did you ever consider Elekid? You guys, all right. So we've just seen there was a poll ran. Both the options were yes. Like, what are you, come on.
Oh, sorry, no. Okay, the poll ran, and allegedly I said back, you made that up to the production team when they've shown me the obviously yes one. But you know, they kind of giraffe-rigged it as like, yeah.
Giraffe-rigged it!
They're stealing my puns now, look at this.
Ugh.
Absolutely. Do you know how long I spent writing these? Because they kind of did yes and obviously yes as answers.
It's outrageous, honestly. They're being done dirty. Hidden beneath a cluster of vines that grows non-stop, even if the vines are torn off. This Pokemon's true appearance remains a mystery. Okay. I'm not going to say anything, actually. I need to make sure I get some points here.
Yeah,
I can't give any intel away. You guys at home, feel free to get involved. I need to make sure I win.
I mean, there's 2 answers to this.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. So that means you know. Right. You know what I mean? Stop giving grass types! It's not fair! Look at who I'm playing this trivia with! It's just home court advantage, honestly. Okay.
We had a fighting type question. It was also a grass type.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly. All right, so we know it's between 2 realistically.
Yeah, okay. So let's should we go with it? Because I think a lot of you guys at home are gonna know. So yeah, we're gonna go for it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Tangler.
I was gonna say Tangler. Yeah. Yay! Let's go, little Tangler. Look at him, little geezer.
I was worried about Tangrowth, but
yes, it technically could have been 2.
yeah, because I feel like maybe the vines.
I thought
continuously growing. I thought maybe the bigger one, but no, I went with my gut feeling.
I just thought not many people are going to start ripping off vines of a Tangrowth. That's a big thing to start trying to tear off vines for. So
Tangrowth. I feel like Tangrowth would just be like, no.
Yep. It is always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it's thinking about. It's good at fishing with its tail.
Yay! I know this one.
Yep. Okay, I think I know this one. Chat, do you know this one? Get involved down there. And make sure to tell the production crew that Empoleon does not have horns, since they're going to rig the polls, let your voice be heard.
Giraffe rigging.
Yeah, giraffe. And there's still your jokes as well.
I know, right?
No shame.
No shame.
No shame.
No shame.
Okay, so I think should we get this one out of the way then? I think we won't know this one.
Woo! Okay, yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1.
Slowpoke.
Yay! Let's go.
He's a good guy. A real fan favorite, Slowpoke. We've got the pairings up, by the way, guys. So won't be long now, but we're gonna keep having a bit of fun with you guys. What are your scores like?
Yeah, actually, yeah. What are you guys at home? How are you guys getting on there?
Yeah. What are the scores on the doors? I hope that at least one of us has got none of them wrong, unlike us.
Yeah, because we've definitely got some wrong. There's no doubt about that. So
I think we've been rather unified in which ones we've got wrong and right so far. We've got like one correct that the other one of us got wrong. I think we're even on scores, but I've lost count because I've been enjoying the questions.
Yeah, I've not been keeping count. So when the scores, oh, scores on the doors! Here we go. There's no way!
We're too evenly matched.
So over 2 rounds of trivia over 2 days, the scores are tied. So what would that be? 5 plus, that'd be what, 12 each?
Yeah, it's
12 all.
It's 12 all. It's 12 all.
There's no way. How does this trivia feud continue? This is like the 5th time we've done trivia, and it always ends in a tie or ridiculously close. Well, what did you guys get at home, by the way? What did you guys get at home?
Did you guys defeat us with our 7? And do you think Empoleon has horns?
Wow, so maybe we'll get to do another trivia at some point. But the people at home were playing. Guess what? There's some giveaways for you as well to get involved in. Starting off the Iron Ballot, which we just saw Noah do fantastically well with in that last round. So if you want to get involved and start announcing Tachyon bits yourself on Pokemon TCG Live, make sure you get on there, log in, use that code Paradox, capitals LAIC, to get yourself a special illustration with Iron Ballot. Isn't that no half art? We're talking about the highest rarity one where you can see, you know, you got that Iron Bundle down there, got the Iron Moth, and then what's the Iron Trantar called again? Do you know that one?
No, I
don't know that one. Chat, let us know what that one is.
I'm sorry, I played Scarlet.
Oh yeah, I played Scarlet as well. However, if you did play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and you want to get your hands on a Alex Gomez Dragapult so you can start tearing up the VGC ladder, make sure you get involved, log in, use that code LAIC Phantom Ace with a couple letters replaced with numbers, and you can get yourself one of those Dragapult. And that Dragapult is about to annihilate that Amoonguss, so I'm guessing that is a very strong Dragapult. But bear in mind, you do have to be at a certain part in the game to redeem that code. So make sure you are a little bit through the game before you try and redeem it and get involved. Have to use that passcode before the 20th of November, so make sure you get involved with that one real quick.
Yeah, and with the ghost terror typing, it's even stronger. But don't forget, you can also watch and earn via our Twitch drops. You'll be able to get all sorts of lovely goodies for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live and Pokemon Go just by watching either of the 3 streams today. Don't forget that we don't just have TCG action, we've got Pokemon Go and Pokemon VGC. If you've got 3 screens in the house, guess what? One should be on each.
Yes, that's what we like to see. And then you can get maximum Twitch drops as well. But now we've mentioned that, we did mention that parents haven't gone up, so we're going to have a little quick break and make sure you get involved at those socials there. You know, you've got Twitter, or X I should say, YouTube, Facebook, and it's going to be laughing at me getting it wrong there. Is that what you're laughing at?
Oh, no.
So make sure you get involved with there, make sure you use those. If you are going to tweet, use the hashtag PokemonLAIC or hashtag PlayPokemon, and every time you get your tweet featured on stream, make sure you follow the Twitch and YouTube channels down there, wherever you're watching on. But yeah, like I said, the parents have gone up, so we're going to have a little quick break where we decide what we're going to get on, where we get the players on, and then we'll get back with our next round as soon as possible.
Welcome everybody, my name is Amy and we are here at LAIC 2024. We're on the amazing floor, it's bustling, but we have a special guest. I am here with, please tell everybody what your name is.
Hi, Mariana, e eu sou de São Paulo.
Incredible, so you're from São Paulo, did it take you long to travel to the event today?
Não, eu até que moro perto, mas eu estou me programando há muito tempo para o evento.
That's incredible. It's so good that you don't have to go too far. Are there any players that you're interested to see on stage today or anyone you're looking to run into?
Eu conheço mais as pessoas que jogam TCG. Então, Gustavo Ada e os júniors e seniors também são... Conheço bastante, então estou animada para ver todo mundo ganhando.
Oh, fantastic. Have you got any friends attending the event?
Muitos amigos eu já fiz. E como eu também produzo conteúdo de Pokémon, eu já tenho meus conhecidos aqui que também vão jogar Pokémon GO, alguns vão jogar TCG. E eu jogo Pokémon GO desde 2017, desde que lançou. E nunca tinha me aventurado no PVP, é a terceira vez. E eu tô gostando bastante, porque são poucas mulheres, né, que estão no jogo. E eu acho interessante levar para o público feminino que a gente pode jogar também. Então eu acho isso muito legal.
I absolutely adore that. I'm so glad that you are clearly set up for a fun-filled day. I have one last question for you, though, and it's a very important one to my heart. What is your favorite Pokémon?
É uma pergunta difícil, mas eu tenho a minha favorita e é a Chikorita.
Chikorita's a great choice. That is a fantastic Pokemon and I think very underrated. Well, thank you so much for talking to us today. It's been a delight. And welcome to everybody who is here at the event. I hope you all have the most fantastic day. Whether you're watching at home or you're here with us in the hall, absolutely make the most of it because these events are absolutely spectacular. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we'll catch you soon with another interview, I'm sure. Welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Latin American International Championships here in Sao Paulo. What a beautiful city. We've been having a great time, but we've got more action for you right now. Shay, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic after that amazing round, watching that Iron Valiant just absolutely teeing off. And honestly, it's going to be so excited for our next round, and that's going to be an amazing matchup with two premier players.
It's very exciting. We've got some star-studded names coming to your screens very soon, and hopefully quite a lot of them will be sneaking their way into top 8. As we progress through the day, we are getting so close.
Yeah, and speaking of getting close to that top 8, let's have a little look at the standings and let's see who we have and what they are doing. So speaking of Noah, we just had him on last round, now at that 11-2-1 record. We have Yuho there as well, 11-2-1. Kieran Farrow, who we had on stream earlier, I think maybe 2 or 3 rounds ago, 10-1-3. We got Kaito all the way from Japan with a solid 33 match point. Jeremy Gibson, we had him on stream as well. And yeah, look, Miloslav, number 7, one of the most premier players. We have Gabriel, repping it from Brazil in his home country at number 6. And as we look down the list, we've got Brennan Cameron there, Matthew Burris, Nicholas Moffat, all fantastic names, as well as Fabrizio Silva as well.
Yeah, and of course a few that we've already featured on stream, such as Anil. So lovely to see some familiar names from our weekend, our previous matches. If you haven't caught them yet, you should nip back into the videos and have a little look at how those went and how these players got to these standings.
Yeah, because they're all doing fantastically well. As we start our march towards the top 8, all these players just want wins. You know, a couple players might be able to ID in, but if you're not in that intentional draw bracket, you are going to have to just go for broke in a win or go home scenario. And that is what all these players here are going to want to do.
Yeah, we're almost at the final straw. The last few opportunities are dawning upon us to be able to get into that top, and the points are tight. Look at all of those sort of 33 and 32s and 31s points, only a couple on 34. But could you imagine just how ecstatic you would feel winning 11 rounds of 50-minute Pokemon TCG best of 3 games?
Yeah, imagine like how much concentration you would have to win, and they've got a little bit more time to concentrate to close this out. But I believe our stage is ready. Our players have, you know, got their setup, so they're going to head down there and let's have a look at who we are featuring and what their decks are.
And and you might notice some familiar faces. Here we go.
So on our left there we have Brennan Cameron, one of the world's most premier players, a Lost Box aficionado. He loves single prize decks. Although in saying that, he has got some new additions to this deck, which we will get into later. I don't want to spoil it now. But on the right we have Miroslav, again one of Europe's most premier players, one of the world's most premier players if I'm honest, and he is playing Gardevoir EX. But a fun fact, he said this is the first time, well this is the first event he's played Gardevoir, and he's doing really well. Maybe he should just start playing it sooner, Miroslav.
Absolutely, and of course Brennan Cameron, an absolute champion after my own heart. He loves to play single prize decks just like me. So very pleased to see him here today and rocking one of the format's biggest contenders of single prize champion records.
Yes, as we look at the prize cards there, nothing too impactful I feel for most players. Miroslav does have that one copy of Reversal Energy in the prizes and one copy of Work. It is his only copy of Work. We'll keep an eye on that. But for Brennan, this prize the heavy ball, but hasn't got a basic Pokemon there anyway. So he doesn't have to worry too much about that. And that is his one of two copies of Counter Catcher. So, Abe, if I were to tell you, let's see if we can piece together this puzzle. Brennan is playing a Lost Box deck. I've already mentioned there's a bit of spice in there, and we've seen a Fire Energy. What sort of clues does that give you?
That might denote that he could be playing a Charizard variant of sorts that could either be Charizard EX, we've seen that with Lost Box, or it could be the Radiant Charizard variant of Lost Box. I can't think of many other fire types unless, I don't know, I'm going to say something crazy. Are you ready for it? Regidrago?
Regidrago, not quite. We'll keep that a secret until it is Brennan's turn. But it is over to Miroslav, who's kicking off our round 15 here at LAIC 2024. Miroslav has got a Scream Tail inactive and looking to play an Ultra Ball. Now, folks, we have seen it on stream already once. This is the no VIP pass version of Gardevoir EX. Wow, that is a costly Ultra Ball, actually. Ooh. Looking to discard a Curlier and a Shining Arcana Gardevoir as well. These are integral for the Gardevoir deck to function.
I think the hand looks relatively clogged, to be honest, Shay. It doesn't look like Miroslav has any other ways of getting any other basic Pokemon into play right now. So they're going to have to settle for finding a Super Rod later and getting those back at a later date, because at the moment their Screamtail is screaming a Babbion on its own and definitely needs a friend on the bench.
Yeah, looking by the artwork, it actually looks like it's screaming like, help, give me some friends, please.
Yeah, please. I'm lonely. Where is everyone?
As we do see Miroslav, they're just going to looking to do the prize check it, and it is worth noting, you might have seen it on that prize, on that looking through the deck already, does actually play that copy of Jirachi. It was going to be very impactful, because that Jirachi basically tells your opponent, Sableye, well, you're using Scratch, to be honest with you, or you could just Lost Mine the active. You can't Lost Mine the bench, because that Stellar availability prevents all damage counters placed on your bench Pokemon by your opponent's basic Pokemon. So we saw it in the last round, being able to target or stop Medichamp's Urgaloop, but it also stopped Lost Mine in the exact same way.
Yeah, I think Jirachi is one of the largest kind of counters that we've seen in recent times to Lost Box. One of the only cards that can stop Sableye in the mud. So we're looking at really the small tech of making space in your deck for Jirachi by taking out things like the Battle VIP Pass package might benefit Miroslav quite a lot here, allowing them to not be targeted by Sableye quite so heavily if they manage to get set up. We do have a Radiant Greninja, but I believe no energy in hand, and they pass the turn over to Brennan.
Only one Rolls. So let's see. Escape Rope is going to be very live here. Cramorant could be very live here, as Brennan does start off the turn there with a Flower selecting. And it looks like it's going to be a basic Psychic Energy getting sent to the Lost Zone and keeping a copy of Counter Catcher, I believe. We do see Artisan being played. That's a stadium card that lets you search your deck for any Pokemon without a rule box, and you pop it straight onto your bench. And eagle-eyed viewers might have already spotted something in Brennan's deck, which is a little bit strange. And if you saw it again, let me talk to you about why.
There's a shadow lurking in that deck.
Let me talk to you, viewers, as to why Brennan is playing one copy of Roaring Moon EX. So, I was actually chatting to Brennan in the hotel a couple of days before the event. We were discussing, how Lost Box can adapt to this new format. And we came to a little conclusion that if you play Radiant Charizard, that essentially gets you a 2-prize KO against stuff like, you know, Iron Hands, Chen Pao, and Roaring Moon, that Frenzy Gouging, or Calamity Storm even, is almost a guaranteed 2-prize cards as well. Meaning, if you can just weave in a Frenzy Gouging, a Combustion Blast, and Lost Mine for 2-prize cards, that wins you the game.
I wonder whether Roaring Moon or Roaring Scream is going to make more noise in this battle, as Scream Tail also can make a lot of ruckus.
Yeah, so both players, I'm really intrigued to see how this plans out, to be honest, because Brennan is a fantastic Lost Box player, one of the world's best, and he will know his way around this archetype, and clearly it's been working well for him. We do see the Artisan is going to target a Comfey. We do have a switch card. Looks like Brennan is debating whether to play, and we are going to see Flower Selecting Activation there again. Has a Jet Energy or a switch card, opting to Lost Zone the Jet Energy. We don't see a Colress yet, though, so we might not see the Spit Innocently turn 1.
No, and they are just passing that over. Unfortunately, only 2 in the Lost Zone. Not the best, but both players have had slow starts, but leaving Artisan in play might just get Miloslav enough time to catch up.
Let's see, yeah, so just have the Artisan, so can search out any Pokemon out of rule box, but is going to opt to... no, Artisan first. I like that. So that guarantees you a Pokemon, then you can refine and hope to draw into something else, maybe a Bull Search or a Fog Crystal Search or anything like this. One defense that Miloslav does have in this matchup outside the Jirachi is the 2 copies of Avery. Avery is really strong against Lost Box decks, because it's going to force them to discard till they have 3 Pokemon left. So that means the Comfeys that we know are crucial for getting cards in the Lost Zone will have to be forced to be discarded.
Okay, Miloslav has managed to get that first Curlier, and here comes the first refinement of the deck. Here we go into a Fog Crystal. Go ahead and grab a Psychic type energy. I imagine that's going to be concealed cards straight away, but Miloslav is using this opportunity to have a look through their deck and just double check those prize cards or double check some counts of crucial cards. So once we see the concealed cards, I mean, at this stage, I think Miloslav is just looking to strengthen their board, right?
Yeah, I think so. And it is worth noting that Curlier does have, in the discard part, I should say, there is a Curlier, there is a Shining Gardevoir, Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and a Gardevoir EX. So we do see a super in Miloslav's hand, but that will have to get played at some point. As we do see the concealed cards, I don't think Druin's anything particularly helpful. I think it's Psychic Energy and Reversal.
Yeah, it's not looking great, but I think we have Jirachi there in Miloslav's hand right now. They're just keeping it close to their chest for the time being, just to make sure that they do play it at that crucial moment. They're not in any danger right now. It would be really difficult for Brennan to be able to get 8 cards in the Lost Zone this turn. Going straight in with the Colress Experiment, they get a look at the top 5 of their cards, and put 3 of them into their hand, put the other card in the Lost Zone, however, and we see Iono, and is that a Battle VIP pass join the Lost Zone?
Yes, it was. So we're going to keep a Beach Court, a Sableye, and that Roaring Moon as well. We see Comfey Flower Selecting Activation, getting rid of that VIP pass, easy choice there, and does have an Escape Rope. So that means now Cramorant is live, but he might not opt to, we're not going to play it yet. Going to Flower Select first. And let's see what this one's going to Lost Zone, the Nest Ball.
Yeah, strengthening the Lost Zone at this stage of the game, especially with Miloslav's equally slow start, is crucial. It's incredibly important to make sure that Brennan is going towards those crucial counts of cards in the Lost Zone. 4 being the first for Cramorant, and then the next being 7 for Mirage Gate. So if you get yourself on the way to the next milestone before the next turn hits, it just makes your whole schedule of play easier.
As we do see Brennan also getting the Jirachi down as well, which is really interesting. Prevents all damage counters being placed on your bench Pokemon. So that would stop Cresselia, right?
No. Moonglow Reverse, I believe. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Moonglow
Reverse is damage counters.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're going to be able to... so although the wording says move to damage counters, you're still placing them upon a different Pokemon, so it does prevent that. I also think it's just a really good card for the mirror match.
Yeah. No, you are correct. So as we do see that Spit Innocently KO into the active Scream Tail, to Scream his way all the way to the discard pile, and let's see what Miloslav can cook up here. They're going to debate what to promote, and I think when the hand isn't as great, these sort of decisions can be super important. So we are going to go for the Curlier. We do see a top deck, and let's see what Miroslav can do.
So they've still got plenty of card draw, which is nice, but there aren't loads of psychic type energy in the discard pile yet. So I imagine that's what Miroslav's going to be attempting to go towards. It looks like they're readying up for a Super Rod. They've got their 3 choices there just outside of the discard pile. Yep, there we go, and in they go. Those were just Super Rodded back in. I know that we can't quite see Miroslav's discard pile right now, but that was a Super Rod.
Yes, we use that Super Rod being played, as we see the Artisan as well, going to pluck that Rolt straight back out of the deck and get it into play. I think we're going to see some important refinements. I don't think Miroslav currently has a supporter in hand, so we'll need to try and find some. Remember that 1 copy of Worker is in the prize card, so that is 1 less draw supporter for Miroslav to find it. Does have concealed cards available as well? And let's see, we're going to see that concealed cards first. Going to discard a basic Psychic and draws into another Refinement Curlier and another Energy, I believe.
Yeah, there we go. We're still going, refining the deck, making sure we're thinning the discard piled energy out of deck. And oh, lovely. It's time for our own Jirachi, another Curlier. And once again, we're playing Iono.
Iono, a fantastic card. Miroslav needs to find that they're going to give him a fresh hand of 6 and puts Brennan's hand down to 5. Now, Miroslav attached that reversal. Would love to try and find a Shining Arcana Gardevoir to attack this turn. I don't think we see it yet.
No, I don't think a Gardevoir is shining just now. We need a little bit more time.
Refinement left. Do we see it? Ultra Ball or Arcana? No.
Oh.
I think that was Avery and a Boss's Orders, I believe. So now that reversal energy is stuck there. So we'll either have to pay retreat to preserve your Curlier, or you leave it in the active, both of which aren't particularly great for Miroslav.
Neither are great. This has been a really slow start, and I suppose this is what might become typical of the lack of Battle VIP Pass build, is having to take a bit more time getting ready, and just. But then again, Jirachi lends itself to that, right? So yeah. I'm not against it. I like it.
So let's see what Brennan does here as the turn goes get passed over to him. Miroslav did retreat into that Radiant Greninja, which does have 130 HP, which means spits innocently from that Cramorant, as we see on screen. Doesn't quite reach there. So let's see what Brennan does. Trying to consult on what to do. Does have a Sableye in play, but obviously cannot use Lost Mine, or at least target the bench Pokemon with it. At least for now. Does have 6 in the Lost Zone. Still has a little bit of work to do before we can get the Mirage Gaze activation or that Lost One. As you can see, the Lost One, if you have 10 cards in your Lost Zone, you can place 12 damage counters. But while Miroslav Jirachi's in play, those damage counters have to go into the active. They cannot target the bench. But if you do, they just disappear.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Brennan actually has much to do in their hand, and they don't have many ways of drawing cards right now. I think it might just be benching this Sableye, having a check through their deck to see what their prize cards could possibly be, and then maybe a Spit Innocently, considering that they might be able to Lost Mine that later. Yeah. Sableye might be able to tell Greninja to get lost later on in the game when Jirachi's been dealt with.
Very true, that Lost Mine could cut. I quite like this idea of going double Cramorant here, though. You know, while you're Sableye, while you're going to have to jump through some hoops and maybe try and, you know, carry it via Boss's Orders or something like this, it means that the Sableye isn't as effective, as we do see a Lost Vacuum being played to get rid of the Artisan, as now Brennan's Lost Zone is getting to 8, which means Mirage Gates are live. And there is one in hand.
We love getting to those, and nice milestones for Lost Box, but we do move on to Miroslav's turn with 110 damage on their Radiant Greninja. So that's not too scary, especially with Jirachi still there protecting anything on the bench from damage counters.
Yeah, so it does mean that if that Radiant Greninja can get to the bench, it will be safe from a Sableye, at least while Jirachi. Oh, but here we do see the Avery. Going to force Brennan to discard 2 Pokemon, go down to a 3 bench, and we are, maybe.
It's a really tough decision, this one. They're consulting the hand, and yeah, they're keeping the Jirachi goodbye to attacking Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think over time, those Averys can be really back-breaking for Lost Box decks to deal with, because now you're going to force them to start playing Clara for cards they don't really want to play Clara for. As we do see Miroslav now playing a Fog Crystal and searches that for a basic energy or a basic psychic Pokemon, and looking to go for the Cresselia.
Unlike Avery's outfits, this will be no sunshine and rainbows for anyone playing against them.
As we do see the Cresselia go into the hand now. And look how big that hand is. So many options. And we still have the refinements to go.
Yeah.
We have only seen the concealed cards be used this turn.
Yeah, there is still so much potential for Miloslav. Unfortunately, Brennan is slowly but surely filtering behind in this battle. They may be ahead on the prize cards, but Miloslav has such strong and domineering board presence that it might not stay that way for much longer.
We do see the refinement being used, discarding the mana fee. Going to draw 2 cards. We see level being played as well. He's going to find another Curlier potentially. As we do, we want to see 3 refinements available. We've seen 1 being used, so there's 2 more. And let's see what Miloslav does. He's going to play another Fog Crystals, grab another basic Psychic, so you can discard that off the refinement. So that means when that Gardevoir EX does come down, there'll be plenty of Psychic energies for it to reattach via its ability Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, it's a really strong position to be in, and being able to put... I suppose what I'm thinking here is Miloslav relatively safe to just attack with the Gardevoir EX? Gardevoir EX has such high HP at 310 that it's difficult for traditional Lost Box decks to KO it. However, Miloslav is none the wiser, apart from a little hint at a Darkness Energy attached to Comfey there for the Roaring Moon. So if Miloslav has been clever and clocked that, they might be able to avoid their Gardevoir getting munched by Roaring Moon.
Yeah, either one of those attacks like Calamity Storm, as long as there's the energy to discard, stadium discard, I should say, we'll be able to KO a Gardevoir EX. As Miloslav does do another refinement, so it does look like going to move that Cresselia to the front of his hand, has a Psychic energy as well. Wait, do we even see a Gardevoir EX? I'm not 100% sure we do. Is he an attached retreat into the Gardevoir and a pass?
Oh my goodness. This is going to give Brennan the potential comeback time that they need, right? He just needs to be able to solidify their position on the board a little bit more with their Pokemon.
Yeah, and I guess Miloslav just trying to offer up as many Pokemon as possible that don't immediately get KO'd to a spit innocently. Cresselia can do that with 120 HP. We are going to see a Beach Court giving the basic Pokemon in play 1 less retreat cost, and we do see a Comfey Flower selecting activation. There's Escape Rope and Clara are the 2 cards.
Oh, they're both great
both
cards.
Really good, yeah.
That's difficult. I think if I was in Brennan's situation, I would want the Escape Rope because the Clara, although she's fantastic, not great right now because the Sableye still isn't live yet. But we might be, how many is that now? We're close, right?
We're at 9.
9. But we need the Escape Rope to get to the 10, and Cramorant can take a KO this time.
Yeah, and I guess Clara could have been interesting because we have seen some Pokemon get discarded by the effects of Avery. We are going to have to keep an eye on Brennan's Pokemon recovery as we do see that spit innocently as Brennan takes his 2nd prize card. And let's see if Miloslav can get a Gardevoir EX in play.
I mean, Miloslav with that gigantic Concertina hand, it feels unlikely, but they are still yet to find one. I think it's absolutely absurd that they haven't been able to find a Gardevoir EX yet. The deck is smaller than that hand, or very close to being.
Does draw into a 2nd copy of Avery, which could be backbreaking, actually. Maybe that could be the support
my gosh.
as we do see
it goes.
Wow.
Poor Brennan. He's allowed to bench. He's not allowed to bench. He's allowed to bench. He's not allowed to bench. Oh, there's just the hokey cokey happen here.
As we do see the mana fee hit the discard pile as well as a Comfey as well, I believe. So now that 1 copy of Clara in the Lost Zone could be really impactful as Miloslav does evolve into a Shining Arcana Gardevoir and uses that ability to get a look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put them in your hand, and any basic energy you find there, you can attach.
Right, looks like there is an Ultra Ball in Miloslav's hand now. I think I saw one, which means they might be able to get this Gardevoir, but maybe they're trying to dig for a Super Rod first? But I feel like there's another in the deck. I don't think there was one in prizes. I'm pretty sure their prize cards were both quite tame. But it looks like they're going to keep going. They're going to keep digging. They're going to draw the whole deck.
They're getting very close. We've got that Professor Choro scenario in the hand now as well. Could be very useful for removing damage from play as well as the collapsed stadium.
What is going on?
We do see the Luxurious Cape in hand as well. Could be something that we see get used, boosting the non-rule box Pokemon attached to HP by 100. We are going to see another refinement being used, though. Yeah, haven't got a lot of cards left in that deck. I'm gonna have to play an Iono at some point.
But the Ultra Ball is there.
The Ultra Ball is there, so we shouldn't be. We can definitely guarantee a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, we can cherry pick the Gardevoir.
It's almost going to be a necessity at this point. I think the easy targets will be both those copy of Psychic Energy as well. Get them in the discard pile. Maybe you can keep one in case, you know, Brennan tries to Boss's Order store the Greninja, or which is in the discard pile actually, so tell a lie. Could be the Jirachi as a Boss's Order target as well, though.
Yeah, there's always Super Odd for an emergency. Putting one energy back in can be helpful. And there, oh my goodness, there is one in the deck. Look at that. There is, in fact, more than one in the deck. However, there are, like, what, 2 cards left after that? I cannot believe Miloslav had to get through that many cards in their deck to be able to find one Gardevoir EX. But he did it, so props to him.
Yeah, the bottom 3 cards of the deck included 2 Gardevoir EX, as we are going to see. We are going to see some energies being attached there via Psychic Embrace, and it looks like we are probably going to see a Moonglow reverse.
It took us a while, but we're finally going to see the dark side of the moon here. Taking out a counter-catching the Comfey.
Yeah, because the Moonglow reverse can only target the active, right, because of the Jirachi. So in order to take a prize, you would have to KO something in the active that has less than 80 HP. Comfey has 70.
There it goes.
So there it goes.
Goodbye, Comfey. Slowing Brennan down a little bit, but they only do need one more Pokemon card in the Lost Zone to activate Sableye, but then can they get Sableye? We know one is still in the discard pile.
I mean, if the Sableye does come out, though, that little Jirachi right there would be doing very well at stopping him from targeting the bench. Would have to target the active, which, to be fair, it could KO the Cresselia. Let's see what Brennan can do. Looks like Nespal is the target, and it is going to be that Sableye.
There he is, yep.
And let's see, we want to see a Mirage Gate activation as well. Mirage Gate letting you grab 2 different type of basic energy, and you can attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. So
did Brennan do the flower selecting? I can only see 9 in the Lost Zone, but I might be being really silly.
Maybe he hasn't done it yet.
But then he only has 9 in the Lost Zone, so yeah, he's going to have to wait a little bit before being able to use that Sableye. Wow. No, it's really interesting to see the masters at play with sequence in these decks, because I'd have been overexcited about getting the 10th of the Lost Zone and just gone Comfey straight away. I'd have gone right in there. It shows why I don't play Lost Box, huh?
I guess the reason is you don't want to Lost on any energy, so you take them out the deck first. You can try and hit good cards like Counter Catcher, which is going to get sent to the Lost Zone. But I think it was that or Radiant Charizard, so Counter Catcher is going to have to get sent to the Lost Zone. Beach Court gives you a free retreat cost, so we are going to see Lost Mine into the active.
Yeah, and just going for the full 120 damage, taking out the Cresselia for their next prize card. Down to 3 already. Can Miloslav pick up the pace and take some KOs?
Yeah, it's real interesting. This is where Brennan's deck might start to get what he needs to do. Basically saying that the Charizard will take 1 KO at some point, and the Roaring Moon can as well. As Brennan has done well to never get down to 3 prize cards, so is getting towards that area where a boss KO would KO the Gardevoir. Yes, we do see a rare candy into another Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and they have 140 HP right now, so Sableye cannot deal with them.
No, Sableye's going to have to work a little bit harder, so maybe this is where we might see the Roaring Moon pop out of the deck. Because it's a basic Pokemon, they can accelerate energy onto it using Mirage Gate. Brennan's already got that all set up. But for now, Miloslav is just getting ready. More attackers are on the board and higher HP, keeping them out of range of Sableye, even though Jirachi is down. Miloslav is covering their back, and I love that.
That's what it's all about when you're playing against a world-class player. You have to make sure you're trying to shut down as many avenues of victory for your opponent as possible. Miroslav's doing fantastic. The only thing Miroslav hasn't been able to realistically do is take prize cards, as he's only taken 1 and Brennan's taken 3. So if he was to continue on this 1 prize a turn trajectory, Brennan would have this wrapped up. But the tide is going to start to turn if these Gardevoir can start attacking, via reversal energy or anything like this. So they're not having to take damage, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Here we go.
Let's see, so we're going to see 1 energy from hand and then 1 from Psychic Embrace, I believe. So that means they'll have 120 HP left at Gardevoir.
which is a bit scary, right? We're ideally wanting to get some Shining Arcana attaches instead, so being able to possibly move the energy back into the deck using Super Rod and then Shining Arcana, because the deck is so thin you could almost guarantee it.
Or you could try and reload your Cresselia as well. I think we do see an Iono being played. Iono to Miloslav to have 5 cards in hand now. Brennan has 3, so I wonder what those cards are. As we do see, let's have a look. So we do see, oh no, that wasn't Iono. It wasn't Iono being played, sorry. And we are going to see the Brainwave KO, yes.
Nice.
So let's see what Brennan can manufacture here. Does have a Chorus Experiment. That is what we like to see, being able to look at the top 5 cards of your deck. And, well, keep 3 Lost Zone 2. Oh, but I do see a copy of Basic Dark in there. Does only play 4, so if he wants to attack with that Roaring Moon, we'll need to have 2 available.
Yeah, it's well within the realms of possibility right now, but whether it's worth taking the KO now, they're just going to have to time this really well. No, they have gone and popped 1 in the Lost Zone, so we do have to be really careful with that energy usage now.
Yeah, and that's why I think Brennan is opting to play 2 copies of Super Rod and 2 copies of Clara, because energy is going to be very intensive. If you are having to rely on Mirage Gate to power up your attackers, then being Combustion Blast Charizard or Roaring Moon EX, as we do see a Flower selecting, getting rid of a Battle VIP Pass, one of the easiest decisions you will ever have today, Brennan, I promise you.
Yeah, Battle VIP Pass are destined for the Lost Zone, as we can see all 4 of them have ended up in there this game.
Yeah, as we do see the free retreat via Beach Court, and the second combo is going to activate Flower, selecting Hisuian Heavy Ball or Nest Ball. As the Hisuian Heavy Ball hits the Lost Zone, Brennan probably knows I haven't got any basic Pokemon in there, so that Heavy Ball is almost as useful as the Battle VIP Pass is, so it gets sent to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, once a card is no longer needed, it's better to just pop it in the discard pile, or more ideally in the Lost Zone, so it cannot come back. And for anyone who is new to the Pokemon trading card game, the Lost Zone is an area that is exclusive to each player. Each player has a Lost Zone. Whether your deck utilizes it or not is another thing. But the Lost Zone is essentially a secondary discard pile which you can never receive something back from, unlike the regular discard pile.
Yeah, so once those cards are sent to the Lost Zone, it will never come back. Why do you want to do this? Because certain cards like Mirage Gate, Sableye, and Cramorant rely on you having a certain amount of cards in the Lost Zone, because if you do, they can start to do some fun things like Cramorant can attack for free via its Lost Provisions ability, Sableye can use Lost Mine, and then Mirage Gate can accelerate energy from the deck.
And we finally see the Charizard. I don't think they've managed to keep the Fire-type energy relatively under wraps until this point, so Charizard's gigantic attack will come into play at some point, I imagine, but for now, they're going for the 110 damage from the Cramorant onto Gardevoir, which limits how much damage Gardevoir can do, because they are no longer going to be able to attach more energy via the Gardevoir EX, because you're not allowed to use Gardevoir EX's ability to KO your own Pokemon.
Yeah, you cannot do that, so that Shining Arcana will not be able to be receiving energy from Psychic Embrace unless we see that a Luxurious Cape get attached to that Gardevoir. So that is something to watch out for here. Over to Miloslav's turn. Let's see. That is a massive hand. You could even do that Professor Churro, maybe even, just to remove that damage. Could be an option. We are going to see, looks like a Super Rod. Iron Up going to shuffle back in the Cresselia. Screamtail, and then maybe that Psychic Energy as well. As you said, maybe Miloslav wants to try and get energy in play via Shining Arcana, and in order to do that, we'll need some energy in the deck.
I think it's also clever at this point to make sure that Miloslav is having full control over the amount of cards in their deck, because they, he's been on 2 for a while now. They've managed to kind of keep that consistent, but if they don't keep the deck populated at the start of your turn, if you require to draw a card and you cannot, then you lose the game. So there's another item card that puts more cards back in your deck, with Pal Pad shuffling 2 supporter cards back into your deck from your discard pile. Miloslav has chosen to have 2 Iono.
We all know that Iono is fantastic at dealing with Lost Box decks, so they usually don't have that much explosive draw power. You can try and limit their hand as much as possible.
Here we go. And also Iono's going to keep Miloslav in the game by being able to manage their own hand size, putting more cards back into the deck and drawing fewer, because they don't need those cards right now.
No, I think Miloslav's perfectly fine operating off the board, and this will help to remove any options that Brennan might have had before, putting them all the way to the bottom. So let's see how the Iono treats Miloslav.
Oh, Iono has come up with some more Iono.
Oh, wow, and a strong counter catcher there.
Ooh.
Being able to remove this Radiant Charizard from play via Brainwave. We'll need that extra energy attachment, I believe, because they will be swinging for 180 now. And we're going to see a Shining Arcana first. Was that Shining Arcana? Or refinements even. But you're going to see some cards being drawn there. And then, yeah, we see the Brainwave for the KO on that Radiant Charizard. As Miloslav equals up the prizes, I believe, at 3-all. Game on for Brennan.
This is getting really, really close now. Every single card that goes into that loss zone is going to matter for Brennan. They confidently know exactly what they're doing with this deck, though they have played it for a significant time, you can tell. And, ooh, that is a tough choice for the Colress experiment, though.
Has already chosen to loss zone the Pokegear, so it does need to loss zone one more. But yeah, all those cards are quite good, useful. Mirage Gate, obviously, super for shuffling back in these Pokemon and energy cards even. And the Clara does pretty much the same thing as Super, but actually getting back to hand. And so we are going to see the Mirage Gate getting sent to the Lost Zone. So there has to be something in hand that can accelerate energy. As we do see Super Rod being played, letting you shuffle in any free in combination of Pokemon and basic energy cards as well.
So it looks like we're going to be going with the double Sableye, and then Brennan doesn't have access to any psychic type energy right now in the discard pile, so it's going to be a darkness energy or a fire energy. I imagine darkness at this point because the fire energy I think is only there for the Radiant Charizard, and unfortunately that is still currently in the discard pile.
Yeah, so maybe Brennan saying that Radiant Charizard is no longer part of my win condition, so it can stay there. However, Sableye is part of my win condition, opting to shuffle that back in.
Yeah, and maybe even the Mirage Gate going to the Lost Zone was because Brennan knows that the Sableye is probably going to be a large part of their strategy at this point, rather than needing to attach multiple energy per turn. Right now, they're able to kind of survive on the brink just by attaching one energy a turn, especially where Miloslav has to use Guard of War to damage his own Pokemon.
So we're going to see a free retreat via that Beach Court on the Comfey. We do see a Boss Orders in Brennan's hand, but it doesn't look like they want to play it this turn. They're going to play a Super, though, shuffle back in Cramorant, maybe iron up that Combustion Blast Charizard, or at least that Fire Energy. We are going to go for Sableye, and then maybe just 2 targets by looks of it, shuffling in 2 targets, Sableye and a Cramorant, shuffle them back into the deck.
Yeah, you don't have to shuffle 3 Pokemon or energy into the deck. You can choose up to 3. So Brennan is making sure their deck isn't clogged with things they don't need. They're just making sure that they have the exact cards that they would like to draw from their deck. So
let's see what Miloslav can do here, because I think Brennan actually has a way to win. If he can find a Mirage Gate, can boss his orders up the Guard of EX and use Roaring Moon to close the game out. Let's see if Miloslav will play any of those Ionos. I imagine that might be the supporter of choice. Miloslav does start his turn, does promote that Stellar Veil Jirachi, and going to start the turn off there with a Refinement. Going to draw 2 cards. Careful now, Miloslav. Only got 1 card left in deck now. Can't get too ahead of yourself.
Yeah, and Miloslav's going to need to retreat the Jirachi as well by manually attaching an energy, because they won't be able to accelerate to it via Guard of War EX.
Yeah,
so that's also a curious point of knowing that they're going to have to attach energy in some way, shape, or form to the Jirachi in order for a retreat cost, because Miloslav very typically of God of War decks doesn't run any other pivot of Pokemon. They can't retreat in any other way, but the Beach Court is there, so actually, yeah, I forgot the Beach Court is there. That is my bad. Everyone is free to retreat on the beach if they have 1 energy pip for their retreat cost or fewer, which Jirachi does. There we go. That was a really smart play from Miloslav using Brennan's Beach Court.
As we are going to see the Shining Arcana does actually get an energy attachment off it as well. So let's see what Miloslav can do. Does have an Iono? Okay, so that Iono is actually really huge. That's going to put that Roaring Moon to the bottom of the deck, and that one copy of Boss's Orders that Brennan does have also to the bottom. And you know, traditionally Lost Box doesn't have a ton of ways to shuffle the deck and doesn't have a ton of ways to draw a lot of cards. So Miloslav's doing very well. Probably going to take a prize card this turn and go down to 2 prize cards as well. As Miloslav does fly in the second copy of Shining Arcana that did get shuffled back in. And we are going to see the Shining Arcana activation. We see that free retreat via the beach court, like you mentioned, and we are going to see a Brainwave for KO as Miloslav evens it up again.
Here we are. It could be anyone's game still, and we only have 16.5 minutes left on the round. God of War decks notorious for taking their time, and similarly Lost Box is on the same plane.
And it looks like, yeah, we are going to see the Brainwave. And let's see what Brennan can do. Uh-oh, that hand is Nest Ball and 2 basic energies. Nest Ball, do we go for the Roaring Moon here? Do we go for a Sableye even? We are going to go for the Sableye. But then how do you even deal with this 140 HP Shining Arcana Gardevoir? How do you deal with this?
With 3 energy already on it, so that's the nightmarish part, is that the Gardevoir already has energy.
Yeah.
If you were to put 120 damage counters onto the Gardevoir that had no energy, then you prevent it attacking, which is great. It's fine. It's not a problem. However, maybe Brennan was just trying to thin the deck a little bit before they dig with Comfey.
It looks like they
I think they might be in a sticky situation.
Well, it looks like the flower selecting, one of the cards was Corvus' Experiment. Didn't quite see what the other one was. I mean, Combustion Blast would actually get you there. I think it did get shuffled back in via the Super Rod. And that could be an option. That's what hunting for. But then again, I guess he did Nest Ball for the Sableye, so that's probably not the case. We are going to see a Corvus Experiment. Wow, get sent to Lost Zone because the second card was the Roaring Moon. So we are going to see another flower selecting. Can't quite make that out. Was it a Counter Catcher and
something that
Escape Rope, I'd like to say?
The Counter Catcher can't be used right now, so I feel like
it was Counter Catcher and Roxanne. They were the 2 cards.
That's why, yes, Brennan's clearly just asked me himself, how many cards have you got in your hand? Always a scary question in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do it just for fun. I won't have anything in my hand that can do that.
So we are going to see the Roxanne being played there.
Roxanne's a really fantastic disruption card, allowing you to draw 6 cards once you've shuffled your hand to your deck, but your opponent will only get a measly 2.
So if Brennan can get the Combustion Blast Charizard, Radiant Charizard, and KO Miloslav's Brainwave Gardevoir, I think it's actually in a very good spot. And I don't think Brennan's deck's particularly big, so I think there could be a good chance. I think that's what we're looking for here. 1, 2, 3, 4, uh-oh. 5, 6. Oh, no, not even a Mirage get to attack with that
Roaring Moon.
With that Roaring Moon, so I think we can't even. Yeah, we haven't got a Psychic Energy to use Lost Mine either.
No, that's maybe Roaring Moon bit off more than it can chew on this occasion.
The thing is, yeah, if he was to bench that Roaring Moon, it could get Boss's Orders and KO for minutes to close this game.
Ooh.
Wow, we do see the Cramorant potentially getting benched. You can at least, pass over. Can Miloslav gust that Roaring Moon? Gust means getting it into the active and KO in it. I don't think Miloslav has a ton of Boss's Orders or Counter Catchers. That obviously Counter Catcher couldn't be played right now. So let's see what Miloslav can do. It has just been Roxanne, don't forget, but does have 2 copies of Shining Arcana Gardevoir, so we'll be able to draw at least 4 cards. So let's see what Miloslav does do. Does start the turn, or at least does a Shining Arcana. Going to see another Shining Arcana. And doesn't look like...
I've got a few fun facts about this matchup, actually.
Okay.
Not only is this this tournament the second time that Miloslav has ever played this deck. They played it once before the tournament, so they've just, all the practice they've got has been throughout their rounds. And it looks like, from what we can see, this is Brennan's first match against Gardevoir in the entire tournament.
Wow. And if this is your first time against Gardevoir and it's a nail biter like this, how insane is that? Both players, wow, it's really getting nitty gritty now. Every decision can be make or break. And that's what happens when you get to these late rounds at an international championship. Both players consulting the discard pile, want to see what exactly is available. As I do see that combustion blast charge in the discard pile. Apologies, so that was not an option for Brennan. So let's see what Miloslav can do. Does have that mysterious cape, but he doesn't want to attach that though, especially now that Roaring Moon's in play actually. So we are going to see an energy attached to the benched Gardevoir. Maybe debating it.
Really pondering. I think every move at this stage is so crucial. With so little time left on the round, there's a high possibility that we're only going to get one game out of the 3 be completed. So whoever wins this could be the overall winner. They're going for the Brainwave Gardevoir, 3 energy, 60 damage. These players are disrupting each other back and forth and back and forth. However, Miloslav overall is less affected by those sorts of disruption supporters due to the fact they have 2 Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the field and they're able to draw 4 extra cards per turn with that.
Yeah, so let's see how this Iono does. Resets both players' hands down to do, shuffles the old hand down to the bottom. We are going to see another Psychic Embrace being attached to the Gardevoir on the bench. As he goes down to 1 prize card left, Brennan needs to try. Oh, does have a boss? Oh, he has the boss Mirage Gate!
No!
He got the boss Mirage Gate off an Iono to 2. So you can play the Mirage Gate attached to the Roaring Moon boss's orders, the EX.
Look at that. We're whipping up a Calamity Storm.
Wow, and the Calamity Storm for game there off the Iono to 2. Amy, are you having me on off the Iono to 2?
I know, I can't believe it. Sometimes those Ionos just don't pay off. That is absolutely phenomenal. I didn't think they'd be able to bring it back. I was wrong, and I'm so pleased to be. Wow. That is the power of Roaring Moon shining bright. My word. There's definitely a full moon today for Brennan.
I was literally about to say that. Yeah, it's a full moon. I cannot believe that. Wow, let's have a quick look and a replay of this total round there, that game, because that was such a chess match going to and fro. Miloslav, remember, started off the game with only 1 Waltz, don't forget. Brennan started to go off to the races as Lost Box decks tend to do. Cramorant was applying pressure. Greninja did absorb a hit as Miloslav did begin to stabilize his board. And those Averys, how could you forget that?
Were amazing. Really limiting what Brennan could achieve in the short term, but they absolutely just took their time and yeah, they made it work. It didn't matter.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe what a close chess match that was. We even saw the Moonglow reverse targeting active Pokemon because the Jirachi from both sides, limiting both players what they want to do, as we do see a Lost Mine into the active there. As we saw Miloslav throwing up as many Pokemon as possible that could absorb Lost Mines, Cresselia and Raging Greninja. We saw the Cramorant being 10 off a KO here, as Miloslav was so meticulous not to damage it. We did see that clutch counter catcher onto the Radiant Charizard, removing that from play. Miloslav doing everything he could in his power, firing off Brennan firing off Roxanne's, Miloslav firing off Ionos. And it just became a chess match. And it looks like, I believe, Miloslav has conceded game 2, I would imagine. We'll try and get confirmation saying, well, I'm not going to beat Lost Box with 10 minutes left on the clock. And I can see the match slip, actually, yes. Brennan has circled winner, so I think Miloslav...
Congratulations, Brennan.
So, yeah, Brennan has won that game. What? Oh, I'm so excited to see how that panned out.
The tables turned so rapidly. Now, we've seen the ferocity of Roaring Moon, but I did not expect to see the ferocity of Roaring Moon in Lost Box. So that is truly a moment for the ages, and I think it really shows the diversity of this format. You need to keep all options open. You never know what to expect.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you, when we had that conversation in the hotel the other day, if Lost Box can have essentially 4 free prize cards, 2 via Combustion Blast, and then 2 via Calamity Storm and or Frenzy Gouging, hopefully Cramorant and Sableye can get you those last 2. We have had confirmation, Miloslav did indeed concede that game, saying, well, Gardevoir cannot really beat Lost Box in 12 minutes, so how about I just have a bit of extra time, save ourselves the troubles, and we'll keep it moving for our next round.
Didn't look like it was going to be possible. They had a really terrible hand after setup, so just decided to shake Brennan's hand there and say, look, I'm not going to be able to do anything within this time limit, so you take the win, my friend. Let's go and have a rest before the next round, because these guys have been tirelessly playing for days now at this point.
Yeah, and massive commiserations there to Miroslav. Did pilot that extremely well. Bear in mind, it's his first time ever playing the deck, and found himself so far in this event and was very close to clutching that out. If only the Iono didn't find exactly, the Morbin Moon and then the boss orders and that Mirage Gate as well.
It was truly anyone's game.
It was, honestly.
And the hand disruption was going back and forth, back and forth. It was like a tennis match. And then all of a sudden, the Iono betrayed. The Iono betrayed, and it did give Brendan exactly what he needed to close out the rest of the match.
Yeah, exactly. And oh my, I just can't believe the Iono basic energy, bosses orders, and Mirage Gate off Iono to 2 in the top deck. What an insane draws, and Brendan Cameron is our winner there. Maximum commiseration to Miroslav, as I said, done fantastically well. Still, I think, has a chance to at least get a top 16 or top 32 here at this event. Top 8 might be out of reach.
Maybe, but still both of them have done fantastic, and we'll both be seeing some prizes from this weekend. We're going to be getting lots of championship points and prize money as well. So both of them, I don't think, will be going home with a frown on their face no matter what happens.
I'd hope not, especially after putting on such a show like that. At the very least, Miroslav and Brennan, you put on a fantastic feature match for us there. I really enjoyed commentating and casting, and I hope you guys at home enjoyed it as well.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us, but we are going to jet on over to our interview now with Miroslav, who brought it back from the brink.
Brennan. It was Brennan.
It was Brennan. Apologies. Brennan.
Hello everyone, I am Jeremy Jolin here with our winner, Brennan Cameron from round 15. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, honestly. Winning that first game, I didn't expect it at all in the end. It feels amazing to top 8 at an international. I've never been in top 8 at an internet before, so really happy.
And you and your brother have been playing for forever, it seems like now, and your first top 8 at LAIC. How do you feel about your matchups going forward? Do you feel like your Sableye Charizard can really get there?
Yeah, I feel like if my deck sets up and gets like enough cards in the loss zone, it does a fine matchup against basically the whole field. Except like I was really, I don't think my matchup was that great against Gardevoir with Jirachi, but somehow it worked out. And also I'm maybe Lugia, but I don't think there's a Lugia top 8. So as long as I don't break, because my deck breaks a bit too often maybe, but I think I have a good chance, yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things was you also had your own Jirachi for that matchup, for the Cresselia. It really put a hamper in Miroslav's plans. Has that Jirachi really pulled for you this whole event?
It won me like multiple like mirror matches or against Tina as well. This is actually my second Gardevoir, but only the first time I actually used Jirachi. I'm happy I kept the Jirachi for so long on the board. I was debating whether or not to throw it away, but well, it worked out perfectly. So it has been pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see. How do you prep yourself for having just such a long game one, a real like back and forth?
I don't know. At the first, I noticed like both players were thinking a lot. Me and Miroslav both. It was going to be a long game from the start, and so I tried to make every choice the best I can. And yeah, I don't know. Somehow. I got exactly the right cards at the end, so yeah.
All right, do you have kind of an idea of the other people that are in top 8, or are you gonna try to figure that out once we have all the deck checks and see about that?
I think I know like just one, which is Miraidon. I think that was the Finnish player, which was at table 1. But for the rest, it doesn't really matter to me. I hope they don't play Jirachi, I guess. And I hope if they play Iron Hands, I can get my Charizard response or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, any other shout-outs or anything before I send it back to the casters?
Shout out to my brother. Shout out to Magnus. I actually don't have internet, so he always looks up the pairings for me, and so I know who I'm playing against. Shout out to my sponsor, Flashcards, as well. Yeah, that's basically it.
All right, well, congrats. Look forward to seeing you in top 8. Meanwhile, back to you, casters.
Alright then, well, I'm so glad to hear from Brennan there. One of the world's most premier players finds himself in top 8, and he's going to be no stranger to that top 8 stage. He's going to try and take it all home with that new exciting, it's a new Lost Box deck, right?
Yeah.
It's the Sablezard with a little cheeky Warring Moon coming in, going to like try and cause some storms. Weather warning, so we'll keep an eye on Brennan there as well. What was your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I thought it was spectacular. It was so to and fro. I even got the name wrong at the end because it could have been either man's game, right? So it was just utterly fantastic. Really great sportsmanship from both players as well. Really great to see the pace of play was still there. It's just that these are two, you know, really slow decks, which is what happens. And honestly, it could have been either person's game the whole way through. And those are the kind of clutch games that I really like to see because it just builds the excitement the whole way through.
Speaking of building excitement, we now, marching towards our top 8. Should be coming up soon. So after all the deck checks and everything has been finalized, we will be getting there. But we are going to have a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll get our top 8 coverage started soon.
Hi, I'm Sarah Dawn. I'm here at the Latin America International Championships and talking with some of the people here spectating the event. First off, hey, introduce yourself. Where are you from?
Awesome. Hey, I'm Katie Byrne. I'm from Tampa, Florida.
And how long did you spend traveling to the event?
Oh gosh, it was a good day. We had a nice long layover in Bogota, Colombia, but we made it and we're here.
The most important part at all. It has been so much fun so far. How have you been enjoying the event?
We've had a great time. Really good food. We just had crepes and waffles, so we're happy.
Getting all the cuisine. I love that. And who are you cheering on at the event today?
So my junior, he is playing. He's actually playing tomorrow, so today we're just spectating. He's super excited. So his name is Ryder Byrne. He plays the video games. He loves watching you.
Oh, that's so sweet. And how are you feeling about this event? This is a huge event for him to be competing at.
It is. We've never been to any of the LAICs. We've been to other internationals, but this is the first time to the Latin America International, so we're really excited. We've had a great time so far in Brazil and really enjoying our time here.
We'll definitely be cheering him on. And last but not least, gotta ask, who's your favorite Pokemon?
Man, riders, we would have to say Squirtle. We are a big Gyarados family, so that's my husband's favorite, so I'm gonna go with that. We're gonna go with Gyarados today.
Good answer, good answer. Thank you so much. Best of luck to Ryder. As for us, we gotta head back to the competition.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Amy. I'm on the floor of LAIC 2024, and today we are here with, what's your name?
Clara.
That is a beautiful name. And who are you dressed as, Clara?
Misty.
Incredible. You look amazing. I can't. Are you local? Did you have to travel far to get here?
I'm from here, São Paulo.
Does that mean you have more energy to get ready in the morning?
Mais ou menos.
What game are you here to spectate, if any?
Eu tô mais pra acompanhar o evento mesmo e ver o meu irmão que tá jogando hoje aqui.
What game does your brother play?
Ele tá jogando no Master.
Incredible. Oh, are you rooting for them today?
Muito.
Yeah, they're gonna win, yeah?
Vai ganhar, com certeza.
Brilliant. What's your favorite Pokemon, I must ask?
Meow.
Meow! Oh my goodness! And as Misty, answer as Misty. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Togepi e Psyduck, né?
Yeah! Togepi or Psyduck. Or Staryu. Yes. Good choices. Are you looking forward to seeing anybody else here? Have you got any other friends?
Sim, vão chegar mais tarde.
Oh, that's fantastic. And are you here for more than one day or just today?
Todos os dias.
Are we going to see more fantastic costumes from you?
Eu vou vir de Jessie amanhã e de novo no domingo eu venho de Misty de novo.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. Well, we'll have to keep a really close eye out for you as well, Clara. Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today. I hope you have so much fun and the best of luck to your friends.
Obrigada.
We're going to head back now, but thank you so much for joining us as well, whether you're at home or in the hall today. I hope you have a most fantastic event.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much, but I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
everyone, and welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, home of the 2024 LAIC, our first international championship to kick off this Play Pokemon season. I am Jeremy Jallin, here, as always, with Pablo Meza this weekend, and we have been bringing you a ton of Pokemon Swiss round action. We have gone through 15 rounds yesterday and today, and now we just have our top 8 left to go. We're still waiting for everything to get finalized, but we kind of know what's going on.
We kind of know what's going on. We know there's a big bubble at 34 match points. Turns out 35 was guaranteed. 34 is the bubble, and we're just trying to finalize standings to determine the final 2 participants. But we do have a few people confirmed for the top 8. Those who got 35 or more match points. I think our number 1 seed will be Kieran with 36, right? With that Gardevoir deck that we saw in action earlier. Yeah, no Chin Pao for Kieran, but doing pretty well with Gardevoir.
Yeah, it has been pretty stellar weekend for Gardevoir EX and the like so far. There is going to be multiple in the top 8, so it's something to look forward to. And I want to talk about Paradox Rift. We came into this weekend, brand new set, and our November sets tend to really shake up the meta a lot. What are your thoughts on that Paradox Rift set?
Well, the key word is tend, because I feel like this time around, at least today, we were a little let down, right? There's very impactful cards. Counter Catcher has definitely shaken things up and given decks a brand new dimension and a brand new comeback mechanic for sure. However, in terms of Pokemon, I don't think anyone had their money on Iron Valiant being like the one new deck to really make it this far. That's the one new archetype we have in Top Cut.
Yeah, one new archetype. There is a few others kind of thrown into old decks. You got Screamtail in Gardevoir EX. You have Iron Hands EX in Miraidon.
Yep.
And other than that, it's been a lot of, or I guess the one Roaring Moon in Brennan's list, which has been putting in a lot of work throughout this weekend for him. But there's not those new meta-defining decks that we thought we would see other than that Iron Valiant.
Exactly, like Roaring Moon has been an integral part of Owen's deck. However, it's not the main focus, right? It's about the Lost Zone engine, it's about that Radiant Charizard as well, it's about that Sableye, and Roaring Moon is a fantastic complement to that. However, it's not built around it, right? It's there to be utilized. It's sort of like a Giratina, similar to Giratina V-Star in ways where you like have that emergency button, right?
Yeah.
Push that button, your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out, you're gonna lose the Pokemon as well, but usually that trade, you'll try to make sure that it's favorable for you. However, the one new dedicated deck is this Iron Valiant plus Entei combination, and Iron Hands is an integral part of Miraidon. It gives it a brand new dimension by being able to take multiple prizes in one turn, which before it could try to do with like Mew copying Radiant Greninja sometimes. Sometimes we even saw Zapdos EX, though not very commonly, but now you get a slow start, as we saw on stream, right? Yep. Iron Hands comes out and punishes that. So great inclusion, but it's still a Miraidon deck. It's not an Iron Hands deck.
And of course, there's a deck like Snorlax, where we thought there would be a lot more of just because it matches up well versus a lot of the top decks. There is one still in contention.
There is one that could still bubble in.
Yeah, the 34 match points have taken 2 ties in a row, basically, to put himself there, and all the way from Japan as well.
All the way from Japan, yeah. I think it's been a while since a Japanese player has top-8'd an event. I might be wrong, but I think that was back in OCIC 2017 when we had...
Well, if you don't include Worlds in London.
Right, no, I mean at internationals. At
Okay,
internationals, yeah. At international championships, the last time a Japanese player, because we do have many more Japanese participants at Worlds, right? Yeah. But at ICs, it's open for everyone. They can participate. Not a lot of them make it out. But this time around, we had a very sizable group, and one of them is very close. Yeah, we need to figure out who will make it in with those 34 match wins, and as soon as we know, we'll definitely let you know. Yeah, but we generally don't know ourselves, right? We're waiting to figure that out.
And we got a good mix of international participants already basically locked in for top 8. there is a player from the US, Canada, the Netherlands, Australia, Brazil, Finland, and there could be 2 more waiting to join them. And it is one of the most diverse top 8s we've had in a while.
Certainly, certainly, and it's very nice to see at the International Championships, right? That's really cool to see. Unlike NAIC, right, which was dominated by NA, this time we have a lot more variety. And I think, I'm personally rooting for Matthew from Australia. Like, virtually there's no more OCIC, so he cannot win at his own region anymore. I don't think Oceania was ever won by an Australian, but maybe Matthew can make up for that and take it home this time.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be something to see. Tons of storylines going into this top 8. This is Brennan Cameron's first IC top 8, he said in the interview, and it is just a lot of quality play that we're going to be expecting. And I think so far the only deck that we see multiples of is going to be that Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's 2, right? One more could bubble in, maybe 2, but right now there's only 2 guaranteed. So despite Gardevoir's dominance in day 1 and even more so in day 2, there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are very close to the top. But only 2 are guaranteed to make it far, so this is where we question. Yeah, every time Gardevoir has made it really far, 1 or 2 inclusions in top 8, but has not been able to win this season. Will LAIC, will Screamtail carry Gardevoir?
It might. I mean, if Shay has anything to say about it, it's going to win. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is Screamtail and Counter Catcher, right? And they both cards synergize so well together. Yeah? You are able to combine Counter Catcher with an Iono, trap essentially something in the active, taking a few cues from Snorlax, right? And then all of a sudden, your bench is getting picked apart turn by turn, and it just forces a bigger response by an opponent, right? It's not just finding the right attacker or finding that boss. When you choose what you're promoting, you also need to figure out a way to retreat, and we are seeing a ton of support Pokemon or liabilities that are getting benched that can easily be trapped in the active spot.
One surprise I want to mention is the kind of resurgence of Lost Zone Giratina. People kind of wrote it off a little bit in the 151 kind of format. Mew EX coming out, it's like, oh, well, Giratina V-Star just gets farmed by all these Mew EX in Lugia and everything like that. But it has been very popular, especially its conversion rate into day 2. And from there, there's at least 1 in top 8. Deck that hasn't really seen as much of a good conversion rate is that Charizard EX. There is a couple that might be able to sneak in, but that's pretty much it. And then no Qianpao.
Yeah, no Qianpao. And you would have thought that Qianpao would be the deterrent for Charizard, right? But turns out, no, Charizard just seemed to lose steam round after round, and we kept seeing less and less at the very top. And now, as mentioned, I think there's a chance that 2 bubble in, maybe 1, but no guarantee. Yeah, so despite the popularity, despite the numbers, I think that's been the trend with Charizard, right? It dominated in Curitiba, it got spiked in popularity, but it has not been able to convert since then. And we're back in Brazil, where the deck was at its prime, but we're not quite seeing it get that final big finish since that regional win.
And honestly, for me, I'm pulling for Miraidon. I'm a Miraidon player at heart. I gotta say it.
I mean, I've been very vocal about how I'm not really feeling Miraidon, but that's the opposite of Charizard. Time and again, it has proven to be really good. And if you pilot it, like if you have a good pilot for it, which obviously these players at the very top are, then there's a lot of potential for it. And I think one of its biggest strengths, something we mentioned as we were casting that Miraidon versus Qianpao matchup, is how you just get to play the game, right? Yeah. You get to attack on turn 1 so often. You get to set up your board so much more often, it seems, than every other deck. So you don't need to be the best deck in the format as long as you are getting to do better things more often than the other decks.
And should we talk about the absence of Lugia basically the entire weekend? We saw it once on camera, and that was it.
Yeah, today's Lugia's anniversary, right? Yeah. Or this month it's Lugia's anniversary, and it's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, maybe it generally was able to fly so high that it just left this planet.
It broke up with us. That's basically what's going on.
Yeah.
And of course, there is one Mew VMAX still in contention at that 34 match points. Could bubble in. Could this be a tournament where Mew maybe makes a deep run?
There certainly could be that opportunity. I mean, yeah, there's no Spiritomb.
Yeah.
There's no Drapion. So I don't see why not.
And it's all just about those win percentage points. Basically, how the top 8 works is you take all your match points that you've earned throughout the entire weekend, and it goes top down, so 1st through 8th, and you can have the same match points as the person who makes 8th place and still bubble out of top 8 because of your tiebreakers. Basically, who you played on day 2 and how well they did affects your position as the tournament progresses through the Swiss rounds and into Top Cut.
Indeed, and this is where it gets real dicey, right? Regardless if you're the #1 seed, you've had, it wasn't the case here, but sometimes you have like the last 2 rounds where you ID, you're taking a chill, and then all of a sudden, now that when you get to the single elimination portion of the tournament, 1 loss and you're out. Yeah, whether you sneaked into 8th place or you were chilling in 1st place, this is all or nothing for our players now, and there's a lot to play for. There's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, not just our top 8, but a lot of players are going to be placed throughout the top 16 and top 32 and top 64 as well. All get money, packs, championship points, and it's all based on just those percentages, how well you did, how well your opponents did, how well you're just able to luck of the draw, really.
Luck of the draw, and that's why despite a lot of players not having any chance anymore at top 8, there's still a lot to play for, right? And getting as many match points as you can to guarantee that top 16, to guarantee that top 32. It's not only money here, but there's stipends and travel awards to account for as well, and a lot of championship points. ICs are the tournaments that award the highest number of championship points, and I assure you, once the standings are updated on Monday, we're gonna have at least 20 newly qualified players for Worlds from various regions.
Oh yeah, no doubt. A lot of players really trying to lock up their invite here, already have maxed out their League Cups and challenges at home, and really, if you're able to make it out to one of these international championships, it is a great boost if you're able to make that day 2.
It really is. I mean, I'll talk a little bit about last season. I was on the verge of like just barely qualifying. I had a good run at NIC, and all of a sudden I was fighting for a top 12 spot in Latin America off of 1 tournament. So if you're gonna make room for a tournament, definitely make it out to NIC. There's a lot to play for, not only the glory, right? There's also the championship points to be able to get to Hawaii next year.
And I want to talk a little bit more about that EUIC. You top 4'd Mew VMAX. Now you've been there before. You've been in the bright lights, you've top 4'd Worlds, you've done amazing throughout your entire career. How do you prepare your mindset going into a top 8 for an international championship?
So I really always, whether it's top 8 or round 1, the only thing that matters is the next immediate game, right? Trying to take it 1 game at a time. As you're getting close, as the tournament advances, everyone's always like, how many points do I need? What else do I need? What you need is to win the next game. That's the #1 priority. Very few times you'll be in a spot where you get to ID and be super safe. 9 out of 10 times, all you need to focus is on winning the next game, and you're always playing against a person who is under the same circumstances as yourself. Yeah, we're all playing with the same cards. We're all in the same room, yeah, in the same chairs, on the same table. So if you can, and I definitely think it gets easier with experience, right? If you can like push all that aside and just focus on the cards in front of you, that really helps ease that pressure. Because at the end of the day, we're all playing with the same shiny cardboard.
Yeah, it is just cardboard at the end of the day, but it brings us all over the world to a specific place every other weekend, and it's really great to see. For me, my advice, granted, it's a while ago, so 2011, I top 8 Worlds.
Still valid.
Yeah, still valid. It was a top 16 cut that year. They didn't do top 32. We just had just under enough people qualified. It was like 120 people. Crazy to think now. I top 8 or top 16, and I turned to one of my friends, Jay Hornug, and I'm like, "Are you excited? Like, what do I do? Like, what's going on?" And he's like, "Just act like you've been there before. Just
fake it till you make it."
Yeah, fake it till you make it. Like you said, one game at a time. That's all you really can do. Everything is, you can only control what you can. Stuff that's out of your control, just let it go.
Exactly. Focus on what you can control, what you get to influence, which is your decision making, right? Your shuffling. Just make sure you do exactly the same thing you did in game 1, round 1. Yeah, take it one round at a time, and whether you get there or not, there's so many things out of your control. The luck of the draw in your initial starting hand, the luck of the pairing, right? Definitely been in situations where the number 1 seed, and then you get paired with a double Drapion deck in top 8, and then all those wins previously end up not really mattering in the grand scheme of things. So one game at a time, fully focused, fully hydrated, very important. And then the rest is just, as long as you're focused, do the best you can do with the cards you're dealt with.
Well, speaking of pairings, it looks like we have our bracket ready for our top 8. And remember, y'all on Twitch can vote for which match you want to see. So we have Kieran Farah up against Jeremy Gibson, Matthew Burris up against Juho Kalamala, Brennan Cameraman up against Noah Sawyer, and Gabriel Valesso up against Kito Arai. Kito is the Snorlax.
Snorlax bubbled in, or should I say snored into top 8. Very nice to see. I think a lot of people will be very excited for that. And I want to touch upon that a little bit. Snorlax, we were saying how it's been talked about a lot. I feel like when there's a big spotlight on Snorlax sort of decks, like those sort of stall, control sort of decks, that's when they perform the worst, because there's so much spotlight on them that people are ready for them and are practicing against them. But where they're not an important part of the metagame, that's when people disregard them, don't bother testing against them, and then once they're up against them, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, and remember, y'all can vote for this match. I'm going to give some decks just in case you need to know. But basically, our going top down, it is going to be Gardevoir versus Gardevoir. And then the second one is going to be Gardevoir versus Miraidon. And then it is the Lost Zone box with Iron Valiant, and then Lost Zone Giratina up against that Snorlax. To give y'all a little more info making that choice, helping us out as well.
Make sure you cast your vote, yeah? It's up to you on who we get to watch in this top 8. Now, I would love to see Snorlax. I'm not so sure. Like, the Giratina can be very difficult, though, to get past. That Shred attack is very detrimental, and as long as they don't overextend on the resources, which is usually how Snorlax ends up winning, that could be a little difficult to get past.
Yeah, and then of course, a ton of Gardevoir. We have 3 in the top 8. Is this the tournament for Gardevoir? We're really gonna have to find out. I am excited to see, honestly, the Iron Valiant did just have Brennan on, so maybe we'll have a back-to-back, but who knows about that. Miraidon as well. It is a little bit different list than the one we saw on stream against Chien-Pao.
Not the 18 energy build, unfortunately, so we might see a few more whiffs with the electric generator if we do get to cast that one. And then the Gardevoir Mirror, right? That's the number 1, the first match.
Yep.
So it does mean one Gardevoir will be getting knocked out in top 8. And with 3, I think 3 Gardevoirs is the most we've had in a top cut since Gardevoir's release. I might be wrong. I don't think that we've ever had 4, that's for sure. So maybe we've had 3 as well, but 3 is the highest chance that Gardevoir has had at winning a tournament.
Yeah, and to tell you all again, there's no Mew, no Lugia, no Turbo Lost Zone box,
no Charizard, no Chien-Pao.
Charizard, no Chien-Pao. It's pretty crazy to think about.
Crazy indeed. Now, we were talking about Paradox Rift, right? The big focus. Gardevoir, and we've been talking about the tools that decks have been gaining, such as Gardevoir, right? Gardevoir was a big winner with Screamtail and Counter Catcher, and with Lugia not being really present at all at the very top, Lugia has not gained anything. I mean, if Mew EX made the Colorless variant a lot more popular and a lot more viable, but I can't think of one like really impactful card from Paradox Rift that Lugia specifically gained. It can now add Iron Hands to its arsenal. Earthen Vessel is also useful to discard Arceus perhaps, but overall, playing basic energy in your Arceus deck is not very synergetic, if you ask me.
Yeah, you definitely have to jump through a lot of hoops to make that Iron Hands EX work, and Earthen Vessel is very good at doing that, but you also play a lot of one-ups now, so you have more chances to prize those energies that you might need at the specific time, and it just, the consistency of Gardevoir is really what has carried it through this entire Swiss round and up to this top 8. 3 of them here, and it is pretty crazy to think about that we might see Gardevoir take down an IC.
Yeah, that would be a first for Gardevoir. It's come close, right? Yep, has come close. And I think another interesting thing to note here is the distribution from the regions. We do have representation from all of them, but we have 3 NA players, 2 EU players, 1 Latin player, 1 Japanese player. Oh, we have 3 EU and 3 NA, sorry. 3 EU, 3 NA, 1 Latin. No, I'm saying things wrong. Jeez. 3 NA, 2 EU, 1 Oceania, 1 Latin, and 1 Asian. Very nice to see every single region represented here at the Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing top 8 for sure, and I don't know if we could spoil the match votes just yet, but I think y'all have a glutton for punishment.
Indeed. Interesting decision. I think it's pretty much a lock, right? We're not gonna reveal it until we have confirmation 100%, but it's looking very likely. We get to know because we have special privileges, right? But you all watching at home will have to wait just a little bit more, as also we get the players ready, right? We need to get the players set up and at the table in order to get the show started for you all.
Now, top 8 is going to be different from our Swiss rounds. Swiss rounds, it's best 2 out of 3, 50 minutes. Now, we're increasing the time. 75 minutes, best of 3. These players will have a lot more time to hopefully get 3 solid games in for us. Maybe with the Snorlax, maybe it's just 1 long 75-minute game. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, everything could happen in Top God. We've definitely seen games go to time despite 75 minutes. I do feel like on average 25 minutes per game, which is what 75 minutes allows, definitely is a very ideal time frame. A game of Pokemon, if both players set up normally, if both players have to make interesting and difficult situations and skillful situations do come up, then 75 minutes, 25 minutes per game, a very good amount. But there are instances, right? The Gardevoir Mirror, I feel like that match could potentially go into time despite the 75 minutes, because there's also a lot more at stake at this stage, and therefore players will try to make sure that they're not making a single mistake in their gameplay.
Yeah, because if you make a mistake, your opponent will most likely try to capitalize on that. You never want that, especially with so much money and prizes and pride on the line for this top 8 tournament. And not only the time increase, but there's no more ties in top 8. So if we get to that time, after the 75 minutes, you got turn 0, 1, 2, 3. After turn 3, whoever's ahead on prizes, it's in game 3, that person's gonna win.
Yeah, and if they're tied on prizes, then we play to next prize is the winner. So those are the ways to determine the winner. No more ties, no more. We're definitely gonna have a winner's interview, right?
Yeah.
No more missing out because we tie. So important to play at a very good pace. Important to make sure that just because you have 75 minutes, that doesn't mean infinite time to think your plays, right? But I'm glad that we'll probably get to see, no matter which match gets picked, we'll get to see a full set of games.
And one last thing I want to note before we move off from this bracket, I do believe we're going to have a brand new international champion.
Yep, that is correct. We are guaranteed to have a brand new champion, no repeat champion this year.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at some highlights throughout our day 2 here. This is Jeremy Gisson up against Natalie Miller, Gardevoir mirror match, and this is one of those ones where it just takes so much brain power.
Yeah, figuring out which Pokemon to target down with your Cresselia, with your Screamtail, very key, and then you also have this very exciting Mew VMAX matchup against a deck that I know you were rooting for, Jeremy, but did not quite make the cut, though did go far.
Yeah, I love a good Arceus Path to the Peak combo, so I was a little upset that he wasn't able to make it into the top 8 there, but still finishing out very strong. I believe ended up in the top 32. And then, of course, Miraidon up against Genpao, and this was just an exciting match here. Turn 1, Iron Hands EX, taking prize after prize after prize. And then, of course, the very long 1 game between Brennan and Miloslav.
Yeah, if that match had been our top 8 match, I don't know if they would have been able to complete the games, right? 40, over 40-minute game 1. They did determine that it was impossible to finish the series, right? So we didn't even get to see a game 2. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely very back and forth and did require that meticulous thinking, though.
Yeah, and that's honestly one of the biggest strains of this tournament is this is basically a job for all these players. You're showing up at 8:30 in the morning, you're playing until 10 at night, and then you got to do it all over again at 8:30 in the morning, and then you're playing until, what time is it now, 5 o'clock? It's a long day, a lot of thinking, especially if you choose a deck like Gardevoir or Moss Zone. That's why I tend to go more towards like Arceus or Miraidon. I don't have to think that
You don't
much.
like thinking, Jeremy?
No, not at all.
Okay. I mean, you're absolutely right. I do think, though, that once you get in the motion, right, like you're doing well, you're getting those wins, I feel like you could play for 2 days straight.
Yeah.
Like the adrenaline gets to you, you're getting closer and closer to the big prizes, the top 8, and I especially think once you get to top 8, you're not thinking about how much money you've made or how many boxes you've won. You want that title. You're 6 games away from being the champion. So how much money you end up getting at the end of the day, whether you top 8, top 4, get second, that ends up being secondary. What you want, what you're aspiring to, once you get to top 8, is to become champion.
And that's what these players are trying to do here this weekend. Remember, we are going to be showing you our top 8 match, and then I believe both top 4 matches. And then we are culminating this entire weekend with Championship Sunday, and that's where we're going to have juniors, seniors, and a masters for the trading card game and video game, along with, I believe, the last 3 participants in Pokemon Go as well.
Pokemon Go, yeah, indeed. Which sometimes have those very exciting bracket resets where the winner of the loser's bracket beats the winner of the winner's bracket, and then they have to play a whole new series. That's something that I wish we had a little bit of in Pokemon TCG, like a little bit of a reward for those higher placements. You know, that first seed, if there was a little bit of a bonus for performing so well over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, they're just in a different entire setup of their tournament. They're doing double elimination Swiss, or double elimination bracket, and we have Swiss for TCG and VGC, and that's just how it's been. Maybe it'll change in the future, but who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm sure the grass can sometimes be greener on the other side. I know VG always aspired to have that day 2 system, to have that instead of those big top cuts, and now they do, right? And now that they have it, they also sometimes miss some things from the previous format. So we've done Swiss for a long time. It works for sure, and there's always room to make changes perhaps in the future. We'll have to see.
We're still waiting for our players and everyone to get their decks checked, set up, maybe go grab a bite to eat, some water before the top 8. They have been here for a while, and still plenty more to go.
Yeah, still plenty more to play for, and I mean, the adrenaline can get you so far, right? Being hydrated, having a decent meal, not super loaded, make sure you're fully focused and all of your body power is not focused on digesting your food, but rather making sure you're making the right plays and playing the right cards at the right time. Very excited, Jeremy. I'm really looking forward to this top 8 match. I really want to reveal it. I really do.
I don't know, maybe we have to wait on a graphic or something, but we'll find out. There we have all the players still in the building, getting ready for the rest of the juniors and seniors. They started today. They don't have as many players as the Masters Division, so they were able to take a rest day on Friday while all the parents go play. And now we're trying to have them whittle down to the finals and see them in action tomorrow too. We were mentioning them a little bit before, and they're very scary. The future of this game, for sure.
Yeah. There's juniors and seniors that can easily take down many Masters players. They have, number one, more time, right, as you mentioned, and they also are incredibly smart and play really, really well. Now, I think that's what we're seeing. Yeah, a lot of parents in the background. The juniors and seniors playing right now. I believe they're in their 7th round, their 7th Swiss round. So their top 8 will be determined very soon as well.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are rooting on those kids at home. You know, we're gonna have to deal with the adults for a little bit.
Only a little bit. And now, remember that Excalibur banner that we had that we were very sure was foreshadowing what was to come? How wrong were we?
Very wrong.
Very wrong. I mean, even Grant, right, the CEO of Qianpao, was not able to get past Iron Hands and Raiden.
Yeah, I do want to talk about your predictions a little bit. Iron Hands EX and Roaring Moon both making an appearance in top 8.
Both making an appearance. I thought you were gonna like roast me because
no,
but you're
I
right,
would
yeah.
never.
I forgot.
Roast you,
I forgot there was literally one copy of Roaring Moon in top 8, and there might be one copy of Raiden EX in top 8. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And they're not up against each other either, so I have a chance.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Radiant Greninja too, so
there is a lot of Radiant Greninja. I will once again say that's a little bit cheating on your part, but
whoa.
Sure,
probably. The card's been so good for so long.
I'm picking Boss's Hoarders for next tournament. That's gonna be my caster prediction. Boss's Hoarders. I guess the difficult part would be picking the right art for bosses, the right boss.
And that's what I did. I picked Judge, the right art for Toronto. Yeah.
Okay.
And
all right.
to the peak.
I'll give you if that's true, which I'm not entirely sure right now. But if that's true, that's very impressive. Yeah.
Well, that's because the Heart Gold Soul Silver Judge and all those trainers and items, the best of their time.
True. And you know, JW, who won with that, right, is a father, which means he's closer to our age, and therefore makes sense that he would have those older judges.
Yeah, makes sense. Again, we are waiting for everything to get settled for this top 8. We thank you all for sticking with us. Be sure to use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC. Let us know who you think is going to win top 8. If you're excited for our top 8 community choice match,
I mean, we're being so secretive, but the
y'all
people
already know,
watching voted for the match, right? So I'm sure they know.
Yeah, we're going to see Snorlax.
We're going to see Snorlax. There we go. We're going to see Snorlax against Giratina V-Star. Interesting matchup for sure. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to switch in the Giratina deck, and a lot of good attackers as well. So Comfy gets locked in the active. We're gonna have a good time as Snorlax. The Giratina gets locked in the active. We're gonna struggle a little bit, so we'll have to see what ends up happening there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a match for sure.
Yep.
Who knows if it's gonna be a good one, but it'll be a match.
I do see the trainers getting in their seats, so we're getting closer and closer to starting this top 8 match for you all, and I really hope it's a good one. Yeah, I really hope it's a good one. I feel like at some point we're gonna be staring down 2 Metabots essentially in a
Yes.
battle, right? Not doing anything other than harden. However, yeah, at other points we're gonna see Pikachu battling Onix, and you'll never understand how Pikachu won that battle, but it'll happen.
It's the sprinkler system. Have you not watched the show?
Well, I mean, that doesn't make rocks electricity conductive. Like, that, I mean, it might weaken Onix a little bit, but unless it's a surfing Pikachu, yeah, I'm not buying that. I was 10 years old, and I did not buy that.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket one more time to remind y'all of the players in top 8. Now we are going to have a brand new international champion this weekend. We do have a repeat top 8 for Kieran Farah, and he's hoping to take it down this time. But it is a very good mix of players here, and I honestly can't wait.
Yeah, Kieran came up a little bit short last year with Lugia V-Star. It feels like he played Lugia V-Star at every single tournament, and then their new favorite card was Chen Paoba Excalibur until this tournament. I wonder what changed.
Yeah, the metagame, I guess. Gardevoir EX has just been too good. Here you see the decks for the top 8. The Lost Zone box is something where it is the Radiant Charizard, so it's something a little bit different than we've been normally seeing. We saw Terrence Miller top 8, I believe, Sacramento? Peoria,
yep.
With the deck. Hasn't really done much since then, and it's still very good, very well positioned. Noah Sawyer, the one new archetype in this top 8 with that Iron Valiant EX paired with Entei V.
Indeed, the one new archetype, and probably the one that a lot of people had the least faith in, almost being called a meme at this point, and made it all the way up there, and paired against what I want to say is a decent matchup, right? Lost Box, there's all those low HP attackers, so I really think we could see Iron Valiant make it one step further if they're able to do their thing. Then another thing I want to talk about a little bit is Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. That's a deck that has continually been written down, underestimated, and it hasn't won anything either, right? It has been hyped, it has been very popular in the online tournament scene. However, in real life, at live tournaments, it has not had that big breakout win. Even when it was deemed the best deck in the format, I don't think it had a big breakout win. So is it time? Will Counter Catcher finally allow Lost Zone Giratina V-Star to make it through?
We'll have to see the results. But our table is now ready for top 8. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage here and get our bracket started. LAIC 2024.
Our players, Kato versus Gabriel. Very, very interesting matchup that we have here. Let's talk about their lists. Pretty standard Giratina V-Star deck. We have split off the switching cards. We have the Counter Catcher. We do have a Lost Vacuum, which could come into play to help accelerate that Lost Zone a little bit. However, I feel like the Lost Zone is not going to play too much of a role in this matchup.
Here we see our players and their accomplishments. Gabriel, this is his first major top at a major event. And you see there, top 8 LAC could be more. We'll have to wait to find out. Meanwhile, Kato, World's Top 16 Junior Division in 2011, Top 16 Junior Division 2009, and then EUIC Top 16 just 2 years ago. And and Snorlax stall up against Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. One thing I do want to mention is Lost Zone Giratina does play a lot less switch outs than Lost Box decks normally play. Having 4 outs here for Gabriel.
Indeed, it is a deck that tends to play the least amount of switching outs, and some of them, which are Jet Energy, are also stopped by the Temple of Sinnoh from working that Kaito does have in his deck. So all of that will definitely factor in this match 100%. Now, if Gabriel is able to limit their bench to where they have very few, if any, Pokemon that cannot attack, right? It's essentially named Comfey. I feel like you can run away with this game.
3 energy, 2 switch card in the prizes for Gabriel here. That's not what you want to see. Meanwhile, Temple of Sinnoh, that Pidgeot V, and a couple of items and supporters for Kaito. Kaito's not going to be touching those prize cards. You can grab the Pidgeot V with something like a Suian Heavy Ball, but that's basically it.
That is true. There is a copy of Peonia, so there is a way to access the other prizes sometimes. Now, interesting, Kaito has completed our bingo card, Jeremy. We've seen decks with 4, 3, 2, and now 1 Battle VIP pass this weekend. I don't think I've seen that before in any of the other tournaments that I've casted. So that Battle VIP pass being prized could lead to a slower turn if Kaito is holding the Arven in their hand and they are going first. But we're about to get this match started.
We have Kaito Arai up against Gabriel Veloso. And Gabriel is starting things off. Giratina V in the active spot, energy, and a path to the peak to start things off. Just a pass of the turn, nothing else, but a lot of the times against a deck like this, you don't really need much else.
Yeah, exactly. No need to bench anything else. No need for cards in the Lost Zone. You get 3 energies on the Giratina V. Use your Shred attack that does not mind Mimikyu's ability, and you're good to go. Yeah, Shred does not, this damage is not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. So Mimikyu's safeguard is completely useless.
That is something to keep an eye on for this game for sure. And now there is only the 1 Mimikyu for Snorlax. Other than that, the engine of this deck is going to be that Rotom V.
Indeed, Rotom V is super key for the Snorlax decks to find those resources, get them into your hand, and be able to disrupt their opponent's Pokemon. However, with that path to the peak in play, I both really like that it was played down on turn 1. I also not a fan of it, because if you know that your opponent is playing copies of Temple of Sinnoh, you want those Jet Energies for the eventual Erika's invitations that will get played and that will probably force you to bench a Comfey at some point. But we're going to see the Snorlax, we're going to see that Forest Seal Stone on the Rotom, possibly grabbing a Stadium, so that in turn you can get 3 extra cards this turn.
I do like that play a lot, and Arven enabling this by grabbing that Nest Ball and Forest Seal Stone. And I believe that was, what, a Bravery Charm on the Snorlax as well. So adding 50 more HP, gonna make that Snorlax pretty beefy to try to take down.
Pretty beefy, able to withstand the damage from Shred. However, not really minding that. Gabriel, I don't think, minds taking 2 shots instead of 1 shots on the Pokemon. Would prefer 1 shots, but as long as you're able to continually attack without using up any resources, you're good to go. As we see Rotom V's ability finish off the turn for Kaito.
Well, there is another path to the peak to replace that Temple of Sinnoh. So those 3 cards hopefully have been good for Kaito, because now Gabriel's just going to be Abyss Seeking, try to build up that Lost Zone and get a bunch of cards in that hand.
Now, I will say I'm really not a big fan of immediately playing that path to the peak. I think Gabriel needs to factor in the existence of Temple of Sinnoh. Even if you've never played against Snorlax before, now you've seen 1 copy, and the path to the peak was played for no immediate effect. And as long as you're able to attack, as long as you're able to get those shreds going, doesn't matter whether your opponent has 12 or 20 cards in their hand, you need to be able to jet energy out of any Erika's Invitation Pokemon. So I understand stopping Rotom V is important, but you are also having a slower setup, so I feel like in the end, the game will definitely last much longer, and you'll need those jet energies as ways to get out of your comfys, which are sure to be invited by Erika to the active spot.
Gabrielle deciding on this Colossus experiment. Got rid of the Roxanne. That's not going to be a card that's going to be useful in this match. And Super Rod, that's going to be one that could be very beneficial in getting those energies back or just filling the deck up. Remember, Keito's whole strategy is to deck Gabrielle out.
Yeah, so it might seem counterintuitive for Gabriel to be seeing more cards, but now he has all the energies that he could possibly want in his hand. He's ready to start using Shred next turn against that Mimikyu. Safeguard as useful as Wings on a Grumpig, and we'll have to see. We'll have to see how Keito can adapt to this, because there's no Crushing Hammers either. I've seen some lists try to play Crushing Hammers to try to delay these energy attachments and try to buy more time that way, maybe even run your opponent out of energy after they've retreated a few times. But with no energy denial, we really need Erika to show up to the party very soon.
Yeah, one of those supporters from, what, 151?
151,
yeah.
That is correct.
Your opponent reveals their hand, puts a basic Pokemon you find there onto the bench, and then you switch that Pokemon to the active spot. A lot of the times against a deck like this, you see players play around discarding those Pokemon that you don't want in the active because just of Echoing Horn. But now Erika's adds that whole new dynamic, and here we see Iono in hand, a Pokegear. Pokegear could try to dig for something like an Erika's, but no, we're going to have an Iono.
Indeed, Iono down to 5, but Gabriel got the best start possible, that lone Giratina V. There's no way for Gabriel to even discard any Pokemon, so Echoing Horn should never be useful for Keito. It's all down to the Erikas, and it's all down to finding those Erikas at the right time. But you cannot use Erika and penny up your Snorlaxes to protect them from getting KO'd. Eventually, something will have to budge, and I'm pretty sure Gabriel knows that. He's playing this perfectly well, and I fully expect Gabriel to be able to run away with this game if he doesn't make any mistakes.
And we see here even just getting rid of those basic Pokemon with Colossus Experiment and Abyss Seeking to try and mitigate the damage Erika's Invitation would do. And we do see Keito draw that supporter off of Iono and had the Temple of Sinnoh to bump the path to the peak and allowed Rotom to draw more cards. Remember, Keito's whole game plan is to just build up a massive hand here, and opts to think about playing the Erika's, is going to play it, but uh-oh, no basic Pokemon, and look at that
Look
smile.
at that smile. Yeah, very confident. Gabriel knows he just dodged a big hindrance there. Yeah, the Iono actually put those Comfeys at the bottom of their deck, and Keito decides to call it a day. 1-up for Gabriel. This is the one match where you're hoping not to start Comfey. Everything else, you see a Comfey in your hand, you're like, yes, I get to see more cards, I get to play. This time around, Comfey is actually almost playing for Keito.
Yeah. And it's crazy to think about your entire strategy that you've used throughout the entirety of the Swiss rounds is null and void. It is Lone Giratina V and Shred away. Does not like the paper, you know. Wants to shred it.
Now, I will say, I've watched a lot of tournaments that happen and take place in Japan. They play best of one over there, and I'm always really amazed at how they never concede. Yeah. I feel like it's probably part of their culture, like some sort of honorable thing to let your opponent win or make sure that you fight until the very end. And so I was very surprised here by the concession, which is very smart, right? It's definitely a pretty much unwinnable game. Keito has to rely on either Gabriel starting an awkward Pokemon such as Greninja, such as Manaphy, such as a Comfey, and being able to continually bring that up to the active, as we saw that unfortunate Erika's Invitation not hitting anything, and both players having a laugh about it.
Yeah, spirits are high. This is the top 8, and looking at those prize cards, Erika's Invitation 2, Bravery Charm, Sydney, Snorlax, and the Nest Ball. Meanwhile, Path to the Peak and a Colossus Experiment, couple energy for Gabriel.
Now we did see Kato once again give a thumbs up to Gabriel because Gabriel did start the lone Giratina once again. So Gabriel, all he needs to do, attach 3 energies. No energy denial. Gabriel was even preparing for a possibility of crushing Hammer by attaching extra energy to Giratina V, but Kato really needs to hit that Erika's invitation, and one of them is prized. The other is available, but we'll have to see how early he can find it and if he can find a Comfey in Gabriel's hand.
Well, starting things off not so good. Iono here going to find 6 new cards, but it's looking like just a bunch of trainers is going to have to pass the turn. Maybe next turn is where we're going to see some fireworks. We do see the Erika's invitation in hand, though.
We do see the Erika's, and there is a Comfey, so this is where things are gonna get interesting. We're definitely gonna see a much different game than the previous one. No way to get rid of that Comfey by Gabriel. Now, I will say though, Gabriel is threatening game next turn with a single energy, so you have to really debate, do you risk the Erika's or do you play it safe with the Arven and play the Erika's the turn after? However, that Nestwall top deck
was very good.
Fantastic for Kato. Now the Erika's is looking more and more inviting as the turn develops.
I see you, Pablo. I see you.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Nestball here is going to search for what looks like that Rotom V. I believe there's a Forest Sealstone in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So that means you will be able to Forest Sealstone and grab whatever you need. But we're going to see the Arven here, so a little bit more setup. Bravery Charm will help Snorlax stay around for another turn.
He chooses the more safer route, chooses to Arven, find that Bravery Charm. It is the only copy left in the deck. There are 3 Bravery Charms, 2 of them are prized, but there is a Luxurious Cape available as well. Not sure how impactful that's going to be here. It does allow Mimikyus to survive 1 Shred attack, so maybe we could see it there, but Kato has other priorities right now, and I guess by allowing this turn to pass, assuming Gabriel ends up playing a Colress or ends up doing another a Be Seeking, or is even able to have an extra card through the top deck, he might be able to hit, so increase the chances that Erika's invitation will hit.
Hisuian Heavy Ball found off the Arven is going to allow Kato to look at the prize cards here, grab a Snorlax, and see, yeah, those 2 Bravery Charm and Erika's sitting there. Even the Sydney is pretty good in this match, able to discard Jet Energy and Path to the Peak.
Yeah, Sydney very impactful. Erika's very important. Bravery Charm's very important. So Kato did prize a lot of useful pieces, but mostly the Bravery Charms. Yeah, without those, Snorlax can only take 0 hits from Giratina. With them, it's able to survive a turn. Then you get to Penny and eventually find ways to disrupt. But right now, Gabriel playing that Colress, accumulating cards in their hand. Definitely going to see the Comfey and the Battle VIP Pass in the Lost Zone, but there is a Comfey in the hand and Greninja as well. So Erika, it's all going to come down to this Erika, and then how often will that Comfey be stuck in the active spot?
Also, how often do you see a Forest Sealstone in Lost Zone Giratina?
Oh my gosh, I had not seen that in Gabriel's hand, and I really like it. I really like that inclusion.
Being able to forego your Star Requiem, instead use Star Alchemy, search your deck for 1 of any card. This will allow Gabriel to find the grass energy needed, I believe, to start shredding and start getting these knockouts rolling.
Yeah, how often do we see Shred be so clutch and so important? Sometimes you use it once or twice in a matchup, but being the main attack for it is definitely not a common thing.
And there is that grass energy, and it's so crazy. Might as well, right? You have these Pokemon V, you're able to just make yourself a regular Lost Box deck.
Yeah, now combining the Shred attack with Path to the Peak, so full on control, but I cannot fathom a world where Comfey is not, Erika is not the card being played here.
We do have the Bravery Charm to go along with it as well. Forest Sealstone of Kato's own.
First Sealstone Indeed. So what could he find here? Maybe another stadium. Gabriel has not been hesitant to play Path to a Peak as soon as he can. I'm pretty sure Kato just asked how many cards Gabriel has in his hand, trying to figure out the perfect timing for the Ericas, especially now that he has 100% confirmation that the other Ericas is not available. Timing this right. You can see him hesitating, even trying to play that Misfortune Sisters instead. Yeah, holding off onto the Ericas until Gabriel has accumulated as many cards as possible to try and make sure that there's a comfy and no item cards hit.
Misfortune Sisters, look at the top 5 of your opponent's deck, discard any number of items you find there. But when your opponent has all Pokemon, energies, and supporters up top, it's not going to do much of anything.
Yeah, only you get to look at the future, if you will, or what would have been the future, but now that future has changed. The timeline has changed.
For Sealstone, using that Star Alchemy now, we'll be able to search, and like you said, Temple of Sinnoh eyes to be the choice here for Kato.
Temple of Sinnoh will allow Rotom V to draw some extra cards for Kato. However, Giratina will continue to shred. Nothing stopping it. Instant charge, very good, but not good enough at this point.
Bravery Charm on the Snorlax will allow it to stick around for a little bit here. Looking through the list, there is one Lost Vacuum for Gabriel. If he's able to find that, that could be very big here. So Chloris for 5. Does not find it, but has a switch card. So that is a way to get that Comfey out of the active spot if it is benched with that Erica's Invitation.
Indeed, switch cards and escape ropes, the most important cards for Gabriel to keep here, along with Jet Energies, but those are limited when there is a Temple of Sinnoh being played, and that's why I emphasize, yeah, you don't mind Kato accumulating 30 cards in her hand. It's all about making sure that whenever that Comfey hits the board, you are able to switch.
And there is that shred, so it's just back on the Kato's turn. Does he finally use that Erica's Invitation?
I mean, we have the information that there is a Comfey in Gabriel's hand, but the information that Kato has is that there's a Comfey, a Giratina, and a Sableye in the Lost Zone. We finally see the Ericas, though.
I feel like he was saving the Pokemon for a while.
Indeed. He chooses Greninja instead of Comfey. Greninja is a potential attacking threat. However, there is a water energy attached, 2 water energies attached to a Giratina, so Moonlight Shuriken probably not happening too often. However, there are 5 switching cards in Gabriel's hand already. 3 of them do not work because of the Temple of Sinnoh, but switch card and escape rope guarantee 2 more attacks. And this is very important for Kato to know, because he will have to continually bring up this Greninja over and over and over as we see the first switch card get played.
And this is rough because it now allows Gabriel to take the second knockout on Snorlax, so 2 of them down. And Kato's going to have to try to find them again, and then, like you said, bring up that Radiant Greninja. Iono found off the Pokegear.
2 of them down, and also no more Bravery Charm available until Kato plays a Peonia. So very difficult spot. Shred does not threaten knockout on the Rotom V, but Kato needs to bench something else. Otherwise, Gabriel can play a Giratina V-Star and take over the game. And I'm not seeing another Pokemon in Kato's hand.
Might be forced to play this Iono, put Gabriel down to 4 cards. Countercatcher is going to be very beneficial. Get that Radiant Greninja to the active spot.
Yeah, but now that Kato will not be playing a Penny, that Radiant Greninja with a single energy attachment could end up easily retreating. So Kato not only needs to find a Snorlax, but also needs to find a switch card, which he only plays 2 of.
Another Pokegear 3.0 from Kato here.
Kato might be digging for an Arven instead to guarantee the Pokemon is able to only find Boss, though, which is very redundant with the counter-catcher play he just did. It is a little bit of deck thinning, right? But you can see from Kato's expression, it's a difficult situation to be in. And also, he knows there isn't a Giratina V-Star in Gabriel's hand right now. So by playing the Iono, if he doesn't find another Pokemon, he's putting Gabriel closer to that Giratina V-Star that could potentially end the game right here.
Big 6 cards from this Iono for Kato, 5 for Gabriel, or 4. My apologies.
1, 2, counter catcher. There's a
Mimikyu.
Mimikyu, and
And a
there's a
Nest
Nest Ball. So game will go on, but this Greninja is not blocked in the active spot.
Super Rod will allow Kato to shuffle back these Snorlax that were just knocked out, and then go ahead and play a Nest Ball to search for one of them. Put him right on the bench.
Now, Gabriel's hand not looking good though. We have a Boss's Orders, a Manaphy, a Battle VIP Pass, and a Super Rod. None of those cards help get Greninja out of the active spot. So even though it isn't technically trapped by Snorlax's block ability, it's still trapped by Gabriel's horrible draw from the Iono.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, Iono put back to the bottom a ton of energies, 3 jet energies. The escape rope only has access to 1 switch card left in the deck, 1 switch. And honestly, not that many energies. There's 4 on Giratina, 1 in the Lost Zone.
And quite a few at the bottom of the deck as well. Now, in order to fit that Lost Vacuum, in order to fit that Forest Seal Stone, only 4 ways to switch, one of which is already gone. So switch card and escape rope copies available for Gabriel to switch out. Jet Energy also available eventually, but needs to have a pathway peak in play for that to work. However, he does stop the Colress experiment, finds a switch card, finds a Giratina V-Star, which could be tempted to attack, to evolve and attack. However, choosing to Lost Zone it as well. Interesting decision here. I really don't see a reason to keep the Mirage Gate. I would Lost Zone the Giratina, the basic and the Mirage Gate.
Yeah, you lose the ability to shred if you evolve that Giratina V-Star, but you will be able to take a knockout here. Now, with Mimikyu, does it prevent effects as well? Right?
It does.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
it doesn't. No, it's only damage.
Oh,
so
but he's already used the V-Star.
He's already used the V-Star, so if he evolves, which would be a mistake, right? I feel like I would keep the option to end the game with a boss KO on Rotom V-Star eventually. Not very likely to happen right now. There are 8 cards in Lost Zone, so Mirage Gate is activated as a way to retreat the Radiant Greninja and not spend a Mirage, the switch card that he just found. So very smart choice there.
Eyeing through the deck, there's still plenty of energies left. I think 4 basic energies and then at least 3 jet energy.
That extra energy on the Giratina V, I'm not sure I'm a fan of. I would have loved to just see that on the Radiant Greninja. That way, you're already ready to retreat, and if you can Boss's Orders, that's another way you can switch out. You just get the Snorlax onto the bench, and you're able to manually retreat. So, interesting decision. Still doesn't have full information. Could be still trying to play around a Crushing Hammer, perhaps. But, oof, this is getting close, Jeremy. But Kato's chances of winning this game, I feel like, are getting lower and lower with that Colress experiment top deck for Gabriel.
100%. Here is the shred. 160 damage to that Rotom V. Not enough to take the knockout, but putting a ton of pressure on Kato to find something. Top deck's Misfortune Sisters. That's not going to really help here. You got Peonia. Could go and find something like those Bravery Charm in the prize cards, but needs... Is that a counter catcher in hand as well?
It is. Counter catcher Penny is the ideal combination here for Kato. However, Gabriel very smartly holding on to that switch card, all ready to be able to continue to apply pressure. Maybe I don't see a Penny in Kato's hand. The Arven will get him a switch card, so he can still do this play, except the damage isn't clear from the Rotom V, so that could pave a way for Gabriel to get an easier knockout on that Rotom without having to evolve and get rid of the shred effect.
Arven is eyeing down that switch cart along with a tool. I guess the one tool still available is that luxurious cape from Kato's side of things. And just to give you some updates on the other top 8 matches as well, it does look like Juho took down Matthew Burris 2-0. Maridon taking down Gardevoir. Iron Hands EX. Putting in a bunch of work. Noah Sawyer is up 1 game up against Brennan Cameraman. Iron Valiant trying to take down that Lost Zone. And Jeremy Gibson up 1 game over Kieran with that Gardevoir mirror match.
Yeah, we might actually end up seeing a bunch of Paradox Rift Pokemon at the very top along with the Counter Catcher cards, but we have maybe one of the older archetypes when Giratina V-Star present in the room, definitely putting in a name for itself and saying, hey, don't forget about me. Yeah, I'm still around, and I just got better because of Counter Catcher. Not relevant here, but I'm sure Counter Catcher came in very useful in Gabriel's run all the way up to top 8.
Well, Counter Catcher is relevant for Kato. Brings up that Radiant Greninja yet again. And we see that Luxurious Cape definitely gonna be a little awkward, but it does give an extra 100 HP to Snorlax. And we have Kato entering the turn by drawing 3 with that Rotom V.
Kato really needs to penny up that Snorlax, so otherwise, if Gabriel is able to take down that Snorlax now worth 2 prizes instead of 1, he will be 1 boss away from eliminating that Rotom and winning the set now. Big thing here, Gabriel debating playing the boss now, taking down the Rotom V. No more draw, 2 extra prizes for Gabriel, and now Kato has a difficult decision. If you promote the Mimikyu, that's going to go down easily. If you promote the Snorlax, Gabriel could evolve and knock it out for 2 prizes thanks to that tool card. So not looking good for our Japanese player.
Kato promotes the Mimikyu here, it seems like. Not going to be doing much against Shred, but it won't lose you the game to that Giratina V-Star, like you were saying. Pokegear 3.0 looking at the top 7. There's the Penny. Finds an Iono. This is going to be some pretty good disruption, especially with Gabriel at 2 prize cards now.
Yeah, that Penny, I mean, that Iono, I think Kato is going to have to rely on doing Counter Catcher plus Iono and Gabriel not being able to find an energy to retreat, which Jet Energy not working as intended. However, we do see a switch card. Iono, but no Counter Catcher. All right, so planning on withstanding a hit and then something else, but Gabriel finds a Giratina V-Star and it's gonna be over.
Well, we did find a Counter Catcher off this Iono for 6, so Radiant Greninja back to the active spot, and Kato passes the turn. No more draw power with that Rotom. Gabriel draws a Jet Energy, but that will not help in this instance thanks to that Temple of Sinnoh shutting off those special energy abilities.
Does play the Nest Ball to probably shuffle up the deck. I can't imagine Gabriel would ever bench anything else willingly. He's played this flawlessly so far. That Greninja only hitting play because it was forced through Erika's invitation and needs a Path to a Peak to get closer to winning. Needs Path to a Peak plus Giratina V-Star in order to win. All he needs to do is be patient. Yeah, take it chill. Yeah, wait for a switching card. Wait for a Giratina V-Star. Fails the search as intended. Maybe thin. Yeah, maybe consider thinning. I think at this point I'm feeling like maybe you attach an extra grass energy to the Giratina V in case of Crushing Hammer, but I would have done it like the other way around, right? 2 Psychic, 2 Grass is better protected than the way it's currently done. 1 Crushing Hammer onto the grass could be great, but they keep talking about Crushing Hammer, but there are 0 Crushing Hammer in this list. Yeah, these are all hypotheticals. I'm trying to think of ways of what Gabriel is trying to think of and protect himself from, but realistically, not going to happen here.
Concealed cards does discard the Jet Energy, and Gabriel finds Giratina V-Star and a Sableye. Those are not really going to help in this instance as of right now. Giratina V-Star, sure, but still needing a switch out.
Kato taking a look at the resources he has already used, probably trying to figure out Palpad, and we see Misfortune Sisters. This could be a big one if it hits a lot of switching cards.
Looking at the top 5, discard all items. Nest Ball, super odd, it seems like.
Nothing relevant, unfortunately, for Kato. I think he's going to have to keep trying with that Misfortune Sisters and hope that Gabriel just doesn't find the combination of Jet Energy plus Path to the Peak. 1 Jet Energy did get concealed cards away, but there are 3 others waiting in the deck.
Palpad here is shuffling back one of those Misfortune Sisters. It looks like Kato decides Iono is going to be the second card for that item. Both of those supporters get shuffled back into the deck, and Kato's hoping to draw into something yet again. Maybe having another Iono in hand.
Really
That'd be the best.
Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of putting that Iono back into the deck. Your only realistic choice or win condition is finding Misfortune Sisters and hitting those switching cards. You don't know how many Gabriel plays. You've only seen one so far, so not a big fan of that.
Concealed cards, and there is Escape Rope, but that's not going to win the game this turn.
Nope. A boss away. Yeah, the Escape Rope. I feel like I would still potentially play it. Take the KO. Maybe I would have been patient and wait for the boss's orders, because Escape Rope plus boss would have been game.
Yeah. Ooh, but there's a Path to the Peak found off the prizes. I think that's the last one, too.
Yeah, big Path to the Peak. Hopefully Gabriel doesn't play it immediately, though. It's what he's done each and every time. And now all he needs to do is find a jet. All you need is find a jet. If you play that path down and it gets countered, then your jets no longer work. So I don't understand why we keep playing that Path to a Peak immediately.
I guess it's the fear of Sydney, maybe discarding it from your hand. These Snorlax decks play a lot of different tech supporters to really help your different matchups, and Sydney is one of those that is rarely seen in the format, but in this deck it works wonders.
Certainly Sydney is a threat. Just rather like you force your opponent to have the Sydney, right? If they don't have it, then you have a win condition in your hand. So Iono down to 1. It's gonna be a waiting game. There's switch cards. There's I think one switch card left. One switch left as well in Gabriel's deck. No more Giratina V-Star in his hand, so cannot take a knockout on the Snorlax with the Luxurious Cape attached.
Kato does find another Snorlax, but that's going to be very risky to bench just because a simple Escape Rope means the victory for Gabriel.
No,
I guess the only one Escape Rope's been played.
Kato doesn't know that, though.
That is true.
Yeah, that like the trend is for Giratina decks to play at least 2, sometimes more. So Kato definitely does not know that. And if there is another Escape Rope, then Gabriel would not win by doing 160.
Another Temple of Sinnoh found for Kato here. That's going to be able to bump the Path to the Peak and shut off Jet Energy as an out for Gabriel here. And I believe that is the last Path to the Peak. I'm not quite sure. Let's look for the discard.
2. Oh, there might be one.
There might be one left.
Might be one left. If there is, yeah, then we have Path and Jet as ways to win. Otherwise, it's switch or switch card plus Giratina V-Star.
And another update for y'all at home. Noah Sawyer, Iron Valiant, EX, Entei V, taking down Brendan Cameraman 2-0. Must be a pretty good matchup against the deck with a bunch of low HP Pokemon in play.
Yeah, I would say as expected, right? Low HP Pokemon, you thrive in that, and Roaring Moon can only carry you so much. Now, Lost Vacuum was drawn by Gabriel, so that opens up the Jet Energy once again as a way to switch. Yeah, but if I were Gabriel, I would generally wait until I have the Giratina V-Star and the Stadium counter. No need to do 160 damage to the Snorlax. All you're asking is for it to be pennied up and then for your Greninja to be trapped yet again.
Misfortune Sisters found off the Pokegear 3.0. Taking a look at the top 5 here. S-Ball, Mirage Gate, there was a Jet Energy too. So.
Yep. I think it was the next card too.
Yeah. And a couple Giratina V-Star to go along with it. So Kato opting not to discard the Nest Ball. That is just another card that Gabriel can draw and not do anything with. But Mirage Gate could be something.
No, it seems like these were the good Fortune Sisters for Kato as he took away that Jet Energy top deck. Counter Catcher top deck, as useful as a Battle VIP pass in this matchup. But we're just waiting for that Jet Energy or waiting for that switch, even waiting for a Colress to dig deeper into attack or even an Energy so that Greninja can conceal cards further deeper into the deck.
Peonia here being played for Kato. Does find another Bravery Charm, but I believe that just goes right back to the prizes. This is going to be the lone Snorlax against the world here. Draw for the turn. Super Odd, that's not going to do it. Xylene.
It's a luxurious Snorlax too with that cape. Yeah, it's a very fancy Snorlax.
Oh yeah, I mean, could you imagine? Xylene, flip 2 coins for each heads, put a card from your discard on top of your deck. Is that 2 tails? 2 snake eyes!
Double tails, no extra resources for Kato. Draw pass for Gabriel. We are waiting for that Jet Energy switch or switch card. Pass. Something was drawn that's useful.
V-Star.
V-Star, so just waiting for the switch or the switch card as we see another Misfortune Sisters.
Discards counter catcher, that's pretty much it. That was 5 turns of Gabriel not doing anything, now getting shuffled back away. Thanks to that Misfortune Sisters.
Kato not hitting a single switching card out of how many Misfortune Sisters now? 4? Maybe 5?
He hit Mirage Gate, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so no switch cards, no switch, no escape rope. Very few left in the deck, admittedly, right? Which might have Kato a little bit puzzled, like, well, what do you actually have left over? Yeah, how many energies, how many outs do you actually have in order to attack me? Because you haven't given up yet, therefore you must have something, right? Otherwise, I'm going to deck you out first. I can never deck out with the Pidgeot V, so what are you planning? Kato does know there's Jet Energy, as we see another Misfortune Sisters.
Looking at the top 5 yet again. Counter catcher.
The same counter catcher, and the next card was Jet Energy once again. Gabriel having a blast here, knowing that he's really dodging this. I mean, he's just waiting, right? All he needs to do is wait. There's a switch. There's and the Giratina V. There's the evolution.
And with that, Gabriel Veloso makes it into top 4 now with Lost Zone Giratina. That was something we kind of expected. It is a very hard matchup for Kato there. And congratulations to him as well, making top 8 with a deck that a lot of people were not expecting. But it is an unfortunate way to go as well. At least they're in high spirits.
Yeah, they certainly are. I feel like Kato definitely knew he was in for a rough situation. And Locke smiling at Gabriel. Yeah. Erika not as inviting as he would like it to be. Giratina V in the active spot. Nothing else needed to be played. Path to the Peaks coming a little bit earlier than I would have liked, but Gabriel was able to take this down, and I feel like the whole story has been about Gardevoir finally winning a tournament. What about Giratina finally winning a tournament?
Yeah, we have only really seen it as Arceus Giratina, and Lost Zone Giratina has been the quote-unquote best deck in the format in Japan for a while, and has always been very scary for the players across the world, but it could be its time to shine here. It has some pretty good matchups left.
I put my faith in Giratina V-Star at Worlds, and it disappointed me, but I feel like I'm about to watch its redemption.
And again, throughout these entire 2 games, Shred was the name of the game for Gabriel here. And then the boss's orders, being able to take those 2 prizes off the Ronan V, stopping the draw power as well from Kato's side of things. And just all of these Misfortune Sisters being very fortunate for Gabriel here, not discarding any of those relevant items. And really just giving the switch to Gabriel at the end. Escape rope here, able to take a knockout, put Gabriel down to 1 prize card. But it was only a matter of time. That deck still had a ton of cards in it, a ton of draws that weren't really going to do much, but with that Lost Vacuum in hand, it was kind of inevitable.
Indeed, and the writing was on the wall, I feel, and it was a matter of waiting. Kato definitely did everything he could in order to win this match, but the few switching outs that Gabriel had, those Jet Energies, which were not available throughout the whole match, Perhaps those pathway peaks were not played as timely as possible, but in the end, he had the right cards at the right time. He executed the strategy perfectly. No need to bench anything else. Comfy is your enemy at that point. Don't select any flowers. Yeah, no need to get fancy. All right, just go with Giratina. Seek in the abyss for that win.
Do you even need me anymore, Pablo?
I've been learning. I've been paying attention.
Yeah, it's really just the difference of starting with that Giratina V in this matchup. You're able to Abyss Seeking, fill out your hand, and just hope it's enough. And most of the time, it is 160 every turn. Turn after turn is just too much pressure for a deck like Snorlax Stall to really overcome.
Indeed, and I think this is the perfect example of how Snorlax can be very good or just really not be able to get you there, because you go up against a player that is ready for the matchup, that doesn't get nervous at the fact that they're not doing anything during a turn, right? I see this a lot where players are very eager to play the cards that they can, but just because you can play a card doesn't mean you have to. The way to beat Snorlax is to apply as much pressure as possible with the least amount of resources as possible. And if you can't do anything significant that turn, don't do anything. Yeah, wait until you get a powerful turn, a way to disrupt them, plus get an attack off, or just slowly get powered up, right? You don't need to rush get onto your Giratina. You don't need a lot of cards in Lost Zone. You could win this match with 0 cards in the Lost Zone even, which is unheard of in all the others.
Well, I do believe our winner interview is ready. Let's go ahead and hear from Gabriel Veloso himself.
Okay, so I am now joined with our top 4 placer, Gabriel. My first question for you, Gabriel. How do you feel? You have a massive smile on your face.
Yeah, I feel really, really good. It's amazing to have the opportunity to experience something like this. That's really good, really good.
Oh, I love to hear that. And Gabriel, does it mean any more to you considering this is your home region here in Brazil?
Yeah. That's like, I live around here, so yeah.
So I'm very happy that you're performing well here in your home region. Now, Gabriel, I'll be honest, I'm really intrigued. Did you test much against Snorlax in the lead up to this event?
No, not really, but on Swiss rounds, I played against one, and a few friends told me what to do.
Yeah, that shred came in very helpful, I can see. So, Gabriel, I've got a question for you. So, you've done really well. How did you prepare for this event?
Training a lot with friends, getting a deck that could be good in almost all the matchups, and yeah, that's it. That's also a little bit of luck involved as well, but yeah, that turned out really fine.
Okay, I love that. So another question I have for you is, you know, you are playing Giratina V-Star, one of the older archetypes, not many cards from Paradox Rift apart from Countercatcher. What made you pick Giratina?
Because it had all kind of outs to almost all the matchups. Like, you can use Sableye, you can go Greninja, you have Path to the Peak that helps a lot in almost all the matchups. And yeah, you still have the V-Star for Sealstone that I really enjoy playing, and what else? Yeah, that's it.
All-round good, strong deck, right? Are there any decks that you're looking to avoid as you have your top 4 game and maybe even your finals as well?
I don't know. To be honest, I think if I can do a really good setup, the game will be fair, you know?
Fair enough, can't argue with that. Do you have any tips for anyone that have seen you on stream and want to play Giratina themselves? Do you have any tips for them?
It's hard in the beginning, but if you keep playing and keep trying, you can eventually know how the deck works and start winning.
There we go, sounds good to me. Now, Gabriel, while you were playing, I heard many cheers from I'm guessing your fans or your friends there. Is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I want to shout out to all of my friends that are here supporting me. All these guys, they play with me like every day, and I really love all of them, because without them, there wouldn't be anything. There would be nothing, you know?
Yeah, Love that. Pokemon's all about the community and friends, and I'm so happy to see that you and your friends are doing so well here. I'm sure everyone's cheering for you, Gabriel. I know I will be. So that's our winners interview. Good luck in top 4. I'm going to kick it back to casters.
Thank you, Shay. I think we're going to have to update Gabriel's accomplishments for the next round.
Yep.
Now, top 4 LAIC 2024.
Very nice. Live update.
I do want to go over some of the match history that both of these players had leading into the top 8. Kato with the Snorlax went on quite a run for day 2. Played at 2 Charizard EX and then 4 Gardevoir EX, going 4-0-2 to make this top 8.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy to think about. And even crazier, Gabriel played 5 Gardevoir EX day 2, ended the round 15 against the Arceus Superior Giratina. It's a pretty good matchup for your Giratina V-Star deck too, and that is just insane to think about. So much Gardevoir in this field.
So much Gardevoir. Both players played against so much. Even on day 1 they played a few, so wow. And I mean, Gardevoir's powerful, right? But it does have some weaknesses that both of these decks prey on, right? Snorlax can trap those Manaphy's, can trap those Greninjas, can even trap Ralts, as long as it's not the one that can Teleportation Blast to the bench. And there's also different situations that can arise during the game that could maybe lead to players making mistakes. And then if you don't have that Professor Turo, what's the
scenario?
Professor Turo scenario, yeah, then can't pick up that Manaphy, can't pick up that Greninja. That could be problematic. And there's also Echoing Horn plays, and then you have Giratina against Gardevoir. Roxanne plus Path and Counter Catcher, pretty darn good.
Yeah, pretty amazing, if I say so myself. Being able to maybe bring up something like that Gardevoir EX, take a knockout with Star Requiem along with that ability lock and hand disruption is something that Giratina, it's its bread and butter.
It's definitely its bread and butter. And another play it has is you can Counter Catcher the Shining Arcana Gardevoir if it doesn't have any energies. You go Sableye, place 12 damage counters on it, and then even if whether there's a path or no, the Gardevoir has 20 HP left, and therefore Gardevoir EX can attach energy to it to help it retreat, and it could get stuck there for a couple turns, and then all of a sudden you're using Lost Mine for 2 or 3 turns without losing a prize card. That's a lot of damage on Gardevoir's side of the field.
And with the way the top 8 has shaken up already for our top 4, the Gardevoir lost already to the Miraidon, and then we have that Gardevoir mirror match. I think that's what we're still waiting on. They're in game 3, and that's probably going to be the one that takes the longest. It is a slugfest for sure.
It is indeed. Those back and forths, like Gardevoir EX is of course a rulebox Pokemon, but every other attacker is a single prize attacker, so it almost always feels like a single prize deck that you're playing against and with, and therefore every prize has to be very meticulous, every attack has to be very, very worth it, and setups can also play a big role in the deck.
And if you can get that Mirage Step out or not, if you are able to find your rare candies for those Ralts that have been sitting for a little bit. And honestly, one of the most important cards in that mirror match is the Cresselia with its Moonglow reverse.
Yep, Cresselia not only lets you target that Kirlia very easily, but it is not stopped by Manaphy, because you could argue Screamtail is just as good. However, it does require less energies in play and less like resource spread, which can sometimes be a hindrance for the Gardevoir decks, but just bench a Manaphy, you don't need to worry about your opponent's Screamtail anymore. But Cresselia, there's nothing stopping the Cresselia other than Jirachi. But we haven't seen Jirachi in too many of these lists.
Yeah, for sure not. Well, we are going to be going on a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to be starting our top 4. So stay tuned. Grab a snack, grab a water. We'll be here.
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule. So it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemons, you know, Jishis and stuff. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event, and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people, and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them, and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. Sao Paulo, Brazil, home of the 2024 LAIC. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined by Pablo Meza, and it has been one great weekend so far. We just got done with our top 8 matchup where Gabriel Veloso was able to take down Snorlax Stall, and now we're looking forward to our top 4 match. The Gardevoir mirror is still playing, and Gabriel's like, yeah, I'm ready to go again.
I'm ready to go. Like we talked about, yeah, you're already there, the adrenaline, looking to be champion. Let's get to it. And that's why we have our top 4 match getting ready right now, featuring Gabriel once again.
Now, we do want to mention yet again, free stuff, giveaways for this entire weekend. And we're going to be seeing one of those on our top 4 match, Iron Valiant EX, that special illustration rare. Use that code Paradox LAIC. You can get this card on a Pokemon TCG Live. Be sure to use this before November 27th to be able to get that free card. It's free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff?
Free stuff is dope, for sure. And you can also get this Phantom Ace from Alex Gomez. He was able to use this Pokemon to win NAIC, took everyone by surprise with a choice build. Fantastic item, doing a lot of damage, terastallizing into that incredible ghost type. How about we get a card of this as well?
Oh, I wish.
In the meantime, make sure you use that code, use the passcode by November 20th to get your Dragapult.
And then, of course, there has been a ton of Pokemon drops on Twitch. You'll be able to get packs and items in Pokemon Go and TCG Live. And as long as you keep following along with us, you'll be able to find this awesome stuff throughout the entire broadcast.
You get to watch and earn and learn as you hear us talk and navigate through these incredible games as we gear up. And we're about to find out our first participant from Championship Sunday after this top 4. So I'm very excited. And Gabriel, the fan favorite here, the Brazilian representative, Noah Sawyer from NA, bubbled out the last time he was this close to a top 8 of an international championship, and now already earning himself at least a trophy, potentially a championship.
Yeah, and it's maybe even an invite already. A lot of these players have been grinding throughout the weekend. Meanwhile, Juho awaiting that match between Kieran and Jeremy, knowing he's going to be facing down a Gardevoir. Just depends who it's going to be. But honestly, already winning 2-0 up against Matthew Burris, who is one amazing player from Australia in that group with Natalie Miller and Brent Tonneson, all playing the same 60. And it just seems like Maridon has a pretty good matchup against Gardevoir now. Who would have thought? Iron Hands EX.
Iron Hands EX, a big deal. It used to be that you would have to rely on Judge and Path to really help you out, slow down that Gardevoir, because their prize trade was really in their favor. But now, with Iron Hands, you take 2 prizes, amp you very much, I will take 2 prizes now.
Yeah, that's how it goes. And we thought we would see a lot more of it, but we're finally maybe going to be able to see it in our top 4 match. And with we're going to have to wait a little bit on that for that top match of the bracket to finish. But Iron Valiant up against Lost Zone Giratina. This is a little scary.
It is a little scary. Now, Giratina definitely has the resources to defeat Iron Valiant. I feel like all the other like Turbo Lost Box certainly has a difficult time. It has so much focus on Comfey, but Giratina V, I think we're going to see a lot of B seeking here, limiting your bench, preventing from Iron Valiant's Tachyon beats to be very effective, preventing Giratina V to be taken down in one hit by Entei. All of that is going to factor into this semi-final match.
I honestly cannot wait to see. Our players are still getting wrangled up, getting ready, and maybe a bathroom break here and there. Let's take a look at the top 8 decks that we had. It was a lot of Gardevoir throughout the entire day. We were just going over the match history of Gabriel playing 5 Gardevoir. Day 2 has a pretty good matchup against it, and it's hoping to maybe tie one down in the finals.
Raiden won the latest regional championship. Can it go back-to-back wins with a brand new set? Is Iron Hands EX that powerful and that good?
I think it can be if you believe the online discourse. then it definitely is.
If you believe the online discourse, Iron Hands already won this tournament like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. It is going to be pretty great to see. And with Brennan getting taken down by Noah, that means your Roaring Moon out of top 8.
See, so in top 8, my predictions, half of them are now not available. But you started the tournament with a single prediction, so I'm going to give props to myself a little bit, just a little bit. But I will say, you had 2 copies of Radiant Greninja. I had 1 copy of Iron Hands and Roaring Moon. Shay had 3 decks featured, right? Also had half of his prediction knocked out. And now we are all down to 1. 1 Radiant Greninja, 1 Iron Hands, and 2 copies of Gardevoir EX, but 1 Gardevoir EX deck.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how things shake up in our top 4. Remember, we're playing both of our top 4 matches on stream for y'all today, so you're not going to miss any of this last bit before Championship Sunday, where we're going to actually crown, 7 champions tomorrow?
7 champions, 1 Go champion, 3 TCG champions, and 3 VG champions in Championship Sunday. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the championship points that you were mentioning earlier. Yeah, top 4 gets 320 championship points. That's 90% of a LATAM invite. That's over 50% of a NA invite, and that's 70% of an EU invite. So all of these players, I'm sure they've already had championship points before. I would be very surprised if all of them were now qualified to the World Championships, but not to mention that if they win 2 more games, they are definitely 100% qualified for the World Championships.
Yeah, there's no doubt we're going to be seeing a lot of these players at the end of the season in Honolulu, Hawaii, and it is one of the biggest accomplishments, I think, in our card game, to be able to say, yeah, I competed in the World Championships.
Absolutely. Competing in the World Championships has a very special feeling, right? It's the one tournament that requires an invite. Every other tournament is open for anyone who's interested in order to play it. But the World Championships, definitely something we all look forward to year in, year out. It's what draws people to the international championships, to the regional championships, and to their local stores as well, to play in those League Cups and League Challenges. That end goal of the World Championships is so important and so cool to achieve.
There is a ton of money on the line, as well as all those invites. These players are playing for a lot, and you honestly can't tell. Nerves of steel for these players here, and they're not even playing any steel Pokemon.
Indeed. No steel Pokemon, no Caesar, unfortunately. I feel like Caesar definitely had a good run, right? There was a Zoro box, and Amy's prediction was very bold, right? It was very out there, it was very bold, and I mean, a Day 2 Zoro box was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, and I believe they ended up finishing in the money.
Oh,
depending on,
nice.
I don't know how the last round went, but they were possibly in contention.
Certainly. Now, will we ever see a Zoro box top 8 an event? I feel like Zoro box's worst enemy is Sableye. If this tournament tells us anything, it's that Sableye is as good as it's ever been. However, I feel like we might enter a cycle similar to Mew VMAX and Drapion V and Spiritomb, where Sableye did quite well. There's the possibility of Cresselia being countered as well. There's the possibility of Yoga Loop stopped in case Iron Valiant goes all the way. Yoga Loop from HMV is a very important strategy, so we could see a lot more Jirachi next weekend.
Yeah, we definitely can. We're going to see some potential Yoga Loops in the future as our match is ready. So let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. We have our first top 4 match of the 2024 LAIC.
Both players are ready and waiting to start setting up. Gabriel definitely seems like he has the home advantage. You can hear the crowd rooting for the Brazilian player.
Home court advantage up against the new hotness on the block in Iron Valiant EX paired with that Entei V and all of those fire energies. Magma Basin going to be putting in a ton of work throughout the entire weekend for Noah.
I think it's going to be a war of attrition precisely between the stadiums, right? Because Path to a Peak shuts down Noah's deck basically completely. So the other important question here is, do you choose to go first or second as Gabriel? And at this point, both players definitely know what sort of deck they are up against, even if they don't know the exact list that they are using. However, as you mentioned, yeah, LAIC top 4 now, the biggest achievement for Gabriel.
Yeah, good job. All right. Meanwhile, Noah Sawyer, top 16 NAIC 2019, like you were saying, just shy of that top 8, top 16 Pittsburgh Regional just this year. Fort Wayne Regional finalists, hoping for that big win. Iron Valiant EX, one of the best new cards to come out of Paradox Rift up against Lost Zone, Giratina V-Star, utilizing the best card in the set, Countercatcher.
Best card in the set, Countercatcher. Indeed, I'm glad we've finally come to an agreement, Jeremy. And you've reivindicated yourself in my eyes. Yeah. Earthen Vessel, pretty powerful, but also a little too specific. Countercatcher, though, that's the real big winner from Paradox Rift, I feel.
Yeah, coming back from the ashes of expanded.
Yeah. It was a card we had access to before, and it was just as impactful before as it has been this weekend. Maybe a little less so. Maybe it's like the brand new shiny toy, and that's why I have a soft spot for it. Maybe it's because I was right, but I'm not so sure. I feel like Countercatcher has felt more impactful right now than it used to be.
Now with that flip before the start of the game, it does look like Gabriel's going to go first. A couple grass energy in the prize cards. That leaves one left to try and take some knockouts with Giratina. Meanwhile, 2 Magma Basin and a Jet energy along with 2 Professor's Research for Noah in the prize cards.
I can't imagine the Professor's Research will be too impactful, but not being able to counter Path to Peak will be very important in case Noah isn't able to do so in a turn. Does play a copy of Lost Vacuum, so 5 total ways to counter those Path to Peak, and Gabriel also only plays 3 Path to Peak, so not full odds for him, but any turn where Noah isn't using Tachyon Bits, that's going to be less than ideal for him as we get this started.
Top 4 here in Sao Paulo. Gabriel up against Noah. Gabriel starts with the Comfey. Flower selecting Eyes Down a Colress's Experiment and a Psychic Energy. No Corals in hand, so you have to expect that's going to be the choice here.
Certainly. Now, I'm more worried that there's only a Sableye in play, or in Gabriel's hand, and he has to bench that. Otherwise, he risks just losing the game to Tachyon Bits. And, I mean, even if Gabriel doesn't, even if Gabriel survives this turn, if Noah is able to successfully use Tachyon Bits 4 times this turn, no more Comfey, and then your only hope is the Colress Experiment.
Gabriel using that Jet energy to bring the Sableye up to the active spot. And now it is back to Noah. Definitely not the start you want to hope for against a deck that is built to really take advantage of your low HP Pokemon.
Jeremy, we could see an easy win. That Battle VIP Pass top deck from the Fleet-Footed. Incredible. If Noah is able to power up the Entei and use Tachyon Bits 4 times this turn, we could see a 1-turn game here.
Eyeing down that Metacham V as well. Who needs to use 4 Tachyon Bits? We can use 3 and a Yoga Loop. And we know in the hand there is a Forest Sealstone, so that's another card that can help extend
this turn. You have that Squawk ability EX with its Squawk and Seize, being able to discard your hand, draw 6. This is going to be an electrifying turn, and Miraidon's on the other side of the bracket.
I'm not liking this position for Gabriel. Definitely less than ideal. Needs one more Tachyon bit. Needs to research away the fires which lead themselves to the Magma Basin, which is fantastic.
7 cards. Couple switch cards. That's going to help a lot. Nestball.
Uh-oh. I think Noah is very close. He can force Seal Stone for the double turbo. Get the knockout on the bench. Sableye has his 2 switch cards. Only really missing the Magma Basin, which he'll have an immediate next turn and a research in hand to dig for that, along with the attachment as well.
There's the switch card. Tachyon bits yet again. Again, when it's brought to the active during your turn, you get to place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. There is another switch card. And just like that, Sableye has 6 damage on it. And we're going to Squawk and Seize here. Discard that hand, draw 6.
Needs a way to switch. And, well, no, he needs to switch or double turbo.
Wow.
Finds both.
Escape Rope brings the Medicham V to the active spot. Double Turbo Energy. We are going to have a Yoga Loop on the Sableye. And just like that, Noah taking a knockout turn 1. And we get to do it all over again. Magma Basin charges up the NTV. Justin Energy will be able to finish things off. There's the Star Alchemy, Jet Energy, and taking game 1 in exciting fashion. Noah Sawyer up 1-0 in this top 4.
Iron Hands, move over. Yeah, Roaring Moon, move over. Iron Valiant is where it's at. Turn 1 win after that underwhelming start for Gabriel. Managed to find another basic Pokemon, but that was not good enough. You need those Giratina Vs to withstand those hits. And Noah, I mean, this is what his deck is built for.
Yeah.
This turbo start.
I think we probably should have realized, with the giveaway being the special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX, that it should have been performing pretty well this weekend.
Maybe Pokemon knew all along.
It's scripted.
It's totally scripted. Get your Iron Valiant, people. Did you just see what I saw? Like, please get it.
Yeah, everyone's going to be playing this at League when I get back, and I am not going to be having a fun time.
Indeed. What a card. What a game we just watched. 2 turns, but by the same player. No, 3 turns. 3 turns total. 2 by 1 player. Back to back. That Yoga Loop. Medicham V is a card that was released, what, over 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's still putting in work.
Yeah, usually you see it with the Rapid Strike Toolbox, Italian VMAX, and that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. But here, it is all on its own and being put to work.
Okay, so not on screen yet. Gabriel did choose to go first and did top deck Battle VIP pass. Otherwise, he had nothing else in his hand. We could have seen another turn 1 game. Eyeing up the Comfy and the Greninja, I really fancy a Giratina V here.
Yeah, just that big HP to sit in play and kind of guarantee that you're going to have another turn.
Giratina V, the most important card here to get, the most bulky basic. Double Comfy is fantastic. You get cards in the Lost Zone. Radiant Greninja, great to help you set up, but you need to establish Giratina V. That's how you really survive. I honestly would have liked double Giratina V. Just keep your bench as low as possible. Get those Abyss Seekings going. That's how you draw cards. You get a little bit of extra help with flower selecting, but you make your opponent's Tachyon bits ineffective and the Fire Rondo ineffective as well.
What a 2 cards to pull off that concealed cards, though. Nestball and a Comfey. So Nestball can go fetch something like that Giratina V, like you've been saying, and a 3rd Comfey can help with these flower selectings, try to charge up that special 7 cards in the Lost Zone so you can get a Mirage Gate going as soon as possible.
Indeed, Mirage Gate to power up Giratina is very, very important. A Giratina V-Star can be very difficult for Noah to deal with, so that should be in Gabriel's sides here to be able to withstand all that pressure. Sableye, not the most useful card when every single Pokemon your opponent plays has 200 HP or more. Radiant Charizard is the one Pokemon that has the least amount of HP, and that's 160. So Sableye not going to have a good time here.
Jet Energy going to bring up that Comfey from the bench. Flower selecting yet again. Eyes down, Lost Vacuum, and a Mirage Gate. The hand is not doing too well. Double Roxanne, Path, and then Energy decides to keep the Mirage Gate. You have a switch card to go along with it, and that third Comfey.
Now the key card in Gabriel's hand is the Path to a Peak. That Path to a Peak will completely halt all of Noah's abilities. No Squawkabilly, no Tachyon Bits. So will Noah be able to counter that immediately? And will Gabriel play it immediately? That's another question as we find a very difficult decision.
I don't think it's too difficult, Pablo. No Colress's Experiment in the hand means that goes straight there. Giratina V to the Lost Zone. While the extra HP is very beneficial, playing the game is also very beneficial.
Playing the game is also very beneficial. Wow. The Path to a Peak gets immediately countered. Battle VIP Pass in hand. So we're about to see a very, very impactful turn by Noah here. Might even see back-to-back attacks or back-to-back turns through the Yoga Loop, right? But every Pokemon that Noah knocks out is less damage that Entei will do to the Giratina V. So it definitely is important to balance between damaging those Comfeys and getting those easy prizes whilst slowly but surely damaging the Giratina V in order to make sure that Burning Rondo can get to those numbers.
Well, here we see a Nest Ball finding that Entei V to go along with the Battle VIP Pass that found the second Iron Valiant EX and the Squawkabilly EX. I do believe that there is a future Booster Energy Capsule in hand, one of the new tools that is able to attach to a future Pokemon and give it free retreat. Well, there's a switch. We're going to see the first Tachyon Bits, 20 on that Comfey. There's that future Booster Energy Capsule. And a Squawk and Seas discarding the Fire. This is turning out pretty crazy. Double switch cart, another Iron Valiant, and then you have a double Turbo Energy. So we could still see some fireworks.
Indeed, a lot of switching cards, though this fleet-footed could be very important because Noah did not find a draw supporter in order to continue finding more resources. So I think Noah recognizes that he's not going to be able to do much, so eliminating the Giratina now just leaves those low HP Pokemon available for the taking.
And with the escape rope here, I do like Gabriel bringing up that Comfey. But the third Iron Valiant will target down that Giratina V yet again. Double Turbo Energy on Entei V. And I do believe there's a Boss's Orders in hand. And with all the bench Pokemon, that will be enough for the Entei to take a knockout. Fleet-footed here. Force Seal Stone for next turn.
Oh my gosh. Can't do anything he wants next turn. Noah takes this knockout, compensating for the double turbo damage reduction. It's 200 damage right now with the Pokemon in play. Minus 20 from the double turbo. It's 180 damage exactly to knock out this Giratina V. So you can see how Noah knows these numbers, knows the perfect math. And now, no more Giratina. No big deal, and this is precisely why you want to keep your bench low. All those Comfeys are great to draw cards, but you need to focus a lot more on Giratina V and a Beast Seeking so that you're out of range of this, and precisely this doesn't happen.
And now getting rid of that Giratina V is looking worse and worse. Granted, it was for Colress's Experiment, which I think without it, Gabriel wasn't really going to be playing this second turn much at all. Eyeing down a Cramorant, a Colress's Experiment, and then I think a Jet and a Psychic Energy.
Yep, Colress. Interesting decision here, losing the Jet, keeping valuable resources, but this is why what I meant with the difficult decision between the Colress and the Giratina. Doesn't seem like Gabriel was considering this low bench Giratina V strategy. Being one game down, there's no more room to help with that. But unless there's another path to a peak found, which Noah could immediately counter through the Force Seal Stone, things are not looking good here for our Brazilian player.
Concealed Cards finds, I believe,
an escape rope, and a jet energy. Flower selecting, gonna grab that Sableye, get rid of that battle VIP pass. 6 in the loss zone now.
Sableye might as well be a battle VIP pass in this matchup, honestly. Like, it's as useful as a battle VIP pass here. No Giratina being able to be benched just yet. No path to a peak either to try and slow down those Tachyon beats. Even the fleet-footed, right? We saw how powerful fleet-footed can be. Maybe there's a world where you can use Radiant Greninja to deal damage to NTV through weakness and then do a cool Sableye play while setting up other things as well. But gosh, it's not looking great for our Brazilian player. Doesn't have any threats established. The Greninja is a threat because of weakness, but doesn't really quite cut it in terms of the damage. And Noah is just waiting to use Tachyon bits, take down those Comphase. No room for Yoga Loop though.
No room for Yoga Loop, and honestly, with the way Gabriel's hand has been, I think it's going to be like that for a little bit. You do have Mirage Gate, a water energy found off that last flower selecting, and escape rope. But if you escape rope the NTV back to the bench, you're not going to get that extra 9 damage thanks to weakness.
2 water energy available, so Moonlight Shuriken definitely an option that Gabriel can go for. Doing 180 damage to the Entei, leaving it with 30 HP left over. 30 onto the Entei, 90 to something like Squawk ability. Could set up a 4-price turn over the next 2 turns, and that would be very, very powerful.
Both those energies on the Radiant Greninja now. Gonna be forced to attach the water energy if you want to use Moonlight Shuriken.
The issue is that there's only an escape rope in Gabriel's hand, so by using that, and if that's your plan, then probably don't want to play the Mirage Gate before you escape rope, as now the Entei will not be in the active, your damage output will be less. If you're hitting the Entei for weakness, you're doing a total of 270 damage. If you're not attacking the Entei, you're only doing 180 total, which doesn't set up the nice numbers that you would like for the follow-up with Sableye.
Radiant Greninja to the active. We're still awaiting an attachment for the turn.
I feel like I would have preferred to attack with Cramorant here, because Radiant Greninja is pretty useful against that Entei and also requires so many resources. So maximizing your damage output, maximizing the damage counters in play, I think would be very, very important. I would have really loved to see the Cramorant be the one to damage the active, and then perhaps you can win over the course of 3 turns. You then follow up with Radiant Greninja, 90 on the Squawk, 180 on the Entei, then you use Sableye to KO those, and then you use Sableye again to finish off the Iron Valiant.
Well, Noah's going to start things off with a switch cart, bring up that Iron Valiant EX with that feature booster energy capsule, 20 on Comphase, and then able to free retreat into another one if he wants. Fire energy on that Radiant Charizard, still has that 4 Sealstone, but got a Professor's Research from the prize cards. So seeing a brand new hand of 7 here, just a wealth of options for Noah.
Indeed, finds a lot of supporters though, not much else, not a lot of switching cards, so we're not going to see maximum Tachyon bits damage this turn. I'm also a little scared about that other Magma basing hitting the discard pile, as Path to a Peak is still a threat for Noah. Path to a Peak does completely eliminate Tachyon bits and also makes it so Radiant Charizard could have a really, really difficult time attacking.
Fleet-footed finds, I believe, Jet Energy. And we're going to have a knockout here on the Radiant Greninja. And just like that, 2 turns, 3 prizes for Noah.
2 turns, 3 prizes. The dream, especially eliminating that Giratina V threat. We see a Giratina V top deck, but the bench is still pretty big. It might have been a Giratina V-Star, though. I can't really tell from this angle. A big hand, can Roxanne. Roxanne path could maybe help in this situation, but even a Cramorant hit cannot take the knockout on Entei because it has 230 HP.
It's a bulky Pokemon.
It's a bulky Pokemon indeed, the bulkiest of the legendary trio, which I don't know if you've seen, but generates a lot of debate. Are they cats or are they dogs? I'm pretty sure they're cats, but people argue they're dogs.
I'm pretty sure they're the legendary dogs.
What?
Yeah.
What is a saber tooth?
Dog.
Oh my gosh.
Nest ball for Gabriel here. He's going to look through the options he has in the deck. And honestly, this is looking scarier by the minute. Has another Giratina V, but I believe it might be the last one.
Does he though? Because I'm not. Oh, there it is. It is.
Top,
It's
yeah.
at the very end of the deck. Needs to bench that. Needs to set that up. Needs to somehow attack. Like if you go Cramorant, attack the Entei into Sableye. I guess taking down the Entei with Sableye also works. Does have the path for a next turn Roxanne plus path to a peak play, and Noah's Field looks very threatening, but once that Entei is gone and there's a path to a peak in play, Noah's Field is all of a sudden filled with Battle VIP passes.
All right, I think I'm getting some help there. Legendary Beasts. So that encompasses dogs, cats, what you call it.
So all mammals?
All mammals, basically, yeah. Flower selecting from this Comfey here. Getting rid of Battle VIP Pass. We are now at 10 in the Lost Zone, so the Sableye will be able to Lost Mine the Entei V for a knockout. But Noah only needs 3 prize cards left.
Gabriel eyeing up the path to a peak, eyeing up the switch card to heal the damage on the Comfey, but I really don't like the path to a peak. Be patient, save it for when you're Roxanne, and then maybe that's how you can turn this game around. Chooses to go for another Comfey, getting the 11th card in the Lost Zone.
And we're going to see Jet Energy bring up that 3rd Comfey. Flower selecting yet again. Colress's Experiment, Mirage Gate. You don't really need Colress anymore. You're going to be using Roxanne for the foreseeable future.
Yep. To Roxanne, we could see back-to-back Roxanne, as Gabriel will be able to take this prize card. Very tempting to play that path to a peak to prevent a follow-up Entei. I really would love to see a Giratina V hit the bench here. Not possible though.
Yet opted to fail the Nest Ball.
Yep.
Gabriel really debating about benching this Cramorant. Does opt for it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. If the follow-up is Radiant Charizard, then you can 2-hit KO that, because Radiant Charizard cannot attack in back-to-back turns. Does seem like he held onto that path to a peak. Very important. 12 damage counters onto the Entei. No.
Oh,
1 damage
okay.
counter onto the Entei, putting it in Cramorant range, which is fair. Maybe you knock out the Squawk this turn, and then you go into the Roxanne path, KO the active, and hopefully no easy KO. 6 more on the Squawk, so that's 10 HP away from getting taken down. 160 HP total. Has 5 damage counters left, which is perfect on the Radiant Charizard. That way it's in range of Cramorant as well.
That is, but you also need to think about the prize mapping, and if you're going to take a knockout on two prize Pokemon, you just need 1 more. So softening up that Iron Valiant EX on the bench with that remaining 50.
You do have to balance the prize mapping and trying to win as fast as possible by going 2-2-2. However, if your opponent doesn't have any threats set up, right, which the threat is Radiant Charizard, then that's a way you can win as well. Yeah, even if it takes a little bit longer than you would like. If there's no Pokemon for your opponent to attack you with, then that's pretty good. Yeah, attacking bits can get you somewhere, but right now there's not enough to even KO a single Comfey. So I really would have liked to see that perfect number on the Charizard, because one thing Noah's deck is good at is switching out and switching in from the active, and that's exactly what Radiant Charizard needs in order to be able to have back-to-back attacks.
Bravery Charm is going to be a pretty good card in this scenario, especially with the way Gabriel placed the damage counters. It's going to mean it's harder to take that knockout on multiple Pokemon. And we're going to start things here with a switch. Tachyon Bits. Now there's 40 on the Comfey. And one thing I do like about Gabriel not taking a knockout, it does not open up a bench spot for Medicham V to use that Yoga Loop. And I think if there was a Yoga Loop used, it's pretty much going to be game over.
Yep, as soon as we see a Yoga Loop, that would probably finish up the game. That's also probably why Noah chose not to attach that double turbo energy to the Radiant Charizard. I would have also loved to see that just to get closer to attacking, even if there is a path to a peak in play.
There is the Burning Rondo knocking out the Sableye. Gabriel is going to need a lot of cards to be able to try to mount this comeback. 2 to 6 prizes, but you have a good combo to start things off. Path to the Peak and Roxanne.
Finds a Forest Seal Stone, which would be great, except there's no Pokemon to use it with. And chooses to Flower Select before we hit that Roxanne. Does have Jet Energy to go into another Comfey. Does have the path, does have the Roxanne, does even have the Counter Catcher in order to use that later down the line. It's gonna be difficult, but Gabriel can definitely mount a comeback here. It's gonna come down to the cards that Noah draws from this Roxanne, and I do believe he's running low on the supporter count.
Yeah, has gone through a ton of discards with Professor's Research and Colress's Experiment, the like. Here is Jet Energy bringing up a Comfey to use Flower Selecting yet again if Gabriel wants to. And we see Path to the Peak. That powerful Stadium card hit the board, shutting off all those Iron Valiant, EX, Entei, Vs, Fleet-Footed, and the Radiant Charizard's Excited Heart ability. Countercatcher does bring up that Iron Valiant EX with 50 damage. And I think we might be seeing a Roxanne and Prey here, maybe finding another Sableye.
I don't like that Countercatcher. You need to eliminate threats. You knock out the Entei. Noah has 2 cards. What are they doing? But now that you've sent that Entei to the bench, all Noah needs is to find a single switching card, a Jet Energy, even a double turbo, and he will be able to continue applying the pressure and taking knockouts. Not a big fan of that Countercatcher. Combined with Sableye knockout on the Entei on the bench, fair. Definitely would have liked that, but wow.
That is a hand. Professor's Research and Battle VIP Pass. Meanwhile, Gabriel is not so fortunate, staring a hand of 2 Giratina V-Stars, another Roxanne, Mirage Gate. No way to get Sableye out. We're going to have to maybe Flower Selecting it again. No, we're going to get that Cramorant in the active. Spit innocently, 110 damage on that Iron Valiant EX.
Can I see that Research? Top deck Colress. I would have loved to see the Colress before the Research. Yes, you can win this turn, but do you need to? You have such a big advantage. We see the switching card. We see the Stadium. Is that enough? I don't think so.
The Stadium will be able to bump that Path to the Peak. Noah's going to look at the resources left available to him. Seems like 3 switch, 2 switch cart, and an escape rope are gone, and he is playing the full 12. So still plenty of resources left in the deck. Magma Basin bumps that Stadium. We do have that future booster energy capsule. Can attach it to the active, give it free retreat. But we still haven't even used Star Alchemy. Searching the deck for what looks like an escape rope here. I guess switch cart could also be pretty beneficial, heal off some of that damage.
Indeed. Now, if we see a knockout on the Comfey, like, can we?
I think this is it.
It should be, right? So you attach the tool, retreat.
Yep.
No.
Well, no. So you get the switch to the one that already has the tool.
Yep. Retreat.
You need another one.
Oh, yeah, you do need another one.
Maybe fleet-footed?
Maybe fleet-footed.
No, then you would have to switch to that one.
Yeah, yeah. So can't win this turn. So then maybe save the Forest Seal Stone in case your opponent Roxanne's you again.
I guess you can always hit one off the prize cards. There's 2 prize cards left. Be interesting to see what those 2 cards are.
So are we gonna see a retreat? Well, I guess the Entei will probably go down this turn. Can he get the card? No. Earthen Vessel, the not best card of Paradox Rift being drawn here.
I'm getting bullied.
No energy left in the deck to be taken. Perfect thinning though, and more energy stacked onto the Radiant Charizard, I have to imagine. To the point where if Radiant Charizard has 4 energies attached, right? or if it had the double turbo that was available earlier, then all of a sudden, who cares if there's a path to a peak? Nothing survives the Radiant Charizard Combustion Blast. No attachment though.
No attachment from the hand, but you do take the knockout on the Cramorant. Jet energy pulled from the prize cards. And it is all or nothing for Gabriel here. Finally gets that Giratina V, but it is too little too late for that Pokemon now.
So we see a Roxanne in the hand. We do indeed. So no attacker though. We do see the Super Rod. Needs to put back the Cramorant, but look at everything that happened. Yeah, the attacker remained alive. That Entei should have gone down 2 turns ago. Yeah, then you're forcing your opponent not only to find resources in order to use Tachyon Bits, you're also forcing them to find the resources in order to produce another attacker. Of course, Noah drew the research, found the stadium, but there's a chance they don't. And the more cards you force your opponent to find, the better. By not knocking out the Entei, all you're telling them is find a switching card, which you play 12 of, and you're good to go. So take down the threat.
Super Rod here is going to put back Sableye, a Psychic, and a Grass. Remember, this is the game where Gabriel prized 2 Grass energy as well. And then here is that Roxanne. Noah's going to go down to 2 cards. Gabriel's going to go to 6.
We've seen a lot of switching cards gone, so can Gabriel actually even find an attack here? Put back the Sableye, put back energy, so probably has the resources to potentially attack with Sableye this turn, but with no path to a peak, Radiant Charizard could finish the game.
Yeah, as soon as you take those prize cards, that Radiant Charizard is going to be locked and loaded, ready to use that Combustion Blast. There's the Sableye Mirage Gate. So Mirage Gate will be able to charge up to Sableye.
No path. So Gabriel found the counter catcher. Gabriel needs to bring up a Pokemon that cannot retreat or cannot attack. But now, if they go after anything, if they take a knockout, Radiant Charizard wins the game, as long as there's a switching card. If they don't take a knockout, Entei V wins the game, as long as there's a switching card. I did not get to see what Noah drew, but I think the writing's on the wall. And even any switching card, Tachyon Bits, knockout Comfey, and that's it.
All right, Counter Catcher brings up that heavily damaged Iron Valiant EX, hoping to stick it in the active spot here. And looking at the hand for Noah, does not have it. Magma Basin and Medicham V.
Indeed, Magma Basin and Medicham V, neither card very useful, so gets the ropes Noah a little bit, but does have time, does have a few top decks left, and now we'll have to see. Does take the knockout, now irrelevant, right? Any switching card wins Noah the game. So might as well take the prizes now that you can. That was 6 damage counters on the Squawk, 6 left, 6 more on the Entei, 50 HP left. Not enough to win next turn though.
For Noah here.
Entei V, not quite what he needs.
All right, so there is 50 left on the Entei V on the bench, and there is 70 left on, no, 90 left. So just another turn of hoping and praying that Noah does not draw one of those 3 escape rope in the deck.
There was a Jet Energy as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Jet Energy, escape rope,
switch card,
switch card,
left, switch,
research, Taurus, so many possibilities. And this is where I question Noah's use of the Forest Seal Stone. Imagine if you had that available this turn, or you would have forced Gabriel to knock out the Entei earlier. Not so sure.
Watch, it's going to be a Technical Machine Devolution off the top.
And
switch card. And
that's
there
it.
you go. Tachyon Bits taking the knockout on the Comfey on the bench, and then retreating to that Radiant Charizard, taking the knockout on the active. And just like that, Noah Sawyer punches his ticket to Championship Sunday.
Indeed, what a game we just saw. Gabriel played excellently, found the way to try and come back, put Noah on a clock. Noah had been down to some resources, actually showing on camera how many outs he had left. Probably less than half his deck though, so
yeah.
I think
it was very close at the end there.
It was definitely very close. Gabriel had a very good chance going for a different strategy than the Giratina V. Still just as good and almost pulled it off. One turn away.
This is exciting to see Iron Valiant EX in the finals for LAIC here in this 2024 season for Play Pokemon. Paradox Rift finally showing up. It just took a while.
It really did. Incredible. Yeah, we do have one of the brand new decks in the final, going from a bubble 4 years ago to now in Top COD as we see the players celebrate with his friends.
It's US in the finals now, trying to battle it out and see if he's going to battle against Finland or Canada.
Finland or Canada. We could have an NA finals once again.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming back from NAIC where we had an NA finals once again. NA needs to calm down.
Honestly, yeah, the Toronto area in specific has been on fire this season, taking down a ton of regional championships and just proving their worth in the field of Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah. Players from all around the globe are fantastic, but Toronto, something in that water. They do really well. However, when it was their home turf, what happened?
US. And congratulations to Gabriel again, an amazing accomplishment. Top 4 in his first major top 4 in an event and doing it in his home country of Brazil.
That must feel like extra special, you know, like you're in your home country, you have all this crowd supporting you, right? Even in this difficult situation that he found himself in, you could hear the crowd rooting for him, as well as Noah, right? A good crowd supporting Noah. So and this is what Pokemon's all about, the community, right? Being here with your friends, enjoying everything in this fantastic, incredible game.
We have one of our finalists set for Championship Sunday. We are still going to be awaiting our next one, and top 4 is coming up soon, and I cannot wait. Looking at the bracket yet again, Noah Sawyer 2-0, moving on to the finals, going to face either Juho or Kieran, Miraidon or Gardevoir. It's been a weekend for sure, and I am so excited to see how this will culminate to the end.
Now, if you're Noah, do you want to face Gardevoir or do you want to face Miraidon? I definitely think it's Gardevoir, right?
Yeah, well, let's take a look. He has played 3 Gardevoir EX in day 2 and won against all of them. Noah actually going 6-2-1 to make it into day 2. Took a tie on the last round and went 5-0-1. And now sees himself in the finals, staring down the last 2 players.
Actually took a tie against Juho from Finland. So that was the last round pairing. They both ID'd into top 8, and now there's a chance they face off for real in the final. However, Kieran stands in the way of Miraidon making another final. But can they get through the Iron Hands EX?
It is going to be a match for sure. Honestly, Screamtail, Iron Hands EX, Iron Valiant EX. Which Pokemon is going to be able to say they are LAIC champion?
Seems like the ancient Pokemon are in dire need of help. Yeah, Screamtail is there, but there are 2 future Pokemon vying for success in what is their first appearance in their trading card game. We've seen them cause havoc in VGC, but they're finally here in TCG. We don't talk about the ancient Donphan and Iron Threads, but here we are, brand new Pokemon from Paradox Rift, and they're putting in the work.
It is just crazy to think about, and honestly, there is going to be so many new decks and different ideas to try as this metagame keeps shaping forward in these next few regionals that we're going to have. And honestly, it's going to really depend on how this top 4 and finals go.
Indeed, and I don't know. Brandon versus Gardevoir has like all the time has been pretty favored, I want to say, to Gardevoir. Yeah, if you manage to set up, you manage to stabilize, you get to a point where you're trading single price Pokemon for 2 price Pokemon. However, now with Iron Hands EX, that could be problematic.
All right, well, we are going to take a break, swap out for Shay and Amy, but when we come back, you can already see there we have our next top 4 match, so stay tuned.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, you know, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Widget in the top 8, but for my first event, you know, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I don't know, I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, you know, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
And hello everyone. After that absolutely riveting top 4 game, I hope you're ready for another one, because we have our next top 4 game coming up. I am Shay Burton and I'm joined by Amy. Amy, what are we thinking?
We are into the thick of it right now, and finally we are ready to rumble. I'm really excited. How are you feeling about the whole top 4 of LAIC 2024?
I'm feeling very excited. After that last round, seeing that Entei Iron Valiant, it was poetry in motion, quite honestly. I was chatting to some of the people who was watching the stream there, who were some of the friends of Noah, and they were saying, yep, that's what the deck's built to do. And it's honestly, it's been working so well. So we've got one more round to see if we can take it all home. Before then, though, we have our next top 4 match, which features a Gardevoir deck versus Miraidon.
Miraidon, yes, and not just that, but a Miraidon player who has knocked out a few Gardevoir already from this competition, so the stakes are high. Can they do it another time? Can they repeat history? We're going to find out.
Yeah, so I think our Miraidon player, Yuho, there, has knocked out, I think, 4 Gardevoir, or at least played against 4 Guardi, and has beaten them all, and some high-tier players. So Yuho knows his way around the matchup, but on Gardevoir player there, Kieran, will be doing his best to get himself in the finals.
How are you feeling about your pick of Gardevoir now?
I'm having very mixed emotions about my pick. I have been quiet about my thinking that Gardevoir will win this event out of 3 in top 8, but they have been faltering a little bit, with Kieran being my last bastion of hope. And look at these accomplishments of both our players there. Kieran, plenty there, and Yuho, who have a limitless page, very long, and a whole list of achievements there. And I just cannot wait to get this started.
Absolutely, and although Yuho has fantastic accolades, they have not been on a Top Cut stream before, so welcome to the stream, Yuho. You're gonna have to think of a different fun fact next time, because now you have been on the stream. And Kieran has a YouTube channel where they make Pokemon videos, so I think we'd all love to check out Kieran's content sometime as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, getting a top 4 there at an IEC, that's plenty of reasons to make sure you go check out his content. And it might even be better than the top 4 could win this one, be in the final. Remember that increased cash prizing this season. There's a lot to play for, as well as that guaranteed invitation to the World Championships.
Indeed, so we have all to play for, and even if you get knocked out at this stage, you get so much to take home, not just championship points, but also so much more. You get the fame and the fortune.
Exactly that. As we look at our prize cards there, for Kieran has actually prized a Mirage Step and 1 Curlier as well, so only has 2 Curlier to work with. And there for Yuho has prized a copy of Squawkabilly and Zapdos as well.
Yeah, it's not looking great in the prize cards. The Zapdos is essential for kind of upping the damage output of Miraidon. Not that I think it matters too much into Gardevoir, but prove me wrong, friends. Now, one of the cards that I really love in this Miraidon list specifically is the Zeraora. And not everyone respects the Zeraora, but I do. I love this single prize attacker. It is really strong into lots of different matchups. It is, and it's a free retreater, and there's so much to be said for that.
But it looks like our players are getting started here in our top 4 game at the LAIC 2024 top 4. The winner will advance to the finals. And it is Kieran who is starting us off here with an Ultra Ball.
Here we are, already 2 Psychic type energy into the discard pile. That is a great start for Gardevoir, flinging as much energy into the discard pile as humanly possible. He doesn't look too chuffed. I'm imagining he's done the prize check there and is now contemplating what's the best choice of the Ultra Ball. I imagine there's a lack of ball search in the hand otherwise.
I'm imagining Kieran works out, I've only got 2 Curlier to play with for at least for the foreseeable future. And worth noting that Kieran is playing the non-VIP version of Gardevoir. So there is no Battle VIP pass to be hunting out this turn. We'll just be looking to try and find as many Fog Crystals, Ultra Balls and Level Balls to try and get those Rolts in play.
I think what I'm learning from this whole competition is that the no battle pass variant of Gardevoir feels really high risk, high reward, right? So Kieran's got all this way. No matter what, they're going to be a top 4 finalist, right? But is it enough? Is the consistency there? Are we going to see a board that is fluid enough to stop Yuho?
as we do see Radiant Greninja using that concealed card. Oh no, I don't think there's any more ball search there. We're going to see attached to the active to pay retreat.
Oh,
and I think it might be a pass.
And Yuho plays one of the most explosive decks in the meta that gets going quickly and has a reputation for possibly being able to get those really early game attackers. So Yuho might be in a really solid position here to just ride the lightning and zap their way to victory. Of course, we're seeing the Miraidon's ability come into play, tandem unit, which feels a bit like a battle VIP, a pass in and of itself, allowing you to search your deck for up to 2 basic lightning Pokemon, put them on your bench, and then shuffle. And of course, we can combo those off one another, Miraidon into whatever you would like to fill your bench with.
Yeah, Yuho has a lot of utility right now. Can search out for that Mareep and that Raikou V. Raikou V has a really good attack, Lightning Rondo, which will be perfect in this scenario to try and take the KO. It's a little bit easier because it does require 2 energy instead of 3. So those Lightning Generators, which let you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and attach up to 2 energy you find there to your bench. Lightning Pokemon can be easily fulfilled if you want to attack with that Raikou. As we are going to see, it looks like a free retreat
lovely.
from that Mew EX into the Fleet-footed. Let's see what that card is.
Here we go.
Oh, press research.
Okay,
Wow.
not bad. And we know that, you know, we're no stranger to energy in the discard pile. So although Yuho does have a handful of energy, or almost full of energy, those being in the discard pile, not a bad thing. I think there might be one Flaffy in the discard pile already, though, which is one of the ways to clamber them back onto their benched Pokemon. We see the Zoroark benched as well. The Zoroark has Battle Claw, which is very effective against the 60 HP Rolts, but without the Zapdos, can't target the 70 HP ones.
Okay, as we do, looks like we're going to see that Professor's research there from Yuho and opting not to play anything. Didn't actually draw any electric generators. So that could give Kieran a little window to get back in this game. Looks like we are going to potentially see, yep, the Iono. Going to shuffle that hand to the bottom and reset both players' hands to 6. And I think both players will actually probably appreciate that, because it didn't seem like anyone had a particularly great start.
No, sometimes that's the drawback of Iono, is that you might help your opponent out as well, but Kieran really needs to get off the ground with this one. They need to be able to keep up with Yuho's deck, because Miraidon doesn't wait around for anyone.
Miraidon does not. Let's see what Kieran has drawn into that. I see a Level Ball, I see a Curlier, I see one Volt as well. So we do see some ways of getting those Gardevoir into play. Refinement, oh, we're going to see. Oh, now this Luminion could be interesting, because I don't know if Kieran is to know, but Yuho does play Iron Hands EX, I should say, which have no problems taking 3 prize cards if it swings into the Luminion via Ampu very much.
The Luminion's really scary to play on a bench where you aren't able to get it back into your hand or in the discard pile at this moment in time. Yuho with their lightning types are going to be able to take advantage of the weakness there if Kieran decides to bench it.
So it looks like Kieran is going to play that Level Ball to grab himself another Volt, pop it into play. He does have another Curlier as well. Does have access to that Refinement. Really good ability, letting you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2 more. Sort of the backbone of that Gardevoir deck, because you want to get as many Psychic Energies into discard as possible. So when you get the Gardevoir EX into play, you can accelerate as many as you like to your Psychic Pokemon via the ability Psychic Embrace. As we do just see a pass there from Kieran. Let's see how that Iono treated Yuho.
Looks like a slightly better hand than before. I can see it. There is at least 1 ball search. I can't quite tell what kind, but it also looks like a Path to the Peak might be in hand, which is one of Miraidon's strongest cards against the Gardevoir matchup, preventing them from using that ability on the EX. So I think placing those Path to the Peaks at the crucial moments could see Yuho into a sleek victory here.
As Yuho does activate the ability tandem unit, so can grab any basic light and put it straight onto his bench. We can see what he's eyeing up. The big, the bad, the scary Iron Hands EX. That amp you very much for 4 energy, 120 damage. If you knock out an opponent's Pokemon by damage from this attack, you take 1 extra prize card. It's actually worth noting, Miraidon's probably one of the only decks in format that can actually use Arm Press as well for 160.
Yeah, time to get those iron hands dirty and make sure that we are able to take some multi-prize knockouts on those 4 little single prizes on Kieran's bench there. Oh, going for the escape rope.
Wow.
Oh, no.
As we do see the escape rope forcing a Volt into the active from Kieran, as Yuho does promote the Zero Aura. Does have a free retreat cost, so Yuho can play the rest of his turn out and then decide what he would like to do with his active afterwards. And looks like Yuho's going to consult his discard pile. Has got a few basic energy in there. Does play 13 basic.
Ooh.
So does have quite a few to work with. Hasn't found any electric generators yet, though, which is really interesting to me.
No, not yet. And I suppose the more energy that's used up throughout the game, the slightly weaker those generators become. Okay, brilliant. Wow. A bravery charm on Iron Hands. Iron Hands, as far as I'm concerned, didn't need to get more brave, but apparently Yuho's like, no. Wow, the extra HP is huge, and the path, and then Iono for the disruption to Kieran as well. Yuho is using every trick in the book to stop God of War in its tracks.
Tell you what, that Iono didn't treat Yuho very well. I see a lot of basic energy and not a lot else. As we do see the free retreat from that Zero Aura, so we're going to see a Lightning Rondo, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play, more than enough to KO that Rolls. Now, let's see how that Iono has treated Kieran. Obviously, that Path to the Peak has turned off the Radiant Greninja's ability, so we cannot use concealed cards, at least until we see a staging replacement. And let's see what Kieran has.
Oh,
I don't see a great deal.
No, and they're not. Well, they've got refinements, but they're unable to utilize Greninja at the moment as Path to the Peak is in play, and any Pokemon with a rule box has no abilities. So unfortunately, in the essence of attempting to turn off the God of War's ability, it also procs Greninja, and unfortunately, it will not be able to conceal any cards at this moment.
As we do see Kieran play the Super Rod, shuffling in that one, rolls back into the deck. Now, Kieran does have a 1 refinement available to him as of right now. Does have another Curlier in the hand, so we'll be able to potentially evolve that and then use refinement, but might be wanting to try and keep that vault open for potential rare candy plays, maybe. And it looks like Kieran is going to maybe now use that refinement, getting rid of a Psychic Energy, draw 2 cards. I wonder what these are.
Ooh, Ultra Ball. Artisan!
Artisan, okay. So Artisan can be a staging replacement to bounce that Path to the Peak.
We like that. But is it worth putting it down now, Shay? Would you hold that until you're ready for your God of War EX?
It's interesting, especially because we're at 2 Curlier in the prize cards. That's going to make rare candy have to be, a play you have to rely on. So maybe you do replace it, if not just so you can get the Artisan usage and get another Rolts from the deck.
Yeah, timing these crucial recursion moments of the deck are going to be important. Ultra Balling away Screamtail and something else there that Kieran thought, not now. We don't need that right now. Contemplating. Oh, I was wondering if they were contemplating the Zacian then, the Zacian, but
yeah.
No, they are going for the God of War EX.
So it looks like, yeah, they've Ultra Ball for that God of War. It's going to play a Fog Crystal as well.
Ah, this might be the Zacian. There we are!
Zacian's fantastic attacker with that Storm Slash attack, 60 plus 30 for each Psychic Energy attached to the Zacian. And a Water Sword letting you end your turn and attach a Psychic Energy from your deck to any one of your Pokemon.
Zacian's one of the stronger Pokemon that doesn't need to be evolved in the deck, so it can get going a lot faster than usual. There we are, yes, replacing the Path to the Peak with Artisan and using it straight away to grab the Rolts back. They just Super Rod back into the deck. Fantastic. Very typical, but very effective God of War plays from Kieran here.
As we are going to see the last attach retreat, I should say, into the Zacian. So we're going to see some Psychic Embrace now.
Whoa, look at all that energy, Shay!
It's going to be enough for a KO. Now, the scary thing is that you've got to be careful how much damage you put on, because Miraidon has no problems in reaching these numbers to KO this Zacian, but I guess you could argue there's not a lot of energy in play on Yuho's side of the board, so maybe you can sort of run the gambit there.
I think my concern, if I'm Kieran here, is actually the Zero Aura, because Yuho can put Mew in the active for free retreat, get some energy on Zero Aura, maybe with a Flaffy, and then Battle Claw with Artisan in play could knock out the Zacian if you leave it on 2 fewer HP.
Well, the Battle Claw only does extra damage if it's an evolution Pokemon, so maybe the Max Bolt could be used. That would actually get a KO, I believe.
Mark Bolt would, yeah, but 3 energy might be a bit of a stretch. Yeah, you're quite right. I thought it was the Stadium one, but it's not. It's Evolution. So again, it will work on Curliers, but not Zacian at this time.
Tell a lie, MacBot would actually be 10 damage off taking a KO right now. We are going to see an electric generator though. The first one for Yuho.
And
we do see
hit the 2.
a double hitter. Oh no. No, I tell you what Kieran does not want to see. He does not want to see an Ampu very much here, because that would be for 3 prize cards, and that Iron Hands has that bravery charm. That means it has an effective 280 HP.
Oh my goodness. They don't have a lot of energy left to be able to have that Iron Hands ready to rumble.
Could even see a Flaffy to get involved with Dynamotor as well, if you can draw into it. We see a third attachment from Hand, so that means Arm Press will be a guaranteed KO.
Lost Vacuum.
Lost Vacuum Raider Artisan. So Arm Press at a bare minimum will be a KO, but can Yuho somehow get the 4th energy for that Ampu very much? We see a Professor's Research drawing 7 cards. Amy, will we see an electric generator?
Oh, I hope so, or maybe a Flaffy.
This one!
Oh!
This one!
And an Ultra Ball.
Oh, no, it doesn't even matter. We can just grab the Flaffy to use Dynamotor.
Oh, incredible. We could see a legendary play.
Oh, my goodness.
Here we
Let me
go.
Just make sure that there's a Flaffy in deck. I think one was prized, but does play 2.
No, one went into the discard pile.
One went in the discard pile, I should say. Is there one? Is there a Flaffy in the deck? The answer is yes.
Here we go.
No, Amy, I think we're about to see a 3 prize Ampu very much.
Oh, now that prize trade is going to start getting out of Iron Hands.
Oh wow, this is a terrifying scenario, right? A 280 HP Pokemon that is taking 1 extra prize card. We are even going to see the electric generator. We're going to see that hit. Ooh,
no,
not quite. That would have been the icing on the cake there, I feel.
That really would have, but I think it's been too little too late. I think those Iron Generators are better used when the deck is in its prime and there's much more energy to be seen, but unfortunately we're slightly late game for that. But then instead they'll go for the Dynamotor, taking an energy from their discard pile, lightning energy, and putting it onto one of your benched Pokemon, giving Iron Hands its last energy. Here we go!
And there it is, Ampu very much. Thank you very much. 3 prize cards for Yuho, going down to 2 prize cards left.
Yuho is really ironing out the details of this matchup with Iron Hands now. Honestly, taking 3 prize cards, taking them down to 2 prizes remaining. And if Kieran cannot respond to this Iron Hands with a Bravery Charm too, then I think we're going to be onto a swift game 2.
How do you respond to 280 HP once your Zacian has gone? That'd be the easiest way right now. I guess in theory you could go Screamtail plus, was it Luxurious Cape? We didn't actually play that. So we are going to see Kieran start off a turn there with a Worker, drawing 3. We do see Reversal Energy. Now, that could be one way.
That is one way to increase Gardevoir's potential, but they're going to need a lot to make this work. We need a Rare Candy to make the bench Ralts into a Gardevoir EX to be able... Is that... Oh, is that one on the bench? Oh, it's just really far away. I thought it was a discard pile. No, we're okay. So yeah, no, honestly, I think that's the only route I think that I can see.
But the problem is, even if he was just going to go for a Brainwave KO here, Yuho can just essentially tap that Gardevoir with any attack. That Zero Aura springs to mind for 1 energy would be enough to KO that. Then Yuho goes down to 1 prize. And then at any point, Yuho can just take 1 more prize and then go to and win this game and go to game 2. But it looks that's what Kieran is opting to do, Ultra Balling out for that Shredding Arcana Gardevoir. It might be the only option right now.
Ultimately, if Yuho can't respond with a second Iron Hands, which they don't play, they would have to have some sort of recursion. They do play a Super Rod, but I think we saw it earlier in the game. So I think Iron Hands can only be used once if it has an appropriate response, meaning that in theory, Kieran is relatively safe because Yuho does need to take 2 full prizes. Kieran can take 2 prizes and then a second lot of 2 prizes.
Yeah, he definitely can, but it's going to be an uphill struggle as Kieran does level ball out for a Ralt as well. Here we do see the Reversal Energy. Oh, not getting attached yet. We're going to see the Shining Arcana being used. Let you look at the top 2 cards. You can attach any energy you find there if you like. It's like Kieran's going to consult his hand first by deciding what to do. Opts not to attach that, as we are going to see it being used for a concealed cards instead.
That's a lot of energy in Kieran's discard pile now, so as long as they can find a way to utilize it in their favor and make sure that none of it kind of gets trapped on a Pokemon, then we might see a line out of this situation. I think Kieran has actually navigated this incredibly well, considering the back foot situation after an Iron Hands. This God of War might be able to handle it.
I think so. So we're going to do see that reversal energy, which is going to count as 3 psychic energy while it's attached, because Kieran is behind on prizes. We are going to see the 5 psychic energies being attached by a psychic embrace. So that'll be 100 damage there, I was about to say, yeah, off the psychic embrace. But that will be a clean 280 damage for the KO for Kieran. I'm going to go down to 2 prize cards as well. And it's going to be all tied up.
There we go. We're looking strong for Kieran again now. Yuho would have to target and take down the God of War if they wanted to take a victory this turn. But the God of War EX is no easy feat when Yuho doesn't have any energy on the board as of late.
It looks like Yuho's going to start to turn off with the Arven, iron up that Super Rod. I mean, there is a world in which this Iron Hands does get shuffled back in, found again via tandem unit, and, you know, 1 energy from hand, 1 energy from the Dynamotor Flaffy, and then 2 from Electric Generator. It is an avenue. It's an unlikely one, but it's a very explosive one and a very entertaining one at the very least.
Yeah, it definitely leads to possibilities. That Super Rod was not used up yet, which is fantastic. Gives Yuho that line. Is a lot to ask for, though, right, Shay?
Yeah, I mean, Yuho does actually play 1 copy of double turbo energy as well, so that could make it slightly easier. That would mean your Electric Generator, you would only have to hit 1 instead of 2 off that if you were to attach that for turn from your hand. But at the very least, Yuho has a very easy KO, right? He can just KO with that Zero Aura. You can use that for the KO.
Yeah,
but then that does open the door for Kieran to try and get that Zacian back, Storm Sword plus any boss's orders or boss's orders to gust up any other 2 prize and win the game. So this is actually why it might look like Yuho was off to a flying start, and he was. Kieran has navigated himself back to a very good scenario.
Yeah, honestly, they've brought this back with exceptional flair, and it's great to see these two. They absolutely deserve these spaces in the top 4. It's fantastic seeing a God of War stand up to the Miraidon player who has taken down many before them. And here it is, Shay. You're quite right there. He is the Iron Hands is back.
You guys can't see me on the stream, but I am leaning forward very much. That nest ball might go and find it immediately. It looks like Yuho might be going for it here. Are we going to see the 0 energy Iron Hands going all the way up to 4 and amp you very much? Are we going to see that?
Oh, here I think.
Oh, is he?
Oh,
he's debating it.
Come on. I know we all want to see it, but is it the smartest move?
No, it looks like might be opting to fail that nest ball. Could still hedge the bets and use the tandem unit to grab it out at a later date if Yuho chooses. Depends what else is in Yuho's hand as well. We have seen the support for the turn beat Arven, so if we don't see Electric Generator, it might not be possible. So let's see. We see a Raichu instead. That might be a safer option. That Dynamic Spark 60 for each energy you discard is very similar to the Hail Blade from Gem Power. Here we do see the Electric Generator, but it did miss.
Oh, no. So this limits Yuho dramatically on what they might be able to achieve this turn. Yeah, they don't look too pleased, unfortunately. So the Dynamotor and an attach for turn, is that our maximum?
Not even sure if there's an energy from hand. We might have to see this Dynamotor to the Zero Aura. Yep. It's going to use that as it Battle Claw. I believe the attack is 30 plus 30 if it's attacking into an evolution Pokemon, which it is.
It does KO.
It does KO, but Kieran does have an avenue to win this turn. All it was require is a KO on a Mew, or well, any of those multi-prize Pokemon. We could even just see it off the Miracle Force on the Mew EX. All we need to see is boss's orders. What's Kieran got? Has he got any way to draw cards?
That's all. We do have the Greninja. We can concealed cards. That's what we're going in for first. And
we're looking for boss's orders. Oh. Where can he? Do we see any God of War to do Shining Arcana with?
Ziono, but that's not going to be helpful because then we can't play the boss this turn.
We do have a Curlier.
Okay. We're moving. We're grooving.
The Curliers are in the discard pile, so we are going to see the refinement now. Boss's orders would be this game wrapped up.
Oh, this is so tense.
Debating what to discard. Here we go. 2 cards. Kieran,
let's
what have you got?
No.
Counter catch. No one. Yes, he is behind on prizes.
He
wow.
can do it.
Kieran!
Oh my
back
goodness.
from the jaws of defeat to clutch that game and goes 1-0 up in our Masters top 4 round here in LAIC 2024.
Even with Iron Hands attempting to make a comeback there, God of War was able to shine, and that's all they needed was that little opening. That generator miss was huge. This is going to be a close game, guys. I can feel it.
Wow, you guys can't see me. The camera isn't on me right now. I am flabbergasted as we look at this replay. Kieran was not in a good way. Yuho was immediately off to the races, applying pressure very early. The tandem unit was finding a lot of Pokemon there for Yuho. The Raikou started to swing nice and early when we saw that Ampu very much from that Iron Hands immediately putting its mark on their game. Kieran did, gets up a little bit, but the path to the peak came down, denied that Raging Greninja for Kieran. It really put him in a tough position, but full credit to him. Stabilized with the Zacian, did take a 2-price KO, kept him in the game.
It did, and unfortunately that late game generator not hitting, unlike this one, which was explosive, bringing Yuho that energy they needed to be able to make the fantastic Iron Hands play that we saw in the early game, but unfortunately they weren't able to replicate it later on. So there we go. There's the first amp. Thank you very much.
That's scary to look at with that Bravery Charm as well, but Kieran did respond. 280 damage can be hit by that Brainwave, just requires a reversal energy and 5 basic Psychics, I should say, to immediately send that Iron Hands to the discard pile. Yuho opted, debated whether to try and get it back, went for the Raichu instead, and that might have been the deciding electric generator there, unfortunately, as Yuho was stuck there. We did see that Battle Claw from the Zero Aura coming in, cleaning it up, and that was all sure. As we look at prize cards, Kieran has prized the Mirage Step again, 1 Ralts and 1 Luminion. And over for Yuho has prized 2 Miraidon EX and 2 Generators and a Mareep. Wow.
Those are kind of scary prize cards, Share. I wouldn't want to be in that position. That leaves Yuho with just 1 Miraidon, and Miraidon, as we said in game 1, very much acts as if it's that Battle VIP pass. Now, thankfully, Yuho has started and they were able to nest ball so they can get their 1 Miraidon out early if they choose. And it also looks like they're eyeing up that Squawkabilly, which they weren't able to play in game 1.
No, you're right. That Squawkabilly could be interesting. Screamtail has no real issue reaching that 160 number, so you will have to be cognizant of that. But bear in mind, viewers, in case you join us now, you join us in our game 2 of our Masters top 4 here at LAIC 2024. The winner of this game will be in the final, finds himself at a minimum $15,000 prize, and if they win the final, they have $25,000 and an auto invitation to our World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
That's just incredible. Could you imagine the feeling? Because I can't. I think I'd just have a big cry.
I'd be absolutely ecstatic. I'd feel electrified, as it were.
I like it. I like it. Oh, going for the early Iron Hands this time. What are we feeling about that, Shay?
I mean, it makes sense. If you haven't got mini Miraidon, you might just want to try and get that, start applying pressure with the Ampu very much as soon as possible. In a world where if Iron Hands can swing twice in a game, that seems very hard for Kieran to, come back from. So I don't mind it. Start trying to get that energy on as soon as possible. As it looks like we see an Ultra Ball from Yuho to find that Squawkabilly EX.
Okie dokie, let's see if Squawkabilly is going down. Let's see if they can help us out this time and give Yuho a slightly better hand for the start of the game.
So it looks like we're going to see that Squawk and Seize, that you discard your hand and draw 6 card only on your first turn. We see a Raikou, we see Electric Generator, we see some basic energy as well. Let's see what Yuho opts to do. Attaches to that Iron Hands, and we might be seeing that Electric Generator as well. Here we go, look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Attach any energy you find up to 2. We get 1.
Ooh, that's still better than nothing. We'll take 1.
Okay, we can't argue with that. I think if I was a Miraidon player, which I'm not, by the way, but if I was, and you get 1 Electric Generator hit and it gets 1 energy, I think I would be okay with that.
Yeah, Squawk about a disappointment, though. That hand wasn't exactly what we wanted off the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, Squawkabilly not coming in super. Does it have a... I guess we could see a retreat from that Zero Aura into a fleet-footed next turn, as it is over to Kieran, currently 1-0 up here. If he wins this game, we'll get himself in a place in the finals. And if you are going to try his best to stop that from happening and forced a game free. Looks like Kieran has led that Cresselia. Not a card you would imagine to use too much in this matchup, as he does open up the turn with a level ball.
Yeah, Kieran's hand looks okay, actually. We definitely have one roll, so going for another off the level ball by the looks of it. Just having a flick through to assess the prize cards once again. Doesn't look like anything too dangerous is in there this time, so probably a much nicer sight. And considering they managed to win game one with the slightly not so favorable prizes, actually this one might go pretty smooth.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Kieran, you're thinking, wow, I was staring back from that Iron Hands, 280 HP, and I had 2 Curlier prize, and I managed to still navigate to victory. You have to be feeling pretty emboldened at that point, and I think the prize cards haven't been that bad for Kieran, at least in this game. So let's see what he can do. One thing that would worry me if I was Kieran, though, is looking at that Iron Hands that already has 2 energy on. That is just 1 energy from the active, one energy from the hand, I should say, and then a dynamo or electric generator. And you'll be staring down a turn 2 amp you very much. As Kieran does have an Ultra Ball, let's see what this targets as well.
I'm wondering whether Kieran once again brings that Zacian V into play slightly early, as Yuho has committed the energy now to Iron Hands, and Iron Hands wouldn't be able to one-hit KO the Zacian for that extra prize card. So maybe they might hedge their bets on saying, hey, I'm going to put something really big in the active for now. I know I can get rid of that later with this Professor Tsuro scenario.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a line into being a bit braver into this Iron Hands scenario.
And we do see an Iona being played there from Kieran. Going to give both players a fresh hand of 6. Yuho's probably having a sigh of relief there. Does have another level board to get another ults potentially. Does have that Zacian as well. As we do see a concealed card. Discard an energy, draw 2. Let's see what those 2 are. Ultra Ball and Psychic Energy. Very good hand there, I feel.
This is a really nice hand. And going back in with another level ball. I mean, this is pretty ideal. This is a lovely setup for Gardevoir. Absolutely what we want on the board, especially when against a fearsome opponent such as Yuho.
Yeah, and a fearsome opponent has a fearsome card, that Iron Hands. It is very possible that Iron Hands comes swinging out turn 2. And if that is the case, Kieran will have to immediately deal with it, because you can't let that Iron Hand swing twice. That's 4 prize cards, and the game could get out of hand very quick. So let's see what Kieran can manufacture here.
It looks like they've got a pretty strong hand going on.
And you do see a pass over to Yuho. Does have an energy in hand, a path to the peak, a Professor's Research, and a Boss's Order. So we're probably going to have to see that Bravery Charm onto the Iron Hands. You're debating it. Seeing how many energy are in the discard pile. There's something that you do when you play against Gardevoir. How many Psychics do you have in the discard pile? How likely is it for you to have that massive explosion? Path to the peak comes down, Amy, and a Professor's Research.
Here we go. We might have it now. They already have the Maripon bench. Flaffy would help us get that energy that just hit the discard pile back onto Iron Hands as 1 for attach for turn, but we can't see the Flaffy.
No, I don't see a Flaffy. I don't see a way of grabbing that Flaffy. I don't see anything. All I can see is basic energy. We are going to see a retreat, maybe into that Raikou, but you can't use fleet-footed.
No, that's what I was thinking, because of their own path to the peak, sadly.
So you might see a Bravery Charm onto the Squawkabilly. I like that, giving that extra HP, as we see an escape rope into the Iron Hands. We could still see... Do we see a manual attachment for an arm press? I believe we do. Arm press.
There we go. Arm press for a knockout. We take those. 160 damage for 3 energy isn't half shabby, especially when it's a water type.
Especially when it's a water type and your attacker has 280 HP, and next turn you can most likely get an amp you very much. Especially since Kieran is path to the peak locked currently. We do see a Curlier evolve, and then we're going to see a Refinement discarding an energy to draw 2 cards. We see a Reversal Energy. We know how pivotal that can be at trying to respond.
When you're behind, it is one of the best catch-up mechanics currently in the Pokemon trading card game. If you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, and if this card is attached to an evolution Pokemon that does not have a rule box, it counts as 3 of any energy type.
Fantastic card, and we did see it. It's very good if you are behind us when it activates, as we saw the counter catcher in game 1 as well. Just, you know, a testament to how good of a combat deck Gardevoir is. It expects to go back, and then we'll expect to sort of catch back up via counter catcher and reversal energy. As Kieran does Ultra Ball to find another Curlier, and we are probably going to see another Refinement as well.
And I think that's Zacian always hitting the discard pile. They're going, no, you know what, I don't need this right now. Actually, my board's really solid. I think we're okay. Going in for another Curlier, continuing to refine the deck to absolute perfection. 2 more cards. They've got more dig into that deck. They can keep going.
So we do see the Lost Vacuum. This might not be the turn to play it since you're not going to have much use of, well, I mean, you haven't got use of any Gardevoir EX, so we're not going to see any Psychic Embrace, so this might not be the turn to play it, maybe.
I don't know. I'm wondering whether it's worth targeting the Mareep early on with one singular Mareep and the current Cresselia in the active. There is potential that they could Moonglow reverse it, but they've chosen not to. They're going to move back over to Yuho.
Yeah, I don't think they had access to the Gardevoir EX, so might not have been an option. Over to Yuho, though. Does have an electric generator, could have done without a turn before, as we are going to see a double hit there. That's 2 energies to play with, Amy.
Oh, that is lovely. And oh, they're both going on the Miraidon. Nice. Yeah, that's a very, very great choice. Miraidon can hit some really consistent damage, but even that energy could be used later for a Raichu.
Yeah, that's what you just want to get energy in play, so you can just try and amp you very much and then end the game via a Raichu Dynamic Spark. And Yuho stars that energy from hands. That's 4 energy on the Iron Hands. That means Ampy very much now is live. And we see a Professor's Research as well. But worth noting, a Raichu has hit the discard pile. That is his only copy. So Raichu will not be a factor until it gets super rodded, I should say, back in play.
I think there might even be the Super Rod in the hand already. But it's probably not the time to play that yet. Raichu is our late game attacker unless you start with it. Fast Charge is a really cool attack, actually. If you go first, you can still use the attack to accelerate some energy.
But it looks like, yeah, we do see the Super Rod in hand, but we're going to maybe debating playing that Ultra Ball to find a Flaffy. I don't mind that, starting getting those energy from the discard pile back into play. Just depends if Yuho has cards he doesn't mind discarding. And it looks like we're going to see the Ultra Ball being played, getting rid of 1 copy of Basic Lightning and another Ultra Ball.
Ultra Balling the Ultra Ball, always a fun move. But of course, we see the Dynamo to Flaffy, and we have a few cards in the deck which we didn't have last game, such as Zapdos, which might come in helpful for altering damage.
Yeah, that Zapdos makes it so your basic lightning Pokemon do an extra 10 damage to that active. Doesn't seem super relevant now, but you never know. Having that option is never a bad thing.
I mean, it does affect Iron Hands as well, which is interesting to know.
Ooh, now that is a strong escape rope. Forcing a Curlier into the active as Yuho promotes the Zeraora to free retreat. So that means it's Ampy very much. It's not only going to take 2 prize cards, but it's also going to take away a Curlier from Kieran.
Oh, that was a rather handy escape rope, but now we're going to see a poor Curlier be taken down by another Iron Hands.
And Kieran has to respond on this Iron Hands this turn. I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about this, because if this Iron Hand swings again for another 2 prize cards, Yuho will be down to 1, and then that Miraidon EX on the bench will have no problems KOing something, I'm sure, or that Raichu could come out as well. As Kieran does start to turn off with a Fog Crystal, searching for a basic Psychic Energy and looking to discard it via the Refinement. 1, 2. Let's see what those cards are. Ooh, I'm not seeing a Gardevoir EX yet or a way to find it.
No, not currently. I think that's the biggest stick in the mud right now for Kieran, is not being able to actually find that Gardevoir EX, but there is still plenty of opportunity. We've got 1 more Curlier and an Artisan. Nice. Okay, yeah, thin the deck a little bit. Never a bad thing, especially when you're trying to draw into something specific. Kieran's deck is still pretty big right now, so we're not going to be able to guarantee it unless we get an item such as an Ultra Ball. I can't really see what's going on in their hand right now, but we're going for the next Refinement, and here we go.
Let's see what those 2 cards are there. Need to be really impactful. Oh, Psychic Energy and an Avery. Avery's actually not too bad. Now, it will force Yuho to discard down to 3 bench Pokemon. We are going to see the Shining Arcana being played first. Oh, looks like he dropped his hand there. He's going to see that Shining Arcana. Does get, I couldn't quite see what it was, but I imagine it wasn't a way to get a Gardevoir EX, because probably would have played it. So we might have to see that Avery trying to bail him out. But the thing is about that Avery, while it might look unstrong to force Yuho to discard Pokemon, he might just discard, you know, the Squawkabilly, which should be easy prizes for Kieran's sake at a later date, as we do see the Avery being played and Squawkabilly and Raikou getting discarded.
I think that's a really solid play. I think those are the right decisions from Yuho right now.
Kieran still hasn't found a way to get the Gardevoir EX. Not even off the Avery draws as well.
Well, there's nothing off the Avery draw. Oh my gosh, no.
Where's the Gardevoir EX? Where's that Psychic Embrace?
Oh my gosh.
Not embracing Kieran, at least right now, for lack of a better term. We do still see the reversal energy at least, and you know, currently the Gardevoir in the active, if it was to attack with a reversal, is outside range of Ampu very much, but it isn't outside of range of the arm press.
No. That's the thing, Iron Hands in and of itself is a strong attacker regardless if you're able to use the Ampu very much for its full effect.
As we do see a level ball coming down to grab another Ralts. But yeah, what is Kieran going to do? It might have to be the attach the reversal energy and swing for the, was it 150 it will do then? Just cross your fingers that Yuho doesn't have a boss and a way to, you know, immediately take another 2 prize cards.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dicey here. Could be onto a 1-1 situation pretty soon unless Kieran is able to turn the tables of this game.
Does have a counter catcher ops not to play it, so we are just going to see the brainwave for 150, and it is going to be over to Yuho. What can Yuho manufacture here? We see a path to the peak, that would be back-breaking, and we do see Iono as well, as Yuho just consults the discard pile, just seeing what he can manufacture here.
If Yuho's able to get a path to the peak down again and then take any sort of KO, that would be the best play possible here, I would assume. However, it would be nice to be able to get the Ampu very much on one of the benched Pokemon rather than having to arm press the active Gardevoir.
I mean, that would be the dreamer scenario, but even taking 1 prize card here would be nice, as Yuho does Super Rod into basic Lightning Energy and that Raichu, which then is going to get immediately found via the Miraidon EX's tandem unit ability, as Yuho is going to start trying to work towards the late game where that Raichu can just announce Dynamic Spark and KO whatever's in the active as long as enough Psychic Lightning Energy get discarded. Here we see Electric Generator aiming for 1.
But Raichu's back and Raichu's on the board now. I don't think 1 is necessarily awful, especially with the amount of energy that Yuho already has in play. And looking at their prize map right now, Kieran isn't leaving Yuho any multi-prizes.
Yeah.
So Yuho either has to amp you very much +1.
Yep.
Or take 3 single prize knockouts right now, unless Kieran does make a Gardevoir EX, in which case Yuho has a little bit more flexibility on their prize journey. But they're having to probably think about different ways.
Has the boss in hand. Sorry there, Amy. So we are going to see another Ampu very much.
Oh my goodness gracious me. That is absolutely bonkers.
And this is where the Raichu is now a very scary target, because even if this Iron Hands does get KO'd, Yuho already has at minimum, if you get Dynamotor onto that Raichu, 1, 2, 3, 4 energy.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of damage. The Dynamic Spark will be able to close this game out. What can Kieran do to stem the bleeding?
I'm not sure there's much left. I feel like Yuho has this essentially all wrapped up. They're just going to need to Iron Hands out the final details of this match, and that is going to be it, I think.
So it looks like Kieran does promote the Scream Tail. Does have another copy of Reversal Energy in his hand. So, you know, in theory, could take the KO here with the Brainwave Gardevoir, not present a 2 prize Pokemon, but
Yuho only has
only has 1 prize card left, I should say. So I think he's just going to be trying to get a Gardevoir EX in the active and hope and pray.
I don't think you're wrong, but then Raichu's going to do everything in its power to be able to get enough energy on the board to take the KO regardless. Oh, okay. Oh, we're doing the Scream Tail thing, possibly. It might be a clever Scream Tail play here.
I think
disrupting because Fluffy has 2 retreat cost, putting Yuho down to 1 card in hand via the Iono. Kieran still gets a fresh 6. And we might be able to do a Scream Tail turn here. And target the bench. Do they still not have the EX?
Still no Gardevoir EX.
Oh my goodness, but they've still done a great job of slowing Yuho down. They've still got the Shining Arcana. Let's see if we get lucky.
Yeah,
Yay!
there we go. Off the Shining Arcana.
There we
Let's
go. The rare candy, and it does look like we are open to a Scream Tail attack, and the Scream Tail can target the benched Pokemon.
I really like this play, actually. There is no mana fee, so Kieran can attach these energies to Screamtail. There's 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So each energy attached via Psychic Embrace is an effective 40 damage for Kieran to play with. Now you can sort of KO any Pokemon you like, maybe going after that Iron Hands and saying, if you can't retreat this Flaffy, I can just keep on swinging.
Yeah, it's risky, don't get me wrong, leaving the Screamtail in the active damage. However, I feel like if Yuho has the answer, if they have that energy in hand, if they have the switch, if the Iono to 1 wasn't as effective as Kieran's hoping it's going to be, then what are you going to do at the end of the day?
That's what all you can do is just play to your outs in these scenarios, right? You have to try and identify your lines, as Kieran does take 2 prize cards. Can Yuho move this Flaffy? He is dynamotoring to the bench, Miraidon. And does have a basic energy in hand as we go to a game 3.
All over. Miraidon would be able to take the KO right there. Oh my goodness gracious. That was so one-sided in that game. But the game before, God of War just took the lead so heavily. It really goes to show that these are really evenly matched players at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally it's a matchup where I think Miraidon might be slightly favoured, but Kieran was able to come back, and maybe the matchup went more traditionally there in that game too, as Yuho did go off to the races straight away. Even with 2 prize, Miraidon EX was able to tandem unit out some Pokemon and get that Iron Hand swing in very early. The electric generators, you know, some of them missed, some of them hit 1. Can't really argue with that law of averages. The path to the peak did come up, but, you know, Kieran wasn't able to find the Gardevoir EX for very late anyway.
It took a really long time. I could honestly write you a book as to all the skillful ways that they attempted to handle the matchup, but Yuho ended up having the speed of lightning on their side.
Write you a book, that's fantastic, I must say. That is a good one. As we do see those electric generators, as we did see the double hit there, and all of a sudden, you know, we see all this energy around, you know, Raichu was going to be a threat. The Ampy very much swinging, and it really just puts you on a clock if you are a 1-prize, predominantly attacking deck, and just really accelerating Yuho's win condition. And unfortunately, because Kieran wasn't able to immediately respond, that Iron Hands could swing again.
Yeah, and bringing that Raichu back to threaten the large attack as well, being able to say, right, okay, look at all the energy I've got on board. I can keep it relatively secure because of my Mareep and Flaffies, but it still wasn't quite enough. And the Screamtail play was fantastic. I really enjoyed that moment, but unfortunately, Yuho did have the energy in hand, even though they were disrupted down to 1.
Yeah, and had a lot of energy in play already via attached to the Miraidon and being attached by the Dynamotor, but did get Iono'd back. So that means now it's all down to a game 3. The winner of this game will find themselves in the finals of LAIC 2024 and the chance to win $25,000 and an auto invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Oh my goodness, they'll be ready to say Alola when they hit the ground. And let's have a look at these prize cards, Shay.
Looking not too impactful. I think having the 2 copies of Bravery Charm there for Yuho could be quite bad, considering he only plays 2 copies. Kieran did prize 1 Curlier and 1 Volt. But here we go, game 3, win or go home. Kieran starting us off, winning in action.
Oh, here we go. We love a good winning in, and it's a winning in for the ages because it's into the finals with our winner. We love going into a game 3 on these. I always think it's really tense. And these players have played these decks to the best of their ability. And although they must be incredibly tired, they're still showing us that they are masters of their art.
Yeah, both players fantastic. And it looks like Kieran has started off, has led 1 copy of Volts in the active, has benched 1, and is now playing a Fog Crystal and just consulting the deck, trying to work out what is being prized. There is no 2 Curlier in the prizes this game, Kieran, so, you know, can't get much worse than that.
No, indeed, unfortunately. It's not a super strong start yet, but we don't know what might happen next. We know that there's been a slow start on Kieran's board before, and so, you know, 3 Volts. I don't think anyone's mad at that.
No, 3 Volts. That's can't argue with that. No. But let's not forget, Yuho's deck is capable of attacking turn 1, going second. Electric Generator can flood the board with energy as Yuho does start to turn off with a Nest Ball. And you know what that means, Amy? Nest Ball becomes Miraidon EX, which then becomes any 2 basic lightning Pokemon of your choice.
Yeah, Miraidon EX's ability tandem unit lets you take any 2 basic lightning Pokemon, put them on your bench. It works just like a Battle VIP pass, so there's no need to include them in the deck, right? You save a lot of space in Miraidon just by going, I've got my built-in ball search, it's fine.
Yeah, I think that's one reason why Miraidon EX continues to see success at the highest tier of competitive play, because it's one of the best abilities in the game, all things considered, right? How one Nest Ball can just do this, look, bang, and there's your whole setup there and then. Yuho's watching Kieran say, look, you need to lead some Pokemon and have a Fog Crystal. I actually did 1 Nest Ball, and I'm pretty much set up and good to go now.
Yeah, exactly. And following the formula from the last game, Miraidon, Rayao, Mareep, Iron Hands, like this is feeling like a very familiar board. The gang, getting the gang back together as such.
Getting the gang back together, trying their best to get Yuho into this final of our first international of the 2024 season. Yuho is and has actually led that Zero Auras, which has a free retreat cost, by the way. So Yuho can sort of try and get energy attached via electric generators. As we see an Iono being played and a bench Squawker Billy as well. So Yuho has plenty of dig Amy to try and find some electric generators and get an attack off this turn.
Oh my goodness, they're really going for it. This is the speed of lightning that we see through Miraidon. Absolutely going for it. Think about how many cards they've seen this turn. It is phenomenal.
Here we do see electric generator. If this hits 1 energy, but it's hit 2.
Oh!
Actually had 3. Can only take 2 though. Oh my goodness. Yuho might be going for a turn 1 amp you very much. At the very least, we will see an arm press as there isn't energy to be attached from hand, but does still have the Squawk and Seize as well. As we see an Ultra Ball being played, Yuho is going for it here in this game 3.
I gotta say, Miraidon is one of those decks that really does show how ferocious it is and how much it can pop off when given the right tools. When those generators hit, they hit hard.
So if Yuho can Squawk and Seize into either his 1 copy of Double Turbo Energy or an electric generator to hit 1 more, we could see a turn 1 amp you very much. Here we go.
That's what we're squawking about. Let's have a look.
I don't think I saw a generator order DTE. Oh, no, wait. Oh, that's a boss's order. No, that's a boss's orders. Oh, okay. Let's compose ourselves now. We're not quite going to see the turn 1 amp very much, but we will see a turn 1 arm press.
And it's still really scary having that Iron Hands EX in the active with Kieran. We know Gardevoir takes a little while to get going. I don't think they're going to be able to respond to this Iron Hands right away. And we, of course, seeing the Mirage Step earlier, Kieran's deciding to take a step back and take a literal Mirage Step onto the bench, allowing them to set up properly and leave Yuho to play their own game for a minute.
Yeah, so let's just compose ourselves now. We've got dangerously close to that turn 1 amp you very much, but like you said, Kieran now just going to slow that tempo down, go for the Mirage Step. Perfectly fine, valid play, right?
Absolutely.
If your opponent can't take 2 prize cards on a traditionally 1 prize Pokemon. So it looks like we are going to see a second energy attached to the active.
We might see a retreat, I believe. Oh no, its retreat cost is 1, so yes, it's the other Curlier that has the retreat cost of 2.
Maybe the reasoning Kieran's thinking, right, well, chances of this Curlier surviving are pretty low, so how about if you KO it, I'll get 2 energies in the discard pile.
That is very true.
So I can try and immediately have more to work with next turn if I do get my Gardevoir EX
looks
into
like
play.
we're going for the Mirage Step there, searching for the Curlier to put on the bench and start getting a bit more consistency, a little bit more flow, and then hopefully next turn an answer to this Iron Hands.
And yeah, all Yuho does need is 1 copy of Basic Lightning, or DTG will actually get there as well to start swinging with that Ampu very much. Yuho had a lot of cards in his hand before. Let's see what Yuho can do. We already see the Basic Lightning energy already. We see Professor's Research. We see Switch Card. We see all manner of options. And that is what you want to see in a Game 3 scenario, win and in.
Here we go. That Iron Hands is all ready now.
Yeah, we are going to see the Ultra Ball. I imagine this might target to Flaffy, so you get the Dynamo to online. And this is where the Miraidon deck starts to get terrifying, because you're going to be pummeled in the active by this Iron Hands, which is taking multiple prize cards. And that Flaffy is going to start powering up benched Pokemon, Miraidon, Raikou, even Zero Aura is used for in this matchup. And Yuho can have his way and pick any one of them and say, right, I want to use this turn, and let's go and do it.
Yeah, Flaffy here loves to share the electricity between the benched Pokemon from the discard pile, allowing you to attach one lightning energy from your discard pile to the bench once per turn per Flaffy. So in some matchups, the Miraidon likes to get 2 Flaffy, but in this instance, 1 is proving plenty.
As we do see Yuho playing the Iono there, giving Yuho a hand of 5 and Kieran a fresh hand of 6. Let's see what Yuho has drawn. I see some lightning energy, a switch card, a Miraidon, and a researcher. Not a great deal that can be done there off that hand. So I think we're just going to see, a Dynamotor first. That's very good.
Yeah.
And then an Ampu very much for 2 prize cards.
And that's when you know the pros, because they take their time, make sure their abilities have been used, and don't get overexcited like I surely would when I get to say, amp you very much.
Amp you very much for 2 prize cards. Yuho, 3 prize cards left to take. Kieran needs to respond, otherwise this game could get out of hand. Going to start the turn off with a refinement. Discards a basic psychic energy to draw 2. We do see a counter catcher, but you kind of have to deal with what's in the active.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is going to keep running away with this, and they're going to kind of Iron Hands out the win at this point, unless Kieran is able to do something about it. Now, it doesn't have that Bravery Charm attached this time, because we know they're both in the prize cards. Kieran doesn't know that, but I'm sure they're counting their blessings that there's just not one attached yet.
I think we just saw a Showing Arcana hit there and found the reversal of 2 fantastic cards in this scenario. This will allow you to start swinging with the Iron, start swinging into the Iron Hands, I should say, as Kieran does have the Gardevoir EX in hand. Trying to see how many Psychic Energies in the discard pile. I think it might be 3.
Yeah, so for anyone at home, Gardevoir will be doing 150 damage with 1 reversal, 180 then with the 1 extra that is already attached. And so it's not a very large leap to get to the Iron Hands KO this turn. There we go, we see it. So we only have to get up to 230.
Yes.
Screamtail hits the bench as well.
We know how useful that Screamtail can be. And we are going to see another Iono fired off from Kira. I'm going to give himself a fresh hand of 6. And Yuho a hand of 3. And won't be able to draw into those cards that were previously in your hand because they get put to the bottom. Let's see what Kieran can manufacture.
Yeah, we need to see some dramatic movement from Kieran's board at this stage in order to assist them. But at least they'll be able to deal with the Iron Hands that's in play probably this turn. Unlike last time, there is still a chance to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, the door is still definitely open. Can at least respond to this Iron Hands right now. Gardevoir EX has shown up at least at a decent time. But look at Yuho, does have the Flaffy developed, does have the Zeraora, does have a Raikou, does have plenty of avenues to get back in this game. But Kieran will be getting on the board.
Yeah, there we go. There's the extra 2 energy needed, 40 damage on Gardevoir, and time for some big brain moves with Brainwave by the looks of it to take out this Iron Hands EX to take Kieran's first prize cards. They're just double checking the mathematics there, checking for the Bravery Charm. Always a good move. I have made that mistake myself where I've forgotten about my opponent's Bravery Charm, so I like to see that Kieran is very versed in double checking as well and takes their first couple of prize cards to see if they can swing this back around.
Oh, and it is over to Yuho. Can promote that Zeraora. Does have a free retreat cost. So nice, by the way. As we do see Yuho dynamotoring to that Raikou V on the bench. That hand, does have a boss's orders, actually, and a lost vacuum. But I think you probably just want to swing into this Gardevoir just to stop any shenanigans, high damage. We are going to see Tandem Unit getting activated, allowing Yuho to grab any basic lightning type and pop it straight onto the bench.
Again, keeping a really strong bench presence for the Miraidon deck is incredibly important. Making sure that you have plenty of Pokemon to spread the discard pile energy across, so that your opponent isn't able to kind of boss's orders or counter catch or something forward and then take out all of your energy in one go because you put it all on one Pokemon. The nice thing about clever Miraidon players is that they're able to assess which Pokemon to put the energy on that's going to be sustainable for late game for a possible Raichu.
And that's the beauty of the deck, has so many options. And when you get the Dynamotor available, or the electric generators, you can power them up, you know, rather fast. As we do see Yuho go for electric generator. Let's see if we get a hit. 3. Oh, and 2 again! Yuho! Someone needs to check the power grid right now because Yuho is absolutely electrifying.
Oh, you love to see it, but again, they need to wait and see exactly where they're going to attach those energies. It's incredibly important for Miraidon players to know exactly where those energies need to lie for every step of the game. They need to be 2 steps forward.
And having these energies in play, while it is nice having them on the Miraidon, what this also does is make Raichu a threat at any time, because you can bench a Raichu, attach to the Raichu, Dynamotor, and you can discard all these energies for Dynamic Spark to close this game out. Yuho is in a fantastic position, has the Raikou ready to go with that Lightning Rondo. And yeah, what a fantastic game 3 this is so far.
Honestly, I'm super happy to have these guys showing off really what the Pokemon TCG is all about in our top 4, showing the expertise it takes to get to this level. And there we go. We see the knockout on the Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. And what is Kieran going to promote?
And here is the scary thing now for Kieran. Yuho has 2 prize cards left, has a 2 prize Pokemon in play. And Yuho can just accelerate a lot of energy, Raichu, boss's orders, and that will wrap that game up. Let's see what Kieran can do. So starts on the turn by promoting a Scream Tail, and I don't think I see a whole lot going on, actually. Hasn't got any draw power on board outside of concealed cards.
I think maybe we might be seeing the similar Scream Tail strategy from before, maybe attempting to get the Flaffy into the active spot somehow. I'm not sure. I mean, no, okay. I'm trying to think of a line they can kind of take some big KO here. I was thinking maybe the Gardevoir EX can actually KO the Squawkabilly, and that'll be for 2 prize cards, but then leaving the Gardevoir EX in the active spot with a bit of damage on, even a sprinkling of damage could be dangerous because Raichu can pop out of nowhere. So I'm feeling like that's too dangerous, because Squawkabilly only has 160 HP and Gardevoir hits for 190. So it is a valid attacker into a Miraidon deck when they still have the liability, which is Squawkabilly on the bench.
I mean, it is. You could also try and use a Scream Tail to try and carry that Squawkabilly if strictly necessary. The problem with attacking with the Gardevoir EX, as we do see Kieran play Professor Research here, is that Raichu would just need to get benched, have a manual attachment, and then a Dynamotor, and you would actually be able to hit that magic number, Dynamic Spark, and win the game right there. So here we do see a concealed cards there for Kieran off the back of the Professor's Research. Let's see what he can do. We find a Boss's Orders and a Rare Candy. Rare Candy might be helpful for trying to get a Brainwave into play.
Let's see if we can put the puzzle pieces together. I like that there is the Squawkabilly there. It kind of gives me hope that Kieran might be able to see a clever play into getting a big KO this turn, because I think realistically for their prize journey, they've got to be taking 2 prize cards now, 2 prize cards next turn, and they must give Yuho a single prizer in exchange.
Yeah, so going by that logic, we would love to see a Brainwave, Gardevoir, or a Scream Tail. Both could get the job done, but the problem is with the Scream Tail, at least as of now, it cannot remove energy from play, because it can't KO the Raikou, it can't carry the Miraidon, it can carry the Zeraora, the Flaffy, or the Squawkabilly, but that would not be removing any energy from play.
No, but then if Yuho can't respond by moving the Scream Tail out of the active spot, then they'd only take 1 prize card, regardless of Scream Tail being on incredibly low HP. So I suppose if they took it out with Zeraora, then it leaves Kieran in the same sticky situation of needing to force a double prize Pokemon into the active again.
So it does look like we are going to see that Scream Tail into the Squawkabilly as Kieran goes down to 2 prize cards. Can Yuho close this game out? It is a possibility. It will most likely require a Raichu and a combination of Boss's Orders. Yuho is going to use that Miraidon tandem unit. Are we going to see the Raichu? Ooh, we're going to see. No, going. Oh, here we go, Amy.
Lovely. Giving themselves every opportunity to get these Dynamic Spark off. Dynamic Spark will be increased by...
Oh, we see the Boss Orders. I think this is it. That is it. That's 6 energy Boss Orders onto the Gardevoir EX. Dynamic Spark closes out this game. And Yuho finds himself in the finals of the Latin America Championships International 2024.
Yuho is Raichu chewing into victory station as they head towards the finals. They must feel absolutely ecstatic. That was such a close call. Look at all their friends, oh my goodness. Oh, they must be absolutely ecstatic. Well done, Yuho. We are so proud of you and excited to have you in our finals.
Yeah, massive congratulations there for Yuho. Hold your hands up high, my friend. You played that spectacularly, putting on a masterclass there of the Miraidon EX deck. And maximum commiserations there to Kieran. Played exceptionally well, but when you have the Iron Hands knocking on your door as early as turn 2, it can be really hard for these lower HP decks to respond.
Indeed, and unfortunately we just didn't see the Gardevoir EX early enough in that first game where it all went wrong. So there we go. See you. Oh, look at them. They must be absolutely exhausted. They've both done spectacularly, and you can only see this kind of high-level play at these events, my friends.
Did you see Yuho there giving it the old little Iron Hands? I saw
Yeah.
that. Yes, there we go, baby. Iron Hands, left, right, and center. Yuho, congratulations, my friend. You've done extremely well. And now you have a spot. You find yourself in a place in the final to win a potential prize of $25,000. What a top 4 game that was.
Absolutely spectacular. I hope you guys all enjoyed it at home. Make sure you show your friends and family just what Iron Hands has in store for us now.
Iron Hands believer. And you know what? Speaking of believers, you know what? I was a Gardevoir believer. I made that very clear. I put myself out there. I confidently said the Gardevoir EX will win. Unfortunately, I was wrong. So, yeah, I came close. 3 in top 8, 1 in top 4. Whoops-a-daisy, hold my hands up. I was wrong. Holding my hands up, funnily enough, because Iron Hands closed the door on my prediction via Yuho. Congratulations.
Iron Hands took that dream away from you.
It did. I came close. You know, I felt emboldened off my prediction in Lille, saying that Mew VMAX with an Avery would win, and it did.
It did.
And I thought 3 Gardevoirs in top 8. I thought I could be 2 for 2, but Yuho said, not today, not today. Miraidon is going to have its chance to shine.
Yeah, Yuho decided that they were going to Iron Hands that to victory and say goodbye to your Gardevoir dreams, among others, sadly.
Yeah, but let's just think about for a second what this final is going to look like. Miraidon Iron Hands versus Entei Iron Valiant. Damage counters being thrown everywhere, extra prize cards being taken everywhere, Yoga Loop stealing turns. Oh my goodness gracious, that is going to be such an explosive final. And I am very excited to get it started. Do you know what else I'm excited for though, Amy? I believe Yuho is ready for our interview. So let's hear from him how he feels to be in the finals of the Latin International Championships 2024.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Yuho. Congratulations once again. Now, people have been talking about your run so far. Have you destroyed every Gardevoir you've played? Has Kieran been the hardest Gardevoir you've played against yet?
Probably has been, yeah. I don't think I've dropped another game without pricking. Like, he's the only one I've lost, like, actually lost.
Okay, so quite the run with Gardevoir being the most popular deck in the room. Now, tell us a little bit about your journey here, all the way from Finland. What tournaments have you been playing this season so far? How have you been doing here at previous internationals? Is this your best finish yet?
I've played only Lille this far on Myers, and I played some locals, and Lille was like, I didn't have a good deck for Lille, so I played Arceus, and I nearly made day 2, but otherwise I've like done quite badly in after the Worlds. And then my best IC finish has been top 32 with on Frankfurt. And like they've been decent runs, but not like the best of the best runs. This one has been like the absolute best I've ever done anywhere. Like I've like nearly ever, like I don't think I've missed relevant
generators once. Like, there's one game I lost because I missed generators too much, but otherwise I've hit everyone, every single one of them. So that's been really good for me, and that's why I've like so far good this far.
That's amazing. We all know that Miraidon lives and dies by the electric generators, and now you know you're up against Aaron Valiant. What do you do against Aaron Valiant? Are you ready for that? Have you played against that before? What do you expect for this final match?
Well, I played round 1 today against Aaron Valiant, and I lost. And my feeling about that matchup was like I have to ear no path and hope they break. So I'll do that and hope for the best.
All right. I mean, path always a good strategy. And now tell me, last question. How do you prep right now? Are you going to pull an all-nighter, try to figure out the matchup? Or are we going to go back to bed, snooze it out, and wake up ready for the final and refreshed?
Well, I'll try to sleep as my best, but my hotel doesn't have an air conditioning, so that might be pretty hard.
Wow, yeah, with this heat, that definitely doesn't sound ideal, but thank you so much and congratulations once again. Let's get back to the casters as we close this day out. Back to you.
Okay, so here we are after hearing from Yuho. There hasn't missed any generators, he says, for the most part. And well, if that continues in the final, then it's going to be very hard to win, right?
It's going to be an electrifying final if that's the case.
Ooh, electrifying. So let's have a look at our bracket and let's see how this top cut panned out, because honestly, there was a lot of stuff going on, and I want to have a little recap. So at the top there we see Kieran versus Jeremy, as Kieran did make that through. That was the guard of our mirror there at the top.
It really was, yeah.
Then we had Matthew Burris versus Yuho, and that was a swift 2-0 there, as Matthew was playing that guard of our. Brendan Kammerman was playing, as we saw, that lost box with the Roaring Moon versus Noah, who we saw, you know, is playing that Entei Iron Valiant. And there at the bottom, that was our top 8 feature match, was Gabriel versus Kaito, the Giratina into the stall. Why don't you take us through that top 4 matchups there?
Yeah, it was a really interesting one to see the stall, but sadly it did not come through, as we then went on to Noah versus Gabriel, and of course we know that Noah became the victor of that one. And we've just watched Kieran and Yuho, where Yuho managed to bring it back, even though it was looking a little sketchy at times.
Yeah, and what an explosive final, because we saw both these top 4 matches. We saw Yuho absolutely go off to the races with his iron hands, and we saw Noah, every time he's been on stream, has been a delight to watch with that Entei Iron Valiant deck. And quite honestly, I don't know how that final is going to pan out, and I cannot wait to see it.
Indeed, it's going to be an absolute final for the ages. We've got so many exciting moments yet to come on the stream. And don't forget that tomorrow we're not just going to be focusing on the Masters.
Yeah.
We're going to have a little sneak peek at how the juniors and seniors have been doing as well.
So we've got all that coming up tomorrow. Let us know at the socials what you thought about how our top 8, well, our top cut, I should say, has panned out. We know we got Twitter this side, we got YouTube here, Facebook there, and then Instagram there as well. If you're going to make any tweets or any posts, make sure to use that hashtag at Pokemon LAIC or hashtag Play Pokemon, and there's every chance you get your tweets and posts shared on stream. And if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch, make sure to follow and subscribe to the channel to make sure you don't miss any action.
You don't want to miss a thing. We've got so much more action to come, and if you do share any of your stories or photographs with us, they could be featured on the stream tomorrow.
And speaking of tomorrow, that is our Championship Sunday, where we're not only going to have the junior final, the senior final, and the master final, we've also got the finals from all the other games, VGC and Go as well. So if you want to make sure you catch all that, and I think you do want to catch all that realistically, make sure you get involved and watch the stream at 9 AM Brazilian time or 4 AM Pacific time, because you don't want to miss any of that action. Quite honestly, I want to see Yuho, and I want to see that Entei Valiant deck again in action. So make sure you get up there and get involved, follow the channels, and use those hashtags as well.
Yeah, I think that everyone was expecting Entei to be the underdog in this competition. It certainly has proved that it isn't in the finals.
And it's going to be a bit of a dogfight, you could say. Raikou versus that Entei. So, if you are watching tomorrow, though, it's not just you're going to see some incredible high-octane finals action. There's also going to be some giveaways that you can get involved with, that I want you to get involved with, because they see that Iron Valiant there on screen. Not only can you have one of them for free in that special illustration rare version, I should say, but it's going to be in the final. It's a finalist card in the Latin America International Championships. So if you want one of them, make sure to go on TCG Live, use that code PARADOXLAIC, and you will get yourself one of those. Make sure to use that code before the 27th of November. If you are a VGC player though, Amy, you can get your hands on one of these Dragapults courtesy of Alex Gomez. Make sure to use that code there, LAIC Phantom Ace, and you can get for yourself one of those Dragapults. You do have to use that before the 20th of November, and you do have to be at a certain part in the game, so make sure you have progressed a little bit in the game, and you can get your hands on one of those Dragapults.
And not to mention that if you just simply watch the cast live, then you can earn Twitch drops. If you are watching us over on Twitch, you can get Pokemon TCG Live drops, you can get packs, you can get accessories, you can get all sorts. Look at the things in that graphic, it looks beautiful. And not only that, but you can get Pokemon Go drops as well. So make sure you're watching live to be able to earn those.
Yeah, we're all about the free stuff here. I mean, who doesn't like free stuff, right? Who doesn't love Pokemon? I mean, we all love Pokemon. Who doesn't love free stuff? Put it all together, free Pokemon stuff. Everyone is a winner, right?
Absolutely, and I believe those drops are going to work on the Pokemon channel tomorrow as well, by the looks of things. So that's rather exciting to boot.
Yeah, so I think that wraps up our coverage here today on Saturday. What an amazing day it's been, seeing all the Day 2 Swiss, and we saw our top 8 and top 4 pan out, leaving only those finals for Championship Sunday. So remember, come back tomorrow, 9 AM Brazilian time, 4 AM Pacific time, so you don't miss any high-octane action. But for today, that wraps us up. I've been Shea Burton, I've been joined by
Amy Wasley, and we wish you a very good night. Sleep well, because some of you are going to be up early birdie to watch all of this action. We will catch you tomorrow, friends. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.